Chapter 1. The Divine Talent. Hand of Judgment. Brother Hao, wake up. The server for Twilight of the Gods launches at 9 o'clock. If you don't get up now, you'll miss the opening time. Twilight of the Gods. Launch? Lin Tianhao abruptly opened his eyes, taking in the familiar yet strange surroundings. Where is this? Dream Chaser Club? Wait a moment. Didn't I die at the hands of that treacherous Wu Xiaodao while exploring the ruins of the gods? What is happening now? Lin Tianhao grabbed his phone, and the time displayed was shockingly May 20th, 2032. I've been reborn back to 10 years ago at the moment when Twilight of the Gods first launched. Seeing Lin Tianhao's intense reaction, Zhou Xiaopeng quickly comforted him. Brother Hao, don't panic. The brothers will find a way to gather money for you. Your sister will surely be fine. As his memories gradually became clearer, Lin Tianhao suddenly recalled that, in his previous life at this time, his sister was severely injured in a car accident, resulting in a cerebral hemorrhage. The medical expenses amounted to 300,000, and the driver fled the scene. The area had no surveillance, leaving the police unable to identify the perpetrator. The burden of the 30,000 required for the surgery fell upon Lin Tianhao. Although several of his brothers were trying to help him, they could only gather 260,000, even after taking out loans. Lin Tianhao knelt in the hospital, desperately pleading, but they were still 4,000 short. The hospital was adamant that they would not proceed with the surgery, and ultimately his sister perished on a hospital bed. Remembering that playful and lovely figure, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists tightly. Sister, don't worry. This time, I will save you. Lin Tianhao's gaze was resolute. Having lived again, I am determined to alter my fate and prevent this tragedy from recurring. Looking at Zhou Xiaopeng before him, Lin Tianhao suddenly smiled. Fatty, let us enter the game. Our destiny will be written by us. Zhou Xiaopeng, relieved to see Lin Tianhao returning to his usual self, said, Brother Hao, go for it. Entering the gaming chamber, Lin Tianhao felt a mix of emotions. Twilight of the Gods, a groundbreaking virtual online game, claimed to be a second world crafted by over 100 nations worldwide. However, Lin Tianhao, having experienced his previous life, understood that this game was not a product of nations, but rather a divine creation by the Galactic Lord, harnessing the powers of ancient Earth gods. Its purpose was to prepare for the cataclysm 5 years hence that in 5 years, the Arid star system would launch an assault on the galactic star system, marking the onset of the catastrophe. Having endured the devastation in his previous life, Lin Tianhao was acutely aware of the significance of accumulating strength within the game. That in my past life, I never awakened my talent, but this time I am eager to discover what my talent truly is. Lin Tianhao entered the character creation page, and a lavish promotional video began to play. This video spanned an extensive 8 hours and could not be fast-forwarded, only skipped or viewed in full. In his previous life, nearly all players opted to skip the video, as 8 hours would create a considerable gap between them and others. Yet Lin Tianhao chose not to skip the promotional video. For the first person to finish, it would receive a Divine Talent Awakening Stone. Talent is a unique feature of Twilight of the Gods. Every individual possesses unique talents, classified into various levels: Yellow, Profound, Earth, Heaven, Saint, and Divine. To awaken one's talent, a Talent Awakening Stone is required in a previous life. Lin Tianhao had once obtained a Saint-level Talent Awakening Stone, yet his attempt to awaken his talent ultimately ended in failure. This indicated that his talent was an exceedingly rare Divine-level talent. Those who possessed Divine-level talents in his former life were indisputably formidable superiors, dominating their realms. In this lifetime, he too would awaken a Divine-level talent. Coupled with the memories from his past existence, Lin Tianhao was confident he would ascend to the pinnacle and conquer the elite star system. As time passed gradually, the prolonged 8 hours finally came to an end. Ding! Congratulations! You're the first player to complete watching the promotional video for Twilight of the Gods. Reward: Divine-level Talent Awakening Stone 1. Indeed, a satisfied smile graced Lin Tianhao's face, and in the next moment, he found himself in the character creation hall. Class: Archer, nickname, Snow Emperor. Without the slightest hesitation, he articulated the choices he had made in his previous life. Ding! Class creation successful. You are about to enter Novice Village number 10086. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao appeared in Novice Village number 10086. Each Novice Village could accommodate 10,000 players. In other words, over 100 million players had already entered Twilight of the Gods, illustrating the game's immense popularity. Lin Tianhao walked over to a secluded corner, retrieved the divine-level talent Awakening Stone, and silently chanted the Awakening incantation. Ding! Due to the exceptional nature of your talent, the divine-level talent Awakening Stone can only awaken a portion of your abilities. Ding! You have awakened the talent. Hand of Divine Punishment. Lin Tianhao was momentarily taken aback what was happening. His talent, even with the Divine Awakening Stone, could only be partially awakened. Surprised, Lin Tianhao promptly examined his talent. Hand of Divine Punishment Super Divine Level. Effect 1. Each basic attack inflicts one of the user's maximum health as true damage. Effect 2. Each basic attack permanently increases health by 1 point. Proficiency 01000. Note: only damage inflicted on living beings can stack health. Lin Tianhao was stunned on the spot. Super Divine Level. In his previous 10 years, he had never even heard of such a thing. Moreover, this talent was extraordinarily formidable. Permanent health enhancement. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Tianhao instinctively summoned his attribute panel. Nickname: Snow Emperor. Level: 10100. Class: Archer. HP: 100100. MP: 5050. Attack: 9. Magic Power: 5. Armor: 3. Magic Resistance: 1. Attack Speed: 0.63. Movement Speed: 3.1. Physical Penetration: 0. Magic Penetration: 0. Special Attributes: none. Free Attributes: 0. Luck: hidden. Talent: Hand of Divine Punishment Super Divine Level. Skill: Barrage 1 star. Equipment: Novice Long Bow. If not for the presence of the Hand of Divine Punishment, this attribute panel would appear rather ordinary. However, due to this talent, his potential was undeniably terrifying. Time to level up. Lin Tianhao was acutely aware that he had already squandered too much time. Exiting the Novice Village, he found an abundance of level 1 reed rabbits outside the village. Reed Rabbit Common. Level 1. HP: 9090. Attack: 5. Skills: none. Its attributes are average as long as one's skills are not too lacking. One can easily hunt it alone. Whoosh. Lin Tianhao unhesitatingly shot an arrow. 8. At the same time, he noticed a slight increase in his health points. With such a talent, he felt invincible. While hunting the reed rabbit, Lin Tianhao continuously stacked his health points. Currently, his attack speed was slow, taking nearly 1.5 seconds to release a single arrow, which was somewhat challenging for Lin Tianhao, who had once achieved an attack speed of 13.5 in his previous life. Ding. You have killed a reed rabbit. Experience 1. Chapter 2. Getting fired for watching a promotional video? Indeed, the reed rabbit was easy to hunt, but the experience points it provided were dismally low, and it almost exclusively dropped the quest item, the reed rabbit's eye, with very few copper coins. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao persisted with enthusiasm in hunting, as his primary goal was to stack health points. Once his health points increased, his attack damage would naturally rise as well. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao was aware of a hidden reward in the Novice Village. When submitting the quest for the reed rabbit, instead of the usual 100 rabbit eyes, if he submitted 10,000, he would receive a special skill that could enhance the range of his normal attacks, purportedly increasing it by 50% at maximum level. This skill might be somewhat useless for classes like mages or priests, but for Lin Tianhao, a marksman, it was extraordinarily powerful. With his attributes compounded and this skill acquired, he could implement his next plan. Ding, you have killed a reed rabbit. Experience 1. Ding, you have killed a reed rabbit. Experience 1. In 3 seconds, he could stack 2 health points in a minute. That amounted to 40 health points. Accounting for movement and the downtime between kills, Lin Tianhao could average 30 health points per minute. Initially, he required 12 arrows to kill a single reed rabbit, then 10, 8, and finally 5. When he only needed 5 arrows, the system notification chimed. Ding, your talent, Hand of Divine Punishment, has upgraded to 2 stars. Hand of Divine Punishment God Tier, 2 stars. Effect 1. Each normal attack inflicts 2 over maximum health as true damage. Effect 2. Each normal attack permanently increases your maximum health by 2 points. Proficiency 0100000. With the upgrade of his talent, Lin Tianhao now needed only 3 arrows to hunt the reedied rabbit. Fortunately, over 8 hours had passed in game, and there were no other players around, or he would have likely attracted a crowd. During this time, Lin Tianhao successfully leveled up twice, gaining 5 free attribute points. He allocated all his free attribute points to attack speed, raising it from 0.63 to 0.73. Although it was an improvement, it still felt insufficient. I still lack equipment and free attribute points, Lin Tianhao mused as an arrow flew forth, striking a nearby reedied rabbit. As Lin Tianhao's health and talents increased, his basic attack damage became remarkably formidable. With the efficiency of slaying a reedied rabbit with 3 arrows, it also meant that he needed to frequently engage new reedied rabbits, thereby impeding his attack pace. Previously, he could strike 30 times in a minute, but now he was limited to only 20. Fortunately, with the upgrade of his talents, each basic attack now granted him an additional 2 health points, culminating in an increase of 40 points per minute, surpassing previous gains. However, Lin Tianhao faced a dilemma. Defeating level 1 monsters at his level 2 yielded no experience points in the realm of Twilight of the Gods. Apart from dungeons, bosses, and a few unique monsters, slaying creatures below one's level offered no experience rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianhao chose to continue farming reedied rabbits, solely for the special skill that extended his attack range. 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Though Lin Tianhao remained at level 2, his health had skyrocketed from a mere 100 points to an impressive 4,800 points, a truly terrifying enhancement. At this stage, even warriors who focused solely on health points at level 5 would only possess around 500 health. In Twilight of the Gods, the attribute point boosts varied significantly across different professions. For instance, an archer gained an increase of 0.02 in attack speed per free attribute point, whereas other classes only benefited by 0.01. A warrior received 20 health points per free attribute point, while other classes acquired just 10. Specifically, warriors primarily enhanced health, armor, and magic resistance, all receiving double benefits, while archers focused on attack power, speed, and critical hits. Assassins emphasized attack, movement speed, and critical hits, whereas mages prioritized magic power, mana, and movement speed, akin to priests. Consequently, the allocation of free attribute points differed among professions. Nevertheless, relying solely on the free attribute points from leveling up was insufficient. Substantial enhancement of attributes necessitated the support of equipment. Glancing at his inventory, Lin Tianhao had only gathered over 1,600 red eyes, still far from the target of 10,000. However, he remained unfazed, for he could now dispatch a reedied rabbit with a single arrow, making future collection significantly easier. At that moment, Lin Tianhao received a notification from an external device. Checking the game time, he realized it had already exceeded 10 hours, presumably a call to log off for a meal. Exiting the gaming chamber, Zhou Xiaoping exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Hao, this game is incredibly realistic, truly akin to a second world." As they conversed, they made their way to the dining hall. The Dream Chaser Club, one of the 3 major gaming clubs in Banhai, employed both Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaoping as gold farmers, placing them at the lowest tier of the organization. Yet for Zhou Xiaoping, the arrangement was delightful: free meals, accommodation, a salary, and the opportunity to play games. Such a situation was indeed rare in the world. In the dining hall, a dozen or so fellow gold farmers from the Dream Chaser Club were present. Once everyone had settled, a portly middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a long-legged secretary clad in black stockings. It was Li Haitao, the general manager of the Dream Chaser Club. Also known as Li Zwipeo, his gaming talent is rather lacking, yet he incessantly chatters throughout the day. Today marks the launch of the Twilight of the Gods, and you have already been immersed in the game for 10 hours. From left to right, please report your levels and earnings. Level 4, 45 copper coins. Level 4, 53 copper coins. Level 4, 32 copper coins. One by one, they began to report their statuses, with nearly everyone consistently at level 4. Finally, it was Zhou Xiaoping's turn, and he smugly declared, "Level 5, 2 silver coins." Li Haitao, initially indifferent, suddenly raised his gaze in surprise. nodded slightly, and remarked, "That will have to do." Lin Tianhao remained focused on his meal when Zhou Xiaoping nudged him. "Brother Hao, it's your turn." Level 2, 15 copper coins. The drop rate of the reed rabbit at level 1 is truly disheartening. Lin Tianhao had slain over 1,000, yet had only garnered this meager amount of copper. Upon hearing Lin Tianhao's report, Li Haitao slammed his palm on the table with force. "Lin Tianhao, what are you doing? Everyone else is at level 4, and you're still at level 2? "I was delayed by watching the promotional video," Lin Tianhao replied candidly. "Watching the promotional video? Do you not realize how precious time is in the early stages of the game? Yet you still chose to watch a promotional video." Li Haitao scolded him vehemently. "Lin Tianhao, our club does not accommodate idlers. We have no need for someone like you who merely lurks online. Pack your things and leave at once." Chapter 3, The Revival Ring. Zhou Xiaoping hurriedly rose to his feet. "Manager Li, Brother Hao must have watched the promotional video to gain a better understanding of the game. Besides, I acquired 2 silver coins today. Would it be acceptable if I shared one with Brother Hao?" "Absolutely not," Li Haitao replied coldly. "In this game, a single misstep leads to a cascade of failures. How will you keep pace with the rhythm?" Zhou Xiaoping was about to protest, but Lin Tianhao raised a hand to stop him. "Fatty, let it go. However, your sister still needs funds for her surgery. She has lost her job. Rest assured, I will earn the surgical fees," Lin Tianhao asserted as he stood up and turned to leave. Upon exiting the Dream Pursuit Club, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In his previous life, he had squandered far too much time here, investing excessive energy in gold farming. Zhou Xiaoping chased after him, saying, "Brother Hao, there's still 20,000 yuan in this card for emergencies. Use it for now. Once I earn some money, I will ensure you have enough for Qingqing's surgery." Lin Tianhao felt deeply moved. "Fatty, Shouho, and Jingzi, these are the 3 best brothers I have. They supported me unreservedly during my most destitute days in my previous life. Fatty, let us break away from Dream Pursuit Club. We should establish our own studio and become our own bosses." Zhou Xiaoping was taken aback. "Brother Hao, if you propose it, I will not hesitate. However, your sister. I understand your concern. Just give me 3 days. I will earn enough for her surgery from the game." Lin Tianhao's gaze was resolute, and even without extraordinary talent, he was confident that his past experiences would enable him to secure the necessary funds for his sister's operation. "All right." Zhou Xiaoping did not question Lin Tianhao's determination. "I will call Shouho and Jingzi to join us." "Good." Zhou Xiaoping returned to the Dream Pursuit Club and abruptly resigned. A naked resignation. He would receive not a single penny, but that was of no consequence. He had faith in Lin Tianhao. Such is the bond of brotherhood. Shouho and Jingzi were currently not in Binhai, but Zhou Xiaoping had already messaged them, and they assured him that it was not a problem at all. At the selling point for the login devices of Twilight of the Gods, Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaoping spent 20,000 yuan to purchase 2 gaming pods. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Lin Tianhao refrained from visiting his sister at the hospital. It was not due to a lack of concern, but rather because he understood that his primary focus must be on earning money. "Fatty, once you enter the game, prioritize leveling up. Do not rush to the main city until you reach level 10. "Understood." They re-enter the game. Twilight of the Gods is directly linked to 1's iris and DNA. Therefore, switching login devices would not create a new account, but would retain the original one. Once back in the game, Lin Tianhao resumed his hunt for the red-eyed rabbits. 5 hours flew by in an instant. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. At last, he had gathered enough. With 10,000 red-eyed rabbits, it was time to submit the quest. Returning to the novice village, Lin Tianhao sought out the village chief, first accepting the task of collecting red-eyed rabbits, then proceeding to submit the 10,000 he had amassed. "Great adventurer, your perseverance is truly remarkable, and I shall bestow upon you a special reward," the old village chief remarked with a contented smile directed at Lin Tianhao. "Ding, you have completed the red-eye mission. Experience points 1,000, silver coins 5. Skill, basic attack, enhancement 1. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao acquired the skill. Basic attack enhancement, passive skill 1 star. Effect, your basic attack range increases by 5%. Cooldown none. Consumption, none. Proficiency 0-1000. Indeed, brave adventurer, your tenacity is unparalleled in my lifetime. If you can slay 10 bosses, I shall grant you an unexpected reward. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. 10 bosses? What an extraordinary advancement task this was. He had anticipated that this mission might have subsequent challenges, but he never expected it to be so outrageous. Ding. The old village chief has issued you a new task. Slay 10 bosses in the novice village. Task penalty, revocation of your skill, basic attack enhancement. Task reward, unknown. Will you accept? Accept. Slaying bosses perfectly aligned with his forthcoming plans. To earn money, it was imperative to consider the defeat of bosses. Departing from the novice village, Lin Tianhao directly proceeded to the territory of the level 10 Twisted Trance. He needed to level up first, otherwise his current attack speed would be insufficient for boss hunting. Twisted Trance, normal level 10. HP, 1900. Attack, 32. Skills, Whip Spin. Revive. Whoosh. Lin Tianhao unleashed an arrow. Minus 424. After hunting the red-eye rabbits, his health had reached over 21,000 points. Although his attack power could not breach the defenses of the Twisted Trance, the passive true damage from the Hand of Judgment was not to be underestimated. With 1900 health, it equated to merely 5 arrows. Ding. You have slain a Twisted Trance. Experience points 90. A satisfied smile graced Lin Tianhao's face. The experience rewards for defeating monsters of a higher level were indeed bountiful. A normal kill of a Twisted Trance would yield only 10 experience points. Yet now he received a substantial 90. Coupled with the previous task reward of 1,000 experience points, Lin Tianhao only needed to hunt 20 Twisted Trance to level up. Moreover, defeating Twisted Trance at a higher level also enhanced the drop rate. Ding. You have slain a Twisted Trance. Experience points 90. Ding. You have slain a Twisted Trance. Experience points 90. Ding. You have reached level 3. Free attribute points 5. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tianhao allocated all his free attribute points to attack speed. His original attack speed of 0.73 was elevated to 0.83. After hunting the 20 Twisted Trance, he finally obtained an item. Revive Ring, normal. Equip requirement, level 10. Effect, restores 2 health points per second. Durability, 100. It was indeed a ring. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. This was indeed the most elusive ring to obtain in the Twilight of the Gods. However, the effect it provided was rather trivial for him. Regenerating merely 2 health points per second was rather insignificant. Nevertheless, while it may not serve his needs, he was certain there would be others eager to acquire it. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianhao promptly listed the item on the marketplace, opting for a bidding format with a starting price of 500 and a bidding duration of 5 minutes. Had he been in an earlier novice village, he would have undoubtedly set the price at 10,000, as those guilds vying for an early advantage would naturally be willing to pay a premium. 5 minutes later. Ding. Player Futu Shunzhan has purchased your equipment. Ding. Player Futu Shunzhan has requested to add you as a friend. Members of the Futu Guild? Upon seeing this prefix, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. The Futu Guild ranked among the top 10 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was rather unusual for them to enter the game at such a late hour. Shuedi, may I reserve a spot on your friends list? If I may be so bold, could I inquire as to what task you completed to obtain this resurrection ring? I am willing to compensate. Chapter 4. Within the hologram, let's go away. Spawn the monsters. Lin Tianhao replied, simultaneously receiving a notification of 90,000 yuan deposited into his account. What the heck? Lord Snow Emperor, do you possess some secret knowledge of monster spawn points that allows you to farm level 10 monsters without taking damage? It was no surprise that Futu Shanshan was astonished. Lin Tianhao was only at level 3, making it implausible for him to face level 10 monsters head-on. No. Lin Tianhao responded curtly, ignoring Futu Shanshan and continuing his monster farming. Seeing the ring he had just obtained, Futu Shanshan smiled to himself. You're not going to tell me, huh? Well, I'll just have to find out myself. Level 10 monsters were known to be the Twisted Trance, information that the Futu Guild's exploration team had uncovered early in the game. Thus, Futu Shunshan swiftly made his way to the spawn location of the Twisted Trance. As he approached, he noticed an archer ahead, actively farming monsters. -426. -426. Futu Shinshan's eyes widened in disbelief. At this stage, who on earth could deal 426 damage with a single arrow? Even the members of their elite team, fully equipped, barely broke the 100 mark in attack power. The fact that Lin Tianhao could deal over 400 damage while fighting monsters above his level was nothing short of shocking. Lord Snow Emperor. Futu Shinshan immediately knelt. Having entered the game late due to issues in his real life, resulting in a significant lag in his progress. For someone who had previously dominated in various games, this was utterly unacceptable. Lord Snow Emperor, how about forming a party and helping me level up? I'm willing to pay. Lin Tianhao initially had no intention of engaging with Futu Shinshan, as he did not wish to waste time. However, upon recalling his sister still lying in the hospital, he reconsidered. All right, but I require 300,000 yuan. 300,000? Futu Shinshan nearly burst into angry expletives upon hearing this. You want to charge me 300,000 to get to level 10? I could find those gold farming teams for a maximum of 20,000. I can get you to level 10 within the day. Lin Tianhao stated confidently. Futu Shinshan paused, eyeing him with skepticism. It was only 4 in the morning, and there were still 20 hours left, even without eating or resting. Reaching level 10 in 20 hours seemed utterly impossible. Yet even so, your price is exorbitant. He had money, but he was not a fool. I understand it's high, but what if I also include a complete set of level 10 elite gear? Upon hearing this, Futu Shinshan's breath quickened. Lord Snow Emperor, you must be joking. I am not, Lin Tianhao replied firmly. Level 10 elite trance can drop an entire set of gear, provided one is fortunate enough. However, if you farm enough, is indeed achievable. All right, how about I give you 50,000 as a deposit? No, I want a full 300,000 up front, Lin Tianhao insisted. Futu Shinshan hesitated, but after witnessing Lin Tianhao's exceptional farming speed, he quickly mulled it over and agreed. Fine, I will transfer the money to you. The game, Gods Twilight, had a built-in transfer feature, eliminating the need for separate bank account details. Soon enough, Lin Tianhao received the notification that 300,000 yuan had been deposited. The money was finally in his hands. Lin Tianhao sent a message. Please wait for me a moment. After his words fell, he concealed himself behind a large tree and promptly logged off. Floating Shield Mountain was taken aback, exclaiming, What the hell? Have I been deceived? He took my money and then vanished? Damn it. After I trusted you so much, is this how you repay me? Although Floating Shield Mountain was not short on funds, he felt as though he had just consumed something utterly distasteful, overwhelmed by a profound sense of discomfort. However, Lin Tianhao was not fleeing. With newfound wealth, his first priority was to deliver the money to the hospital for his sister's surgery. Watching his sister Lin Qingqing lying on the hospital bed, he clenched his fists. He was determined to rectify the regrets of his past life. After completing the payment, he hurried back to his rented room and logged back into the game. Entering the novice village 10086, Floating Shield Mountain was still in a state of frustration, seeking a few players to assist him in defeating level 4 Windhounds. Suddenly, a message popped up from his friend, level 10 Twisted Trance, come over. Floating Shield Mountain was momentarily stunned. He had thought Lin Tianhao had absconded, yet here he was, returning unexpectedly. All right, despite having cursed Lin Tianhao's ancestors countless times in his mind, upon hearing that Lin Tianhao was willing to assist him in leveling up, he eagerly rushed over. Lin Tianhao wasted no time, sending a party invitation and simultaneously setting the loot to be exclusively his own. Floating Shield Mountain hesitated, but ultimately chose to remain silent. However, the next moment, he was confronted with an absurd situation. The experience points distribution was set at a staggering 9-1. Lin Tianhao received 9 points, while he received just 1. Is this truly how you're going to help me level up? He protested. Indeed, Lin Tianhao replied curtly, and then commenced hunting monsters. -426. -426. With 5 arrows, he felled a single Twisted Treant. Even though Lin Tianhao's attack speed was not particularly swift, he managed to eliminate it within 10 seconds. That translated to a minimum of 6 kills per minute, equating to 360 in an hour. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao's health points were continuously rising. Floating Shield Mountain watched in astonishment as Lin Tianhao relentlessly hunted Twisted Treants. If Lin Tianhao had merely high damage, he might have suspected that he had acquired some hidden equipment or awakened a talent early. However, the finesse with which Lin Tianhao executed his attacks was astonishing. The Twisted Treants barely approached him before being dispatched. One must not underestimate the complexities of this holographic virtual game. Executing a kiting maneuver was anything but simple. As a member of the Floating Guild, Floating Shield Mountain understood all too well that maneuvering within this game was more challenging than in traditional ones. The process involved 4 steps: positioning, drawing the bow, aiming, and shooting. If any one of these steps faltered, the entire sequence would appear clumsy. Even the top sharpshooters within their guild struggled to master this technique. It was indeed an art form. Floating Shield Mountain couldn't help but marvel at the display, activating the recording function to capture Lin Tianhao's remarkable kiting technique. He intended to send it to the Fudu Guild so that the elite team's archers could learn from it. However, Lin Tianhao was indifferent to such matters at the moment. Kiting had become second nature to him, and he perceived it as a mere basic skill. Snow Emperor, what was your previous ID? With your kiting ability, you are certainly no ordinary player, he replied instinctively. This kiting technique was something that nearly all archers could master during the Cataclysm era. For archers, the true challenge lay in achieving infinite critical hits and controlling the battlefield. 100% critical hit rate, or infinite critical hits, cannot merely be attained through stacking attributes, as it would ultimately prove counterproductive. However, attacking techniques can indeed lead to infinite critical hits, where even a mere 5% critical hit rate could result in such an outcome. This is known as a fatal strike. For instance, targeting the tree core of a Twisted Treant, the head of a humanoid monster, or vital organs significantly increases the likelihood of a critical hit. As for battlefield control, it remains one of the most challenging maneuvers for archers, particularly in team combat, where achieving control as an archer is exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, he was not in the mood to explain all of this to Fudu Shinshan, as he continued to hunt Twisted Treants. While hunting, Lin Tianhao advanced forward. The experience points provided by the ordinary Twisted Treants were rather meager. To elevate a burden to level 10 within a day, he needed to hunt elite Twisted Treants. As Lin Tianhao engaged the Twisted Treants, Fudu Shinshan had already sent the recorded video to their guild leader, Futu Shinshan, who was currently leveling up. At that moment, he received the video from Fudu Shinshan. Why send me a video when you should be leveling up? Guild leader, take a look. It's a delightful surprise. Chapter 5. Is Lin Tianhao an ancient deity? The floating pagoda god wolf swiftly vanquished the fiery serpent before him, activating the video feed. The damage dealt was astonishing. This was the immediate reaction of the floating pagoda god wolf. However, he soon found himself in a state of astonishment. At this stage, how could anyone execute such a fluid kiting maneuver? Being an archer himself, and one of the elite marksmen, he understood all too well the challenges of achieving smooth kiting in the Twilight of the Gods. Which guild does this player belong to? We must find a way to recruit him into our guild. I could offer an annual salary of 10 million. After a brief moment of shock, the floating pagoda god wolf began to contemplate recruitment. All right, President, I will inquire. At this moment, Lin Tianhao was rapidly harvesting the Twisted Treants. The drop rates in the Twilight of the Gods were indeed impressive. After defeating so many Twisted Treants beyond his level, he finally obtained the previously elusive Resurrection Ring. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out as an item fell. Treant Pauldrons, common. Requirements: level 10 for all classes. Effect: health 200. Durability 100. Should I keep this gear? Lin Tianhao glanced toward the floating pagoda Shield Mountain. Yes, but given that the Snow Emperor is a formidable player, this piece of equipment certainly cannot be priced the same as the ring. 3,000. Lin Tianhao replied nonchalantly. The pauldrons were standard gear, relatively easy to come by, and thus could not command the high prices of rings. Deal. In truth, money would become less significant in the future. Lin Tianhao only required funds to manage his immediate living expenses. Once he had sufficient currency, he would contemplate trading equipment for in-game items. At that moment, the system announcement echoed throughout the realm. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Blade of the Berserker for being the first to reach the main city. Rewards. Gold 500. Class Black Iron Set 1. Class Skill Book 1. Free Attribute Points 50. This is a special announcement, and we encourage all players to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Blade of the Berserker for being the first to reach the main city. Rewards. Gold 500. Class Black Iron Set 1. Class Skill Book 1. Free Attribute Points 50. This is a special announcement, and we encourage all players to strive for excellence. Wow. Floating Pagoda, Shield Mountain glanced at the time, astonished that Blade had reached level 10 so swiftly. The key was that such a substantial reward awaited the first player to leave the novice city. Lin Tianhao was indifferent. This reward was merely trivial. The novice village was a treasure trove. With talent, departing the novice village in this manner meant he could never return. Countless players in his past life had regretted their hasty exits upon discovering the hidden benefits of the novice village, lamenting their lost opportunities. Snow Emperor, keep up the good work. By the way, given your incredible prowess, which guild do you belong to? A lone player. A lone player? Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was somewhat taken aback. Lin Tianhao's skills were anything but typical of a solitary player. However, in an instant he realized the truth. Lin Tianhao must be an ancient deity. In the past, the dominance of PC games was unparalleled, with ancient masters exhibiting exceptional game awareness, along with clear technical strategies and thought processes. However, as time passed and age caught up with them, their reflexes waned, leading to their gradual obsolescence. In contrast, Gods Twilight is an immersive holographic virtual game where everything is data-driven, thereby rendering hand speed irrelevant. Observing Lin Tianhao engrossed in monster hunting, the character Futu Shunzhan wisely chose to remain silent. Ding! You have reached level 4, earning 5 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao allocated all his free attribute points to attack speed, increasing it by 0.1 to a total of 0.93. Concurrently, his health surged by over 1,000, further enhancing his normal attack damage. -448. -448. At present, this damage still necessitates 5 arrows to vanquish a twisted treant. Yet, the prospect of achieving a 4-arrow solution draws ever closer. Beside him, Futu Shunzhan could only silently envy Lin Tianhao's level up, as the bulk of experience points were accrued by Lin Tianhao, making his own ascension quite challenging. Finally, the moment arrived. Lin Tianhao gazed at the twisted treant ahead, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Twisted treant, elite level 10. Health, 5,700, 5,700. Attack, 49. Skills, Revival, Vine Spin, Vines Entangle. The elite twisted treant possessed an additional control skill. Snow Emperor, shall I assist you in tanking? Futu Shunzhan, a pure tank build and quite affluent, boasted several low-level equipment pieces that he considered quite luxurious. No need, Lin Tianhao replied coolly, initiating his assault. -449. -449. His damage output remained consistent. Yet it still required 13 arrows to eliminate an elite twisted treant. Moreover, under Lin Tianhao's kite strategy, as soon as the treant approached, it was swiftly dispatched. Ding! You have slain an elite twisted treant, earning 321 experience points. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face, confirming that hunting elite monsters indeed yielded greater experience gains. Even Futu Shunzhan, teaming up with Lin Tianhao, received 32 experience points. 1, 2, 3. Lin Tianhao's health steadily increased. At that moment, server-wide announcements began to resonate. Players from various guilds reached level 10 and entered the main city, alongside some solo players. Futu Shunzhan, filled with envy, found himself powerless to change his circumstances, merely watching. This loss is quite substantial. Lin Tianhao maintained his aloof demeanor, ignoring Fudu Shun's Han. Just then, another piece of equipment dropped. Treant Armor, Elite Level 10. Effect 1, Magic Resistance 10. Effect 2, Health 500. Durability 100. Incredible. Snow Emperor, is this one of the sets you mentioned? Lin Tianhao nodded, tossing the equipment to the towering shield of the floating stupa. Indeed, by vanquishing a sufficient number of elite twisted treants, one could acquire an entire set of treant armor. The eyes of the shield of the floating stupa gleamed with excitement. Snow Emperor, you are truly generous. When you logged off earlier, I feared you might have fled. Lin Tianhao, feeling a bit exasperated, chose not to respond further and continued his relentless hunt. For a solid hour, he engaged in combat. One undeniable advantage of the novice village was the remarkably swift respawn rate of wild monsters. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to sustain Lin Tianhao as fervent slaughter. Ding! You have reached level 6. You gained 5 free attribute points. In just a single hour, Lin Tianhao ascended from level 4 to level 6, with his attack speed rising from 0.93 to 1.13. Simultaneously, he managed to acquire 3 additional pieces of the treant armor set, all of which he bestowed upon the shield of the floating stupa. A player can equip a maximum of 13 pieces of equipment, which include a main weapon, boots, a heart guard, armor, a helmet, a cloak, rings too, a necklace, shoulder pads too, and leg guards too. At present, the shield of the floating stupa possessed 4 pieces, leaving 9 still to be obtained. This set could be considered the most formidable shield warrior armor available before reaching level 20, without exception. Chapter 6, Precision Shooting, Interrupting Skills. Even the 20-level, multi-hour sets pale in comparison to this treant set. The treant set, upon collecting all 10 pieces, activates a set effect. Effect: restores 50 health points per second, immune to interruptions from attacks. This is an exceedingly formidable effect in the early stages of the game. Furthermore, upon gathering all 13 pieces of the set, a second effect is triggered. Effect: you automatically reflect 10 of all physical damage received. Coupled with the attributes of the treant set, this results in a shield warrior with high recovery, damage output, and substantial resilience. The price of 300,000 for the treant set is undeniably a bargain. Ding! Due to your extensive hunting of the twisted treants, you have attracted the ire of the Twisted Treant King, who will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Please evacuate promptly. Lin Tianhao and the shield of the floating tower simultaneously received the system notification. Has it finally arrived? The shield of the floating tower, equally alerted by the notification, was immediately filled with excitement. Snow Emperor, a boss has spawned. Shall we engage? Lin Tianhao nodded, and then the shield of the floating tower received another system notification. Ding! You have been kicked out of the party by Snow Emperor. The shield of the floating tower. Snow Emperor, what do you mean? You're not taking me to fight the boss? Lin Tianhao merely nodded, instructing him to remain at a distance and refrain from interfering. But the shield of the floating tower felt disheartened. Is this how one treats their benefactor? Snow Emperor, isn't this a bit ungracious? I only agreed to assist you until level 10, not to share the boss. Lin Tianhao simply replied. Every first kill of a boss yields special rewards, and if accomplished solo, the rewards are significantly more generous. Bringing along the shield of the floating tower, a mere burden, would only detract from his own potential rewards. The shield of the floating tower wanted to protest further when he suddenly noticed a colossal figure approaching them. Twisted Treant King, Black Iron Boss level 10. Health, 116, 800. Attack, 325. Skills, Sumontrance, Revitalize, Vinebind, Torrent Shield, Vinekaje. Wow, the shield of the floating tower was stunned. Is this the boss? Over 100,000 health and such attack power. Who could possibly contend with this at this stage? Even if Lin Tianhao could deal 500 damage with a single basic attack, it would require over 200 hits to defeat it. This is utterly absurd. The shield of the floating tower instinctively took a step back, yet secretly felt a sense of glee. With such outrageous attributes, let us see how you manage to defeat it. It is important to note that the Twisted Treant King is a magical creature, possessing hidden magical strength attributes that far exceed its attack attributes. Coupled with 2 control skills, who would dare to attempt a solo kill at this stage? However, just when the shield of the floating tower anticipated Lin Tianhao's retreat in the face of adversity, whoosh, an arrow struck the core of the Twisted Treant King with precision. -501. A damage number emerged, revealing a critical hit rate of 0. Even striking a weak point could not inflict critical damage. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. Yet he felt no fear. As he released another feathered arrow, he swiftly repositioned himself, launching yet another arrow. -501. The damage was commendable, but the speed, attack rate, and range of the Twisted Treant King far surpassed that of ordinary wild creatures. A lengthy vine lashed out at Lin Tianhao. -319. A basic attack inflicting over 300 damage left Fu Shindian utterly astonished. He had just reached level 6, and with the equipment he could equip, his health barely exceeded 700. With such an attack, he could withstand at most 3 hits. Yet, in the next moment, Fu Shindian witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine. After losing over 300 health, Lin Tianhao's health bar barely registered a minuscule drop. Goodness gracious! Fu Shindian could only express his current feelings with those words. Had he not been familiar with the game Twilight of the Gods, he would have outright accused Lin Tianhao of hacking. Yet, this felt even more outrageous than cheating. Lin Tianhao disregarded the astonished Fu Shindian. He was deliberately testing the Twisted Treant King's attacks. The basic attack felt like a mere tickle. Naturally, the skills were another matter entirely. Realizing this, he deemed it unnecessary to dodge basic attacks, opting instead to engage the Twisted Treant King head-on. This scene left Fu Shindian dumbfounded. Engaging a boss in such a manner. What kind of divine being was this? After recovering from his astonishment, Fu Shindian activated the recording function, confident that if his guild leader witnessed this, they would surely be left agape. However, what followed in Lin Tianhao's maneuvers truly left Fu Shindian stunned. As the Twisted Treant King prepared to unleash his skill, a smirk of mockery appeared on Fu Shindian's face. He knew that the Twisted Treant King was a magical creature, capable of exceptionally high damage. Yet, just as the Twisted Treant King began to cast its spell, Lin Tianhao launched an arrow that struck the creature's wrist, abruptly interrupting the incantation. Was that a precision strike? Fu Shindian, being an experienced player, immediately grasped the principle behind it. However, to hit the Twisted Treant King's arm amidst so many vines and disrupt its casting was a feat even an Olympic champion archer might struggle to achieve. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao's rhythm of attack did not falter. His smooth movements were a delight to behold. Each time the Twisted Treant King attempted to cast a skill, Lin Tianhao's feathered arrows interrupted its incantation with pinpoint accuracy. What manner of celestial prodigy is this? While Fu Shindian could comprehend Lin Tianhao's high attributes, considering he had just entered the game and fortuitously acquired equipment or special rewards beyond the current stage, it was not entirely implausible. However, the attributes are formidable, and the technology remains astonishing, compelling Fu Shunshan to ponder deeply. What manner of creature is Lin Tianhao? A dignified black iron boss is effortlessly toyed with by Lin Tianhao. Rendered utterly defenseless, its seemingly high attack power merely tickles Lin Tianhao, whose current health exceeds 25,000. Even with direct hits, he could withstand 300 basic attacks. Not to mention, Lin Tianhao continues to deftly maneuver while attacking. Such a prodigy must certainly be recruited into our guild. Fu Shunshan silently resolved this. He is not only a member of the elite team of the Futula Guild, but also its young master. The health bar of the Twisted Tree King continues to diminish, while Lin Tianhao's attack frequency remains unchanged. At last, the Twisted Tree King's health plummets to a mere 5%, and victory over the creature is within reach. However, to Fu Shunshan's astonishment, Lin Tianhao suddenly halted his assault. Confused, he then witnessed Lin Tianhao shooting a feathered arrow towards the air behind the Twisted Tree King. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. Clang! A light sound echoed as a dagger emerged from the void, severing Lin Tianhao's arrow. Goodness, there's an assassin. Chapter 7. The first kill boss, Lightning Leap. The stalwart guardian, Futu Shunzhan, was momentarily taken aback. He had been engrossed in Lin Tianhao's maneuvers, oblivious to the fact that an assassin had stealthily approached. After a brief astonishment, Futu Shunzhan quickly regained his composure. It was the notorious Snow Emperor, and he intended to seize the boss. Lin Tianhao disregarded Futu Shunzhan and instead focused on the assassin. Clad in an impressive array of gear, the assassin's demeanor was sharp and menacing. This individual was no ordinary player. The ferocity in his gaze revealed a level of intent that surpassed that of the typical gamer. Notably, he had just deftly severed Lin Tianhao's feathered arrow with a dagger, an advanced maneuver typically seen in the later stages of the game, particularly surprising on the very first day. "Join my party. We'll share the boss," the assassin stated flatly, devoid of any emotional inflection. Lin Tianhao shook his head, declining the offer. Upon hearing this, the assassin fell silent, retreating to re-enter his stealth mode. What was his intent? He just entered the game and already aimed to ambush the boss? Futu Shunzhan's irritation flared. "Listen here, you little brat. I hail from the Futu Guild. I advise you to leave at once, or else." Before Futu Shunzhan could finish his warning, Lin Tianhao shouted a warning. As his voice echoed, one of his arrows had already taken flight. With a sharp sound, the assassin materialized behind Futu Shunzhan. Instead of employing the novice skill of backstab, he opted for a swift throat slash. A vivid critical hit appeared, -642. Bleeding, -90. -90. In the next instant, Futu Shunzhan collapsed to the ground. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. What a clean and decisive technique. Moreover, the damage was astonishing, even with a critical strike. His attack power must have exceeded 300 to achieve such a result. At level 8, even with all points allocated to attack, his power should be around 80. This indicated that the assassin's gear or certain passive skills must have conferred an extraordinary amount of attack power. Assassins possess passive skills that enhance attack power, movement speed, and attack speed, and indeed, every class has somewhat similar abilities. Reborn at the Resurrection Altar in the Novice Village, Futu Shunzhan stared in disbelief at having lost a level and a piece of level 5 equipment. What was this? Instantaneously killed? Futu Shunzhan felt as though his understanding of the game was crumbling. How could a tank be obliterated so swiftly? At the Twisted Treant King, Lin Tianhao coldly regarded the assassin. "What? You wish to showcase your skills against me?" With a decade of gaming experience in his past life, Lin Tianhao would not concede to a battle of prowess. The assassin beckoned Lin Tianhao with a finger and vanished into stealth once more. With a swift motion, Lin Tianhao drew his bow and unleashed a rapid-fire skill. 2 arrows sliced through the air, compelling the concealed assassin to reveal himself. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao did not let him escape. Having forced him out, he could not allow him to retreat once more. Beside him, the Twisted Treant King had begun to regenerate health. However, Lin Tianhao remained unhurried. His feathered arrows flew incessantly, while the assassin player deftly deflected them with his daggers. Lin Tianhao maintained a calm demeanor, his attack frequency unwavering, each strike inflicting over 500 points of damage. Although the game mechanics permitted the deflection of arrows, the sheer power of Lin Tianhao's projectiles far exceeded the durability of the assassin's daggers. As anticipated, after severing over 10 arrows, the assassin's expression darkened. Faced with the relentless barrage of Lin Tianhao's arrows, he chose not to continue parrying with his daggers, but executed a backflip to evade the incoming onslaught. A foolish choice. Lin Tianhao scoffed, releasing another arrow that struck the assassin in the abdomen. The force of the impact propelled the airborne assassin back a short distance. Almost immediately, a second arrow followed suit, -502. With 2 arrows, the assassin fell lifelessly, returning to the Resurrection Altar. Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled. The assassin had dropped a pair of boots. Simultaneously, he noticed another detail. This assassin's health was notably high. A typical level 8 assassin would have been annihilated by a single arrow. Brutal boots, Elite level 7. Effect 1. Movement speed 0. 5. Effect 2. Critical hit 1. Durability 100. Lin Tianhao's interest was piqued. The attributes of these brutal boots aligned perfectly with his needs. Unfortunately, they lacked an increase in attack speed, which was the attribute he required most urgently. With a higher attack speed, he could accumulate more health points, thereby enhancing his basic attack damage. Stowing away the brutal boots, Lin Tianhao resumed his assault on the Twisted Treant King. Unimpeded, the Twisted Treant King became nothing more than a plaything in Lin Tianhao's hands. Originally, the Thorn Shield, a skill capable of reflecting all damage, would have posed some threat. Yet, Lin Tianhao's skilled marksmanship prevented the Twisted Treant King from unleashing its abilities. This advantage was further bolstered by the fact that the bosses in the Novice Village typically lacked invulnerability skills. Ding! You have achieved an overlevel kill on the Twisted Treant King, gaining 8,250 experience points. Ding! You are the first player to slay a boss. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. In this new life, a first kill was not significant enough for Lin Tianhao to conceal his identity. Moreover, he sought recognition and prestige. Only through this could he hope to ascend to the pinnacle of power. To confront the elite star system relying solely on individual strength was a futile endeavor. Thus, Lin Tianhao aimed to seize control and dominate the entire landscape. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for completing the first kill of the Twisted Treant King. This is a commendation for all players to strive further. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for completing the first kill of the Twisted Treant King. This is a commendation for all players to strive further. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player to defeat a boss in the Twilight of the Gods. Your rewards include 50 free attribute points, 1 skill book for your class, 1 primary weapon for your class, and 100 gold. Lin Tianhao smiled faintly. Indeed, soloing a boss yields extraordinary rewards. He allocated all 50 free attribute points to attack speed, elevating it from 13 to an impressive 13. This attack speed would undoubtedly place him in a position of supremacy. Lightning Leap, passive skill 1 star. Effect. Your basic attacks have a 50 chance to trigger Lightning Leap, allowing you to leap to up to 10 target units within a 20-meter radius, dealing damage equal to 10 of your actual damage. Cooldown, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 1000. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This skill was quite intriguing. If the skill level were to increase, could it potentially elevate the damage to 90? Would the range of Lightning Leap and the number of units it could affect also improve? Just the thought sent a shiver down his spine. His damage output was already exceedingly remarkable, with the only drawback being his inability to efficiently clear groups of monsters. However, with this skill, that singular shortcoming had been remarkably addressed. Chapter 8. The Trance Set and the Resurrection Skill. As Lin Tianhao examined his skill attributes, many players were astounded by the server-wide announcement regarding him. Who on earth could be so extraordinary as to single-handedly defeat the Novice Village boss? Snow Emperor? I've never heard of that ID before. Does anyone know which guild he belongs to? Isn't the triggering condition for the Novice Village boss rather demanding? How'd he manage to activate it? I've heard there are 10 bosses in the Novice Village, yet none have been triggered thus far. Numerous players were engaged in fervent discussions, especially the elite ones who fully understood how outrageous it was to solo a boss at this stage. Lin Tianhao paid no heed to the chatter. After acquiring the skill, he turned his attention to the newly rewarded weapon. Thunderbow, Silver. Requirements. No level requirement. Restricted to archers. Effect 1. Attack 300. Effect 2. Critical hit rate 15. Effect 3. 15 chance to trigger a paralysis effect on attack. Effect 4. 15 chance to splash damage onto nearby enemies. Upon seeing the attributes of the Thunderbow, Lin Tianhao was left utterly speechless. The attributes were hardly impressive. Indeed, in his view, the most useful aspect was the paralysis effect, yet the probability was dismally low. As for the attack power, as long as his health was maximized, the precise figure of attack power became trivial. How should he put it? It would only serve him in the Novice Village. What was particularly frustrating was that this was a silver weapon. Lin Tianhao felt utterly disheartened. Couldn't they have at least granted him a 1 attack speed? This felt like a blatant gank from the system. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Tianhao shifted his gaze to the twisted Treant King. Finally, it was time for the much-anticipated looting phase. Ding! You have acquired the Treant King's necklace. Ding! You have acquired the resurrection skill. Ding! You have acquired the Treant King's helmet. Ding! You have received 5 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained the Treant King's heart. As Lin Tianhao surveyed the valuable items in his possession, it seemed that, aside from the gold coins, nothing was truly usable to him. Wait a moment. This resurrection skill appears rather promising. Resurrection, 1 star. Effect, restores 1 health point per second, unaffected by interruptions from attacks. Cooldown none. Cost none. Proficiency, 0-1000. Proficiency equals health points. Note, there is no upper limit on this skill's star rating. Initially indifferent towards the resurrection skill, Lin Tianhao was taken aback upon reading the proficiency description. Could this be a delightful surprise from the system? His talent, the Hand of Divine Punishment, could infinitely stack health points. This skill was a perfect match. Automatic healing, in certain respects, could even be considered more outrageous than lifesteal. He chose to learn it. Resurrection, passive skill, 3 stars. Effect, restores 50 health points per second, unaffected by interruptions from attacks. Cooldown none. Cost none. Proficiency, 25130 100,000. Proficiency equates to vitality. Note that the skill star rating has no upper limit. Steady. With this skill, Lin Tianhao felt an exponential increase in his safety. He eagerly anticipated the swift resurrection. Contemplating his next upgrade, Lin Tianhao muted private messages and friend requests, sending a message to Futu Shunzhan. Simultaneously, he commenced his leveling up. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao equipped the Thunderbow, and with a single arrow, struck the core of an elite twisted Treant. Minus 1,524. A massive crimson numeral materialized. Critical hit. Concurrently, an electric arc leapt from the elite twisted Treant, jumping to 5 neighboring Treants. Minus 152. Minus 152. Damage figures appeared one after another. The 6 twisted Treants, having sustained damage, began to converge upon Lin Tianhao. However, he remained unfazed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Critical hit, another critical hit. With a critical hit rate of 16%, Lin Tianhao was performing admirably at this stage, coupled with his weak point attacks, which augmented his critical damage. The elite twisted Treants that initially required 12 arrows to defeat now fell to just 4. Moreover, due to the electric leap, upon vanquishing the first twisted Treant, the others lost 608 health points. As Lin Tianhao lured more and more twisted Treants, he realized that the electric leap was a double-edged sword. Drawing such immense aggro could prove deadly if he couldn't withstand the onslaught. Observing the throng of twisted Treants trailing behind him, Lin Tianhao felt a mix of despair and determination. Fortunately, his attack speed was astonishing. 4 arrows every 2 seconds, easily dispatching a single twisted Treant. Furthermore, thanks to the electric leap, he needed only 3 arrows, or even 2, to eliminate the following Treants. Ding! You have reached level 7, earning 5 free attribute points. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianhao allocated all his free points to attack speed, elevating it from 13 to 2. 23. Snow Emperor, I am on my way. At this moment, Futu Shunzhan arrived belatedly, witnessing Lin Tianhao's terrifying monster-slaying speed. Snow Emperor, you have grown stronger. Lin Tianhao sent a party invitation. This time, the experience split was still 90-10, but Futu Shunzhan would receive the larger share. The ensuing time was dedicated to completing Futu Shunzhan's quest, after which he would prepare for the next steps. With the support of the 23 attack speed and the electric leap, Lin Tianhao elevated Futu Shunzhan's level to 10 in just 3 hours. Not only that, after hunting a significant number of elite twisted Treants, Lin Tianhao also procured the Treant set he had promised to Futu Shunzhan. Upon donning the Treant set and witnessing the transformation in his attributes, Fu Shunzhan was left utterly astounded. Snow Emperor, this set is simply extraordinary. Especially the effects of the two sets are simply extraordinary. I also possess 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, dropped by the Twisted Treant King, which, when worn, do not interfere with the set effects and can further enhance attributes. How much? Although the time spent with Lin Tianhao has been brief, Futudenshin has already discerned his nature. 50,000 for 1 piece. Futudenshin smirked slightly. Lin Tianhao was indeed asking a hefty price. At this stage, black iron equipment for 50,000 is acceptable. After a moment's hesitation, Futudenshin consented. It is only due to his financial abundance that he could even consider spending 100,000 on such transitional gear. No matter how excellent this set may be, it remains at level 10. Within a week, this equipment will surely become obsolete. Upon receiving the 100,000 transfer, a satisfied smile graced Lin Tianhao's face. A delightful collaboration. In the future, I should be able to produce more equipment, allowing for continued partnership. Chapter 9. Beware of your sister. Snow Emperor, wait a moment. As Lin Tianhao showed signs of going offline, Futudenshin quickly called out to him. Is there something else? Snow Emperor, I am the young heir of the Futudin Guild, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us, with an annual salary of 10 million. What do you say? Futudenshin held his own understanding of the game, recognizing that Lin Tianhao's skills surpassed all professional players he had encountered. With such talent, Lin Tianhao was indeed worth a 10 million salary, not to mention his remarkable attributes. Apologies, but I have already formed my own team. Lin Tianhao shook his head, expressing gratitude for the offer. Oh, I see. However, we could still become long-term partners. That sounds fine. Lin Tianhao nodded, but suddenly paused. You mentioned you are the young heir of the Futudin Guild? Yes, why do you ask? Since we are somewhat acquainted, allow me to give you a word of caution. Be wary of your sister. 3 months after the launch of the game Twilight of the Gods, news broke of a major upheaval within the Futudin group. The young heir had suffered a car accident due to brake failure, resulting in disability. 6 months later, it was revealed that the mastermind behind the brake sabotage was none other than the young heir's sister. Be wary of my sister? Futudenshin furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Just remember what I said. Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively. Their brief acquaintance warranted only this warning. As for Futudenshin's ultimate fate, it was of no concern to Lin Tianhao. This time, Lin Tianhao did not log off in the wilderness. Instead, he returned to the novice village before going offline, primarily due to having offended that assassin, necessitating caution. Being ambushed by an assassin while logging off in the wild would be unwise. After logging off, Lin Tianhao checked the time, 8 in the morning. Zhou Xiaopeng was still in the game. Lin Tianhao chose not to disturb him, opting instead to open the refrigerator and prepare breakfast. As a groundbreaking MMORPG, Twilight of the Gods possessed a remarkable feature. While in the game, one's body received ample rest, and even one's spirit could be rejuvenated. Later, some experts emerged to explain that this was akin to sleep within the game. However, this assertion was not entirely accurate. It was only discovered in the later stages of the game that leveling up and enhancing attributes, while not physically manifested in reality, could elevate one's spirit, thereby improving mental well-being. Pongzi, log off for a meal. Due to budget constraints, Lin Tianhao and his companions utilized standard gaming pods rather than advanced nutritional pods. It was said that the highest-grade nutritional pods, once prepared with nutrient solutions, could sustain a player for half a month without logging off, as the body's nutritional needs would be met. Zhou Xiaopeng had just logged off when he smiled at Lin Tianhao. Brother Hao, you were right. Going solo makes earning money quite easy. I managed to sell a level 7 piece of equipment for 12,000. There are truly many wealthy players in this game. Lin Tianhao merely smiled non-committally. It's not that there are too many wealthy players. Conversely, the number of affluent individual players is generally modest and not particularly numerous. It is the guilds, consortiums, and government that truly elevate the value of equipment and skill books. Recognizing the immense popularity of Twilight of the Gods, guilds foresee the potential for substantial profit in the future. After all, the gaming industry for traditional online games can reach hundreds of billions, while the industry for Twilight of the Gods is poised to scale into the trillions. The consortiums and government are undoubtedly aware of some intrinsic aspects of Twilight of the Gods, fully understanding the importance of becoming formidable within the game. Lin Tianhao comprehended the reason for Zhou Xiaopeng's formidable prowess in the early stages. His chosen class was a warrior. Upon exiting the novice village, he encountered Bard, who recited nonsensical poetry. Zhou Xiaopeng, in a display of grandeur, recited ancient verses from the Dragon Kingdom as esteemed ancestors before the Bard. This act not only failed to offend the Bard, but instead garnered Zhou Xiaopeng immense admiration, leading the Bard to express a desire to become his apprentice. The apprenticeship gift consisted of 3 passive skills for warriors. With these 3 skills, Zhou Xiaopeng would become exceptionally powerful in the later stages of the game. These 3 passive skills are double armor, double shield, and double strike. The effects of these skills are as follows. Double armor reflects a percentage of all damage taken back to the attacker. Double shield grants a shield based on a percentage of the user's health whenever a control skill is cast. Double strike allows each attack, including skills, equipment effects, and potion effects, to potentially trigger multiple effects. The capabilities of reflection, shielding, and damage make these skills remarkably versatile. Notably, all 3 are passive skills that can be triggered infinitely, and double shield and double strike can stack together. For instance, the warrior's charge skill, being a control skill, can activate double shield, while a successful double strike could yield multiple effects, thereby also enhancing the shield. Brother Hao, I am now level 9 and have acquired 3 passive skills. I will surely be able to obtain higher level equipment soon. Lin Tianhao nodded, saying, take your time. My sister's medical expenses have already been covered. Really? Zhou Xiaopeng asked. Yes. Lin Tianhao produced the payment receipt, stating, I was fortunate enough to defeat a boss. Wow. Brother Hao, are you the Snow Emperor? Lin Tianhao nodded and replied, let's eat. I will prepare a guide for the novice village for you later. There are numerous hidden rewards there. I see. Brother Hao, you are truly impressive. If Li Haitao were to discover your current achievements, he would surely regret it. As Lin Tianhao enjoyed his meal, he reminisced about the novice village guide. The hidden rewards in the novice village are tailored to suit each profession. Pongzi, go to the tavern in the novice village and purchase 2 bottles of the finest spirits to take to the blacksmith. Have him forge the most powerful weapon for a warrior. He will then provide you with a series of quests. The higher your completion rate, the more rewards you shall receive. Understood. Zhou Xiaopeng accepted without question, eager to proceed. After dinner, Lin Tianhao provided Zhou Xiaopeng with 2 guides tailored for monkeys and glasses. Pongzi, you should enter the game while I check on Qingqing. Let us go together. Zhou Xiaopeng did not enter the game alone, but accompanied Lin Tianhao to the hospital. Due to Lin Tianhao having already settled the payment, the hospital was in the process of arranging the surgery. In the ward, Lin Tianhao gazed at the unconscious Lin Qingqing, his expression softening significantly. Doctor, when will my sister's surgery commence? Lin Tianhao inquired. It is already being arranged. The surgery can take place this afternoon. You may sign here. The doctor replied. All right. Lin Tianhao nodded and signed the surgical confirmation form. After completing these matters, he returned to his rented apartment and entered the game. Chapter 10. Unveiling the Instance, the Twisted Jungle. Once more online, Lin Tianhao chose not to venture into the level 10 monster zone, but instead directed his steps towards the steep cliffs behind the novice village. Within the novice village, beyond the usual wild creatures, lay a concealed dungeon, its first clear rewards exceedingly generous. Upon arriving at this location, he found it devoid of monsters, and given its rugged cliffs, it was naturally unvisited by other players. In his previous life, it was only a week into the game that someone inadvertently activated this dungeon. The conditions for unlocking this instance were rather straightforward. One merely needed to defeat a treant residing in the vicinity. Among the numerous towering trees, one was indeed a treant, easily overlooked at a cursory glance. Found you. Disguised treant. Normal level 10. Health, 2,100, 2,100. Attack, 32. Skill, disguise. This feeble wild creature posed little threat. Lin Tianhao raised his hand to strike. Though he did not exploit any weaknesses, it took merely 3 arrows to vanquish the disguised treant. Ding! You have slain the disguised treant. Experience points 43. Ding! due to your defeat of the hidden monster in the novice village. The hidden dungeon, Twisted Jungle, is about to be unlocked. Ding! You are the first player to activate this dungeon. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to conceal your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwed for successfully unlocking the novice village's hidden dungeon, Twisted Jungle. The first player in the entire server to do so, awarded with 10 free attribute points, 10 gold coins, and 1 black iron equipment. May all players strive to follow suit. As the server-wide announcement resounded, the instance of the Twisted Jungle appeared to all players in the novice village. Lin Tianhao allocated all 10 free attribute points to his attack speed and then turned his gaze upon the awarded black iron weapon. Jungle Longbow, black iron. Equipment requirement, none. Class, Archer. Effect 1, attack power 65. Effect 2, health 500. Effect 3, lifesteal 2. Durability, 100. Lin Tianhao sighed, yet another unsatisfactory weapon. Attack speed, attack speed, attack speed. Could there not be a weapon that enhances attack speed? Truly a tragic fate. As Lin Tianhao examined his attributes, the players erupted in excitement, particularly those who had already departed the novice village, now filled with regret. Damn it, there's a dungeon in the novice village? If I had known sooner, I would never have left. Thankfully, I level up slowly. I can still grind a dungeon. First cleared dungeons must offer substantial rewards. Is anyone forming a party? The Dream Chasing Guild is recruiting formidable tanks. At this moment, Lin Tianhao had already arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The difficulty levels of the Twilight of the Gods dungeon are categorized into 4 tiers: easy, hard, nightmare, and hell. In the Twisted Jungle at level 10, the higher the difficulty of the initial completion, the more substantial the rewards. It is your turn, hell level. Ding! A prompt appears. It is not advisable to enter the hell level dungeon alone. Are you certain? Confirmed. Indeed, the hell level dungeon poses a significant challenge. Yet Lin Tianhao is unafraid. Fortune favors the bold. At present, his attributes do not quite permit soloing the hell level dungeon. However, Lin Tianhao possesses the elite skills from his previous life. Upon entering the dungeon, he immediately encounters a multitude of twisted trance ahead. Twisted Trance, Elite level 10. Health, 8,500. Attack, 129. Skills, Revive, Whip Spin, Thornbind. Although they are of the same elite class, their attributes far exceed those of the elite trance Lin Tianhao faced previously. Whoosh. Critical hit, minus 1812. Simultaneously, Thunder Leap strikes forth, inflicting damage upon the surrounding Twisted Trance. Minus 362. Minus 362. The damage output is remarkably high, with each of Lin Tianhao's arrows landing a critical hit, requiring only 5 arrows to fell a single trance. Moreover, with the Thunder Leap upgraded to 2 stars, the damage, area of effect, and number of targets struck have significantly increased. Ding! You have slain an elite Twisted Trance, earning 351 experience points. This experience is quite generous, as it comes from a superior kill and is a dungeon monster. Utilizing the extended range from his basic attacks, Lin Tianhao maintains a safe distance from the Twisted Trance, ensuring they cannot strike him. Particularly, the Thornbind skill can inflict a control effect that would severely hinder him if hit. Ding! You have leveled up to level 8, gaining 5 free attribute points. Upon leveling, he allocates all points to attack speed. At this point, he has successfully cleared the first stage of the dungeon. Passing through the luminous gate ahead, Lin Tianhao arrives at the second stage of the dungeon. Upon entry, dozens of Twisted Trance advance towards him. Furthermore, he spots 10 Trance leaders. Trance leader, elite level 10. Health, 35280. Attack, 412. Skills, Thornbind, Revive, Vine Spin, Frenzied Strike. Although it possesses an additional skill, its attributes vastly surpass those of the elite Twisted Trance. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao continues his unadorned assault, skillfully kiting the trance while striving to remain outside the attack range of their Thornbind. For this, he is truly grateful for the basic attack enhancement skill, which allows him to strike from a greater distance, providing ample opportunity to maneuver. However, his movement speed remains a critical weakness. Simultaneously, three Treant leaders unleash their Thorn Bind upon Lin Tianhao. -823, -821, -823. Enormous damage numbers appear, and he is ensnared. Lin Tianhao senses impending danger, and indeed, it proves to be true. The impending onslaught was relentless. -123, -421, -423. One by one, damage figures appeared, and Lin Tianhao remained ensnared in control. As new thorns ensnared him once more. In a mere 2 seconds, he lost over 13,000 points of health. The sole relief was that the wisdom of the Twisted Treants was limited. They executed whatever skills they possessed without strategy. Moreover, the Treants behind lacked the range to reach Lin Tianhao. Had it not been for this, he could have succumbed to their relentless control. Without a means to break free, the situation was dire. His movement speed was woefully inadequate. Lin Tianhao silently resolved to reposition himself the moment the control ceased, creating distance. Simultaneously, an arrow struck, interrupting a Treant leader midcast. Exhaling a breath of relief, he realized he had narrowly escaped peril. A mere level loss was trivial, but should others seize the opportunity for the dungeon's first completion, he would truly regret it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao was acutely focused. Previously, he aimed to inflict damage, but now, evasion was paramount. He had to disrupt the Treant leader's spells, necessitating a vigilant awareness of his surroundings. Chapter 11. Hellish Difficulty, the Hydra's Embrace. The skill known as Thorn Entanglement is not a formidable control ability, but rather a directional casting technique. In other words, it can be evaded through adept movement. Previously, Lin Tianhao suffered an attack primarily due to his carelessness, compounded by the simultaneous release of Thorn Entanglement by 3 Treant leaders, which effectively sealed his escape route. Now, Lin Tianhao is highly focused. The moment he observes the telltale motion of Thorn Entanglement, he adeptly positions himself to evade. Coupled with his substantial damage output and the harm inflicted by his lightning leaps, the number of distorted Treants is steadily diminishing. As the count of these Treants decreases, Lin Tianhao finds himself navigating the monster-slaying endeavor with remarkable ease. Ultimately, all the distorted Treants in this level have been vanquished. Ding! You have reached level 9, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. The rate of leveling up 1 level per stage is indeed astonishingly rapid. Moreover, with the enhancement of the resurrection skill, Lin Tianhao's health has fully replenished. At this moment, within the Floating Tower Club offline conference hall, a video is being projected on the large screen. It showcases Lin Tianhao soloing the distorted Treant King. A young man stands at the head of the conference room. You have all seen this video. Shunlang. As an archer, please share your insights. The Floating Tower's Shunlang immediately rises, remarking, the damage output is exceptionally high. However, it is his technique that is truly terrifying. Even if the damage were to diminish, his skill would enable him to solo this boss. Floating Tower's Madman interjects, Young Master. What do you wish to convey by showing us this video? Are you seeking our assistance in evaluating how much it would cost to recruit him? I previously offered a salary of 10 million a year, and he rejected it without a moment's hesitation. Shunlang furrows his brow. Such expertise is undoubtedly not that of an unknown individual. He may have commanded a salary of 10 million even during the era of PC gaming, if not more. After all, there was a legendary archer in the PC gaming realm whose annual salary exceeded 80 million. Given the current popularity of Dusk of the Gods, his skills, combined with his attributes, could justifiably warrant a salary of 100 million. Furthermore, considering the overall influence he would have on our guild and his ability to drive early game engagement, an annual salary could even range between 150 million to 200 million. Shunlang's assessment is astutely articulated. As the president of the Floating Tower Guild, his own salary is merely over 20 million. Yet, Lin Tianhao's skills have truly impressed him. All right, I understand now. Floating Towers, Shield Mountain nods. President Shenlong, please organize for the members still in the novice village to tackle the distorted Treant dungeon. Additionally, if feasible, Every player in the novice village should attempt to challenge the level 10 distorted trance. Xinlang nods in agreement. After saying this, Shield Mountain clears his throat. Also, allow me to show you my current attributes. With a hint of pride, he displays the properties of his trance set. Upon seeing the set attributes, Xinlang is taken aback in astonishment. The total health points have increased by 5,008, and both armor and magic resistance have risen significantly, along with the unique attributes of this gear. The floating pagoda Divine Wolf couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Young master, how much did you spend on this equipment? 400,000, and it will also take me to level 10. It was originally 300,000, but I added these 2 pieces of black iron gray gear. The floating pagoda Divine Wolf was taken aback. So inexpensive? Indeed, quite affordable. A level 10 elite grade piece of equipment is valued at around 20,000. These 13 pieces sold individually could fetch 40,000. The key, however, lies in the set bonus, and it also grants a boost to level 10. Did the Snow Emperor sell this to you? Yes. It seems he isn't short on funds. Otherwise, he could have sold it for a better price. The floating pagoda Divine Wolf instinctively felt that Lin Tianhao was so affluent he didn't care. Little did he know that Lin Tianhao was in urgent need of money and thus did not haggle. Moreover, 5 years later, when the cataclysm began, real currency would become virtually worthless. Twisted Jungle. Lin Tianhao entered the 3rd level. Here, there were 4 Twisted Treant Kings. Twisted Treant King, Black Iron Boss, level 10. Health points, 186, 800. Attack, 598. Skills, Summon Trance, Revive, Vine Bind, Thorn Shield, Vine Cage. Although the skills remained unchanged, their attributes had significantly improved, and there were 4 of them. Glancing at his current health points, Lin Tianhao immediately took action. Whoosh! Critical hit. Minus 1,685. As expected of the Black Iron Boss in a hellish difficulty dungeon, its defense was exceedingly high, such that even with the additional 300 attack power from Lin Tianhao's Thunderbow, the damage dealt during a critical hit was still modest. Currently, most of the damage was attributable to Lin Tianhao's Hand of Divine Punishment. Notably, the Vine Bind of the Twisted Treant King differed from the ordinary Trent's Entangle skill. It was a skill that approached a strong control effect, as the binding vines emerged directly from beneath the player's feet, making it difficult to react. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, he could interrupt the attacks of at most 2 Twisted Treant Kings simultaneously. However, he was now confronted with 4. The battle was about to commence. The 4 Twisted Treant Kings, possessing a degree of intelligence, began to encircle Lin Tianhao. Simultaneously, the Vine Cage skill was activated. Unfortunately, the casting of Vine Cage was the slowest and easiest to interrupt. Lin Tianhao easily disrupted the skill of the Twisted Treant King. However, the 4 Twisted Treant Kings simultaneously unleashed their skills, sealing off Lin Tianhao's escape route. Rather than retreating, Lin Tianhao advanced, which was precisely what he sought. Minus 598. Minus 597. Minus 598. Lin Tianhao pressed forward, entering the attack range of the Twisted Treant Kings. The 4 Twisted Treant Kings launched simultaneous basic attacks, inflicting over 2,000 damage on Lin Tianhao. Once the effects of the Twisted Treant King skills dissipated, he swiftly retreated to create distance while continuing to attack. As long as he is not ensnared by their binding vines, with Lin Tianhao's current health and the revival skill at his disposal, the probability of being instantly killed is exceedingly low. After a relentless series of attacks, the first Twisted Treant King finally fell. The remaining battles would prove significantly easier. Before long, all 3 Twisted Treant Kings lay defeated. The rewards for the instance in Twilight of the Gods are settled upon completion, prior to clearing it. Defeating wild monsters yields only experience points, rather than loot. This, in fact, spared Lin Tianhao the tedious task of looting corpses. He stepped forward into the 4th level, which marks the final stage of the Twisted Jungle instance. Upon entering, Lin Tianhao beheld a towering tree, over 100 meters high, its numerous vines swaying in the breeze. It appeared to be nothing more than a grand tree, yet it bore the name Hydra Cypress, bronze level 10. Health, 1, 528,001, 528,000. Attack, 1, 358. Skill, Withered Wood revives in spring. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. This boss possessed but a single skill. Chapter 12. The first encounter with the Hydra tree, a withered tree blossoms. Lin Tianhao was not one to underestimate an adversary simply because the boss possessed but a single skill. On the contrary, such foes often proved to be exceedingly formidable. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao struck first. Minus 785. There was no critical hit, yet the damage was still substantial. However, in the next instant, Lin Tianhao grasped the true terror of the Hydra tree. Minus 1,355. Minus 1,355. Two successive vines lashed against him, inflicting over 2,000 points of damage. This was utterly outrageous. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao discerned a troubling fact. The vines of the Hydra tree seemed to encompass the entirety of this level. In other words, evading its normal attacks through movement was an impossibility. This was rather vexing. The Hydra tree unleashed 2 vines for each attack, and with his health barely exceeding 30,000, he could withstand only a handful of strikes. While his mind churned with thoughts, Lin Tianhao's hands remained unceasing, relentlessly assaulting the Hydra tree. The vines lashed out once more, and Lin Tianhao promptly rolled to evade. He succeeded. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Just as he had anticipated, the vine attacks could indeed be dodged. Given that evasion was possible, vanquishing the Hydra tree was merely a matter of time. However, for the sake of safety, Lin Tianhao switched to the jungle longbow. The jungle longbow not only enhanced his health, but also provided lifesteal. Relying solely on the effects of his rejuvenation skill made it challenging to fully restore his health. Hence, lifesteal became paramount. After all, the Hydra tree's vines were numerous, each assault originating from a different appendage. Although he could evade with reflexes, achieving a perfect dodge was somewhat unrealistic, especially since his movement speed had not been augmented. 16. Lin Tianhao's health began to recover slowly as he sought the Hydra tree's weakness. Every creature harbors vulnerabilities. Striking at these weak points could significantly increase the chances of a critical hit. Even though his critical hit rate had plummeted to a mere 1% after changing weapons, precise strikes at the weak points could still yield consecutive critical hits. He had found it. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had been oblivious to the Hydra tree, as he had diligently focused on leveling up and farming gold, subsequently heading to the main city the following day. When this dungeon had opened later, others had attempted the hellish difficulty, yet no players in the novice village had succeeded. Moreover, as the game progressed, dungeons for levels 15 and 20 proliferated, leading players to lose interest in this novice village dungeon. Thus, this was Lin Tianhao's first encounter with the Hydra tree. Whoosh! Another arrow flew as Lin Tianhao continued to maneuver and evade, pushing his movements to the limit, even dodging normal attacks. He had found it. A spark of realization lit his eyes as he noticed 9 blood-red vines behind the Hydra tree, each adorned with a dark red head. One of these heads gazed at Lin Tianhao with a wicked grin. Whoosh! Critical hit. Minus 1,574. A vivid crimson critical hit manifested, igniting a sense of exhilaration within Lin Tianhao. He had identified the weakness. Thus, his forthcoming assaults would become significantly easier. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air was incessant, while the blood-red vines twisted and turned, evading his strikes. Yet, Lin Tianhao's wealth of experience rendered such evasive maneuvers mere trifles. Critical hit. Critical hit. Another critical hit. This was the astonishing aspect of targeting a weakness. Despite a mere 1% critical hit rate, he could still deliver considerable critical damage. A grin crept across Lin Tianhao's face. Not only did critical hits yield immense damage, but they also amplified his lifesteal. Having discovered the method to counter this foe, Lin Tianhao unleashed a barrage of arrows at a rate of 2 per second, depleting the Hydra Cypress's health. At last, its vitality plummeted to 10%, teetering on the brink of the kill zone. However, in the next instant, A green glow enveloped the Hydra cypress, astonishingly restoring its health to full. Lin Tianhao. He felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It was hardly his fault. What kind of divine skill was this? Such absurdity was unfathomable. This was a novice village, not a raid against a level 200 world boss. It was merely a level 10 bronze boss. How could this be justified? Despite the tempest of frustration swirling within him, Lin Tianhao resolved to press on with his assault. Armed with prior experience, he navigated the encounter with ease. 15 minutes later, ding! You have slain the bronze-level Hydra Cypress, gaining 280 experience points. Ding! You have completed the dungeon Twisted Jungle for the first time. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for completing the Twisted Jungle for the first time. We encourage all players to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for completing the Twisted Jungle for the first time. We encourage all players to strive for excellence. This unexpected server-wide announcement left many players still battling within the dungeon astounded. What the heck? It's a Shwedi again. Did he really solo the dungeon? How is that even possible? Soloing a boss. Soloing a dungeon. Could he have awakened some innate talent in the novice village? Perhaps he possesses a hidden class, even if it's just a talent. What kind of one-star talent could be this formidable? Numerous players engaged in fervent discussions, while many from guilds were left lamenting. The rewards for a first-time dungeon completion were indisputable. Ding! You have completed the hell-level Twisted Jungle for the first time. Rewards are being calculated. Ding! You have received the Black Iron level Trance Set 1. Ding! You have obtained the Skill Book 13. Ding! You have received the Trent's Heart 4. Ding! You have acquired Elite level Equipment 35. Ding! You have gained 350 gold coins. Ding! You have earned 50 free attribute points. Ding! You have received a Quest Scroll 1. A flurry of system notifications left Lin Tianhao dazzled. The rewards were extraordinary. The Black Iron level Trance Set, with the exception of the primary weapon, is accessible to all, particularly due to Lin Tianhao's unique achievement, which imposes no level restrictions for its use. However, this ensemble is best suited for a shield warrior, as its application appears somewhat incongruous in his hands. Among the 32 elite-grade pieces of equipment and 3 bronze-grade items, Lin Tianhao noted that they predominantly consisted of tank gear, which he donned with minimal benefit. His attention was captured by a skill book, igniting a spark of interest within him. He discovered a skill, Withered Wood Revives in Spring. Withered Wood Revives in Spring, passive skill 1 star. Effect: when your health drops to 10%, you will immediately restore 10% of your health. Cooldown: 24 hours. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 0-10. Proficiency is accrued through the sacrifice of skill books. Each book sacrificed yields 1 point of proficiency, while certain special skills may grant multiple points. Chapter 13. The leaderboard and equipment rankings. Lin Tianhao paused momentarily, realizing why the Hydra had only this singular skill. It was clear that the other abilities had been sacrificed. During this dungeon run, he had retained the skill Withered Wood, Reviving Spring, and remarkably, he still possessed 12 skill books, all of which had been dropped by the Twisted Trance, offering minimal assistance to Lin Tianhao. He decided to learn Withered Wood, Reviving Spring, and proceeded to sacrifice 10 skill books. Consequently, the skill was successfully upgraded to 2 stars. Withered Wood, Reviving Spring, passive skill 2 stars. Effect: when your health drops to 10%, you will instantly recover 20% of your health. Cooldown: 12 hours. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 0-100. Proficiency is calculated through the sacrifice of skill books. Each book's sacrifice grants 1 proficiency point, while certain special skills may yield multiple points. As Lin Tianhao had anticipated, with the upgrade to 1 star, the amount of health restored increased by 10%, and the cooldown was significantly reduced. This enhancement was indeed substantial. Moreover, with this skill, his survivability experienced a remarkable boost. Not only that, but the healing was based on a percentage of health. Even in the later stages of the game, this could undoubtedly be considered an extraordinary skill. Currently, Lin Tianhao's total health exceeded 30,000 points, meaning 20% equated to over 6,000 points. But what if his total health reached 300,000, 3 million, or even higher? He would still benefit from the percentage-based recovery. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Lin Tianhao glanced at his experience bar, noting that he was only halfway to level 10. If he so desired, he could level up within half an hour. However, Lin Tianhao sought more than mere advancement in levels. He opened the leaderboard, intending to observe the current rankings. First, Azura Emperor, level 11, 25. Second, Dream Chaser, level 10, 95. Third, I Don't Love Money, level 10, 91. Fourth, Divine Wolf, level 10, 90. Fifth, I Truly Have 20 centimeters, level 10, 88. The disparities on the leaderboard were not particularly pronounced. Lin Tianhao recognized most of these players. Among the top 5, 3 were high-ranking members of a guild, while the other 2 included a top-tier second-generation wealthy individual from Dragon Country, whose level had been bolstered by financial means. The intriguing aspect was that this individual possessed not only wealth, but also luck and a degree of skill, making him quite formidable. As for the 5th player, he was somewhat akin to Zhou Xiaopeng, having gained an early advantage due to fortuitous circumstances, allowing him to shine momentarily. However, as the game progressed, this initial edge gradually diminished, ultimately leading to his disappearance from the spotlight. In addition to the leaderboard, there existed an equipment ranking within the realm of Twilight of the Gods. Lin Tianhao accessed the equipment rankings. First, Golden Scepter, Gold Grade. Second, Thunderbow, Silver Grade. Third, Hydra Shield, Bronze Grade. Fourth, Hydra Pauldrons, Bronze Grade. Fifth, Hydra Cloak, Bronze Grade. Among the top 5, aside from the first place's Golden Staff, the rest all belong to Lin Tianhao. Indeed, it mirrors the circumstances of his previous life. Lin Tianhao contemplated silently. This Golden Staff is the Dream Pursuit's Snowy Mist, a summoning staff that possesses a singular effect, to summon 6 level 10 black iron bosses. In the early stages of the game, this is undeniably akin to a bug. A single level 10 black iron boss could dominate the arena, let alone 6. Speaking of which, Dream Pursuit's Snowy Mist is actually the owner of the Dream Pursuit Club he used to belong to. She is quite attractive, but unfortunately, she practices nepotism, with many high-ranking executives in the club being her relatives, which has led to a chaotic environment. However, none of this matters now. With his super god-level talent, Lin Tianhao is confident that he can surpass Dream Pursuit's Snowy Mist. With the 50 free attribute points awarded for first clearing the dungeon, Lin Tianhao allocated them all to attack speed, elevating it from 263 to 363. During this allocation, he contemplated whether to invest a few points into movement speed, but ultimately he decided against it. The attribute most compatible with his punishing hand remains the attack speed. As long as his attack speed is sufficiently rapid, he can stack his health points more effectively. Lastly, there is the quest scroll. Such scrolls are exceptionally precious, as the tasks within are not assigned by ordinary NPCs, but by the gods themselves. Completing these tasks could bestow divine blessings, the least of which would enhance attributes, while the best could grant permanent traits. As Lin Tianhao unfurled the scroll, he was taken aback by the task presented within. It detailed that beneath the novice village lies a sealed drought demon, and should it be unleashed, it would bring devastation upon the living. The task requirements are to slay all NPCs within the novice village and destroy the altar, ensuring that all adventurers from other realms can only respawn in the main city. Never to re-enter the novice village. Task penalty, none. Task reward, unknown. Upon reading this task, Lin Tianhao's expression darkened to an extreme. This task is utterly outrageous. In his previous life, he had encountered various bizarre tasks, but this one, to destroy the novice village? Is this truly a task, or is it a death wish? Previously, players had attempted to provoke NPCs, yet even a mere tavern attendant could inflict over 1,000 damage with a mere wave of their hand. As for the village chief and the blacksmith, their attributes would likely be even more absurd. Retracting the quest scroll, Lin Tianhao did not immediately accept the task. Although there were no penalties, he wished to deliberate further. Exiting the dungeon, he found a gathering of players at the entrance. They were in desperate need of a powerful healer. Anyone with ample healing capabilities, come quickly. With strong dual C, the archer and mage, in the party, their output would undoubtedly be sufficient. After all this time, aside from the Snow Emperor, is there truly no other player who has cleared the dungeon? I wish to acquire equipment. The foolish are abundant with wealth. Lin Tianhao cast a glance at these individuals, showing little concern. This is the novice village number 10086, where true gaming experts are scarce. Most likely, they have congregated in the more advanced novice villages. Departing from the dungeon, Lin Tianhao ventured in another direction. Based on his calculations, the quest assigned by the village chief to slay 10 bosses would yield increasingly bountiful rewards with higher levels. Within the novice village, there exists a particularly unique boss, the bard encountered by Zhou Xiaoping. It is said that his true form is that of a yellow weasel, who, due to fortunate circumstances, transformed into human shape. Yet, his essence remains unchanged. He seems to be scheming something within the novice village. The strategies from his previous life did not elaborate extensively on this, and Lin Tianhao only possessed a general understanding. At that moment, Lin Tianhao's gaze shifted slightly, and with a swift motion, he wielded his longbow, not to shoot an arrow, but as if it were a blade, slicing through the air behind him. Indeed, this attack may lack substantial lethality, yet it serves to neutralize an unexpected crisis. The sound of a sharp slice echoed through the air. Chapter 14. The Enraged Yellow Weasel. With a sharp clang, a dagger struck against Lin Tianhao's thunderbow, sending forth a shower of sparks. You again. Lin Tianhao frowned, recognizing the figure before him as the assassin who had previously attempted to seize his boss. Although the character's name was concealed, their appearance was not easily masked. The assassin remained silent, twisting the dagger 180 degrees before lunging at Lin Tianhao once more. Lin Tianhao leaned back, simultaneously donning his black, iron-level Tran armor. As soon as the armor was equipped, both his defenses were enhanced, and his health experienced a significant boost. Meanwhile, he executed a side roll, narrowly evading the assassin's strike. However, just as he escaped the onslaught, Lin Tianhao felt a jolt of surprise. The assassin had vanished. It was not a matter of stealth. Lin Tianhao sensed the assassin was directly behind him. Without hesitation, he turned around, yet he saw nothing. Had there been an observer, they would have noticed the assassin lurking just out of Lin Tianhao's sight, precisely in his blind spot. Shadow step? Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. Shadow step was not a skill, but rather a technique. It involved maneuvering to obscure one's presence from the enemy's line of sight, akin to hiding within the shadows. The name was aptly chosen. Upon hearing Lin Tianhao articulate the technique, the assassin displayed a hint of surprise. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Tianhao had already made his move. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the air. This time, Lin Tianhao did not turn. Instead, he drew back the longbow with his legs and loosed a shot in the opposite direction. The assassin possessed combat skills, but Lin Tianhao, as a reborn player, also wielded unique techniques of his own. His maneuver was audacious, and coupled with the assassin's momentary astonishment, the arrow struck true. Minus 1,352. The assassin fell to the ground, slain by a single arrow, though regrettably, no loot was dropped this time. That assassin has set his sights on me again, Lin Tianhao murmured to himself. He had initially thought their encounter was merely a trivial skirmish, but he had not anticipated the silent ambush that day. In the resurrection altar of the novice village, the shadow killer wore a grave expression. Quick reflexes, high damage, impressive combat skills, and knowledge of shadow step. Snow Emperor, no matter who you are, having killed me twice, I shall exact my revenge one day. Had Lin Tianhao heard these words, he would have retorted vehemently. The first instance had been provoked by the assassin's attempt to steal his boss, and this time, it was the assassin who initiated the attack. However, Lin Tianhao remained oblivious to these details. He had now located the village bard, who was attired appropriately, albeit sporting a rather comical mustache. Bard, level 15. Health. Attack. Skills. Note: This is a wandering bard lingering near the novice village. Perhaps you might glean unexpected benefits from him. This annotation has led many players to believe that the bard possesses a quest or is selling something of great value. However, this is not the case. He is merely a wise humanoid boss of modest rank, classified as Black Iron. Nonetheless, his array of skills is rather peculiar. Initially, he was bested by a coalition of several thousand players from the novice village. This time, Lin Tianhao intended to utilize him to reminisce about certain maneuvers from his previous life. Just as Lin Tianhao had previously remarked to the shield of floating pagoda, the act of kiting is merely the most fundamental technique for an archer. Previously, Lin Tianhao employed the thunder bow to block a rogue player's ambush in close combat, which was also a form of skill. He concealed himself behind a large tree and drew his bow. Once the energy arrow took form, he began to twist the bowstring, shaping it into a slender spiral. Remarkably, Lin Tianhao's aim was not directed at the bard, but rather to the left. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. Not far away, the stealthy assassin, Shadow+Kill, furrowed his brow, suspecting that Lin Tianhao was intent on slaying the bard, yet the arrow's trajectory seemed to miss. However, what transpired next left Shadow+Kill utterly astounded. The arrow Lin Tianhao released inexplicably curved mid-flight, ultimately striking the bard with pinpoint accuracy. Minus 925. A substantial damage figure materialized. The bard, caught off guard by the sudden assault, appeared bewildered, for Lin Tianhao remained concealed behind a tree, his presence entirely undetected. This was one of the archer's shooting techniques, the twisted string arrow method. By rotating the bowstring, the arrow could be sent spinning forth. With precise control over power and angle, one could achieve a curve in the arrow's flight. Furthermore, the arrow would rotate at high velocity in the air, granting it significant penetrating power upon impact, thus inflicting greater damage. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forth. Found you. Although the bard could not see Lin Tianhao's position, he discerned the direction from which the arrow was approaching. He leaped into the air, intent on charging toward Lin Tianhao. Whoosh! Yet while still airborne, the arrow struck him. The immense force generated by the twisted string arrow method propelled the bard backward by over a meter. Soon after, a second arrow, then a third. The relentless barrage of arrows, each imbued with tremendous impact, ensued. Shadow+Kill then witnessed a sight that left him utterly speechless. The bard was struck mid-air by Lin Tianhao, unable to descend. Just as the bard began to fall, Lin Tianhao unleashed another arrow, shattering his hopes and sending him reeling once more. The positioning of the arrows was so astute that, while repelling the bard, they also lifted him slightly higher into the air. This Shadow+Kill, an exceptionally composed assassin, found himself at a loss for words, utterly astounded by Lin Tianhao's remarkable display of skill. However, the formidable combat experience has made Shadow+Kill acutely aware that achieving Lin Tianhao's level of proficiency is an arduous and exceedingly challenging endeavor. This is because, at the moment the first arrow strikes the bard, one must already contemplate the trajectory of the third arrow. Failing to do so would render such a series of airborne assaults impossible. Moreover, within the realm of Ragnarok, an opponent launched into the air will endure successive damage. Typically, only warrior-class professions possess the ability to launch enemies into the air, subsequently chaining other skills to inflict cumulative damage. Yet, Lin Tianhao, an archer, has astonishingly dealt an extraordinary amount of consecutive damage. Roar! The bard bellowed in fury as his body rapidly expanded, transforming from a mere bard into a towering creature exceeding 3 meters in height, entirely cloaked in brown fur. A yellow weasel. Concurrently, the bard's attribute panel underwent a transformation. Enraged yellow weasel, Black Iron level 15. Health 1, 0, 12, 501, 253, 000. Attack 813. Skills: Yellow Mountain Illusion, Shadow, Shift, Invulnerability. Frenzy, Soul Absorption, Soul Control. Chapter 15. My lord, come and play with me. Lin Tianhao had never engaged in combat with this yellow weasel before, yet he was somewhat acquainted with its skills. The berserk body and rage abilities are commonplace among bosses, Nearly every boss in the main city possesses these two skills. The Berserk body renders one immune to all forms of crowd control, excluding curses and certain specialized suppression techniques. Rage entails sacrificing a portion of one's dual resistances in exchange for a significant boost in damage output. Some formidable bosses can achieve a tenfold increase in damage while in a state of rage. The illusion of Huangshan pertains to illusion-related skills, which are influenced by one's mental fortitude. A resilient spirit mitigates the effects of such skills. Soul extraction and soul control represent the truly grotesque skills of this yellow weasel. Soul extraction forcibly deprives the opponent of a portion of their soul, plunging the afflicted enemy into a weakened state that results in continuous health loss. The most outrageous aspect is that this health depletion persists for a full 24 hours. As long as this yellow weasel remains alive, the enemy will bleed out for 24 hours, and the only means of survival is to remain within a resurrection altar to leverage its restorative properties. As for soul control, it is even more absurd, offering a chance to dominate the souls of enemy units, thereby manipulating their combat actions. This control also lasts for 24 hours. Such abilities are utterly preposterous. Nevertheless, since Lin Tianhao had decided to act, his intent was to vanquish the yellow weasel. The weasel remained airborne and, without activating its berserk body, could not descend. Typically, bosses unleash both berserk and rage simultaneously when their health dwindles, followed by a desperate counterattack. However, this yellow weasel was different. It was a humanoid creature, generally exhibiting greater intelligence than ordinary wild bosses. Its level of cunning was comparable to that of an average adult. Early players of the game often regarded NPCs as mere simplistic AI, which had cost them dearly. Twilight of the Gods is far from a mere game. Berserk, as Lin Tianhao anticipated, when the yellow weasel's health dropped to 1 million, it unhesitatingly activated its berserk body. In this state, the repulsion effect of his feathered arrows became ineffective, and it landed, breaking free from control, just as it touched the ground. It raised its hand to unleash a skill against Lin Tianhao. However, it lowered its hand once more. The reason was simple. It lacked sufficient casting range. Most creatures, even bosses, have a casting range for their skills that is comparable to the attack range of archers. Due to the enhanced attack range from Lin Tianhao's skills, his ordinary attack distance exceeded that of a typical archer by 10%. This allowed Lin Tianhao to accurately gauge the casting distance, thereby limiting the weasel's attack range, forcing it to raise and then lower its hand in frustration. In fact, Lin Tianhao had employed such tactics during his time with the PC version of the game. Some master players were adept at manipulating attack distances to maximize their damage output. However, Lin Tianhao's movement speed remained a drawback, significantly lagging behind that of the yellow weasel. In merely 2 seconds, the yellow weasel had approached Lin Tianhao. Lin's gaze sharpened, for the weasel had already raised its hand, poised to unleash a skill. In its state of invincibility, Lin Tianhao was utterly incapable of interrupting the weasel's casting. The crux of the matter was that the soul absorption was a locking skill, impervious to evasion through mere movement. Not far away, Shadow Kill bore a smile, anticipating the moment of downfall. Yet, in the next instant, that smile froze upon his face. Lin Tianhao had swiftly switched to his main weapon, transforming it into a shield, thereby completing the entire black iron trance set. With the weapon change, Lin's resistance and health were significantly enhanced. Moreover, the attributes bestowed by the black iron trance set were even more outrageous than those of the elite trance set. It allowed for a recovery of 200 health points per second, and on top of that, it reflected 20% of the damage taken. Furthermore, there was a third set effect, granting an increase of 10% in resilience. The soul absorption skill, which inflicted a weakening effect, will be mitigated by this heightened resilience. A vivid red number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. -2,254. -102. -102. Following this was a forced loss of health. Lin Tianhao swapped out his main weapon and resumed his assault. Without the black iron set's main weapon, his health recovery dropped from 200 to 100 per second. Combined with Lin's rejuvenation skill, he could restore a total of 150 health points each second. Additionally, the black iron treant set itself possessed an inherent health recovery effect. Thus, his actual recovery amounted to 180 points per second, sufficiently countering the soul absorption skill. However, the weakening effect was indeed formidable. Lin's attack speed plummeted from 363 to 241, a reduction of nearly one-third. This was still attributed to his weapon switch. Observing the recovery numbers springing forth from Lin's body, Shadowkill found himself momentarily stunned. Recovering over 100 health points per second, Lin had scarcely lost a tenth of his health from the weasel's recent soul absorption attack. I shall assist you. Shadowkill seemed to have a sudden realization. No longer content to remain a mere spectator, and actively positioned himself behind the yellow weasel. With a powerful kick to its back, he leapt up, swiftly slitting its throat. Minus 215. Bleeding. Minus 25. Minus 25. Shadowkill's unexpected assault took Lin Tianhao by surprise. However, the weasel still had over 900,000 health points remaining. This action did not seem like an attempt to steal the boss. I will help you reduce its health to 10% and then withdraw. You need not worry about me claiming the boss, he assured Lin. Lin Tianhao, somewhat astonished, pondered whether this assassin player was intimidated by his previous display of strength. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. If this assassin was willing to draw aggro for him, the situation was likely secure. His invincibility was limited in duration, and although he had forgotten the exact length of the weasel's invincibility, he remained focused on the task at hand. As one of the bosses in the novice village, its robust physique is not excessively formidable. Upon being ambushed by an assassin player, the creature, infuriated, let out a thunderous roar and retaliated with a swift claw swipe. The assassin, seemingly prepared for this moment, leaned back just in time to narrowly evade the fierce strike. Seizing the opportunity, he even brandished his dagger, inflicting a shallow wound on the creature's wrist, dealing a modest damage of minus 121 without any bleeding effect. Lin Tianhao capitalized on this moment, unleashing a flurry of arrows. 3 arrows per second. Each arrow carried a substantial damage, as Lin Tianhao targeted the creature's critical weakness at the back of its head. Damn it! The creature roared in frustration, and in the next instant, an ethereal light erupted from its form. Suddenly, the creature before Lin Tianhao vanished, replaced by a stunning beauty adorned in a sheer gown, her figure curvaceous and her skin as fair as snow, with long, elegant legs. With every smile and frown, she exuded an enchanting allure, beckoning Lin Tianhao with a playful gesture. My dear, come and play with me. Chapter 16. Breaking the Illusion. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. It was evident without a doubt that this was an illusion. Of course, if one's mind lacks steadfastness, one could easily succumb to this deceptive realm. To break the illusion, one must adhere to their true self. In truth, there exists a rather simple method. Imagination. By conjuring the image of the elegant, long-legged beauty before him alongside that grotesque 3-meter-tall creature, covered in fur and bearing a menacing visage, he could perfectly rationalize the bizarre situation he faced. Once again, Lin Tianhao gazed at the enchanting beauty, involuntarily envisioning that creature posing mockingly before him. Ugh, he nearly retched at the thought. Merely contemplating it sent his stomach churning. It was utterly repulsive. The graceful beauty, witnessing his reaction, paused momentarily. Could it be that this fellow had a penchant for men? In an instant, the illusion shifted. A youthful figure leaned against Lin Tianhao, effortlessly playing basketball, his movements fluid and practiced, rising and falling with precision. Lin Tianhao felt as though that creature was humiliating him. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air, striking true. Minus 1,028. A colossal damage number materialized, shattering the illusion in its wake. Yet, Lin Tianhao was taken aback to discover that Shadowkill had already dispelled the illusion before him. He observed as Shadowkill glided seamlessly, nearly skimming the ground, and thrust a blade between the creature's legs. How the creature's legs snapped together, emitting a wretched cry. This attack, though not particularly potent, carried a significant degree of humiliation. Lin Tianhao recognized that Shadowkill was drawing aggro, aiming to prolong the creature's invulnerability period for his benefit. Just as anticipated, after howling in pain, The creature pivoted and gave chase to Shadow Kill. Whoosh! As it pursued Shadow Kill, Lin Tianhao unleashed a flurry of attacks. His speed reaching its zenith without hesitation. Each arrow struck the back of the creature's head, inflicting considerable critical damage. Roar! The creature bellowed in fury, aware that it had been toyed with. Observing the dwindling time of its invulnerability, it unhesitatingly activated its Berserker skill, dramatically increasing its velocity. Shadow Kill's responses were already swift. Yet the creature raised its hand, unleashing a soul-draining attack that instantaneously eliminated Shadow Kill. Lin Tianhao facepalmed. This marked the third demise of Shadow Kill that day. Twice at his own hands, and this third time, it was in a bid to save him. After slaying Shadow Kill, the creature turned its gaze upon Lin Tianhao, raising its hand to cast a control spell aimed directly at him. Lin Tianhao felt a chilling sensation seize his soul, a frigid aura beginning to invade his very essence. In the next moment, he sensed his control over his own body gradually slipping away. In this precarious moment, Lin Tianhao swiftly switched his equipment, exchanging the Thunderbow for a shield. If he could not withstand the impending assault, he risked being obliterated in an instant. Moreover, he feared the creature might use the control spell to compel him to harm himself. Thus, the shield was undoubtedly the optimal choice. As soon as it seized control of Lin Tianhao, the creature charged towards him with reckless abandon. With a swift strike, a powerful blow landed heavily upon Lin Tianhao's helmet. Critical hit, minus 1,512. A colossal damage number materialized, followed immediately by a torrential onslaught directed at Lin Tianhao. Whoosh! The yellow weasel's claw tore through Lin Tianhao's throat. Another formidable damage number emerged. Minus 1,626. Bleeding. Minus 300. Minus 300. This assault inflicted grievous bleeding damage upon Lin Tianhao. At this moment, he was exerting every effort to resist, striving to break free from his bindings. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao suffered a staggering loss of 20,000 health points before narrowly escaping the soul control technique. Upon freeing himself, Lin Tianhao delivered a sharp kick to the yellow weasel's knee, executing a backflip to evade its attack. String-twisting arrow technique. Whoosh! At this juncture, the yellow weasel's state of invulnerability had finally expired, and Lin Tianhao unleashed his formidable string-twisting arrow technique towards the weasel's throat. However, in its frenzied state, the yellow weasel's speed had significantly increased, allowing it to grasp Lin Tianhao's feathered arrow with its palm. Though surprised, Lin Tianhao maintained his composure. Arrows flew forth one after another. Without its invulnerability, the weasel was far more manageable for Lin Tianhao. He continuously released feathered arrows, employing the string-twisting technique. Initially, the weasel could withstand a couple of strikes, but as Lin Tianhao's angles became increasingly cunning, a slight miscalculation on the weasel's part caused it to be propelled backward by the sheer force of the impact. Now was the moment. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Tianhao's eyes as he released another arrow, hitting the yellow weasel's left leg. With its center of gravity destabilized, the weasel lurched forward. Almost instantly, Lin Tianhao's second arrow struck the weasel's brow, and under the dual force, the weasel momentarily floated in the air. This was precisely the effect he sought. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's gaze. Now that the weasel was airborne, the subsequent actions would be considerably easier. Devoid of invulnerability, the weasel was utterly unable to descend from Lin Tianhao's floating technique. Not far away, a player was approaching. He was currently live-streaming, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brothers, you should all be grinding in the twisted jungle. Have you heard about the bard over here? I speculate that this bard must possess some extraordinary quest. If I could complete it, perhaps I too could become as formidable as the illustrious Snow Emperor." As he spoke, Hu Gu, the Jiangcheng division brother, made his way toward Lin Tianhao. However, upon arriving, he was rendered speechless. What the heck, what the heck, what the heck? Because the live stream was directed at him, his viewers were left bewildered by his reaction. What had the streamer seen? Could it be that players were engaged in a real-life battle in the wilderness? One of our club's owners mentioned a desire to transition their business into the game, but it seems one would need their own shop or territory to do so. Otherwise, they would face penalties. The host urged us to take a look. Could it possibly be a beast? Who could be so barbaric? Brother Hu and Brother Jiang Chung gulped a few times before directing the live stream towards Lin Tianhao. The stream was momentarily enveloped in silence. After a brief pause, "Oh my, oh my, oh my," the chat was flooded with exclamations of disbelief. What did I just witness? That must be a boss, suspended in midair, unable to descend thanks to that archer. I recall that archers have hit detection. I play as an archer myself, and oftentimes my arrows stray off target. Yet this. My mother inquired why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. She came over and joined me in kneeling. The live stream erupted in excitement, for they had all witnessed Lin Tianhao employing the string-twisting technique to keep the yellow weasel suspended indefinitely in the air. Just as Brother Hu and Brother Jiang Chung were engrossed in the broadcast, the screen suddenly went dark, and he perished on the spot. Behind him, an assassin materialized. Chapter 17. The clubs compete for favor. Lin Tianhao had already noticed the scene unfolding beside him. However, he chose to remain silent, continuing his relentless assault on the enraged yellow ferret. After dispatching the streamer, Shadow Assassin did not resort to stealth, but instead stood at a distance, seemingly providing support for Lin Tianhao. 8 minutes later, ding! You have slain the hidden boss, the enraged yellow ferret in the novice village. Experience points 15495. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the enraged yellow ferret. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the enraged yellow ferret. This is a formal announcement, encouraging all players to strive for further excellence. What? Another first kill? What kind of boss is this enraged yellow ferret? Is it from the main city? I don't know. It seems there is no such boss in the novice village. Snow Emperor hasn't appeared on the level leaderboard. I checked the list of level 10 players, and Snow Emperor isn't there. He is still in the novice village. Countless players began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, Hugo from Jiangcheng, who had just resurrected, also heard the system prompt. He pulled out his streaming replay and was immediately taken aback. Is that Snow Emperor? Incredible. I have footage of him soloing the boss. With that thought, Hugo completely forgot about his own defeat. He quickly edited the video and uploaded it online. Title: Snow Emperor soloing hidden boss in novice village. Super exciting. As this video was posted on the forum of Dusk of the Gods, it immediately soared to the trending list. Most ordinary players merely watched for entertainment, as they could not discern the intricacies of Lin Tianhao as seemingly infinite floating technique. It was akin to an average person witnessing a nuclear explosion, merely observing the mushroom cloud without grasping the technical nuances involved. But in just 5 short minutes, this video had already found its way onto the large screens of analysis rooms in various clubs, prompting urgent meetings among numerous guilds and clubs. Dream Pursuit Club. An emergency meeting was convened offline by Dream Pursuit Snowy Mist. In the meeting room, 3 analysts, General Manager Li Haitao, and several experienced archers were present. Sister, I believe Snow Emperor must be employing some skill that allows him to continuously launch enemy units into the air. Li Haitao spoke first, as he was utterly oblivious to the nuances of the game and could not fathom the value of Lin Tianhao's technique. You don't understand anything. Dream Pursuit Snowy Mist retorted angrily, and at the company call me boss. The 3 analysts trembled slightly. The game Dusk of the Gods had only recently launched, and they had limited data. Boss, his bow-drawing technique is incorrect. If you look closely, his arrows are spinning rapidly in midair. He must be using some kind of combat technique. And what about you? Dream Pursuit Snowy Mist turned to the experienced archers. One individual solemnly remarked, Boss, this indeed showcases exceptional gaming skills. Previously, I encountered a hunter who employed a similar technique. He was capable of keeping a puppet suspended in midair. According to his explanation, it necessitates precise anticipation. When the first arrow is released, one must already consider the positions of the 3rd and even 4th arrows. Otherwise, a single miscalculation will disrupt the continuity of the levitation. Upon concluding the statement, the skilled archer sighed. Since the launch of the game, I envisioned that such techniques could be utilized within it, yet I never anticipated that someone would wield them with such proficiency. Hearing the archer's elucidation, Zhu Meng, Yin Xuan nodded in agreement, just as I had surmised. This game is a holographic virtual experience, allowing for the manifestation of numerous combat techniques from reality. In fact, due to attribute enhancements, some fighting techniques that are unattainable in reality might be executed within the game. Li Haitao seemed rather indifferent, stating, "Boss, no matter how formidable he is merely at level 9. Compared to you, he falls significantly short." Zhu Meng, Yin Shui cast a cold glance at Li Haitao before turning her attention to the group of archers. If we were to train in this technique, how long would it take? The group fell silent, and after a considerable pause, the previously analytical gamer responded, with deliberate practice, around 5 years. What? Zhu Meng, Yin Shui was taken aback. 5 years? Boss, archery heavily relies on talent. If one possesses extraordinary aptitude, it might be possible to achieve proficiency in 3 months. But such individuals are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, to master continuous aerial attacks on a boss like Shui Di, we might not even achieve it in 10 years. Zhu Meng Yin Shui maintained a composed demeanor. All right, understood. Having said this, she re-entered the game. It wasn't only the Zhu Meng Club. Across Longhua, various clubs were diligently analyzing this video. Ultimately, they arrived at a rather alarming conclusion. Lin Tianhao's maneuvers were absurdly extraordinary, utterly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. A server-wide announcement echoed. The Zhu Meng Club cordially invites Shui Di to join, with an annual salary of 100 million. Other benefits are negotiable. The announcement reverberated throughout the server, akin to a public proclamation, as everyone could hear it. Since Lin Tianhao had disabled friend requests and private messages from non-friends, the only means to reach him seemingly lay in the server-wide announcements. However, currently, a server-wide announcement costs 10 gold coins. Although Lin Tianhao possessed a significant amount of gold, how many could replicate his extraordinary approach? Yet, just as the Zhu Meng Club's announcement faded, another server-wide announcement resonated. The Azura Guild cordially invites Shui Di to join, offering an annual salary of 101 million, entry as vice president, with other benefits negotiable. The entire server's announcement. The Mad Warrior Guild sincerely invites Snow Emperor to join, offering an annual salary of 110 million, with immediate promotion to vice president, alongside a luxurious villa as a gift. Further benefits are negotiable. The incessant server announcements sent ripples of excitement throughout the online community. Goodness, did I hear that correctly? An initial annual salary of 110 million. Is this even real currency? It must be some sort of phantom money. I am utterly astonished. How could a level 9 player command such attention from major clubs? Is there not a fear that this is merely a fleeting moment, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog? Those who lack understanding should refrain from speaking nonsense. The unparalleled aerial maneuvers of the esteemed Snow Emperor are feats that even some may take a decade to replicate. The clubs are not foolish. Their willingness to offer such a price undoubtedly reflects the true value of Snow Emperor. Countless individuals were left in utter shock. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao was preoccupied with examining the corpses for rewards. Chapter 18. Special Operations Team. Shadow Kill. Ding, you have acquired 45 skill books. Ding, you have received 65 pieces of equipment. Ding, you have gained 500 gold coins. Ding, you have achieved a hidden boss's first kill, earning 10 free attribute points. Ding, you have obtained 1 quest scroll. Ding, you have acquired 1 mysterious key. Lin Tianhao smiled. These rewards were truly delightful. This yellow-skinned creature was once a bard, possessing a wealth of valuable items. With a cursory glance at the creature's equipment and skill books, it seemed there were indeed a few he could learn. However, the options were limited. Out of the 45 skill books, Lin Tianhao selected 3 that were suitable for his class. 1 book enhanced attack power, which was a minimal benefit. The second increased movement speed, a boon for Lin Tianhao, whose current weakness was indeed his lack of speed. Swift Run, Level 1. Effect. Upon activation, your movement speed increases by 0.5 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Cost, 10 MP proficiency, 0-100. The proficiency system required using the skill to incrementally improve it. An increase of 0.5 in movement speed seemed rather trivial for Lin Tianhao, especially since it was a fixed enhancement rather than a percentage increase. In other words, learning this skill would offer little assistance and could potentially distract him. In a previous online game, there was a character capable of learning hundreds of skills, leaving players bewildered as to how to configure them and which skills were most appropriate in various situations. Thus, Lin Tianhao decided to retain this skill without immediately learning it. As for the third skill suitable for him, Invincible Body, Level 1. Effect: you will enter an invincible state for 0.5 seconds. Cool down, 24 hours. Cost, 100 MP. Proficiency, 0.10. This was undoubtedly a miraculous skill. Despite the brief invincibility, its duration could certainly be extended with subsequent levels. However, the substantial cost of 100 MP posed a dilemma for Lin Tianhao, as his total mana was merely 50 points. In other words, even if he learned this skill, he would be unable to utilize it. What antillas holandesas absurd predicament? Would he dare to allocate his free attribute points to increase his mana? To be honest, Lin Tianhao was reluctant to do so. He could justify using them to enhance his movement speed, but investing in mana felt somewhat misplaced. In the early stages of the game, mana was a common struggle for many players, particularly mages, who heavily relied on skills and thus had a high demand for magical power and mana. While mages often had equipment that augmented their mana and magical strength, archers primarily focused on boosting attributes like attack power, movement speed, attack speed, and lifesteal, with very few items available to enhance mana. Having just dispatched the Yellow Weasel, Lin Tianhao gained 10 points in free attributes, yet he did not allocate them directly to his attack speed. With a current attack speed of 363, it sufficed for the time being. His primary weakness lay in his movement speed, and he also found himself in dire need of mana. Even though he could not yet utilize the skill Invincible Body, he could at least work on increasing his proficiency. However, the lack of mana hindered even that endeavor. After a brief moment of indecision, Lin Tianhao allocated all his attribute points to mana. Both attack speed and movement speed could be enhanced later, but increasing his mana was essential, not only for the use of Invincible Body, but also for future skills that would consume MP. Thus, he invested all 10 free attribute points into mana, raising it to 100. Subsequently, without hesitation, Lin Tianhao activated Invincible Body, earning a slight increase in proficiency. At the same time, his gaze fell upon a nearby assassin player. At that moment, Ying Sha stepped forward. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ying Sha, an external member of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department." Lin Tianhao was taken aback. Ying Sha, this was a renowned god-tier assassin from his past life. Indeed, he was a gifted assassin of exceptional talent, hailing from a special division within the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. Rumored to have been a notorious mercenary, he had endured countless battles before being recruited, rising through the ranks with a wealth of combat skills and, leveraging his godly talents, became one of the strongest assassins. He had the potential to be the ultimate assassin, but alas, he had been bestowed with a holy grade hidden profession, limiting his potential. Had his hidden profession also been god tier, combined with his skills, he could undoubtedly have become the strongest assassin. "What is it?" Lin Tianhao inquired calmly. Ying Sha, with grave seriousness, asked, "Shuedi, our War Department seeks to establish a special operations team within the game and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join." Lin Tianhao was aware of this special operations team. In his previous life, when the Great Catastrophe struck, it became the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom's resistance against the Elite Star system. It was precisely due to the existence of this team that Lin Tianhao and many others of considerable strength could lead relatively stable lives. "I need to think it over," Lin Tianhao replied, not outright refusing the offer. He held a favorable view of the special operations team. Yet if he were to join, it would have to be as part of the management or even at the helm. Otherwise, he had no intention of entering the team. "Aren't you going to inquire about the benefits?" Ying Sha assumed Lin Tianhao was declining and could not help but ask again. Lin Tianhao smiled and shook his head. "No need. I have matters to attend to, and now is not the time for negotiations." He had not yet revealed much of his capabilities, perhaps enough to garner some attention. However, To truly gain control within the War Department, he needed far more. Very well. I can tell you that the benefits of the Special Operations Team far surpass those of clubs and guilds. Lin Tianhao waved his hand to signify his understanding. Sha turned to leave, but Lin Tianhao called out to him. Wait. Sha, taken aback, turned around and asked, what? Change your mind? Lin Tianhao shook his head. I understood your intention to seize the boss. After all, while bosses are meant to be contested. However, your subsequent desire to kill me is where you went astray. Sha's gaze sharpened. What do you intend to do? Nothing much, merely offering you a complimentary return to the village. With a swift motion, Lin Tianhao released an arrow. Sha instinctively raised his hand to retaliate, but upon seeing the approaching arrow, he ultimately lowered his dagger, succumbing to Lin Tianhao's 2 arrows. In his final moments, he remarked, now we are even, right? Lin Tianhao offered no reply. After vanquishing Sha, he produced the quest scroll obtained from the Yellow Weasel. This new scroll was intriguing. In ancient times, the son of the Yellow Emperor perished and became the Drought Demon. He fought valiantly for the Yellow Emperor against Qiyu, only to be sealed beneath the novice village by Qiyu. The quest demanded, release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. The consequences for failure, all future fire attribute attacks would inflict double damage. The reward for completion, unknown. This quest stood in direct opposition to the scroll from the Hydra he had previously defeated. One aimed to destroy the novice village to prevent the Drought Demon's emergence, while this scroll sought to liberate him. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao discovered a loophole. The quest scroll dropped by Hydra did not explicitly state the need to seal the Drought Demon or reinforce its seal. The requirements were to eliminate novice village NPCs and destroy the resurrection altar. Thus, the current quest to release the Drought Demon posed no conflict. In other words, Lin Tianhao could fulfill both quests simultaneously. Chapter 19, The Smith's Quest. However, both of these tasks are quite absurd on their own. Moreover, given Lin Tianhao's comprehension of the game, it is highly probable that there exists a third quest scroll. The requirements for this third scroll are likely to involve slaying the Drought Demon. Should this be the case, he could simultaneously undertake 3 quests. First, to annihilate the novice village. Next, to unleash the Drought Demon. And finally, to vanquish it. Of course, this third task is merely Lin Tianhao's conjecture. As it stands, regardless of which quest it may be, Lin Tianhao is incapable of completing any of them. Thus, he has decided to refrain from accepting them for the time being, planning to first fulfill the Old Village Chief's promotion quest. He has already hunted 3 of the 10 bosses in the novice village: the Hydra, the Twisted Treant King, and a Yellow Weasel. Therefore, the next step is to hunt additional bosses. Creatures ranging from levels 3 to 10 possessed bosses. If Lin Tianhao were to pursue them, he could potentially hunt down 6 more. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of targeting higher-level bosses, he intends to avoid farming the lesser ones. He aims to seek out other hidden bosses within a novice village, but given his current attributes, his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he needs to elevate his level to 10. He also plans to enhance his talent, the Hand of Divine Punishment, to 3 stars. Presently, he is not far from achieving level 10, yet he still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching 3 stars with the Hand of Divine Punishment. 100,000 basic attacks will require a significant investment of time. He returns to the respawn point of the level 10 Twisted Treants, where he finds no players around. The training grounds for level 9 players do not include this area, as most players who have reached level 10 are busy attempting dungeons. Whoosh! A feathered arrow pierces the air, delivering a critical hit. Minus 2,288. An enormous damage number appears. This ordinary Twisted Treant collapses before Lin Tianhao's single basic attack. The lightning jump is triggered, drawing in over 10 Twisted Treants. Unsurprisingly, one arrow takes down one Treant, and the summoned foes are swiftly dispatched. This rapid monster farming speed might suffice for an ordinary player, but for Lin Tianhao, it proves somewhat inadequate. The reason is simple. He needs to accumulate his health cap through basic attacks. With one arrow resulting in an instant kill, he is unable to land several additional strikes. After farming the Twisted Treants for over 10 minutes, Lin Tianhao's health has barely increased. However, his experience points have met the requirements for leveling up. Ding! You have reached level 10. You gain 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have achieved the level necessary to leave the novice village and may accept the quest to exit from the old village chief. Lin Tianhao pays no heed to this exit quest. He allocates all 5 of his free attribute points to movement speed. With sufficient speed, it becomes easier to kite wild monsters. If he is to undertake the quest of hunting NPCs in the novice village later, enhanced movement speed will prove essential. With the addition of 5 attribute points, Lin Tianhao's movement speed has increased by a mere 0.5, an insignificant enhancement. Now, he must contemplate the hunt for the 4th boss. Moreover, Lin Tianhao has devised a plan. The hidden bosses in the novice village are not limited to the bard alone. This forthcoming endeavor holds the potential to eliminate the remaining 7 bosses in one fell swoop, thereby fulfilling the elder villager's quest. This endeavor is none other than the contest for village leadership. For quite some time, Blacksmith Wang has coveted the position of village chief. In his quest to usurp the elder villager, he has been diligently working behind the scenes to rally players in the novice village. Lin Tianhao has instructed the portly Zhou Xiaoping to undertake tasks at the blacksmith shop, which includes aligning with the blacksmith's ambitions. The final task at the blacksmith shop involves aiding Blacksmith Wang in defeating the elder villager. Supporting the emergence of a new village chief will yield substantial rewards. It is precisely this task that has illuminated the feasibility of Lin Tianhao's goal to dismantle the novice village. Whether aiding the elder villager in vanquishing Blacksmith Wang's faction or assisting Blacksmith Wang in overthrowing the elder villager supporters, a significant upheaval looms over the novice village, resulting in a reduction of NPCs. Especially intriguing would be a scenario where both factions suffer mutual destruction, allowing Lin Tianhao to reap the benefits as a bystander. However, he has accepted the elder villager's subsequent quest to eliminate 10 bosses. To see this task through, it appears that only Blacksmith Wang's demise is necessary. Yet, before proceeding, he must first secure some benefits from Blacksmith Wang. Upon returning to the novice village, Lin Tianhao first visits the tavern, purchasing 2 bottles of the finest spirits before heading to the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing the bottles in Lin Tianhao's hands, Blacksmith Wang inquired with a smile, "Adventurer, what brings you here?" Lin Tianhao placed the 2 bottles of spirits before Blacksmith Wang. "I have heard that you are the most formidable blacksmith in the land, and I wish to commission you to forge the strongest weapon known to man." Flattered by Lin Tianhao's praise, Blacksmith Wang became a bit giddy. Modesty is key. No need to vocalize it. As he spoke, Blacksmith Wang discreetly stowed away the 2 bottles of spirits. Crafting a weapon undoubtedly requires funds. The creation of the mightiest weapon hinges on the amount of gold one provides. Lin Tianhao tossed all his gold coins onto the table before Blacksmith Wang. "Is this sufficient?" Blacksmith Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. In all his years of blacksmithing in the novice village, he had never encountered such a sum of gold. "This is more than enough. However, mere gold is insufficient. I also require 10 pieces of bronze-level equipment, 50 pieces of black iron-level equipment, and 200 pieces of elite-level equipment as raw materials." Ding! Blacksmith Wang has issued you a quest. Quest requirements: 10 pieces of bronze-level equipment, 50 pieces of black iron-level equipment, and 200 pieces of elite-level equipment. Quest penalty: your gold coins and spirits will not be refunded. Quest reward: you will receive a golden longbow with no equipping requirements. Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled with surprise. Initially, he had anticipated only a silver level, but to his astonishment, it was indeed of golden quality, a remarkable discovery. "Very well, I shall hasten to gather these items," he declared. For other players, amassing such a plethora of equipment would be akin to scaling the heavens. Yet for Lin Tianhao, it merely required a few additional runs at the hellish difficulty of the Twisted Trant. Having accepted the quest, he set forth once more to the Twisted Jungle. Without a trace of hesitation, he selected the hellish difficulty and embarked on his solo adventure. 2.5 hours later, Lin Tianhao beheld the treasures within his backpack, a contented smile gracing his face. The task from Blacksmith Wang was accomplished, a golden tier weapon. Moreover, it was rumored that this weapon was of custom quality. With this custom weapon, which bore no specific requirements for use, Alongside his talent for divine punishment, his forthcoming rate of advancement could only be described as terrifying. Blacksmith Wang, I have gathered everything you required, Lin Tianhao announced as he returned to the smithy. Chapter 20, Opposing Tasks. Wang the blacksmith was taken aback. He cast a profound glance at Lin Tianhao, revealing a contemplative expression. Very well, hand over the items to me, and you may retrieve your weapons in 10 hours. Lin Tianhao presented all the required equipment for the task to Wang the blacksmith. Ding! You have completed Wang the blacksmith's task. Experience points 9085. However, since you have not yet left the novice village, you are unable to gain experience points. They will be forfeited. Lin Tianhao felt indifferent, for he was already aware of this from his previous life. Adventurer, I perceive your extraordinary talent. If you can procure 3 more items, I may assist you in elevating your golden tier weapon to platinum tier. Lin Tianhao was astounded. A golden tier weapon was already a significant advantage over current players, let alone a platinum tier one. However, he surmised what the ensuing task might entail. What items are you referring to? Lin Tianhao inquired. My apprentice, El Fusi, has pilfered a precious, or I have dispatched 2 other apprentices to pursue him. If you can aid them in recovering the, or I shall use it to forge your weapon. Ding! Wang the blacksmith has issued you a quest. Retrieve the stolen Ice Flame Magic Oregon. Quest requirements. Retrieve the Ice Flame Magic or during the confrontation with El Fusi, deplete over 20% of his health. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the clash between Wang the blacksmith and the village elder had commenced. This so-called apprentice's betrayal was, in fact, a setup orchestrated by the village elder, who had placed an agent beside Wang the blacksmith. Upon discovery, El Fusi had absconded with the ore. On the surface, Wang the blacksmith and the village elder had yet to sever ties. Thus, El Fusi could only flee to the wilderness. Should other players be fortunate, they might receive a quest from the village elder to protect El Fusi. Very well, Wang the blacksmith. I shall do my utmost. Do you know where El Fusi is? My 2 apprentices have pursued him into the eastern mine. That rat must be hiding in some corner of the cave. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, contemplating the eastern mine. It appeared to be the territory of level 8 stone beetles. In his previous life, he had not heard of any strategies pertaining to this stone beetle mine. Perhaps there were some, but they had simply not been disclosed. The hidden maps of Twilight of the Gods, concealed bosses, secret realms, and caves were just a few of the many intricacies. Although Lin Tianhao was aware of some, it was merely a fraction of the whole. After all, most individuals guarded their fortunes closely, reluctant to share their strategies. The strategies Lin Tianhao knew were primarily released by guilds or government factions after they had extracted their profits. Otherwise, they were akin to the Yellow Weasel or the Twisted Trant. Once activated, they would trigger a server-wide announcement, leading to the discovery of the strategy's origin. Very well, I shall now head to the mine to search for El Fusi. Upon exiting the novice village, Lin Tianhao made his way toward the mine. Just then, a server-wide announcement echoed throughout. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Dream Chaser for achieving the first kill of the Water Arrow Turtle King. This announcement serves as a motivation for all players to strive for further accomplishments. Just as the news of Dream Chaser's first kill has been disseminated, yet another server announcement emerges. Congratulations to the player Blade of Frenzy for being the first to acquire a hidden profession. This announcement aims to encourage all players to continue their efforts. Sighing, Lin Tianhao reflected that certain events from his previous life remain unchanged. Blade of Frenzy has swiftly attained the hidden profession once again, which is rather unfortunate. Despite Blade of Frenzy's commendable talent and adept understanding of the game, his hasty choice of profession ultimately led to his mediocrity in the later stages of the game. In the novice village, a deserted mine has become the dwelling of stone beetles due to years of neglect. Upon arrival, Lin Tianhao observed dozens of stone beetles roaming outside the mine. Stone beetle, common level 8. Health, 1,200 to 1,200. Attack, 52. Skills, armor break, stone shield. These 2 rather straightforward abilities have proven to be quite troublesome for many ordinary players. The armor break skill reduces the durability of weapons, presenting a significant challenge in the early game when weapons are scarce. With a swift arrow, Lin Tianhao eliminated a stone beetle in an instant. After completing his grind in the Twisted Forest and gathering equipment, his health had exceeded 50,000. Coupled with the additional health from the Black Iron Trance set, his total health now surpassed 60,000. Even without considering the attack power of the Thunderbow, the genuine damage derived from his health alone was sufficient to vanquish the stone beetles. Within 20 seconds, Lin Tianhao dispatched all the stone beetles, ignoring the new spawns as he ventured into the mine. According to his calculations, there should be 3 NPCs within the mine, possibly more. Is it you? A voice of astonishment echoed as he entered. Lin Tianhao turned, surprised to see the speaker, a rogue player named Shadowkill. What's this? Here, to farm monsters? Lin Tianhao inquired, noting that Shadowkill had recently suffered a decline in levels and was now only at level 5. However, with his attributes and combat skills, he could easily tackle the level 8 stone beetles. No, I accepted a quest, Shadowkill replied. From the old village chief? Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. Did the old village chief send you to assist Elvis? Shadowkill appeared, taken aback. You've accepted this quest too? No, I took the opposite quest. But what is yours? Lin Tianhao asked. My task is to procure the Ice Flame magic or from Elvos and return it. If feasible, I am to assist Elvos in vanquishing the 2 NPCs pursuing him. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. My mission is to aid those 2 NPCs in eliminating Elvos and subsequently reclaim the Ice Flame magic Oregon. Upon hearing this, Shadowkill appeared somewhat taken aback. An opposing quest? Such player versus player tasks were quite rare in previous games. Indeed, it is an opposing quest. However, I believe there exists a more harmonious solution. Lin Tianhao had a notion stirring in his mind. What harmonious solution might that be? We could eliminate the 3 NPCs together, Lin Tianhao remarked with a grin. Shadowkill was astonished by this suggestion. Wouldn't that be overly audacious? As long as we execute it with precision, it is entirely feasible. Moreover, we are not facing 2 against 3. We will first assist Elvos in dispatching the 2 NPCs and then turn our attention to Elvos himself. Chapter 21. Elvis. Ingsha was taken aback, for Lin Tianhao's notion was undeniably audacious. However, having witnessed Lin Tianhao's prowess, Ingsha recognized that the method he proposed was entirely feasible. Very well, let's first seek out Elvis. Lin Tianhao sent a team invitation to Ingsha. I shall guide you in leveling up. The experience points allocation remained at a ratio of 90-10, for there was no alternative. 90-10 was the maximum achievable. Subsequently, Lin Tianhao began to eliminate monsters with remarkable speed, 1 arrow for each stone beetle. Moreover, due to the effects of Lightning Leap, some stone beetles perished even before Lin Tianhao had the chance to strike. Despite the experience penalty incurred from escorting a lower-level player, his monster-slaying velocity was simply too rapid to be hindered. In merely 10 minutes, Ingsha ascended to level 6. After another 15 minutes, he reached level 7. Remarkably, within the next 10 minutes, he attained level 8, as Lin Tianhao had progressed to slaying elite stone beetles, which naturally yielded greater experience points. Xuidi, your damage output is the most outrageous I have ever witnessed. Have you awakened a talent? Indeed, Lin Tianhao nodded. Ingsha, understanding the boundaries, refrained from inquiring further about Lin Tianhao's talent, for such matters were personal secrets. Even in his rebirth, Lin Tianhao was only vaguely aware of many talents possessed by others, knowing their levels but remaining ignorant of their specific effects. For instance, he knew that Ingsha possessed a divine-level talent, yet the attributes of that talent remained a mystery to him. At that moment, both Lin Tianhao and Ingsha heard a voice of reproach emanating from the depths of the cave. Elvis, you ungrateful wretch, your master has treated you with such kindness, yet you dare to pilfer his, or... Cautiously, Lin Tianhao and Ingsha approached. Ahead, Lin Tianhao discerned 3 NPCs. Elvis was a somewhat diminutive young man, while the other 2 were robust, muscular figures. Elvis, level 10, health, attack, skills. Note, he was originally an informant placed by the old village chief beside the blacksmith, bearing valuable items. Apart from Elvis, The attributes of the other two NPCs were similarly ambiguous, with health, attack, and skills all marked with question marks. Their description, however, indicated they were apprentices of the blacksmith, and aiding them could yield unexpected benefits. Had he been an ordinary player, Lin Tianhao would undoubtedly have opted to assist the two NPCs. Yet he chose to wait, harboring a plan while remaining observant for any emerging plot developments. In the realm of Ragnarok, one must not regard it as a mere game. It must be treated as a parallel world, with NPCs perceived as beings of flesh and blood. Only in this manner could one reap greater rewards. Yingsha lingered by Lin Tianhao's side, maintaining a respectful distance and remaining silent. Wang the blacksmith harbors ambitions as wild as a wolf. And as a humble villager from the novice village, I shall surely inform the village chief of his nefarious intentions, urging him to put an end to Wang the blacksmith. Although Elvis's physique is diminutive, his gaze is remarkably resolute. He intends to utilize the ice flame magic or to unleash a boss that transcends the limits of the novice village, which would undoubtedly lead to devastation for our community. Upon hearing this, Wang the blacksmith's two apprentices snorted in disdain, asserting that it is not for you to dictate how master should act. The old village chief is incompetent. Our master is the rightful candidate for leadership. The dispute escalated between the two parties. Indeed, Wang the blacksmith is deceiving himself. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted subtly. He realized that Wang the blacksmith's intention in obtaining the ice flame magic was not for the enhancement of his weapon, but rather to summon some formidable boss. What other hidden bosses could exist in this novice village? Could it be the drought demon? Lin Tianhao had little time for contemplation, as Elvis had already engaged in combat with Wang the blacksmith's two apprentices. All three were evenly matched in strength, yet due to the disparity in numbers, Elvis quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Whoosh! The feathered arrow sliced through the air. Lin Tianhao had taken action. His arrow soared through the sky, striking Wang San's head with precision. Minus 2,512. A colossal critical damage number appeared. Simultaneously, a massive damage figure appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Minus 1,256. Reflective damage. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. He realized that his current lifesteal was insufficient to withstand such a creature with reflective damage. After all, the opponent was a level 10 boss, whose attributes could hardly be inferior to that of the Twisted Treant King, if not superior. Caught off guard, Wang San's cold gaze turned towards him. Adventurers? You must be sent by the old village chief to assist the traitor Elvis. If that is the case, then you shall all perish. As the words fell, Wang San raised his great sword and brought it crashing down. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao, quick-witted, released an arrow that interrupted Wang San's attack. However, the 50% reflective damage effect made Lin Tianhao's scalp tingle with apprehension. This reflective damage is exceedingly formidable in the early stages of the game. Lin Tianhao's current gear also has a reflective damage effect, but it is merely 10%. The disparity between the two is glaring. Shadow Assassin was also aware of the opponent's reflective damage, which posed a significant headache for him as a rogue. How shall we proceed? Shadow Assassin inquired solemnly. We shall draw them out. Lin Tianhao's expression remained impassive. While the reflective damage undeniably impacted him, there was still room for maneuver. After all, their primary aim was to assist Elvis in battle. Both Wang San and Wang Si possessed reflective armor with exceptionally high reflective attributes. Yet their health points were not particularly substantial. Elvis's voice resonated as he raised his hand. Two orbs of pitch-black brilliance flew into Lin Tianhao's body. Ding! You have received Elvis's blessing. The damage you endure is reduced by 10%. Lin Tianhao's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. This blessing was akin to a timely gift amidst adversity. He promptly equipped the jungle longbow. The reason was simple. The jungle longbow granted an additional 500 health points and a 2% lifesteal effect. When confronted with an opponent capable of reflecting damage, lifesteal became an indispensable attribute. You may possess formidable counterattacks, but as long as my lifesteal exceeds yours, you will be left powerless. Although Lin Tianhao's primary weapon did not belong to the Treant set, it still boasted a remarkable base health regeneration of 180 points per second. When combined with the lifesteal from the jungle longbow and the 10% damage reduction from the Blessing of Elvis, He might just be able to hold his ground against Wang San and Wang Si. Whoosh! Another significant critical hit emerged, causing Lin Tianhao's health to plummet by just over 1,000 points. His health began to regenerate steadily. Shadow Killer stood by, biding his time, refraining from making a hasty move. As an assassin, it was imperative to remain composed in an unfavorable combat environment, seeking the perfect opportunity to strike. "Eliminate that brat first," roared Wang Si as he charged towards Lin Tianhao. With the powerful force of the string-twisting arrow technique, Lin Tianhao successfully repelled Wang Si. Chapter 22. Wang San and Wang Si. The reflective damage continued to diminish Lin Tianhao's health. The reason was simple. His health was depleting rapidly. With every arrow, even without a critical hit, Lin Tianhao would lose approximately 600 health points. However, he was no longer the primary source of damage. His role had shifted to crowd control. While the archers could serve as the main damage dealers, there were moments when the situation spiraled out of control, necessitating crowd control. Such was the case now. Lin Tianhao employed his twisting bout technique to continually disrupt the attack rhythm of Wang San and Wang Si, interrupting their skill casts. Alone, he managed to manipulate two opponents, creating an excellent output environment for elbows. Ying Sha, witnessing Lin Tianhao's ability to control two adversaries, felt a sense of numbness. Initially, he had believed that Lin Tianhao could defeat him solely due to superior attributes, thinking that with his own exceptional combat skills, he might contend with Lin Tianhao. However, recent events had profoundly illuminated a truth. Lin Tianhao's combat techniques surpassed his own. Within Ying Sha's mind, he began to speculate about Lin Tianhao's identity. In the Dragon Kingdom, there was but one group whose combat skills could rival theirs, the ancient martial artists. These individuals resembled the martial masters of yore, and he was aware that some had even cultivated inner strength, making them formidable. Their combat techniques were exceptionally powerful. Within their ranks, several instructors were ancient martial artists, capable of overpowering an entire special forces team single-handedly. Now, in Ying Sha's eyes, Lin Tianhao embodied the essence of such an extraordinary ancient martial artist. The battle raged on. Wang San and Wang Si, constrained by Lin Tianhao's astonishing crowd control, saw their health plummet rapidly. Moreover, Lin Tianhao was deliberately maintaining his own health at a relatively safe level. He calculated that after vanquishing Wang San and Wang Si, he would still need to take down elbows. At last, the health of Wang San and Wang Si dropped below 10%. Yet, they still refrained from using their ultimate abilities, indicating that they likely lacked such skills. This seemed to affirm a law from his previous life. The level 10 monsters and NPCs in the novice village did not possess the skills of invulnerability or rage. However, at this moment, Elvos' health had only decreased by 30%, which left Lin Tianhao somewhat dissatisfied. He began to maneuver behind Elvos, knowing that the dying counterattack from Wang San and Wang Si would surely target him. As anticipated, when their health fell to 5%, Wang San and Wang Si charged at Lin Tianhao with a fierce determination to eliminate him. Lin Tianhao executed a roll to evade and positioned himself behind Elvos. Elvos, not thinking much of it, assumed Lin Tianhao was merely acting in self-preservation. Faced with the severely weakened Wang San and Wang Si, Elvos showed no fear, and the three engaged once more in combat. Lin Tianhao disbanded his team with Ying Sha, concerned that being in a group might raise suspicions from Wang Taixian or the village elder. Such matters were best handled with caution. Just as Wang San was about to be slain, Lin Tianhao disrupted Ire Fuzi's assault with a well-aimed arrow. "My apologies, I seem to have missed," he remarked, swiftly releasing a second arrow. Twist the bowstring technique. Critical hit. Minus 2,518. Ding. You have slain the novice village boss Wang San. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? Yes. Lin Tianhao wished to keep his identity concealed from Wang the blacksmith, lest the gold he had previously expended be rendered futile. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Wang San. We encourage all players to continue their efforts. This announcement bewildered many. What's going on? Wang San? That sounds like the name of a lackey. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, another system prompt echoed. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Wang Si. We encourage all players to continue their efforts. Wang San? Wang Si? Goodness, these names are merely those of two lackeys. How could they be classified as bosses and warrant a server-wide announcement? Suddenly, a realization struck. I believe I know who Wang San and Wang Si are, the two apprentices of the blacksmith in the novice village. Indeed, they were well-known figures in the novice village. Many players would seek their services to repair the durability of their weapons. Wang San and Wang Si were primarily responsible for this task. This is utterly absurd. Wang San and Wang Si are bosses? Meanwhile, in the blacksmith shop, Wang the blacksmith wore a grim expression. He had heard the server announcement as well. Who could it be that managed to slay Wang San and Wang Si? Could it be that the village elder had dispatched a skilled fighter? Lin Tianhao's decision to disband his team stemmed from the server announcement. In a group, it would be too easy for his true identity to be revealed. Shadow Kill. Lin Tianhao called to Shadow Kill. Previously, he had deliberately shot an arrow at Fuzi to ascertain whether Fuzi possessed any reflective damage attributes. The answer was negative. With precision, Shadow Kill acted swiftly, targeting the throat. -195. Bleeding. -26. -26. Fuzi's expression shifted as he questioned, "What are you doing?" In response, a swift arrow pierced the air. Critical hit. -2,526. A colossal damage figure materialized as Lin Tianhao's attacks followed in rapid succession. Fuzi, both astonished and enraged, could hardly believe that the adventurer who had just aided him in battle was now launching a fierce assault against him. Ding! You have been cursed by Fuzi. Damage taken increased by 10. Lin Tianhao's expression remained unchanged as he continuously unleashed arrows, skillfully interrupting Fuzi's attacks. Having previously engaged in combat with Wang San and Wang Si, Lin Tianhao had already discerned Fuzi's battle rhythm. Now, he forcibly disrupted Fuzi's tempo. With a frequency of 3 arrows per second, Fuzi found himself utterly defenseless. No counterattacks, no invulnerability, and no berserk state. Before Lin Tianhao, Fuzi was akin to a living target. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forth, finally sending Fuzi tumbling through the air. What followed was an unending suspension in midair. Upon witnessing Lin Tianhao employ this extraordinary aerial technique, the Shadow Killers were left astounded. Lin Tianhao's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Shadow Kill, it's your turn to deliver the finishing blow. Remember to conceal your nickname, Lin Tianhao instructed. He knew he could not personally slay Fuzi, otherwise, the village chief might become suspicious when he reported the task of defeating 10 novice village bosses. Alright, Chapter 23, The Surgical Failure. The understanding of Shadow Kill regarding the game was not particularly profound, nor was he entirely clear about Lin Tianhao's intentions. Nevertheless, he chose to place his trust in Lin Tianhao. After Lin Tianhao utilized the floating arrow technique to inflict substantial damage on Fuzi, Shadow Kill made his move. With a series of 5 critical strikes, each causing bleeding, he ultimately vanquished Fuzi. An announcement echoed throughout the server, congratulating the player with the hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Fuzi, encouraging all players to strive further. In a novice village, within the village chief's courtyard, the elderly chief's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this notification. Earlier, upon learning of Wang San and Wang Si's demise, he had felt a twinge of excitement. However, this fleeting exhilaration lasted less than 10 minutes before he was met with the server-wide announcement of Fuzi's death. Looting the corpse, Lin Tianhao approached Fuzi and immediately discovered the ice flame magic organ. "This is mine." Shadow Kill frowned, as this was indeed his quest item. "You cannot take it back. I did not acquire it for the purpose of completing the quest." Lin Tianhao offered an explanation, emphasizing the need for Shadow Kill's cooperation in the forthcoming actions. "As for the other items on Fuzi, you may have them all." Upon hearing this, Shadow Kill's eyes brightened. He promptly moved to loot the corpse. Once the looting was concluded, his expression had improved considerably. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao was busy looting the corpses of Wang San and Wang Si. "Ding! You have acquired a 1 in bronze tier weapon repair knowledge." "Ding! You have obtained 12 pieces of equipment. Ding. You have received 5 gold coins. Ding. You have acquired a special item, Corpse Chi Collection Bottle. After securing his items, Lin Tianhao turned to Shadow Kill. Now that all 3 NPCs are deceased, you should return and inform the village chief that you encountered Wang San and Wang Si on your way and, with the assistance of your guild, defeated them. Upon hearing this, Shadow Kill expressed surprise. Would the village chief believe such a story? Even if he harbored doubts, he would have no evidence to disprove it. And what about you? Lin Tianhao chuckled and replied, My response would undoubtedly be that I only witnessed Wang San and Wang Si being slain by your hands, without having seen Fuzi. At this, Shadow Kill felt as though he was being placed on the hot seat. If Wang Blacksmith and the village chief compared notes, wouldn't that expose the truth? Moreover, if the village chief inquired who had slain Fuzi, what should he say? Just state that you were unaware, as Fuzi had perished before you even entered the mine. Shadow Kill remained silent for a moment before asking, Can you enlighten me as to why you are doing this? For the sake of a greater mission. Lin Tianhao's gaze was resolute. He had even contemplated abandoning the village chief's task of hunting 10 bosses to fulfill the objectives outlined in the quest scroll to the best of his abilities. After agreeing on a cover story with Shadow Kill, a smile finally graced Lin Tianhao's face. Once Shadow Kill departed, the tension began to dissipate. Lin Tianhao took out the Corpse Chi Collection Bottle. The Corpse Chi Collection Bottle is a special item with the effect of allowing one to collect Corpse Chi after defeating humanoid monsters, adventurers, or NPCs. If the bottle becomes full, it may lead to an extraordinary quest. Progress, 46-100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow as he collected the Corpse Chi from Wang San and Wang Si, increasing his progress from 46 to 49. He still needed 51 more units of Corpse Chi to fill the bottle. However, Lin Tianhao remained unperturbed. If he were unable to gather such a quantity later, he would have to resort to preying on the unsuspecting players. Checking the time, Lin Tianhao returned to the novice village and entered the blacksmith shop. Forgive me, Blacksmith Wang. I have yet to locate Fuzi, yet I heard the notification of his demise. Lin Tianhao feigned ignorance, as though the matter had no bearing on him whatsoever. Blacksmith Wang regarded Lin Tianhao with a knowing look. Shuedi, who besides you in our novice village possesses such remarkable prowess to slay Fuzi and my 2 apprentices. This time, Blacksmith Wang addressed Lin Tianhao by his in-game alias rather than as an adventurer. Lin Tianhao understood that Blacksmith Wang harbored suspicions against him. Blacksmith Wang, I have no reason to do such a thing. The novice village is full of hidden talents. I was previously ambushed by an assassin who instantly felled my companion, Lin Tianhao stated. Upon hearing this, Blacksmith Wang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Tianhao as if seeking any trace of deception. However, he discerned nothing amiss. It is a pity for my 2 apprentices, and even more so for that Ice Flame Demon Oregon. If you can assist me in procuring the Ice Flame, or I shall reward you with a platinum-grade necklace. Ding. Blacksmith Wang has issued you a quest. Quest requirements. Find an Ice Flame Oregon quest penalties. None. Quest rewards. Platinum-grade necklace 1. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Blacksmith Wang seemed quite anxious. For the sake of that Ice Flame, or he was willing to offer such generous terms. At this stage, golden-grade weapons were already formidable. Platinum-grade items could potentially disrupt the current game balance. Very well. I shall do my utmost. Lin Tianhao accepted the quest, though he had no intention of providing any or just yet. Shuedi, I await your good news. After concluding these matters, Lin Tianhao logged off to have his meal. This afternoon marked the time of his sister's surgery. Although time was precious in the early stages of the game, Lin Tianhao nonetheless proceeded to the hospital after his meal. Watching his sister being wheeled into the operating room, he clenched his fists tightly. Sister, you must be all right. Although he had already paid for the surgery, the hospital's doctors had warned him about the significant risks associated with brain surgery, including a considerable probability of failure. Even if the surgery was successful, there remained a substantial chance of her entering a vegetative state. As long as her life could be preserved, Lin Tianhao would accept even that. For a person in a vegetative state could still experience the twilight of the gods. As the twilight of the gods approached, one's strength was augmented. In 5 years, when the great cataclysm arrives, the twilight of the gods shall merge with reality. The prowess within the game could manifest in the real world, allowing my sister, even in her vegetative state, to recover. I anxiously awaited outside the operating room. After approximately 2 hours, the door finally swung open. A doctor clad in a white coat emerged, his expression laden with sorrow. My heart sank as I rushed towards him. "Doctor, how is my sister?" The doctor sighed, further tightening the knot of dread in my throat. The surgery had failed. A cerebral hemorrhage had spread to the cerebellum, and now there was no hope. I staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could this happen? No, there must be a way. Chapter 24. The Ambitious Taoist and the Pristine Eye. Lin Tianhao was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Having returned from a second life, he harbored dreams of altering fate itself. Yet now, he found himself powerless to save even his own sister. The doctor shook his head, stating, "We have exerted every effort. Although we have expelled a significant amount of congealed blood, the hemorrhage has already eroded her cerebellum. The best possible outcome would be a state of vegetative existence, and she could pass away at any moment." A chilling despair gripped Lin Tianhao's heart. "May I see my sister?" he asked. "You may enter, but please control your emotions," the doctor sighed. Upon entering the operating room, he noticed several medical personnel engaged in post-operative tasks. As he gazed at his sister on the hospital bed, his fingers trembled slightly. Was there truly nothing he could change? Lin Tianhao clenched his teeth in defiance of this outcome that he found utterly unacceptable. "Please accept my condolences," one of the medical staff said, shaking his head. Lin Tianhao, suppressing his sorrow, approached the bedside. Having experienced countless life and death situations in his previous life, his spirit had long since forged itself into an unyielding force. Yet today, witnessing his sister on the brink of departure once more filled him with a sense of despair and helplessness, causing tears to stream down his face uncontrollably. Why? Why must it be this way? Lin Tianhao's fists tightened in rage, consumed by his own impotence. There may still be hope for her. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed through the room. Turning, he saw a young Taoist, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, standing at the door of the operating room. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of hope as he turned to face the newcomer. "Please, save her. I beg you," he implored, grasping at this final glimmer of hope. "I cannot guarantee success," the young Taoist replied. "What about your master? Is there no possibility?" Lin Tianhao's heart raced, suspecting that such a youthful figure must be backed by a master of considerable skill. "My master has passed away," the young Taoist shook his head. Determined, Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. "Then I beseech you to save my sister. If you can help her, I will repay your kindness tenfold." The young Taoist smiled gently. "Our meeting is fate. I shall do my best." He approached the bedside, and as he looked upon Lin Qingqing, a silvery light emanated from his palm. Lin Tianhao's heart skipped a beat. Was this a master of internal energy? He had known of the existence of ancient martial practitioners in Dragon Country from his previous life. The display of power before him mirrored the descriptions of legendary internal energy masters. Raising his hand, the young Taoist gently placed his luminous palm upon Lin Qingqing's forehead. The silvery glow gradually permeated into her mind, and her complexion began to improve. Lin Tianhao's heart surged with hope. After a moment, the young Taoist withdrew his hand, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Your sister's life is no longer in danger, but she will remain in a vegetative state." With a sigh, the young Taoist lamented, "Alas, my abilities are still insufficient. What should I call you, esteemed Taoist?" Lin Tianhao inquired, filled with gratitude. "Even in a state of vegetative existence, it is infinitely better than the previous circumstances. I am Zhang Yi, known by my Taoist title, Ambition." Lin Tianhao's lips twitched as he spoke. "Thank you, Taoist Zhang, for saving my sister. I have 100,000 yuan in this card. It is all yours." Zhang Yi shook his head. "That is too much. Just give me 10,000. I can purchase a gaming pod with that." "A gaming pod? You wish to play Twilight of the Gods as well?" Taoist Zhang inquired. Zhang Yi nodded. "Indeed, I have observed the stars and discerned that Twilight of the Gods conceals opportunities that may assist me in breaking free from my shackles and reaching that legendary realm." Lin Tianhao was astonished that Zhang Yi could deduce such insights. He might indeed be worth befriending. However, He was wary about revealing his current situation in the game to too many people in reality, as it could easily lead to trouble. In his past life, there have been instances where skilled players were kidnapped or even killed offline. The game's attributes had yet to manifest, so it was prudent to remain cautious. You have saved my sister. Your kindness deserves more than 10,000. Daoist Zhang, it would be wise to keep some wealth on hand for future convenience. Lin Tianhao placed the bank card into Zhang Ye's hands, providing the password, 157988. Zhang Yi smiled brightly. Thank you kindly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Tianhao departed. Though his sister was now out of immediate danger, she still required several days of recovery in the hospital to regain her strength. Once he had ensured her situation was properly arranged, Lin Tianhao returned to his rented accommodation and re-entered the game. He had delayed for over 3 hours, causing a slight setback in his progress, yet he felt no concern. The ensuing conflict between Blacksmith Wang and the old village chief was poised to become increasingly intense. The NPCs in the novice village differed from wild monsters. They did not respawn upon death. Lin Tianhao reflected on the 5 bosses he had already slain and contemplated how to proceed with the old village chief's subsequent quest. He could easily continue hunting NPCs given his strength, but that path was fraught with peril, as it would surely attract the village chief's attention, complicating the completion of the quest. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to abandon the village chief's task. After much deliberation, Lin Tianhao ultimately decided to begin by hunting the level 5 wild monsters. There were 5 bosses from level 5 to level 9, and while completing the task by defeating these bosses might slightly diminish the rewards, it was undoubtedly the safest approach. Resolute in his decision, Lin Tianhao commenced his hunt in the territory of the level 5 wild monsters. He progressed until he reached level 9, successfully slaying 5 novice village bosses. Adding these to the previous kills, Lin Tianhao's tally of novice village bosses had reached 10, enabling him to return to the old village chief and submit his quest. Upon arriving at the village chief's courtyard, Lin Tianhao noticed a number of players submitting their exit quests. At this juncture, many ordinary players had already begun to reach level 10. Had it not been for some still grinding in the distorted jungle, the area would have been even more crowded. Once they departed, Lin Tianhao approached the old village chief. The old village chief, surprised, nodded slightly as Lin Tianhao reported his successful hunt of 10 bosses. Indeed, Shuedi, I did not misjudge you. With a notification, the task was marked as complete. Task rewards, 20 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, 1 luck, and 1 Eye of Purity. Eye of Purity, a special piece of equipment with no specific requirements for wear. Effect, it allows one to pierce through the darkness and illusions, providing a significant field of vision even amidst fog. Durability, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up at this revelation. The equipment bore no level designation, categorizing it as a unique artifact. With such capabilities, it was undoubtedly an essential skill for archers. Currently, visibility during the game's night phase was still reasonable, but with the impending cataclysm, visibility would drastically diminish, plunging players into true darkness. Several formidable adventurers had fallen prey to the creatures of the Arrate Star system due to inadequate night vision. Chapter 25, The Cunning Old Village Chief. As Lin Tianhao donned the Eye of Purity, the world around him transformed into an extraordinary clarity. From 500 meters away, he could distinctly see the intricate patterns on the wings of a mosquito in flight. This sensation was truly exhilarating. For an archer, precision is paramount, and the Eye of Purity aligned perfectly with Lin Tianhao's capabilities. Even in the later stages of the game, or during the Cataclysm era, the Eye of Purity would be considered an exceptionally remarkable piece of equipment. Adventurer, have you slain Wang San and Wang Si? The old village chief's gaze held a peculiar significance. Anticipating that his task submission would be discovered, Lin Tianhao did not deny it. Yes. The old chief's expression grew increasingly nuanced. Do you realize that Wang San and Wang Si were disciples of Blacksmith Wang? If he learns of their demise, he will surely seek vengeance. Feigning trepidation, Lin Tianhao replied, What should I do, old chief? Perhaps I should abandon my village tasks and leave the novice village immediately. Waving his hand, the old chief chuckled, There is no need for concern. While Blacksmith Wang is formidable, in this novice village, I hold the authority. Continuing, the old chief added, however, one must remain cautious of Blacksmith Wang's ambitions. I have learned that he has recently been quite close to the old drunkard at the tavern, who often ventures into the wild to assist him in locating ores. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Tianhao sensed a new task at hand. Old chief, what must I do? The old chief's expression illuminated with a mentor's pride. It is simple. Sever his left arm and right arm. You must eliminate the old drunkard. Ding. The old chief has assigned you a quest. Quest requirement: eliminate the old drunkard. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao felt a twinge of anxiety. Old chief, given my current strength, would it not be overly difficult to kill the old drunkard? The old chief nodded, acknowledging the challenge. Indeed, the old drunkard possesses certain skills. However, he is often intoxicated. If you could poison his liquor, it might yield unexpected results. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao felt troubled. To be honest, chief, I do not possess any poison. After a moment's hesitation, the old chief produced a small vial. This is a mandrake potion I have collected over time. It is colorless and odorless. Simply place it in the old drunkard's drink, and he will not detect it. Once poisoned, his combat prowess will be diminished by at least half. Taking the mandrake potion, Lin Tianhao smiled. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you and will eliminate the old drunkard. With that, he prepared to depart. Yet, at that moment, the old chief suddenly called out to him. Shuedi. He addressed him by name rather than as adventurer. You have slain Wang San and Wang Si. Do you know who killed Erfus? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, sensing the old chief's suspicion. I do not know. After I defeated Wang San and Wang Si alongside Ing Sha, I soon heard the announcement of Erfus's demise. I see. The old village chief revealed a cryptic smile. Lin Tianhao understood that his few words could hardly earn the old chief's trust. However, this was of little consequence. Even if the old chief harbored doubts, they would merely concern his dealings with Blacksmith Wang. After all, it was only Blacksmith Wang who could threaten his position as the village chief of the novice village. As for Lin Tianhao, no matter how formidable he might be, he would ultimately have to venture to the main city. He could not remain in the novice village indefinitely. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Tianhao had other options. Upon exiting the novice village, Lin Tianhao sent a message to Shadow Killer, having added him as a friend during their previous transaction. At that moment, he noticed that Pudu Shield Mountain had sent him over a dozen messages. Snow Emperor, I am willing to bid 200 million. As long as you come, you will be the president of the Pudu Guild. Snow Emperor, are you there? When will you come to the main city to guide me? The price is negotiable. Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao had been preoccupied with his own affairs, thus his notifications were set to Do Not Disturb. Regardless, Pudu Shield Mountain was his first collaborator. Lin Tianhao replied, Notifications are set to Do Not Disturb. I am busy. He then proceeded to the location sent by Shadow Killer. At this moment, Shadow Killer was engaging in a battle against a level 10 Twisted Treant. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao's arrival, he dispatched the Treant before approaching him. Shadow Killer. Was the follow-up task the old village chief assigned you? Shadow Killer, aware that he was now bound to Lin Tianhao, spoke candidly. The old village chief instructed me to protect the old drunkard at the tavern. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. Today, the old village chief had given him a task to eliminate the old drunkard. How could this be? Shadow Killer seemed perplexed. To protect and to kill simultaneously was evidently illogical. Yet Lin Tianhao had already formed a suspicion in his mind. It was clear that the old village chief was attempting to frame him. As for the reason, it likely revolved around the mandrake potion. If his conjecture was correct, this potion did not belong to the old village chief, but was rather stolen from Blacksmith Wang. The chief wanted him to poison the old drunkard and then have Shadow Killer rescue him. As long as Shadow Killer could buy him some time, the old drunkard might escape. Your tasks, rewards, and penalties must be considerable. Am I right? Lin Tianhao inquired. Shadow Killer nodded. Indeed. Previously, when we eliminated Wang San and Wang Si together, the old village chief was aware of our alliance, which is why he assigned you this task. It is a blatant scheme. After a moment of contemplation, Shadow Killer connected some dots and could not help but ask, so, what you imply is that the old village chief's intent to have you kill is a facade, while my rescue mission is genuine. Lin Tianhao nodded, essentially yes. The old village chief seeks to win people's hearts. How so? He provided me with a poison, instructing me to poison the old drunkard. If my suspicion holds true, this poison should be unique to Blacksmith Wang. As long as I administer poison, a rift will form between the old drunkard and the Blacksmith Wang due to your intervention. Sha was somewhat taken aback. Was it a scheme of manipulation? It must be so. My task bears no punishment, and the reward remains uncertain. Conversely, your undertaking entails significant rewards and severe penalties, leading the old village chief to believe I will assist you. Sha inhaled deeply, astonished. He truly did not anticipate that the old village chief of this novice village possessed such cunning. Lin Tianhao chuckled softly. In this game, the NPCs are not merely ordinary intelligent AI. What do you intend to do? Sha inquired. Fulfill the old village chief's ambitions. Lin Tianhao replied with a smile. As I mentioned, this is an overt strategy. Should I eliminate the old drunkard, it would be to your detriment. Moreover, it is evident that the old village chief holds greater influence in the novice village. If the old drunkard perishes, this narrative thread may very well dissipate. Chapter 26. The old drunkard Sha keenly sensed something amiss, yet he remained unfazed. Lin Tianhao's assistance in completing this task would enable him to depart from the novice village. As for Lin Tianhao's subsequent plans, they were of no concern to him. I will guide you to level 10, and then we shall seek the old drunkard, Lin Tianhao proposed, sending a party invitation. Initially, he intended to hunt wild monsters to enhance his health points. However, reaching level 10 without leaving the novice village would impede his ability to gain further experience. Serendipitously, he accommodated Sha's needs. With Lin Tianhao's guidance, Sha's leveling pace accelerated dramatically. Within half an hour, he had attained level 10. Let us go find the old drunkard, Lin Tianhao remarked, heading towards the cave in search of minerals, likely the location of the mine. However, after circling the area, they failed to locate the old drunkard. Where could he have gone? Sha mused, furrowing his brow. Lin Tianhao mirrored his frown, feeling an unsettling sensation of being watched. Come out. You've been shadowing us for quite some time, Lin Tianhao called, confident in his instincts that someone was nearby. Sha was taken aback. He sensed the presence of others around them, yet he had not perceived it at all. Ha ha, truly, talent emerges from the new generation, so young, yet already so formidable. A hearty laugh echoed, and soon an old man, clutching a wine gourd, approached them. The old drunkard, level 12. Health points. Attack. Skills. Note, he appears to be searching for something near the mine. Perhaps you could assist him in some way. Ordinary players might have seized a quest from the old drunkard upon encountering him. Lin Tianhao regarded the old man, who gazed back with bleary eyes. Shuedi, your reputation has soared in our novice village lately. Yet, having reached level 10, why do you not proceed to the main city? The old drunkard inquired. Lin Tianhao chuckled. It is not that I do not wish to leave. Rather, the village chief has bestowed upon me too much. What? The village chief has sent you to kill me? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, realizing that the old man was aware of the situation. In that case, allow me to test your skills, esteemed elder. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianhao loosed an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. The old drunkard squinted, executed a backflip, and deftly evaded Lin Tianhao's projectile. Hey, no need to be so temperamental. Surely, we can come to an understanding, the old drunkard chuckled, his demeanor amiable. What the village chief can offer you, I may not be unable to match. As he spoke, the old man placed his wine gourd before Lin Tianhao. Have a drink. Once you leave the novice village, the disputes here shall no longer concern you. Ding! The old drunkard has issued you a quest. Quest requirements. Drink a cup of wine and immediately leave the novice village. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, 50 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao and Sha exchanged a glance, both astonished by the revelation in each other's eyes. The source of their shock was none other than the exceptionally generous reward bestowed by the old drunkard. From a certain perspective, it had surpassed their wildest imaginings. While others had to complete the village chief's task to leave the novice village, they could simply take a sip of wine. Not only that, but they would also receive such a bountiful reward, 50 free attribute points, equivalent to a 10-level increase. As for the penalties associated with their tasks, there was no need for concern. After drinking the old man's wine, they would be teleported away from the novice village, thus evading any punitive measures from the village chief. Lin Tianhao was aware that the old drunkard spoke the truth. The task was straightforward, and the reward was substantial. Yet, he hesitated. The reason was simple. The 2 task scrolls he possessed, if completed, would grant him the blessings of the gods, and the least favorable outcome would likely surpass this offer. Ing Sha, however, hesitated only briefly before accepting the task. He had no intention of continuing his journey, and with such an excellent opportunity for resolution at hand, he had no reason to refuse. After drinking the wine, Ing Sha departed the novice village. The old drunkard smiled at Lin Tianhao and inquired, "What about you?" Lin Tianhao did not respond. Instead, he knocked an arrow and released it. Whoosh! The feathered arrow sliced through the air. A glint of cold light flashed in the old drunkard's eyes. "What had the village chief offered you that compelled you to take such a step?" As he spoke, the old drunkard expelled a mouthful of strong liquor, which transformed mid-air into a flying sword, darting toward Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao struck the flying sword with his longbow and rolled sideways, executing the movements with such fluidity that no flaw was apparent. He knocked another arrow, and the battle commenced. Lin Tianhao had little understanding of the old drunkard, his attributes, his skills. None of this was known to him. After completing a previous task, Lin Tianhao had received 20 free attribute points, all of which he allocated to his movement speed, raising it by 2 points. His attack speed was sufficient for the current stage, and due to his high damage output, even a modest attack speed of 3-point-something could not be fully utilized. Thus, movement speed became the primary attribute for Lin Tianhao's further development. As long as his movement speed was adequate, his kiting ability would be greatly enhanced. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Tianhao's relentless attacks continued. He did not solely pursue damage, but aimed to prevent the old drunkard from inflicting harm. However, the old drunkard's combat experience was far richer than Lin Tianhao had anticipated. He splashed liquor from his flask and promptly tossed out a firecracker. Flames engulfed Lin Tianhao, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Minus 921. Minus 921. Minus 921. The burning damage persisted, causing Lin Tianhao's scalp to tingle as the flames seared him for a full 8 seconds. Over 7,000 health points vanished in a thin air. Lin Tianhao distanced himself while skillfully drawing his bow once more. He aimed to send the old drunkard flying. Only by doing so could he swiftly deplete the old man's health through a series of consecutive strikes. The old drunkard, perceiving Lin Tianhao's intent, uncorked his wine gourd and, astonishingly, hurled it towards Lin Tianhao. Startled, Lin Tianhao immediately evaded. He had already attempted to increase the distance as much as possible, yet his speed proved insufficient. The wine gourd detonated just 5 meters in front of him. Boom! A resounding blast echoed through the air. Lin Tianhao was propelled backward by the tremendous force of the explosion. Minus 8,520. A colossal damage figure materialized above Lin Tianhao's head, causing his health bar to plummet abruptly. Before Lin Tianhao could descend from the air, the old drunkard transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing beneath him. Thud! The old man delivered an upward punch to Lin Tianhao's abdomen, launching him into the air. Minus 1,029. Unable to retaliate due to being sent flying, Lin Tianhao refused to resign himself to defeat. In an instant, he switched to his primary weapon, and the complete black iron treant armor enveloped him. Chapter 27. The Blue Flower Serpent, Dual Arrows Soar. The old drunkard did not relent even as Lin Tianhao switched his weapon. He leaped into the air, reaching a height equal to Lin Tianhao's. Following this, a flurry of rapid punches struck Lin Tianhao. Minus 915. Minus 899. Minus 932. A series of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Just as he was about to descend, the old drunkard seized the collar of Lin Tianhao and slammed him down. Bang! The ground cracked. Minus 1858. Another colossal damage number emerged. Lin Tianhao's health plummeted by a third due to this onslaught. In that moment, he executed a roll to the side, having spent so long in the novice village. It was the first time he had been so thoroughly bested. Whoosh! During his roll, he switched weapons, and as he landed, an arrow was loosed. The old drunkard's combat skills were formidable, and his release of skills was remarkably precise. If not taken seriously, Lin Tianhao could truly meet his demise at the old man's hands. With this thought, Lin Tianhao released another arrow. Whoosh! 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 The arrows flew forth, each angled with utmost cunning. Every shot aimed directly for the old drunkard's eyes. The old drunkard, aware of Lin Tianhao's intent, produced a wine jug seemingly from thin air, using it to block the arrows. Is evasion all he can do? Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened as he deftly drew back the bowstring with 2 fingers. 2 energy arrows materialized upon a longbow. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dual arrows were released. This too was a combat technique. While shooting dual arrows could easily compromise accuracy, this challenge was trivial for Lin Tianhao. His exceptional archery skills rendered his attacks increasingly sharp. The advantage of dual arrows lay not in enhancing hit rate, but in preventing the opponent from simply deflecting the arrows with ease. Given Lin Tianhao a moment, he could unleash a combo in midair. Now was that moment. The old drunkard, caught off guard, staggered as an arrow struck him. Lin Tianhao seized this fleeting opportunity, twisting the bowstring to unleash an arrow. The tremendous force causing the old drunkard to briefly float. And then, he remained airborne. It was evident that the old drunkard could not return to the ground easily. However, Lin Tianhao had underestimated the old man's resilience. Seizing the brief opening in Lin Tianhao's assault, the old drunkard guzzled down a mouthful of strong liquor. A wave of alcoholic vapors enveloped him. Ding! You are affected by the liquor. Reaction speed decreased by 20. Attack speed decreased by 20. Lin Tianhao frowned, but the assault continued. This minor effect was insufficient to disrupt his floating rhythm. Now was my turn. The old drunkard hurled the wine gourd once more. Having learned from his previous experience of being blasted away, Lin Tianhao was determined not to fall for the same trick again. Whoosh! The arrow struck the wine gourd, sending it tumbling away. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, the powerful impact causing Lin Tianhao to stagger. However, it did not inflict significant damage. The old drunkard, seizing the opportunity, fell to the ground and struck his wine gourd. To Lin Tianhao's astonishment, a massive serpent emerged from within. This azure-scaled serpent charged towards him. Azure Flower Serpent, Black Iron Level 10. Health, 125,981-25980. Attack, 412. Skills, Constrict, Poison Arrow, Dragon Tail Sweep, Poison Mist, Red Eye Beam. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted. He was taken aback by the presence of such a formidable creature within the old drunkard's gourd. However, he did not hesitate in his assault and unleashed an attack upon the Azure Flower Serpent. Minus 1,321. Lin Tianhao's damage output was steadily increasing. Yet the serpent was no mere pushover. It immediately retaliated with a red-eye beam. Lin Tianhao swiftly rolled to evade, but the beam pursued him relentlessly. Ultimately, due to insufficient speed, he was struck. Minus 1,528. Frowning, Lin Tianhao counterattacked, yet his arrows were still mid-flight when the serpent opened its massive jaws and roared at him. Simultaneously, a poisonous mist spewed forth from its mouth. Evading this area of effect toxin was clearly impossible for Lin Tianhao. Minus 426. Minus 426. Minus 426. Amidst the poisonous mist, Lin Tianhao began to suffer continuous damage, the severity of which was beyond bearable. Remaining within the mist meant an unrelenting decline in health. Without a priest and lacking any antidote skills, he had no choice but to endure the onslaught. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao launched a frenzied counterattack, arrows raining down upon the serpent, striking the serpent at its vital points. Each arrow aimed directly at the serpent's vulnerable spots. Yet, in the next instant, he sensed imminent danger and dared not linger. Performing a roll to evade. Just as he dodged, the old drunkard appeared at his previous location, realizing Lin Tianhao had evaded his attack. Not particularly surprised, The old drunkard swung his gore down upon Lin Tianhao. With no opportunity to counter, Lin Tianhao could only stagger aside to avoid the strike. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as the gourd smashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater. After narrowly dodging the old drunkard's attack, the serpent's dragon tail sweep came crashing down. Bang! Minus 1,352. Lin Tianhao was sent flying by the serpent's colossal tail, losing over 1,000 health points once more. As he landed, he immediately loosed his arrows again, this time with greater difficulty, for he had to simultaneously target both the rapidly moving azure flower serpent and the old drunkard. Both posed a formidable threat, their damage output being exceptionally high. Watching his health plummet, Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. The Eye of Purity was fully activated, allowing him to perceive everything around him in exquisite detail. Whoosh! The arrows sliced through the air. Lin Tianhao's simultaneous shot was remarkably precise, showcasing extraordinary accuracy. Each feathered arrow carries an unparalleled might. While its impact may not rival that of the twisted string technique, its rate of fire is significantly swifter. The advantage of the twisted string method lies in its high damage output, delivering greater impact and penetration. When two arrows are unleashed simultaneously, or even more feathers are released in unison, the benefit is the ability to strike multiple targets. However, this comes at the cost of reduced damage. Yet, when the simultaneous release of arrows is combined with the continuous volley technique, the outcome transforms entirely. The continuous volley technique entails an unrelenting assault on the same target, representing one of the simplest forms of archery. However, when this technique is synergized with the simultaneous release of arrows, the effects are drastically different. One individual can simultaneously suppress two formidable bosses with feathered arrows. Should others witness this feat, they would surely be left in awe. Yet at this moment, Lin Tianhao maneuvered with the grace of a fish in water. Previously, he had suffered due to his lack of understanding of the old drunkard's skills, but now, the old drunkard's tricks had become utterly ineffective before Lin Tianhao. As soon as the old drunkard made any motion to unleash those skills, Lin Tianhao's feathered arrows would accurately interrupt him. What remained was a gamble, wagering that the old drunkard lacked both the invulnerability and berserk skills. As long as he was devoid of these two abilities, Lin Tianhao could exploit this absolute suppression to whittle down the old drunkard and the azure pattern serpent. Chapter 28. Pig Farming Strategy. The old drunkard discerned Lin Tianhao's intentions and sought refuge behind the blue pattern serpent, attempting to leverage the creature to disrupt Lin Tianhao's rhythm of attack. He was confident that, given the opportunity to unleash his skills, he could dispatch Lin Tianhao in the ensuing assault. However, Lin Tianhao would not grant him such an opportunity. Employing the twisting bow technique in conjunction with the rapid-fire arrow method, he executed a formidable assault. In addition to its high damage and strong penetration, the twisting bow technique possesses a crucial advantage. It can curve. With a swift whoosh, the old drunkard, concealed behind the blue pattern serpent, was struck by Lin Tianhao's arrow. His face was a mask of disbelief. The prowess of Lin Tianhao's technique had surpassed his imagination. The blue pattern serpent writhed and charged at Lin Tianhao, intent on executing its entanglement skill. If Lin Tianhao were ensnared by the serpent's grasp, the battle would undoubtedly tilt in favor of the serpent and its master. Thus, Lin Tianhao was resolute in denying the serpent any chance to succeed. Continuing with the rapid-fire technique, Lin Tianhao shifted his aim to the eyes of both the blue pattern serpent and the old drunkard. Targeting such vulnerabilities demanded exceptional precision from an archer, especially as Lin Tianhao employed a simultaneous dual arrow release alongside the rapid-fire method, elevating the difficulty even further. Without the Eye of Purity, this endeavor might have posed a challenge. However, with the Eye of Purity at his disposal, executing his plan became significantly more manageable. With dual arrows launched towards the serpent's eyes, he seamlessly transitioned to the twisting bow technique, amplifying the ferocity of his assault to an extraordinary degree. The old drunkard's strategy to attack from behind the blue pattern serpent collapsed entirely under the relentless barrage of Lin Tianhao's attacks. Was this still human? The old drunkard's expression darkened. He slapped his waist, producing a talisman in his hand. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. At this stage, it was astonishing to encounter an NPC possessing such an item. In an instant, Lin Tianhao's arrows hurtled towards the talisman held by the old drunkard. Yet, the old drunkard had already activated the talisman, unleashing a radiant golden light that enveloped both himself and the blue-patterned serpent. Lin Tianhao's arrows struck the old drunkard, inflicting minus 1,420 damage. The sight of this damage rendered the old drunkard dumbfounded. How could this be? Your attack. It's true damage. The talisman he had just deployed was meant to significantly bolster his defenses. Yet, the damage inflicted by Lin Tianhao remained astonishingly high, indicating that his assault was indeed true damage. Initially, Lin Tianhao had feared that the talisman might possess offensive or binding properties, but he had not anticipated that it would enhance defense. Consequently, its impact on him was negligible. Under Lin Tianhao's overwhelming pressure, the health of both the old drunkard and the blue-patterned serpent plummeted to a mere 10%. The old drunkard's eyes bulged with rage. It seemed he was preparing for a desperate counterattack. However, at that moment, Lin Tianhao ceased his assault. "Predecessor, I do not wish to kill you. How about we negotiate a deal?" Lin Tianhao proposed with a smile. The old drunkard squinted his eyes, inquiring, "What deal?" "I shall spare your life, provided you grant me 50 attribute points." Upon hearing this, the old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a hint of skepticism. "Is it truly just for 50 attribute points? You have forsaken the village chief's task." Lin Tianhao smiled and nodded. "To be candid, I too believe that the village chief is unworthy of his position. The role of the novice village chief should rightfully belong to Blacksmith Wang. However, as an adventurer, I must prioritize my own interests. Therefore, if you provide me with 50 attribute points, I shall allow you to leave." The old drunkard fell silent for a moment before responding, "Very well, it is a deal." Ding! The old drunkard has issued you a quest. Quest requirements: allow him to leave. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: 50 attribute points. Lin Tianhao's lips curled into a smile as he accepted the quest. He was not killing the old drunkard. He merely chose to refrain from doing so for the time being. The quest from the village chief was still a consideration, albeit perhaps for a more opportune moment in the future. Moreover, Lin Tianhao had additional thoughts. He desired a conflict between the village chief and Blacksmith Wang, leading to mutual destruction. The old drunkard was evidently a key ally of Blacksmith Wang. Should he be eliminated, Blacksmith Wang's already precarious position would become even more vulnerable. Achieving the desired state of mutual destruction would thus be exceedingly challenging. By acquiring the 50 attribute points without disrupting the balance between Blacksmith Wang and the village chief, Lin Tianhao could ensure their continued rivalry. After bidding farewell to the old drunkard, Lin Tianhao received his 50 attribute points. He opened his attribute page. Nickname: Snow Emperor level 10, 013, 3100. Profession: Archer HP 71450 MP. 100 attack, 309 magic strength, 58 armor, 368 magic resistance, 295 attack speed, 363 movement speed, 7 physical penetration, 0 magic penetration, 0 special attributes, critical hit 15, retaliation 10 free attributes, 50 luck, hidden talent, Hand of Divine Punishment God tier skills, rapid fire, 2 stars, basic attack amplification, 3 stars, Jumping Thunder, 2 stars, Withering Tree Revived, 2 stars, Revival, 3 stars, Invincible Golden Body, 1 star, Equipment, Thunderbow Silver, Trance Set Black Iron, Eye of Purity, Special, as a level 10 player. Lin Tianhao's attributes could undoubtedly be described as extraordinary, particularly his skills. Aside from the foundational rapid-fire skill, the other skills he possessed at this stage were remarkably powerful. Furthermore, as Lin Tianhao had chosen his skills judiciously, their benefits to him were profoundly evident. In addition, he currently held 50 free attribute points at his disposal. He could opt to enhance his attack speed or increase his movement speed, although the time spent traveling in the novice village was not extensive. Reaching the main city often led to considerable delays, especially during periods without a mount to aid in swift travel. Moreover, with increased movement speed, His agility in combat would also be significantly enhanced. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Tianhao did not hasten to utilize the free attribute points. Instead, he chose to reserve them for potential battles that may arise later. For the time being, he allowed the storyline to unfold while striving to enhance his health as much as possible before Wang the blacksmith completed the crafting of the golden grade longbow. He aimed to elevate his condition to an optimal state. Moreover, with the skill revival from despair, Lin Tianhao anticipated acquiring additional skill books through the forthcoming battles. As players gradually departed, the newbie village number 10086 began to feel somewhat desolate. Future players would eventually fill the void in the village. However, it was awkward for newbie village number 10086, as most of the new arrivals hailed from more advanced beginner villages. Consequently, even in the level 10 twisted jungle dungeon, Lin Tianhao only encountered a few scattered teams. Bro, shall we form a party? We have an exceptionally strong shield warrior equipped with an elite trance set, who will surely lead us to victory in the dungeon. Chapter 29, The Ninefold Longbow, a dreadfully intriguing contemplation. Lin Tianhao chuckled softly, responding with a dismissive no. With that, he strode directly into the dungeon. Difficulty level: Hell. Having traversed this dungeon multiple times prior, Lin Tianhao now navigated it with the ease of fish in water. His primary objective in revisiting this dungeon was to enhance his health points and to acquire skill books. The skill Wither Tree Revives in Spring required the sacrifice of skill books for its upgrade. Although the rewards for clearing the dungeon now paled in comparison to the initial completion, it remained a dungeon featuring 4 formidable bosses. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had elapsed. Lin Tianhao's health points, originally just over 70,000, had surged to exceed 100,000. An increment of 30,000 health points in just 5 hours was indeed remarkable. Besides the increase in health, Lin Tianhao's Wither Tree Revives and Spring skill had also advanced from 2 stars to 3 stars. However, to elevate it to 4 stars, a sacrifice of 1,000 skill books was required, a daunting task even for Lin Tianhao's rapid monster-slaying pace. Moreover, with his health surpassing 100,000, his revival skill had ascended to 4 stars as well. What used to restore 50 health points per second now rejuvenated 500 health points per second. At such a recovery rate, even stationary ordinary players would struggle to deplete Lin Tianhao's health. Upon returning to the novice village, he discovered that blacksmith Wang had yet to forge the golden grade longbow. Lin Tianhao opted to log off for a meal. He pondered quietly that once his sister recovered sufficiently, he would need to purchase a nutrition pod. Although the time spent offline for a meal was not significant, it nonetheless represented a slight hindrance. Brother Hao, following your strategy, I obtained a silver-grade broadsword with impressive attributes, Zhou Xiaoping exclaimed. Lin Tianhao smiled. It was entirely within his expectations that Zhou Xiaoping, utilizing his 3 passive skills, would achieve the level of a silver-grade weapon. Next, you can head to the main city, Lin Tianhao suggested cheerfully. The most suitable city for a warrior's development is undoubtedly Blackwind City. However, remember, once you reach the main city, do not hastily change your class, even for a hidden profession. It's best to consult me first. Understood. After offering Zhou Xiaoping a few brief instructions, Lin Tianhao quickly finished his meal. After dining, he re-entered the gaming pod. Upon returning to the novice village, he made a beeline for the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Wang greeted Lin Tianhao with a knowing smile. Old drunkard has informed me about your affairs, he began, startling Lin Tianhao. Since you're already aware, I shall not conceal it any longer. I wish to eliminate the old village chief. Will you assist me? Certainly, Lin Tianhao replied with a grin. Blacksmith Wang nodded. In that case, you may head to the cliff to the south. The old drunkard will guide you to the old village chief's secret base. You and the old drunkard will need to slay the guards there. Ding! Blacksmith Wang has assigned you a quest. Quest requirements: eliminate the guards at the old village chief's secret base. Quest penalty: unknown. Quest reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. The punishment for this task was shrouded in mystery, which proved to be quite a headache. Could the blacksmith Wang exact revenge upon him should he fail? The possibility was certainly there. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Tianhao accepted the task. Having progressed to this stage in the storyline, he found no reason to withdraw now. Wang the blacksmith smiled with satisfaction and retrieved a golden longbow from his shop. Your golden grade longbow is ready, he declared. 9-comb longbow, golden grade. Requirements: none. Effect 1, attack power 500. Effect 2, attack speed 1. Effect 3, critical hit chance 20. Effect 4, lifesteal 5. Effect 5, health 2000. Effect 6, regenerate 100 health points per second. Durability 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Truly, it was a bespoke longbow. The attributes resonated perfectly with him. Although the increases in attack power and health seemed somewhat trivial, the other 4 attributes were nothing short of exquisite. Thank you, Lin Tianhao said as he took the 9-comb longbow. The old drunkard awaits you at the cliff to the south. Hurry along, Wang urged. Lin Tianhao nodded. With his golden grade longbow in hand, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. To the south of the novice village lay a cliff, its depths unfathomable. In his previous life, players speculated that fortune might lie beneath, prompting some to leap into the abyss in search of opportunity. However, the outcome was often fatal, leading many to abandon this fruitless endeavor after a few attempts. Upon reaching the cliff, Lin Tianhao spotted a familiar figure. Not the old drunkard, but rather the village elder. The moment he laid eyes on the elder, Lin Tianhao felt a jolt in his heart. Snow Emperor? The elder, surprised to see Lin Tianhao, clearly had not anticipated his presence. Lin Tianhao feigned calmness. Addressing the elder, I heard you had a confrontation with the old drunkard. He managed to escape. Lin Tianhao nodded. Somewhat embarrassed, regrettably, the green-patterned python he summoned disrupted my rhythm. The elder acknowledged, that was indeed my oversight. I had thought you would successfully poison him, preventing the python's summoning. Is that so? Lin Tianhao nodded and then inquired, what brings you here, elder? Is there any way I can assist you? The elder, who also wished to ask Lin Tianhao why he was present, found himself caught off guard by Lin Tianhao's proactive question. Below our novice village lies a fearsome creature sealed away, and I am tasked with guarding it. Recently, I've sensed a lurking force attempting to breach the seal, which is why I came to investigate. Lin Tianhao feigned astonishment. Such a situation exists? Alas, speaking of it brings only tears, the elder lamented. In the past, countless sages sacrificed their lives to seal this monstrous entity. Yet now there are those who wish to release it. Lin Tianhao nodded in understanding. Indeed, those who seek to liberate this creature are driven by insidious ambitions, deserving of the most severe consequences. The old village chief concurred, stating, indeed, Shuedi, I hold great hope for you. If my conjectures are correct, those scoundrels are likely in pursuit of the ice flame demon Oregon. The village chief's expression turned grave. Should they discover the ice flame demon, or the ramifications would be dire. If you're willing to assist me, please head to the mine and ensure that the old drunkard does not locate the ice flame demon Oregon. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and replied, very well. I shall do my utmost. With that, he turned and made his way towards the mine. The old drunkard was not present here. Why? Perhaps it was because the village chief was nearby, prompting him to conceal himself. Or could it be that this was a scheme from the very beginning? Wang the blacksmith did not fully trust himself. His presence here was merely a diversion, creating an opportunity for the old drunkard to seek the ice flame demon Oregon. Upon reflection, this realization was indeed chilling. Chapter 30, Hidden Copy, The Lost Princess. Lin Tianhao could only hope that his concerns were unfounded. Otherwise, his current predicament would be rather dire. The old village chief harbored suspicions about him, and he had initially believed that sparing the old drunkard would earn him the trust of blacksmith Wang. His subsequent interactions with the blacksmith had further led him to believe that Wang had begun to trust him. However, if today's encounter with the old village chief was indeed part of Wang's scheme, it would be truly alarming. Before reaching the mine, the old drunkard suddenly appeared. Snow Emperor, he said, gazing at Lin Tianhao. I was waiting for you at the cliff, but when the old village chief arrived unexpectedly, I had to conceal myself. Lin Tianhao felt a slight sense of relief. So what shall we do next? Seek the ice flame demon, or? The old drunkard replied earnestly. There are 3 pieces of Ice Flame Demon or in the Novice Village. The first piece has gone missing. The remaining 2 should be nearby. Lin Tianhao nodded, knowing that the Ice Flame Demon or would reward him with a platinum necklace. It was impossible for him not to feel tempted. Yet, sacrificing his carefully laid plans for a mere platinum necklace was not what he desired. In the time that followed, Lin Tianhao and the old drunkard began their search. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that a hidden copy existed within the mine. However, Lin Tianhao did not recall how to unlock this hidden copy. Nonetheless, there had to be a method. For instance, he could try to find clues on the Stone Beetle King. After all, the wild monsters in the mine were the stone beetles. With this thought, Lin Tianhao commenced his assault on the stone beetles, only able to increase his health points without gaining experience. He had grown accustomed to this. Leveling up was an effortless task for him. He aimed to extract as much value from the novice village as possible while simultaneously enhancing his health. Ding! Due to your mass slaughter of stone beetles, you have attracted the attention of the Stone Beetle King, who will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of anticipation. This Ice Flame Demon or was likely connected to the Stone Beetle King. 5 minutes later, a colossal figure, its shell a dark crimson, approached him, the Stone Beetle King. Stone Beetle King, Black Iron level 8. Health, 81, 520 81, 520. Attack, 215. Skills, Rock Fall, Stone Shield, Terrifying Roar, Stone Ball Cannon, Petrifying Skin. Lin Tianhao quickly scanned the attributes of the Stone Beetle before launching a torrential assault. Critical hit, minus 4,918. His first feathered arrow struck with critical damage. An astonishing figure. With the enhancement of a 9-fold longbow, his attack speed reached 463, inflicting 20,000 damage per second. The Stone Beetle King's health, exceeding 80,000, could not withstand even 5 seconds before it was vanquished. Ding! You have slain the Stone Beetle King, earning 859 experience points. However, as you have yet to leave the novice village, you are unable to gain experience. Lin Tianhao paid no heed to this and proceeded to loot the corpse. Ding! You have acquired 3 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have obtained a skill book. Ding! You have received a Stone Beetle King's Eye 1. Ding! You have gained 1 gold coin. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows, contemplating the Stone Beetle King's eye. It suddenly reminded him of a certain location that seemed to correspond perfectly with this eye. The depths of the mine. Lin Tianhao approached a stone wall, where in a corner lay an inconspicuous recess. A careful inspection would reveal that this recess matched the Stone Beetle King's eye precisely. Lin Tianhao placed the eye into the recess. Instantly, the stone wall began to rotate, ultimately forming a portal to a hidden dungeon. Ding! You have activated the hidden dungeon, the Lost Princess. Ding! You have opened a hidden dungeon. A server-wide announcement will follow. Do you wish to conceal your name? Conceal. As matters in the novice village had yet to stabilize, Lin Tianhao considered the thoughts of the old village chief and others. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player with a concealed nickname for unlocking the hidden dungeon, the Lost Princess. You have gained 5 free attribute points. We encourage all players to strive further. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player with a concealed nickname for unlocking the hidden dungeon, the Lost Princess. You have gained 5 free attribute points. We encourage all players to strive further. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and stepped through the portal. The dungeon options materialized before him. Hell level. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianhao chose the Hell level. This difficulty was nearly insurmountable for most ordinary players. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao found himself still within the mine. The dimly lit cavern revealed a series of small zombies appearing one after another. What the hell? The novice village actually had undead monsters. Undead creatures typically emerge more frequently in the mid-game, and their occasional appearance in the early stages usually indicates a relatively advanced dungeon. Small zombie, elite level 8. Health, 10, 810, 800. Attack, 95. Skills, charge, iron skin bite. Their attributes were not to be underestimated. Lin Tianhao wasted no time in attacking. The iron skin of the small zombies was merely decorative to him. After all, his damage was true damage. Minus 2,250. A massive damage number appeared, even without a critical hit. It was nothing short of terrifying. Coupled with Lin Tianhao's high output, the small zombies were slain before they could even approach him. As more and more small zombies emerged, Lin Tianhao maintained his strategy of kiting and attacking. As long as his damage was sufficient, these small zombies were mere trifles. He breezed through the first level without a hint of pressure. The second level brought not only small zombies, but also some green-haired zombies, whose attributes had significantly improved. Nevertheless, they were still unable to hinder Lin Tianhao's advance. The third level awaited. Lin Tianhao had just arrived here, amidst a distorted jungle. Before him stood 4 black iron level bosses. The purple-haired zombie, Black Iron, at level 8. Possessing a health pool of 158, 200, 200, an attack power of 512, and skills including Rampage, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Bite, Whirling Strangle, and Corpse Chi Permeation. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. While the health of the purple-haired zombie was considerable, its other attributes and skills appeared rather mundane. Just as this thought crossed his mind, all 4 purple-haired zombies simultaneously unleashed Corpse Chi Permeation. A vast amount of corpse energy surged toward Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have been affected by Corpse Chi. Your body begins to stiffen, with movement speed reduced by 50 and attack speed diminished by 50. Concurrently, damage numbers incessantly appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Minus 299. Minus 299. These damage figures emerged with alarming frequency, appearing 4 times per second, causing Lin Tianhao to lose 200 health points each second. Even considering his health regeneration, Lin Tianhao's vitality continued to decline at a rate of several hundred points per second. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao struck back. He was not one to remain passive. Bang! An arrow found its mark in the zombie's head. Critical hit. Minus 4,548. Chapter 31. The Frostfire Corpse King. As his feathered arrows were released, 4 zombies charged forth. Colliding recklessly, Lin Tianhao instinctively sought to evade, but alas, with his movement speed diminished by 50%, he found himself unable to dodge their relentless assaults. Bang! Minus 1,280. Minus 1,283. A series of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Only after the skills concluded did he launch a furious counterattack. Each strike from Lin Tianhao resulted in a critical hit. Thanks to a 5% lifesteal, he was able to recover over 400 health points each second. Coupled with the effects of revival, the trance set, and the 9-comb longbow, his health regeneration soared to over 1,100 per second. Revival offered 500. The incomplete trance set contributed 130. The 9-comb longbow added 100, and the lifesteal accounted for over 400. Such a rate of recovery was formidable. Even when beset by 4 black iron bosses simultaneously, he managed to maintain his footing. A smile crept across Lin Tianhao's face. As long as he could hold steady, the ensuing battle would become significantly more manageable. However, the subsequent assault from the purple-haired zombie caused his expression to shift dramatically. The purple-haired zombie unleashed a bite. Despite his best efforts to evade and disrupt their attacks with his arrows, his movement and attack speeds compromised. He could at most restrain 2 purple-haired zombies at once, leaving him vulnerable. The outcome was inevitable. He was bitten by the purple-haired zombie. Minus 1958. Minus 299. Minus 299. Lin Tianhao felt despondent. The bite inflicted poison, and this effect stacked with a toxic aura surrounding him. Now burdened with dual poison debuffs, his health plummeted even more rapidly. With no other recourse, Lin Tianhao was compelled to end the battle swiftly. At last, the first purple-haired zombie fell. He exhaled in relief. With 1 less purple-haired zombie, the layers of toxic aura would diminish, and the damage he sustained per second would decrease. Then came a second and third. When the final purple-haired zombie succumbed, Lin Tianhao collapsed to the ground. Damn! Without a detoxification skill or a means to remove negative buffs, he faced a significant flaw. It was at this moment that the importance of a priest became abundantly clear. Even the presence of an ordinary priest to cleanse the poison and alleviate negative debuffs would have made this battle considerably easier. and this was merely a black iron level boss. The pressure would only intensify when confronting world bosses in the future. Once his health was fully restored, Lin Tianhao fixed his gaze ahead. The layout here bore a striking resemblance to the Twisted Jungle, indicating that the final challenge would likely be a bronze-level boss. As he entered the last stage, Lin Tianhao immediately looked ahead. In this chamber, 2 crystal coffins lay before him. The left coffin contained a desiccated corpse, while the right one was utterly empty. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brows. In an instant, he turned around and loosed an arrow into the void. A grotesque zombie materialized behind him, its claws mere centimeters away. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao's twisting bow technique had already been executed, and the immense force of the arrow sent the zombie hurtling away. Simultaneously, he continued to increase the distance between them, releasing arrows in rapid succession while inspecting the zombie's attributes. Frostfire Corpse King, Bronze Level 10. Health, 1091, 321, 100,000. Attack, 560. Skills, Rampage, Frostfire Duality. Freeze, Scorching Flames, Corpse Shadow, Frostfire Roulette. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, undeterred, and continued his assault. The Frostfire Corpse King moved swiftly, as Lin Tianhao released an arrow. The creature had already distanced itself from its original position. Moreover, as a zombie, its reaction speed exceeded Lin Tianhao's expectations, displaying an agility that was astonishing. Nevertheless, this was not enough to render Lin Tianhao helpless. With his attack speed unaffected, firing 4 arrows per second was more than sufficient to restrict the Frostfire Corpse King's movement. Moreover, Lin Tianhao's shots were cunningly aimed, leaving the Frostfire Corpse King with no avenues for evasion. Acknowledging its inability to dodge, the Frostfire Corpse King chose to endure a shot and charged at Lin Tianhao with great speed. Simultaneously, it raised its hand, summoning a sphere of flames within its palm. What followed was utterly absurd. As the Frostfire Corpse King lifted its hand, flames erupted from its body as well. Ding! You're affected by flame burn. You will continue to lose health. -915. -915. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of dread. This locking skill, which inflicted continuous damage, was indeed overwhelming, especially considering the foe was a bronze boss with formidable attributes. With no means to dispel the burn, Lin Tianhao had no choice but to amplify his damage output, striving to vanquish the Frostfire Corpse King in the shortest possible time. The Frostfire Corpse King was exceedingly agile. Lin Tianhao's 4 arrows could only strike 2, or at times just 1. Furthermore, the difficulty of targeting its weaknesses significantly reduced his chances of critical hits. After evading Lin Tianhao's arrows, the Frostfire Corpse King raised both hands simultaneously. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically. Ding! You are affected by Frostfire Duality. You will continue to lose health. -1, 598. -1, 598. Lin Tianhao. What manner of celestial monster is this? Inflicting various negative effects. It was as if it were not human at all. 2 locking skills, both causing continuous damage, left him with no room for maneuver. If this continued, conquering the dungeon would prove exceedingly challenging. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. His attributes were already extraordinarily high. If he could not succeed here, it would be unacceptable. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianhao's arrow strikes have become increasingly cunning, anticipating movements with precision. This is the fundamental skill of an archer. Yet the disparity between a master and an ordinary player is glaringly evident. Under Lin Tianhao's intense focus and predictive assaults, the Ice Flame Corpse King begins to falter. Now is the moment. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Lin Tianhao sends the Ice Flame Corpse King sprawling. Immediately following, a relentless series of airborne combos ensues, inflicting significant damage. You have no chance left. Lin Tianhao's gaze is unwaveringly serious. He refuses to accept failure. In a state of complete concentration, the outcome is already determined. The reason is simple. Every detail of the Ice Flame Corpse King has been meticulously observed by Lin Tianhao. He has eliminated any possibility of the Ice Flame Corpse King touching the ground. even while ensuring the creature remains suspended in the air. Lin Tianhao interrupts its attempts to unleash skills. His assault has reached an exquisite pinnacle. Ding! You have slain the Ice Flame Corpse King. Experience points 10, 850. However, as you have not left the novice village, you are unable to gain experience points. Chapter 32. Princess Leona, the Purification Pendant. Ding! You have completed the first clear of the Lost Princess, and an announcement is about to be made across the server. Do you wish to conceal your name? Conceal. Ding! Congratulations to the player for concealing their name upon completing the first clear of the Lost Princess. We hope that all players will strive for further achievements. Ding! Congratulations to the player for concealing their name upon completing the first clear of the Lost Princess. We hope that all players will strive for further achievements. The Lost Princess, the hidden dungeon in the novice village. At this stage, most of the first batch of players entering the game have already made their way to the main city. Thus, this level 8 dungeon has not attracted much attention, nor does anyone believe that such a modest level 8 dungeon could yield anything of great value. In Stone Peak City, Futu Shield Mountain opened the friend list. He had been closely monitoring Lin Tianhao, who had reached level 10 for some time. Given Lin Tianhao's abilities, it was unusual that he had not leveled up for so long. The most likely explanation was that Lin Tianhao had not left the novice village at all. He was eager to inquire about Lin Tianhao's situation, yet ultimately refrained from asking. Moreover, several other clubs that were also observing Lin Tianhao had recognized this issue. Lin Tianhao was still in a novice village. Could it be that some offline matters had delayed his progress in the game? What a pity. He possessed considerable talent. But after such a lengthy delay, even if he wished to catch up, he would merely become an average player. Dreaming of Snowflakes shook her head in disappointment upon receiving reports about Lin Tianhao. Level 10, yet still in the novice village. It was highly likely that some offline matters had hindered him. Not only dreaming of Snowflakes, but most clubs keeping an eye on Lin Tianhao shared this sentiment. After all, Lin Tianhao's talent and attributes were evident. If not for offline issues, this current situation was inexplicable. Little did they know, Lin Tianhao was not held back by offline matters. He was in the midst of a daunting storyline quest. Should he succeed in this quest, it would alter the very landscape of the novice village. Ding! Calculating rewards for the first clear of the dungeon. Ding! You have received 31 skill books. Ding! You have obtained 42 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have gained 120 gold coins. Ding! You have acquired 20 free attribute points. Ding! You have received 1 Ice Flame Magic Oregon. Indeed, a smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. This second piece of Ice Flame Magic had finally come into his possession, just as Lin Tianhao was reviewing his rewards. Ahead of him, the body of the Ice Flame Corpse King began to emit a force of ice attribute energy, which gradually detached from it. Ultimately, this ice attribute energy descended upon the corpse within the crystal coffin. Upon receiving the ice attribute energy, the corpse within the crystal coffin began to rapidly regenerate. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. Could it be that this hidden dungeon harbored a hidden boss? The hidden boss refers to a new adversary that emerges after completing a dungeon due to certain unique circumstances. In such scenarios, one may opt to exit the dungeon, having already secured the rewards for clearing it. However, Lin Tianhao, possessing both skill and audacity, yearned to discover the nature of this concealed foe. With a thunderous boom, the crystal coffin shattered, revealing a woman with alabaster skin, exquisite features, and cascading silver hair standing before him. Lin Tianhao's gaze fixated on her. Princess Leona? Health? Attack? Skills? Lin Tianhao's expression shifted as he noted that all her attributes were obscured by question marks. Furthermore, within the realm of the game, beings bestowed with titles such as princess, prince, or general were typically formidable adversaries. Adventurer, have you come to rescue me? The princess inquired. Lin Tianhao instinctively nodded, acknowledging her statement. Upon hearing this, Princess Leona maintained an air of calm, observing Lin Tianhao for a moment before saying, "You have saved me, and I can offer you 2 gifts, but you may only choose one." Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. Had he triggered a hidden reward? The first gift, You may become a viscount of our star kingdom and acquire your own territory." Lin Tianhao gasped in astonishment. A lord's heart? Such a treasure was nearly impossible to find in the early stages of the game. Moreover, Princess Leona had mentioned a viscount's title, signifying nobility. Holding noble status within the kingdom would bestow numerous advantages upon him. Yet, Lin Tianhao tempered his excitement and inquired, "What is the second gift?" Princess Leona produced a pale blue jade pendant. This is an artifact passed down from the age of divine cataclysm, granting the wearer an 80% immunity to control effects. Lin Tianhao's eyes gleamed with interest. An 80% immunity to control effects was indeed extraordinary. "What is your choice?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianhao declared, "I choose the pendant." Drawing upon his past experiences, he deemed it a manageable task to acquire a lord's heart and establish a territory. The title of Viscount was merely the penultimate rank among the nobility. Moreover, while the Star Kingdom might suffice in the early game, it would soon become less impressive in the later stages. However, that pendant was remarkable. 80% immunity to control effects was advantageous regardless of the game's phase. Princess Leona regarded Lin Tianhao with surprise, seemingly taken aback by his choice of an equipment piece over nobility and territory. Was the title of Viscount and land not worth as much as a mere item? Lin Tianhao shook his head, clarifying that it was not the title or the territory that was lacking, nor was it the Star Kingdom's worth. Rather, preferences varied from person to person. With a resigned smile, Princess Leona presented the jade pendant to Lin Tianhao. Purified jade pendant, special equipment. Wearing requirements. The active transferor may wear it. It must not fall off, be ingested, or be worn by others not actively gifted. Effects: immunity to 80% of control, knockback, slow, curse, poison, burn, freeze, paralysis, and other negative buffs. Durability: 100. A satisfied smile graced Lin Tianhao's face. This effect is indeed exceptionally powerful. Even during the Cataclysm, such attributes could be described as explosive. Upon donning the purifying jade pendant, Lin Tianhao felt significantly rejuvenated. This was truly a delightful surprise. Next, he proceeded to examine his equipment and skills. Regrettably, there was not a single item he could equip or skill he could learn. The only two useful aspects were the free attribute points and the Ice Flame Magic Oregon. However, according to the old drunkard, there should be 2 more Ice Flame Magic Ores here, and only one had appeared thus far. This indicated that another must still remain. After leaving the dungeon, Lin Tianhao re-entered it. To his astonishment, he discovered that the hell difficulty had vanished. Was it because I rescued Princess Leona that the hell level has disappeared? Chapter 33. Blackmailing the Old Village Chief. Without much deliberation, Lin Tianhao opted for the nightmarish difficulty level of the dungeon. In under 20 minutes, he completed the nightmarish Lost Princess. However, the coveted Ice Flame Magic did not materialize. Was my initial assumption flawed? There should only be one piece of Ice Flame Magic here, Lin Tianhao mused inwardly. No, the old drunkard had no reason to deceive him regarding this matter. Could it be that there are 2 hidden dungeons within this mine? The likelihood of that is exceedingly slim. Since it is not 2 hidden dungeons, there remains another possibility. The drop rate. Perhaps the Ice Flame Magic exists here. But due to the drop rate, it did not appear upon his first completion of the challenging dungeon. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianhao re-entered the Lost Princess dungeon. The battles he was about to engage in were already quite taxing. Even if he did not acquire the final piece of Ice Flame Magic here, he could consider it a means to farm health points. Thus, he proceeded to engage in 5 consecutive runs. It must be said that Lin Tianhao's judgment was indeed accurate. During his 5th run, he finally beheld in the completion rewards. Ding, you have obtained Ice Flame Magic 1. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. Now, with all 3 pieces of Ice Flame Magic from the novice village in his possession, whether he could unlock the seal would depend on his fortunes. Moreover, due to the continuous runs of the Lost Princess, Lin Tianhao's health points had now surpassed 120,000. Coupled with the 9 Harmony Longbow, his combat prowess had received a significant boost. Upon exiting the mine, Lin Tianhao did not seek out the old drunkard or the blacksmith Wang. Instead, He made his way directly to the cliff. As anticipated, the old village chief was still there. It seemed he was aware that the forthcoming battlefield would be here. Thus he personally guarded the location. Snow Emperor, why have you returned? Lin Tianhao did not respond to this question. Instead, he produced a piece of ice flame magic Oregon. Upon seeing the ore in Lin Tianhao's hand, the previously unruffled old village chief's expression abruptly shifted. He smiled at Lin Tianhao and said, Snow Emperor, you have found the ice flame magic ore. This is truly splendid. Old village chief, what exactly is this ice flame magic ore? Why are both you and Blacksmith Wang seeking it? In response, the old village chief chuckled softly. This is a highly significant mineral of great utility to us both. Snow Emperor, hand it over to me, and I shall grant you unexpected benefits. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. The old village chief's promise of unforeseen benefits left him somewhat hesitant. What specifically do you mean? Lin Tianhao inquired, gazing intently at the old village chief. The old village chief's expression darkened slightly as he realized Lin Tianhao sought to negotiate. A golden tier ring. Lin Tianhao shook his head. I have heard that Blacksmith Wang's offer was a platinum tier necklace. The old village chief's expression darkened. He was a blacksmith, and, in terms of equipment, I was indeed inferior to him. However, if you're willing to give me this ice flame, or I can offer you a saint-level talent awakening stone, which can awaken nearly all talents. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment. He had no use for the saint-level talent awakening stone, but both Zhou Xiaopeng and the monkey possessed exquisite talents. Providing them with this awakening stone would enable them to swiftly awaken their talents and become stronger sooner. Yet, 2 stones were necessary. Lin Tianhao, now in a position of leverage, naturally would not surrender so easily. Snow Emperor, I possess only one, and it is indeed the finest item you can acquire in the novice village. Lin Tianhao remained non-committal. I require 2 of those golden rings. The old village chief's face darkened further. Lin Tianhao's price had begun to irritate him. Snow Emperor, if the ice flame or falls into the hands of the king blacksmith, the novice village will face ruin, and it would spell disaster for you adventurers as well. I am willing to pay the price to avert this calamity. Lin Tianhao sighed. Old village chief, I genuinely wish to assist you, but as an adventurer, my only desire is for profit. I apologize. With that, Lin Tianhao turned to leave. Stop. The old village chief's demeanor shifted to one of cold hostility, a murderous intent surging from him. What? Does the old village chief intend to kill me? Go ahead. Losing a level is of no concern to me. Upon hearing this, the old village chief's imposing aura diminished. Indeed, Lin Tianhao was an adventurer. Even if he were to kill Lin Tianhao here, the outcome would merely result in Lin Tianhao losing a level. Once back in the novice village, Lin Tianhao could still hand the ice flame or over to the king blacksmith. Very well, I accept your terms. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face as he completed the transaction with the old village chief. Thunder Ring, Golden Level. Requirements, Level 10, Archer. Effect 1, Attack 350. Effect 2, Critical Hit 30. Effect 3, Armor Piercing 15. Effect 4, 5 chance to paralyze the opponent. Effect 5, 5 chance to deal double critical damage. Effect 6, 5 chance to trigger a widespread lightning bombardment. Durability, 100. Both rings held identical attributes. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. Within these attributes, 3 possessed special effects, albeit with relatively low probabilities. Fortunately, the rings shared the same properties, enabling Lin Tianhao to effectively deal significant damage. Upon exchanging the 2 rings from the treatment set, Lin Tianhao experienced a reduction of 20 points in recovery, and his health plummeted by over 1,000. However, since the treatment set granted a set effect at 10 pieces, it was still bearable for the time being. Old village chief, it has been a pleasure to collaborate, Lin Tianhao remarked with a smile. Yet, the old village chief's expression remained grim. After all, anyone subjected to such extortion would likely be displeased. 2 golden rings, merely at level 10, were useful for Lin Tianhao at this stage, but only just. Ultimately, it is merely a transitional piece of equipment. Were it not for the impending confrontation with the blacksmith Wang and the old village chief, he would not have sought such gear. Allocating points to free attributes would have been far more advantageous. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Lin Tianhao set his course back to the novice village. Upon arriving at the blacksmith's forge, Lin Tianhao was met with a somewhat sinister expression from Wang. "Snow Emperor, what brings you here again?" The tone in Wang's voice, tinged with bitterness, made it evident to Lin Tianhao that the blacksmith was privy to certain information. "Wang, was it not you who instructed me to seek the ice flame demon, or I have returned to submit my quest, and this is the attitude you present?" Wang sneered. "Snow Emperor, do you still dare to feign innocence before me? The old drunkard has seen you trade the ice flame demon or to the village chief. What do you intend to offer me now?" Lin Tianhao sighed. "Wang, the ice flame demon or is not a singular entity." With that, he feigned disappointment, shaking his head. "Since you have no desire for the ice flame demon, or I shall take my leave." As he turned to depart, Wang's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Tianhao, his demeanor transforming. "Snow Emperor, I was merely jesting. From what you just indicated, you still possess ice flame demon, or..." Lin Tianhao nodded. "Indeed, I still have a piece of ice flame demon Oregon. However, I now believe that giving it to the village chief may prove to be a wiser choice. At the very least, the village chief would not treat me with such disdain as you do." Chapter 34. The game with Blacksmith Wang. Upon hearing this, Blacksmith Wang grew somewhat anxious. "Snow Emperor, there is no need for discord over such trivial matters. Our past collaboration has been exceedingly pleasant." Lin Tianhao paused in his tracks. "To be frank, Blacksmith Wang, the conditions set forth by the old village chief are remarkably generous." Blacksmith Wang, upon hearing this, surmised that Lin Tianhao might be demanding more than what was reasonable. "Snow Emperor, my platinum-grade necklace is no trifling matter either." "Indeed, it is not trifling." Lin Tianhao hesitated, yet he recognized that it remained merely a transitional piece of equipment. The old village chief had even offered a holy-grade awakening stone. "How about you provide me with a holy-grade awakening stone?" Blacksmith Wang's expression shifted. He possessed no such stone. "Snow Emperor, I indeed do not have a holy-grade awakening stone. However, I can assist you in upgrading the ninefold longbow to platinum grade, along with a platinum grade necklace." Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. With a platinum grade main weapon and necklace, his combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Yet, a dilemma loomed. If he were to switch necklaces, the trance set would dwindle to merely 9 pieces, thus nullifying the set bonus. Utilizing platinum-grade equipment as a mere transitional piece felt rather regrettable. "Very well, provide me with a complete set of golden equipment for archers." "A complete set?" Blacksmith Wang's countenance changed drastically. "Snow Emperor, sets are not as common as cabbage. The finest in the entire novice village is the bronze grade set, which is the pinnacle of what I can offer." Lin Tianhao felt a tinge of disappointment, though it was not unexpected. "Bronze grade? Not even silver? Let me see the attributes of the set." Blacksmith Wang inhaled deeply, noting that it was quite rare for players to bargain with him in such a manner. Yet, he found himself powerless, as the ice flame magic or was something he desperately needed. "All right." Blacksmith Wang led Lin Tianhao into the back room, where Lin Tianhao beheld 3 bronze-grade sets. One of these was the Cleansing Breeze set, suitable for archers. His gaze fell upon this Cleansing Breeze set, and its attributes materialized before him. Cleansing Breeze set, Effect 1, Attack Speed 3. 2 Effect 2, Movement Speed 5. 9 Effect 3, Critical Hit 35 Effect 4. Attack 1800 set Effect 1. Your normal attacks can stack attack speed, with each normal attack adding 0. 5 Attack Speed, stacking up to 6 times. Set Effect 2. Your normal attacks can stack movement speed, with each normal attack adding 0. 5 Movement Speed, stacking up to 6 times. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. This equipment was not what he desired. Although attack speed and movement speed seemed significant, he had noticed another set that boasted high damage reflection. What he truly required was life steal. Otherwise, if Blacksmith Wang utilized that reflective equipment, he would find himself at a considerable disadvantage. "How is it?" Blacksmith Wang inquired. "Unsatisfactory." Lin Tianhao succinctly replied. How could that be? The blacksmith, feigning astonishment, remarked that the archer's most essential attributes, attack speed, movement speed, critical strike chance, and attack power, were all present in the set. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally, acknowledging that indeed, all were included. Yet, there was a glaring absence of lifesteal, which posed a significant dilemma. In the current stage of the game, the existence of reflect damage meant that without lifesteal, the faster his attack speed, the quicker his demise. The blacksmith's reflect damage set was a natural counter to this clear win set. This seemed to be a premeditated strategy. What I lack is not attack speed and critical strike, but rather lifesteal. This unique attribute cannot be enhanced through free attribute points. It can only be acquired through equipment or skills. The blacksmith narrowed his eyes slightly. For an archer to seek lifesteal appeared to be a means of increasing their margin for error. However, truth be told, lifesteal does not offer the same margin as attack speed and movement speed. Once those two attributes are sufficiently elevated, one need not fear, provided the opponent lacks reflect damage. Lin Tianhao's immediate desire for lifesteal gear made the answer obvious. Within the entire novice village, aside from the twisted treant with its modest reflect damage attribute, only the blacksmith possessed such capabilities. Snow Emperor, lifesteal is indeed a special attribute that I possess, yet I have no complete set for it. Merely 3 bronze pieces that offer lifesteal. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted slightly. It appeared the blacksmith had discerned some of his intentions. Sighing, Lin Tianhao resolved to seek out the old village chief instead. The blacksmith's gaze sharpened, releasing an invisible aura. Lin Tianhao felt the temperature around him rise steadily. Ding! You are affected by high temperature. -18. -18. The damage was minimal, yet the blacksmith's demeanor greatly displeased Lin Tianhao. Blacksmith, do you intend to strike? At this juncture, Lin Tianhao raised his hands in resignation. Very well, I am certain I cannot defeat you. Feel free to end me. The blacksmith's expression darkened. He was well aware that should Lin Tianhao be slain, he would simply lose a level. Moreover, this was the novice village. If he were to kill Lin Tianhao here, it would undoubtedly give the old village chief a reason to confront him. Snow Emperor, I do indeed possess another special piece of equipment that can grant lifesteal. Surely, you would not refuse it. Oh, Lin Tianhao responded with some surprise. What kind of equipment could inspire such confidence in the blacksmith? From his robes, the blacksmith produced a necklace. Bloodthirsty necklace, special. Requirements for wearing, none. Effects, restores 1 of health with each basic attack. Durability, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. It must be said, the blacksmith was correct. This was an item he could not refuse. 1% health restoration may seem modest, yet it was substantial given Lin Tianhao's own high health pool. Very well, this ice flame magic or is yours, Lin Tianhao declared. No, the blacksmith, Wang, shook his head, expressing that in order to acquire this piece of equipment, besides the ice flame magic or, he required an additional 1,000 pieces of gear. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted slightly, perceiving this demand as rather exorbitant. While the blacksmith stated, it's not excessive. I am confident you will acquiesce. Lin Tianhao offered a non-committal smile. While the blacksmith had indeed made a correct gamble. Very well, as you wish. However, I do not possess them at present and will require some time, Wang conceded. Not a problem. I shall await your response. Lin Tianhao agreed, as this was merely a matter of convenience for him. He had accumulated a considerable amount of equipment while grinding through dungeons. His intent moving forward was to enhance his health points as much as possible through these endeavors. Ideally, he aspired to elevate the Hand of Divine Punishment to 3 stars, which would result in a substantial increase in his damage output. Upon exiting the novice village, Lin Tianhao commenced an intensive grind in the Twisted Forest. In Emerald City, Zhu Meng Yinshui observed a message from her subordinate, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. After such a lengthy period, still at level 10, it seems there is little hope for him. Zhu Meng Yinshui responded with a message, indicating that there was no need to monitor the Snow Emperor any further. Even if he were to log in now, it would be impossible for him to catch up to her. Is there still a need to recruit him, then? Zhu Meng Yinshui hesitated briefly, considering recruitment feasible. But with a reduced annual salary of 1 million, acceptance would suffice, while refusal would be inconsequential. In the game, one misstep leads to further delays. There is no need to concern ourselves with him any longer. Chapter 35. I accept this mission, not merely chasing dreams amid snow and smoke. The interest of other clubs in Lin Tianhao has waned considerably. After all, the early stages of Twilight of the Gods are crucial, and Lin Tianhao's prolonged stagnation at level 10 has inevitably led them to question his worth. In contrast, Futu Dunshan has consistently monitored Lin Tianhao's progress, even sending several messages of concern during this period, though regrettably, none received a response. Online, a blogger has posted an article claiming that Lin Tianhao has faded into obscurity. Snow Emperor, whom many may still remember, garnered immense popularity through successive announcements across the server and lucrative offers from major clubs. However, a day has passed, and while other players surge ahead, Snow Emperor remains stagnant at level 10. Based on my conjecture, he is merely a fleeting genius upon entering the main city. His infinite levitation techniques became ineffective against bosses equipped with invulnerability and rage skills. As for those suggesting that Snow Emperor has been offline due to personal matters, I deem such notions absurd. Who would forsake an astronomical salary to indulge in trivial pursuits offline? Following this blogger's analysis, many have concurred with his perspective. In truth, from a viewpoint of professional players, the blogger's arguments are riddled with fallacies. However, most casual players lack sufficient understanding of the game and thus find merit in the blogger's assertions. Nonetheless, professional players would not stoop to defending someone they hardly know. Yet, upon seeing this post, Futu Dunshan could no longer remain silent. He promptly created a new post to retort. First and foremost, regarding the blogger known as game+Ge, I implore you to think before you speak. Snow Emperor, with his levitation techniques, cannot possibly be incapable of defeating ordinary monsters, even if he struggles against bosses. Moreover, have you seen the livestream recordings of Hu Gu Jiang Chengfenge? What kind of damage does Snow Emperor inflict? Is it conceivable that he is stuck at level 10? Futu Dunshan's entry into the discourse immediately stirred considerable excitement. After all, he is the young master of the Futu Guild, having made a name for himself in the main city with his elite Treant ensemble. Thus, a significant number of players are familiar with him. Merely 15 minutes after his post went live, game+Ge responded with a new article. To my astonishment, a professional player would actually support Snow Emperor. While I do not deny the prowess of Snow Emperor's levitation techniques, what of it? His damage statistics in the novice village were already preposterous, and reliant on free attributes or equipment, it is nearly impossible to sustain such outrageous damage. Therefore, I speculate that Snow Emperor likely possesses a special item that amplifies damage, something not unheard of in the early game. However, such special items often come with time limitations, and I surmise that the duration of Snow Emperor's item has expired, causing his damage to revert to normal, thus rendering him indistinguishable from the crowd. As game+Ge and Futu Dunshan engaged in mutual debate, both possess a certain fanbase. Their heated debate has stirred up quite a commotion online, even catapulting into the top 10 trending topics. At this very moment, Lin Tianhao, the pivotal figure in this incident, is engrossed in navigating the twisted jungle, clearing it once, twice, thrice. Here, we must express gratitude for one of the perks of the novice village, an infinite backpack. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao's pack would have long been filled to capacity. He has lost count of how many times he has tackled the hellish difficulty of the twisted jungle. All he knows is that he has been incessantly grinding. Finally, ding! Your Hand of Divine Punishment has been upgraded to 3 stars. Hand of Divine Punishment. Super God level 3 stars effect 1. Each basic attack inflicts true damage equal to 3 of your maximum health. Effect 2. Each basic attack permanently increases health by 3 points. Proficiency 010 000 000. A satisfied smile graced Lin Tianhao's face. The Hand of Divine Punishment has finally leveled up. Simultaneously, his health has surged beyond 220,000. Now, according to the effects of the Hand of Divine Punishment, each basic attack can inflict 6,600 points of true damage, while also permanently enhancing his health by 3 points per strike. After the upgrade, Lin Tianhao did not pause, clearing instances once more to reap abundant rewards. He checked his equipment and found he possessed over 1,100 items, thus fulfilling the requirements of the Blacksmith King's quest. Upon returning to the novice village, Lin Tianhao sought out the Blacksmith King. Blacksmith King, I have brought what you requested. The Blacksmith King looked somewhat astonished, clearly not expecting Lin Tianhao to arrive so swiftly. Lin Tianhao presented the equipment and the Ice Flame Magic Oregon. Upon seeing these items, the Blacksmith King produced the Bloodthirsty Necklace, and they exchanged their treasures. A smile of satisfaction spread across Lin Tianhao's face. With the Bloodthirsty Necklace, coupled with the Purification Pendant's immunity to control effects, his pressure has significantly diminished. Immunity, lifesteal. Combined with his current attributes and skills, he feels confident that he can contend with the old village chief. Snow Emperor, you have now acquired what you desired. Should you not take your leave? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. To be candid, I have offended several guilds in the main city. I would likely be slaughtered upon arrival. Upon hearing this, the Blacksmith King darkened his expression. The old drunkard admonished, Snow Emperor, do not overreach. Matters of the novice village are beyond your purview. Lin Tianhao grinned. I am a man who values profit. As long as the benefits are substantial, I would even take down the old village chief. The Blacksmith King scrutinized Lin Tianhao. He held a favorable view of Lin Tianhao's strength. Yet recently, Lin Tianhao's unpredictable nature has made it difficult to trust him. Moreover, he constantly felt that Lin Tianhao represented an uncertain variable. To ensure absolute safety, he wished for Lin Tianhao to depart from the novice village. However, if Lin Tianhao were genuinely willing to assist him, the rewards could be immensely beneficial. Very well, the blacksmith nodded slightly. Snow Empress, if you truly wish to assist me, then proceed to destroy the resurrection altar at once. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted, realizing that to destroy the altar now would sever his only means of retreat. In other words, without a resurrection altar in the novice village, should he fall in battle, he would be forcibly resurrected in the main city. The risk was too great. Even though Lin Tianhao's withering would revived had reached 3 stars, his invincible body was still on cooldown. This was a perilous endeavor. Blacksmith, we cannot destroy the resurrection altar just yet. That would be cutting off my own escape route. Let us wait until the old village chief has passed before we dismantle it, shall we? The blacksmith's cold chuckle revealed his growing skepticism towards Lin Tianhao. Snow Empress, your actions make it difficult for me to place my trust in you. Perhaps it would be better if you were to confront the old village chief at the cliff. With the resurrection altar in place, even in death, you could return. As for leveling up, I trust that will be a trivial matter for you. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. The blacksmith was effectively pressuring him to choose sides. A notification chimed. The blacksmith has issued you a quest. Quest requirements: travel to the cliff and battle the old village chief. Quest penalties: unknown. Quest rewards: unknown. If he accepted this quest to attack the village chief, it would irrevocably sever his ties with the old man. From the blacksmith's perspective, Lin Tianhao had no choice but to ally with him. The blacksmith wore a mocking expression, convinced that Lin Tianhao would never accept the task. However, his next response left the blacksmith utterly astonished. Very well, I accept this quest. Chapter 36. The old village chief is actually a martial artist. Juan the blacksmith was momentarily taken aback. Oh, then I sincerely hope you succeed in eliminating the old village chief. Should you manage to defeat him alone, I shall reward you with a weapon for archers that possesses the potential for growth. Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled with interest. Such a weapon, capable of evolution, is the most formidable of all. It is the only type that is limitless, transcending even divine artifacts to achieve legendary status. Very well, I shall proceed at once. Lin Tianhao was eager to test the strength of the village chief, who was reputed to be the most formidable boss in the novice village. This was his opportunity to explore the truth. Upon arriving at the cliff, Lin Tianhao found that a gazebo had been erected, where the old village chief sat leisurely sipping tea. Upon noticing Lin Tianhao's arrival, he retrieved a cup and poured tea for him. Shuedi, care for a cup? Swish! In response, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking the cup from the chief's hand with pinpoint accuracy. The old village chief sighed. Shuedi, you have truly disappointed me. I never imagined you would ultimately align yourself with Wang the blacksmith. Lin Tianhao's expression turned cold. No more idle chatter. Let's commence. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianhao made the first move. The arrow sliced through the air, aimed directly at the chief's forehead. The old village chief smiled, making no effort to evade. To Lin Tianhao's astonishment, the arrow came to a halt before him, transforming into an ice sculpture that shattered with a thunderous crack. Lin Tianhao's countenance shifted dramatically, yet his assault did not waver. Twist and draw, the rapidly spinning arrow finally evaded the old village chief's freezing grasp. However, the arrow's formidable penetrative power was effortlessly deflected by the old man's fingertips. Subsequently, the chief tossed the arrow back, sending it hurtling towards Lin Tianhao at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. With a swift roll, Lin Tianhao narrowly evaded the barrage of arrows. The old man's techniques were truly terrifying. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Tianhao's eyes. A martial artist? The old village chief's displayed prowess resonated with a rather unique profession. Do you understand? The old village chief grinned. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Lin Tianhao immediately sidestepped to evade, but the chief's speed was blindingly fast. His evasion proved futile as the old chief seized his arm and executed a shoulder throw. Bang! Lin Tianhao crashed to the ground, fracturing the surface beneath him. Minus 5,128. A colossal damage value appeared. Lin Tianhao felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck. He attempted to flee, but the old village chief had already grasped his legs, hoisting him upside down. Bang! In that moment, the chief's knee collided violently with Lin Tianhao's spine. Crack! Minus 10,256. Lin Tianhao felt as if his very bones were shattering. This is indeed a game where everything is quantified. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao would likely be incapacitated by now. However, the old village chief immediately demonstrated the lengths one might go to achieve their goals, regardless of the means. With a swift motion, he struck down between Lin Tianhao's legs. Instinctively, Lin Tianhao tightened his legs, using the momentum from the old chief's strike to roll over and leap onto the chief's shoulders. Years of life-and-death battles had honed Lin Tianhao's reflexes, allowing him to reverse his grip on the bow, the string tightening around the chief's neck as he spun and pulled back. The old chief gasped for breath. His face flushed, yet his reaction time was astonishingly quick. He executed a maneuver akin to a monkey stealing peaches, reaching for Lin Tianhao's legs. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Was the old chief truly devoid of humanity? He began to suspect that the old chief had endured similar assaults before and now sought to employ the same tactics against him. Nonetheless, one could not deny the efficacy of the old chief's methods, forcing Lin Tianhao to dodge. The old chief sprang up and charged forward. With a technique reminiscent of a string-twisting arrow, Lin Tianhao unleashed a shot at close range. The damage inflicted was minus 6,612. Lin Tianhao was astounded. This was purely true damage. Utterly outrageous. In other words, his close-range shot had pierced without resistance. An alarming feat. The old chief, too, appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the high damage inflicted by Lin Tianhao. Despite his surprise, the old chief's movements remained unimpeded. He took the arrow head-on and retaliated with a hook that sent Lin Tianhao soaring through the air, followed by a series of rapid punches. Wait, this combination was strikingly similar to that of the old drunkard. Could it be that the old drunkard was affiliated with the old chief? Such a possibility could not be dismissed, especially since the old chief had previously placed a spy beside Wang the blacksmith and had now inserted another subordinate. However, Lin Tianhao had no time for such deliberations. Before he could land, the old chief seized him by the head and slammed him against his knee. Was this truly a fighting technique? The old chief's combat skills utterly shattered Lin Tianhao's understanding of battle. He felt like a mere toy in the hands of the old chief, completely unable to defend himself, subjected to relentless control and being knocked around. Bang! Once again, He was forcefully slammed to the ground, his health plummeting. From a health pool of 220,000, he was now below 1/3. Yet, the old chief offered no respite. With a raised hand, Lin Tianhao was frozen in place. Then, the old chief struck him with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding impact resonated as a massive damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. 59280. Nearly 60,000 damage instantly obliterated Lin Tianhao, leaving him no chance to even see the light of revival before being vanquished. As his health fell below 10%, he was swiftly eliminated, resulting in the inability to trigger the Withering Tree revived effect. In the novice village, at the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao emerged. His level plummeted from 10 to 9. This outcome left the few players still monitoring him utterly astounded, particularly Floating Tower Shield Mountain. He had fiercely defended Lin Tianhao online against game boss Dong, but now, instead of rising, Lin Tianhao had inexplicably lost a level. Who would be most delighted by this turn of events? Undoubtedly, it was game boss Dong. Previously, he and Floating Tower Shield Mountain had engaged in a heated exchange, each holding their ground with valid points, which had prevented him from gaining the upper hand. However, the situation had now changed. Lin Tianhao had lost a level, providing ample material for commentary. In merely 10 minutes, game boss Dong posted, Floating Tower Shield Mountain. What can you possibly say now? Your exalted Snow Emperor has lost a level. After such a long time without advancement, he has now fallen behind, corroborating my previous assertions. The Snow Emperor was merely fortunate to possess some unique item in the novice village, and his ability to float endlessly was not a skill, but rather a result of special item enhancement. This level drop serves to demonstrate that the Snow Emperor has become indistinguishable from masses, perhaps even inferior to the average players. Chapter 37. The Undercover of the Novice Village. The remarks made by the Game Master immediately resonated with many ordinary players, and even some seasoned veterans found merit in his assertions. The player known as Floating Shield Mountain, upon encountering the Game Master's post, felt a surge of frustration. To be candid, he still held a profound respect for Lin Tianhao, as it was Lin who had guided him through the leveling process. The feats displayed were undeniably beyond the capabilities of an average player. However, he found himself at a loss for how to counter the criticisms. Having not leveled up for an extended period, he was now faced with the grim reality of having lost levels, leaving him bewildered and without a clear path to redemption. Nonetheless, he refused to concede defeat, simply posting, "Everyone makes mistakes." Perhaps the esteemed Snow Emperor was preoccupied with offline matters, causing delays. Upon returning, in an effort to catch up, he inadvertently faced higher-level monsters, resulting in his unfortunate level drop. This transparent attempt at justification only invited derision from many observers. In the Floating Club, shortly after Floating Shield Mountain posted his defense, he received a private message. Do not concern yourself with the affairs of the Snow Emperor, and refrain from posting such nonsensical things online. It will only lead others to question the intelligence of our community. This message irked Floating Shield Mountain. Sister, do you also believe the Snow Emperor is lacking? The facts speak for themselves. Momentarily at a loss for words, he nonetheless asserted, I trust that the esteemed Snow Emperor has merely encountered a temporary setback. He will surely rise again. Lin Tianhao remained unaware that his mere loss of a level had stirred such a commotion. Upon emerging from the resurrection altar, the old drunkard regarded him with a smile, exclaiming, Well done. You managed to whittle down the old village chief's health by over 6,000. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but twitch his lips. He never imagined that the village chief was a martial artist. Indeed, he is a martial artist, and a dual element one at that, the old drunkard added. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, saying, All right, I must return to leveling up. With that, he departed the novice village and ventured into the Twisted Forest. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. This time, when confronting the village chief, he chose not to equip the Purification Amulet. His intention was not to deplete the village chief's health significantly, but rather to assess the chief's abilities while simultaneously earning the trust of Blacksmith Wong. Now, with the Hand of Divine Punishment reaching a 3-star level, each basic attack could stack 3 points of health. Yet, a similar issue arose. The monsters in the Twisted Forest could hardly withstand his assaults. Within mere moments, they were vanquished, and the accumulated health points were similarly limited. After soloing the Twisted Forest twice, Lin Tianhao successfully reached level 10. Attaining level 10 did not grant any bonus attribute points, but that was inconsequential. He did not rush back to the novice village. Instead, he chose to accumulate his health to 250,000 before returning. With a higher health pool, he felt significantly more assured. In the novice village, at the blacksmith shop, Lin Tianhao submitted the quest regarding his encounter with the village chief. Ding! You have completed the blacksmith's task, rewarding you with 5 freedom attribute points. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. The reward seemed rather meager. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns. The blacksmith, the old village chief's prowess exceeded my expectations. It would be difficult to contend with him alone. The blacksmith nodded, acknowledging that the old village chief's dominance over the novice village for such a prolonged period was indeed remarkable. How should we confront the old village chief? Lin Tianhao instinctively inquired. I will engage him directly. You shall provide support from the side. With that, the blacksmith continued. However, before we proceed, I need you to accompany the old drunkard to the mine. Ding! The blacksmith has issued you a hidden quest. Quest requirements. Eliminate the old drunkard. Quest penalties. Unknown. Quest rewards. Unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He had sensed a resemblance between the old drunkard's combination attacks and those of the old village chief during their earlier encounter. It appeared that the blacksmith harbored suspicions about the old drunkard as well. Very well, Lin Tianhao nodded. The old drunkard seemed oblivious to the blacksmith's intentions and accompanied Lin Tianhao to the mine. At the mine's entrance, the old drunkard grinned at Lin Tianhao. Shuidi, has the blacksmith instructed you to kill me? Lin Tianhao's heart sank. The old drunkard was already aware. There is no need for such astonishment. The blacksmith is inherently suspicious. He must have uncovered something that prompted you to join me. Lin Tianhao smiled faintly. Since you are aware, why come at all? The old drunkard chuckled. Of course I must come. I must die, for only then can you fully gain his trust. Oh, Lin Tianhao arched an eyebrow. I have already earned the blacksmith's trust by taking action against the old village chief. No, you have not gained his trust. Just then, a figure emerged from the direction of the mine. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. The person was none other than the old village chief. He thought to himself, this small novice village is on the verge of becoming a web of intrigue. It seems the old drunkard truly is your accomplice. Lin Tianhao remarked with a wry smile. The old village chief nodded. Indeed, including the flaws, they were intentionally left for the blacksmith to discover. The objective was to have you eliminate the old drunkard, thereby earning his complete trust. And then, will we strike when he is most vulnerable? Lin Tianhao inquired. That is part of the plan. Do you remember the mandrake potion I gave you? Place it in the blacksmith's wine jar for him to consume. That way, you will be the greatest contributor in this battle. Lin Tianhao fell silent. The old village chief seemed to sense Lin Tianhao's hesitation and continued, Shuidi, you have lingered in the novice village for quite some time. Assisting me in this endeavor will surely earn you a reward that surpasses your current stage. Lin Tianhao remained silent, appearing to contemplate his options. In truth, he already possessed the answer. Do not be swayed by his previous encounter with the old village chief, during which he lacked the strength to defend himself. This was due to his absence of the purification jade pendant. Had he adorned himself with the pendant, the village chief would have been unable to exert continuous control over him. Furthermore, he has now accumulated 80 free attribute points. Should he allocate them all to his movement speed, it would reach an astonishing level. Very well, old village chief, I place my trust in you. Lin Tianhao declared earnestly after much hesitation. The valuable items in Wang the blacksmith's possession have proven of limited assistance to me. I sincerely hope that what you possess will be of greater utility. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao's feathered arrow descended upon the old drunkard. The old drunkard offered no resistance, calmly awaiting his demise. Not only he, but also his blue-patterned serpent shared the same fate. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the blue-patterned serpent. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to conceal your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for accomplishing the first kill of the blue-patterned serpent. This is hereby announced, encouraging all players to strive for further success. Chapter 38, The Great Battle commences. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the old drunkard, and a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to conceal your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for accomplishing the first kill of the old drunkard. We encourage all players to strive for further achievements. The announcement resonated twice, invigorating the previously dispirited atmosphere of the floating shield mountain. 2 consecutive boss kills. Could this truly be dismissed? It was time to challenge the assertions of the game's authority figure, Game Master Dong. Game Master Dong, what do you have to say now? The esteemed Snow Emperor has completed 2 boss kills in rapid succession. I ask you, who else can match this? As you have stated, this alone substantiates my previous claim that the Snow Emperor's prior level drop was merely an error. However, Game Master Dong did not relent in the face of Lin Tianhao's sudden double kill. He promptly responded shortly after the post from Floating Shield Mountain appeared. 2 inconsequential bosses do not signify much, and all evidence indicates that Snow Emperor is still in the novice village. Is it truly worthy of praise to slay 2 bosses at this stage? A new wave of online contention erupted. Yet, Lin Tianhao, the instigator of the commotion, remained oblivious. After vanquishing the Azure Flower Serpent and the old drunkard, he proceeded to loot the corpses. Ding! You have acquired a skill book 2. Ding! You have obtained equipment 3. Ding! You have received a special item, Golden Light Talisman. Ding! You have received a special item, Wine Gourd. Ding! You have gained 10 gold coins. The rewards were not particularly bountiful. Lin Tianhao glanced at the skill and equipment, finding them inferior to his own, with nothing of use. He then turned his attention to the Golden Light Talisman and the Wine Gourd. Golden Light Talisman, special item. Effect. Upon activation, grants a protective golden light, 100 magic resistance, 300 armor, lasting for 5 minutes. Note, one-time consumable. Wine Gourd, special item. Effect. Can collect rare ingredients and automatically brew special beverages, including but not limited to providing free attribute points and temporary buffs. Note, the rarer the ingredients, the better the brewed beverage. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The Golden Light Talisman seemed rather ordinary to him, but the Wine Gourd appeared to be quite remarkable. However, he was currently unable to discern which rare ingredients would yield what results, and acquiring such ingredients early in the game was not an easy task. After stowing away his items, Lin Tianhao smiled at the old village chief before returning to the novice village. At the blacksmith's shop, Blacksmith Wang was hard at work. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao return, a satisfied smile graced his face. Snow Emperor, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Ding! You have completed Blacksmith Wang's quest. Quest reward, Breeze Set 1. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. The Breeze Set held considerable value for him. The most crucial enhancements in attack speed and movement speed have been achieved. However, Lin Tianhao already possesses the Bloodthirsty Necklace, 2 golden rings, and the 9-union longbow. A choice must be made. The 9-union longbow is undoubtedly essential, as it grants lifesteal and boasts numerous formidable attributes. The Thunder Ring, on the other hand, is rather ordinary, for the sake of attack speed and movement speed. He can temporarily forego wearing it. After a brief contemplation, Lin Tianhao removed 1 Thunder Ring, assembling a complete set of the General Breeze equipment along with 1 Thunder Ring, the Bloodthirsty Necklace, and his primary weapon, the 9-union longbow. Once adorned with this gear, Lin Tianhao's attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Blacksmith Wang, when shall we make our move? Lin Tianhao inquired directly. He had already lingered too long in the novice village and was eager to depart. Blacksmith Wang smiled mysteriously. Now is the moment. Lin Tianhao nodded and asked, what is the plan? Blacksmith Wang replied, I have engaged in covert skirmishes with the old village chief many times before. This time, you will be the variable. Oh, Lin Tianhao expressed his surprise. What do you mean? In a direct confrontation. Neither the old village chief nor I can guarantee victory over the other, but with your assistance, the outcome may be different. I see, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. So, we shall head directly to the cliff to confront the old village chief. Indeed. But first, I need you to procure 2 casks of wine from the tavern. Understood. Lin Tianhao was somewhat astonished that blacksmith Wang truly needed to drink. At the tavern, after acquiring the wine, Lin Tianhao did not follow the agreement with the old village chief to poison it. Regardless of who emerged victorious in this battle, Lin Tianhao hoped for a Pyrrhic victory, for only then could he reap the benefits as an opportunist. Upon receiving the wine from Lin Tianhao, blacksmith Wang first employed a silver needle to conduct a test. After all, the old drunkard was still associated with the old village chief. Even in death, caution was warranted. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. Was this what the old village chief referred to as absolute trust? The use of the silver needle suggested distrust of the old drunkard, but in reality, it revealed skepticism towards him. Lest apart, only after seeing that the silver needle did not change color did a satisfied smile appear on blacksmith Wang's face. Let us go. Lin Tianhao followed blacksmith Wang to the cliff. The old village chief was still seated in the pavilion, sipping tea. Upon noticing Lin Tianhao and blacksmith Wang's arrival, a smile spread across his face. Old Wang, after all these years, must we truly come to this? Blacksmith Wang snorted. Old village chief, I did not wish for it to reach this point, but I have advised you, and you have refused to listen, leaving me with no choice. Could I have listened? Your intentions are to destroy our novice village. You are the one seeking to ruin our novice village. Blacksmith Wang shouted passionately. I desire a permanent resolution, while your method resembles boiling a frog in warm water. Our novice village is destined for ruin. The old village chief sighed at this juncture. You remain so obstinately stubborn. You are the obstinate one, bellowed blacksmith Wang. The old village chief shook his head. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. As the words left his lips, a gleaming silver suit materialized upon the old chief's form. A silver ensemble. In the novice village, this could be deemed quite extraordinary. However, blacksmith Wang was even more formidable, for adorning his frame was a suit of golden armor. It seems you have successfully forged the Xiangui set, remarked the old village chief, his expression growing serious. Blacksmith Wang nodded with a smile. Indeed, I owe my gratitude to the Snow Emperor, who aided me in gathering an abundance of equipment. Otherwise, I would not have been able to forge the Xiangui set today. Regrettably, there are only 10 pieces. Had there been 13, I might not have been your match, the old village chief replied, unperturbed. Blacksmith Wang, however, retorted with anger, Old chief, even when facing death, you still speak such bravado. With that, blacksmith Wang was the first to strike, charging towards the old chief with a barbed shield in hand. Chapter 39, Blacksmith Wang vs. the Old Village Chief. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the old village chief sprang into action, leaping towards the precipice behind him. Above the cliff, a slender steel wire awaited his descent, upon which he landed with remarkable steadiness. Observing this, blacksmith Wang hurled his shield with great force. Bang! The sharp edge of his shield swiftly severed the wire. Seizing the moment when blacksmith Wang was unarmed, the old village chief lunged forward to attack. Blacksmith Wang's expression altered slightly. Snow Emperor, Lin Tianhao, acted without hesitation. The twang of his bow echoed as an arrow, imbued with formidable force, soared toward the old village chief. In a swift motion, the chief deflected the arrow with a palm while simultaneously grasping blacksmith Wang by the collar, slamming him onto the ground. Minus 3,958. The old village chief's damage output remained impressively high. Even clad in a golden armor set, blacksmith Wang appeared somewhat inadequate before the chief's prowess. However, to Lin Tianhao's astonishment, an enormous damage number materialized above the old village chief's head. Minus 2,775. Reflective damage. The terror of this retaliation was unmistakable. The old village chief, unfazed, emanated a green glow. 1,000, 1,000. Similar to Lin Tianhao's revival skill, this ability allowed him to regenerate health. This development was intriguing. The old village chief's automatic healing granted him a recovery of 1,000 health points per second. With blacksmith Wang's formidable tank armor, they were poised for a fierce battle. Yet, blacksmith Wang seemed disinclined to engage in a protracted fight. His shield returned, charging once more towards the old village chief. The chief sought to create distance, but Blacksmith Wong had already employed his taunt skill. Once taunted, the old village chief found himself compelled to unleash basic attacks upon Blacksmith Wong. Minus 1,598. The damage from the chief's basic strikes remained significantly high, despite the reflective damage. The old village chief's healing ability allowed him to maneuver with ease. Blacksmith Wong, however, was by no means weak. His shield collided with the old village chief, dealing minus 5,285 damage. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. Such damage output was commendable, even among combat professions. After the taunt wore off, the old village chief's expression darkened ominously. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, pressing his foot against the shield. Then, with a powerful leap, he soared above Blacksmith Wong. In the next instant, frost began to coalesce in his palm. Bang! The frost-laden strike crashed down upon Blacksmith Wong's head. Minus 8,299. A colossal damage figure emerged. Snow Emperor, stop merely observing. Blacksmith Wong spun his shield upward, compelling the old village chief to evade. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air. Lin Tianhao's target was not the old village chief, but rather Blacksmith Wong. Struck by Lin Tianhao's arrow, Blacksmith Wong exclaimed in fury, "Snow Emperor, what are you doing?" Lin Tianhao shrugged, replying, "It's not my fault, Blacksmith Wong." Blamed the old village chief for providing such ample opportunity. This, in truth, was merely a feeble excuse. Lin Tianhao's decision to confront Wang Taijian stemmed from his understanding that if the old village chief were to perish, his vampiric abilities would still struggle to contend with the formidable counterattack capabilities of someone like Wang Taijian. The counterattack attribute was already hovering around 70%, and it was plausible that Wang Taijian possessed hidden techniques. Thus, Lin Tianhao felt compelled to assist the old village chief in vanquishing Wang Taijian. "Snow Emperor, my counterattack ability, even with your help to the old village chief, will not prove significantly advantageous," Lin Tianhao mused. Meanwhile, Wang Taijian was still attempting to win Lin Tianhao over. But Lin Tianhao's demeanor remained indifferent, devoid of any desire to engage in idle chatter. Feathered arrows sliced through the air, causing Wang Taijian's health to plummet rapidly. Even with his golden grade armor, he could not evade the true damage inflicted by Lin Tianhao. Simultaneously, Lin Tianhao himself was losing health at an alarming rate. Each of his basic attacks resulted in over 4,000 points of damage due to the counterattack, while his vampiric heart could only recover just over 2,000. Even when accounting for his rejuvenation skills and the attributes of the 9-union longbow, his recovery barely exceeded 3,000. In such circumstances, the over 4,000 in counterattack damage would relentlessly deplete Lin Tianhao's health. The more basic attacks he executed, the greater the damage he sustained. Consequently, Lin Tianhao refrained from taking the lead in dealing damage. He was merely biding his time. Indeed, he was merely biding his time. He didn't even make an effort to interrupt Wang Taijian's attacks because his goal was not to eliminate Wang Taijian, but rather to ensure both Wang Taijian and the old village chief met their demise. If they both fell, no one in the novice village would be able to thwart his progress. At that moment, the intensity of the battle between Wang Taijian and the old village chief was palpable, as both were elite figures within the novice village. However, Lin Tianhao could discern that. In terms of combat finesse, Wang Taijian significantly lagged behind the old village chief. The old village chief executed a sweeping kick that toppled Wang Taijian, then seized his arm and performed an over-the-shoulder throw. Immediately following this, he launched into a series of fluid movements, seamlessly transitioning into an inverted elbow strike, leaving Wang Taijian with little time to react. Both combatants' health was dwindling, but Wang Taijian's was evidently declining at a faster rate. As the old village chief was the one actively dealing damage, while Wang Taijian relied primarily on counterattacks, Lin Tianhao continued to bide his time, keen to observe the old village chief's combat techniques for future reference, especially for the moment when Wang Taijian would be dispatched, making it easier to contend with the old village chief thereafter. Suddenly, Wang Taijian launched his counterattack. Lightning crackled across his armor, paralyzing the old village chief upon close contact. In that fleeting moment of paralysis, Wang Taijian struck with the edge of his shield against the old village chief's throat. Whirlwind 9 slash, he exclaimed, as 9 rapidly spinning shield phantoms sliced through the old village chief, each strike delivering damage numbers of -2,958, -2,958, -2,958, and so forth. The old village chief sought to retaliate, but Wang Taijian was not about to squander this rare opportunity. With a forceful slam of his shield against the ground, a protective light barrier manifested above the old village chief's head, the gravity barrier. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. The old village chief's strength was momentarily subdued beneath the gravitational barrier. In that fleeting moment of opportunity, Wang the blacksmith struck again. He slammed his palm against the shield. Tenfold ambush. Behind him, 10 spiked shields emerged, surrounding the old village chief. These shields relentlessly battered against him, depleting his health points. The old village chief's expression darkened. The frost upon his fists dissipating, replaced by flames. Boom! He unleashed a powerful punch against one of the shields, the tremendous force shattering it, with flames erupting in a fiery explosion that sent Wang the blacksmith staggering back several meters. Whoosh! The old village chief transformed into a blur, instantaneously appearing behind Wang the blacksmith. Mountain-splitting fist. With a single punch, Wang the blacksmith was sent flying. Before he could touch the ground, the old village chief seized his hind leg. 18 throws of the garment. Bang, bang, bang. The scene was utterly harrowing, with the old village chief grasping his leg. Wang the blacksmith endured a vicious series of 18 throws, each time landing face first on the ground, a sensation both excruciating and exhilarating. Chapter 40. A seamless confrontation. The final showdown with the old village chief. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched in anticipation. He pondered whether he would encounter a similar predicament when he faced the old village chief. At that moment, the old village chief exerted all his strength, launching Wang the blacksmith into the air. Following this, a relentless barrage of punches ensued. The brawler's ferocious, visceral combat style ignited fervor in the onlookers. Yet, Lin Tianhao remained unfazed, resolutely committed to his own strategy. Overpower! Wang the blacksmith roared, activating his overpower ability, instantly liberating himself from all forms of control. In that fleeting moment, his shield was hurled away, shattering the spatial barrier. This shield had audaciously torn a gash in the very fabric of space itself. Snow Emperor, I shall remember you. When next we meet, I will become your nightmare. Stop him. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically. Wang the blacksmith was forcefully tearing open the spatial barrier to escape. The old village chief reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Wang the blacksmith. Sacrificial equipment shattering the spatial barrier? Old Wang, you've utterly lost your mind. Wang the blacksmith scoffed, in this bout I concede. I hope you tread carefully. Lin Tianhao's countenance darkened. He struggled to comprehend how Wang the blacksmith had managed to breach the spatial barrier. Even sacrificing his entire set of golden tier equipment seemed insufficient for such a feat block him. Lin Tianhao could not allow Wang the blacksmith to flee. He unleashed another assault, this time firing 5 arrows simultaneously. This was the pinnacle of his current capabilities. He could not permit Wang the blacksmith to escape. However, even in his overpowered state, the old village chief could not deter the rampaging Wang the blacksmith, let alone Lin Tianhao. Alter the terrain. Lin Tianhao's 5 arrows flew forth. Though they could not repel Wang the blacksmith, they could reshape the environment. The feathered arrows formed a barricade, obstructing Wang the blacksmith's path and delaying his departure. The old village chief's eyes brightened with realization. Ice and Fire Divine Fist. The old village chief struck the ground before Wang the blacksmith with a powerful punch, creating a massive crater. Although the overpower state rendered one immune to being knocked back, controlled, or slowed, it could not confer immunity to the terrain. Faced with a pit, even the overpower state could not allow one to leap over it. The old village chief unleashed his full arsenal of skills, determined to prevent Wang the blacksmith's escape. Wang the blacksmith, initially confident that activating overpower would ensure his exit, now found himself in a state of panic. Frenzy. Barbaric charge. He activated both skills simultaneously, surging forward with newfound speed. Overpower and frenzy combined. Ice Pulse Fist. The old village chief, also fully engaged in his overpower frenzy, offered no respite. Lin Tianhao continued his assault with 5 arrows, relentlessly sealing off any avenues for Wang the blacksmith to maneuver. The moment Wang the blacksmith's overpower ended, his demise was inevitable. Moreover, the spatial rift was shrinking. If they could merely prolong the encounter, Wang the blacksmith's fate was sealed. Aware of this, Wang the blacksmith let out a furious roar. Floating 9 strikes, he audaciously employed his skill to levitate, seeking to plunge into the spatial rift. However, how could the old village chief possibly grant him such an opportunity? With a powerful leap, he collided with Wang the blacksmith. Both were enveloped in their respective invulnerability, rendering neither capable of repelling the other, resulting in a stalemate that lasted several seconds before they both descended once more. Yet, it was during this brief interval that the spatial rift had already sealed itself. At this moment, Lin Tianhao could no longer afford to ponder how Wang the blacksmith had manifested the rift. He shifted his focus entirely onto the blacksmith. Without the golden armor, stripped of his reflective damage, Lin Tianhao felt an absence of fear. The old village chief was equally resolute. Within a minute, Wang the blacksmith fell, unwillingly succumbing to defeat. In the instant Wang the blacksmith collapsed, Lin Tianhao unleashed his feathered arrows. This time, his target was the old village chief. The seamless succession of attacks left the old chief momentarily astonished. "Snow Emperor, what are you doing?" Lin Tianhao's expression was grave as he bid farewell to the village chief, leading him to his demise. Enraged, the old village chief bellowed, "You seek death." He attempted to charge at Lin Tianhao, only to discover that Lin Tianhao's speed was astonishingly swift. Previously, Lin Tianhao had accumulated 80 free attribute points. At this moment, he allocated them all to increasing his movement speed, specifically to counter the village chief, a martial class character. The martial class possesses a multitude of small skills, and its combos can be fearsome. Among ancient warriors, there exists a faction that favors the martial class. Engaging one in close quarters can result in severe repercussions. Lin Tianhao's allocation of 80 free attribute points enhanced his speed by 8, coupled with the passive speed bonus from the Clear Wind set. The resulting effect was nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, due to the increase in his health, Lin Tianhao could now inflict over 7,000 points of damage with a single basic attack. With 5 arrows per second, he was capable of delivering a staggering 38,000 points of damage in just 1 second. "Snow Emperor, by killing me, you shall doom the novice village," the old village chief declared with a sinister expression, his voice filled with fury. Lin Tianhao offered no response. Rather, his only reply was a relentless barrage of feathered arrows. Without the invulnerability and rage skills, the old village chief appeared as a mere plaything before Lin Tianhao. Yet at that moment, the old village chief wore a chilling smile. Ninefold Shadow Step. In the next instant, the old village chief transformed into an afterimage, appearing directly in front of Lin Tianhao. With another step, he was already behind him. Lin Tianhao had anticipated this. The moment the village chief's silhouette emerged, his arrows were already in flight. However, in close quarters, the village chief merely twisted his body to evade Lin Tianhao's feathered arrows. Simultaneously, he summoned a blue frost upon his palm. "Ding! You have been affected by frost. Your attack speed is reduced by 14, and your movement speed is reduced by 14. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The village chief's skill was rather formidable. One should not underestimate this 14%. Lin Tianhao was currently equipped with the Purification Amulet, which could mitigate 80% of negative effects. In other words, the impact of the village chief skill was effectively a reduction of 70% in both attack and movement speed. Regardless of the stage, this situation is utterly absurd. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao unleashed 5 arrows simultaneously, deftly increasing the distance between himself and his opponent. The village elder, who had initially believed he held the upper hand, was left utterly astonished upon witnessing Lin Tianhao's swift retreat. Nevertheless, The elder had only employed 2 of the 9 layers of his shadow step technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward and reappeared behind Lin Tianhao. Despite Lin Tianhao's swift reaction, drawing his longbow in a sweeping motion, the elder's extensive combat experience proved invaluable. As he leaned back to evade, he seized Lin Tianhao's arm, executing a perfect shoulder throw. He then gathered his strength, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Lin Tianhao's forehead. Lin Tianhao rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the strike, which only deepened the elder's astonishment. The shoulder throw was supposed to induce a degree of disorientation, and Lin Tianhao should not have been able to recover so swiftly and evade his attack. "Do you possess equipment that reduces control?" The elder inquired in a grave tone. Chapter 41. The Resplendent Reborn, Yet Subjected to Torment. Lin Tianhao chose silence, for he preferred to remain reticent amidst battle. The feathered arrows sliced through the air, once more finding their mark upon the elderly village chief. The augmentation of his attack and movement speed rendered Lin Tianhao's kiting fluid and effortless. The village chief, however, was not sluggish in his responses. After Lin Tianhao created some distance, he executed his 4th shadow step. A shiver ran down Lin Tianhao's spine. The 9th shadow step. If he could truly perform 9 displacements, it would be utterly monstrous, especially in the hands of a martial artist. Each approach posed a lethal threat to fragile range classes such as priests, mages, archers, and summoners. Explosive Fist. The village chief delivered a powerful blow to Lin Tianhao's chin, sending him sprawling. Yet, just as he prepared to follow up with a combo, Lin Tianhao had already landed. Was he able to mitigate the impact so swiftly? The village chief's pupils constricted in alarm. He sensed an ominous premonition. Currently, he held no advantage in speed, having already expended his burst and frenzy abilities. Should the 9th shadow step fail to eliminate Lin Tianhao, the ensuing battle would be devoid of suspense. Snow Emperor, let us negotiate further. Name your price. The village chief's heart raced. After all, he genuinely lacked confidence in utilizing the 9th shadow step to vanquish Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's recovery was simply absurd. A single normal attack restored approximately 3,000 health, surpassing even his own new village boss, who recovered a mere 1,000 per second due to a silver set. Very well, Lin Tianhao continued his actions with unwavering focus. Yet his words remained playful. The village chief paused. "What do you desire?" Feigning contemplation, Lin Tianhao's arrows flew forth with astonishing speed. Attack speed maximized. "Let us settle on 10 divine talent awakening stones," he declared. Upon hearing this, the village chief realized he had been outmaneuvered. "Snow Emperor, you have forced my hand. If it must be so, I shall squander this talisman to eliminate you." As his words fell, a pale blue talisman materialized in the village chief's grasp. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee. Talismans were inherently formidable. He might have managed to contend with yellow-gray talismans. But the village chief brandished a blue-gray talisman, and even with the intent to resist, he lacked the strength. It was too late to escape now. The village chief activated the blue-gray talisman. A chilling aura surged forth, freezing all in its path into icy statues. Lin Tianhao unleashed his full speed, yet proved insufficient. In the blink of an eye, he felt his legs stiffen, witnessing the frost creep upwards from his feet. In mere moments, Lin Tianhao was completely encased in ice. -9,999. -9,999. As he was frozen, his health plummeted dramatically. Yet, the village chief had no intention of sparing Lin Tianhao. Flame-piercing cloud palm. A powerful hand, infused with the fierce flames of life, struck Lin Tianhao, who was encased in ice. In that instant, the opposing forces of fire and ice erupted violently. -98,510. Lin Tianhao's health bar was entirely depleted, resulting in his immediate demise. In the novice village, at the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao reappeared, bereft of all but a few essential pieces of equipment that did not require a level to wear. Previously adorned in a level 10 breeze set, his descent to level 9 rendered him unable to equip it. Upon his revival, an assembly of NPCs gathered outside the altar, including the tavern server, the apothecary's proprietor, the tailor's owner, and several other wandering NPCs in the novice village. 15 in total. Without hesitation, they launched their attacks upon witnessing Lin Tianhao's return. The tailor's owner hurled a silver needle toward him. Lin Tianhao deftly stepped back, knocking an arrow as he leaped into the air, releasing 5 arrows in rapid succession. The 9-heaven longbow had no level restrictions, allowing Lin Tianhao to wield this golden clasp bow. Each of the 5 feathered arrows struck a different NPC, inflicting nearly 8,000 points of damage on each. Simultaneously, the lightning leap was triggered. Of the 5 arrows, 3 activated the lightning jump, causing a cascade of damage numbers to erupt above the heads of the NPCs. Flames engulfed him. The tavern server threw a jug of liquor, which shattered at Lin Tianhao's feet, inflicting burning damage. Ding! You have suffered burning damage, resulting in a continuous loss of health. -100. -100. Damage numbers continued to arise. But fortunately, Lin Tianhao possessed a purification amulet, granting him an 80% immunity to such negative effects. Otherwise, he would have faced a loss of -500 health per second. Before Lin Tianhao could retaliate, the apothecary's owner unleashed a dark potion, splattering it around him. Ding! You are affected by the severe injury potion, which reduces your healing and lifesteal by 8. Not only did these 2 NPCs engage, but the others also unleashed their own abilities, bombarding Lin Tianhao with a variety of attacks. In less than a second, his health plummeted by 20,000 points. Damn it! Lin Tianhao cursed inwardly. As a reincarnated individual, to be subjected to such humiliation was utterly disgraceful. If they wished to toy with him, he would play along. With a steely gaze, Lin Tianhao, after enduring a barrage of damage, unleashed an extreme volley of 5 arrows. Among the archery equipment was the split bow, which had a relatively lower accuracy requirement. However, Lin Tianhao's 5-arrow release demanded a remarkable degree of precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His arrows flew toward the 5 NPCs, and he discovered a fascinating phenomenon. The 5-arrow volley could activate the passive effect of the Hand of Divine Retribution 5 times. With his current 3-star Hand of Divine Retribution, every 5-arrow volley granted a permanent increase of 15 health points. Not only that, the simultaneous release of 5 arrows presents another dilemma: insufficient damage. Particularly, as these NPCs are bosses with formidable defenses, the damage inflicted by this technique is generally not substantial. However, the extraordinary nature of Lin Tianhao's divine talent, the Hand of Divine Punishment, becomes evident in this situation. The passive ability inflicts true damage equivalent to 3% of the target's maximum health, unaffected by the simultaneous arrow release. Thus, merely from this passive damage, he can inflict significant harm. The old village chief has yet to return, but his arrival is undoubtedly imminent. Before the chief returns, Lin Tianhao must eliminate at least 5 NPCs. Otherwise, escaping from this predicament will prove exceedingly challenging. The simultaneous release of 5 arrows demands considerable energy. Currently, Lin Tianhao's attributes support this technique for no longer than 15 minutes. Beyond that, the accuracy of the simultaneous release would be compromised. 15 minutes should suffice. Chapter 42. A chilling revelation. The Snow Empress is enduring torment. A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. For players at any level, being subjected to torment is an unbearable humiliation, especially since Lin Tianhao is a reincarnated soul. Thus, despite the overwhelming pressure, he showed no intention of relinquishing his efforts. Frost, freeze! The potion shop owner brandished his staff, causing frost to materialize beneath Lin Tianhao's feet. Ding! You have been affected by freezing. Attack speed decreased by 10. Movement speed decreased by 10. Duration 5 seconds. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. The purification jade pendant was crucial. Without it, his predicament would have been even more dire. It seemed they had come to understand Lin Tianhao's immunity to control effects. After sustaining a certain amount of damage from Lin Tianhao, The 5 NPCs he primarily targeted immediately distanced themselves to recover. The other 10 NPCs increased their assault. A war of attrition? Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. His attributes were formidable. The bloodthirsty necklace allowed him to regain over 2,000 health with each basic attack, while a volley of 5 arrows could restore over 10,000 health. Furthermore, being within the resurrection altar enabled him to regenerate health. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand their relentless bombardment. However, the 5-arrow volley consumed immense mental energy, prompting Lin Tianhao to switch to a single feathered arrow. Although this would lead to a quicker loss of health, it significantly reduced his mental strain. In fact, given Lin Tianhao's current capabilities, as long as he refrained from dodging skills, he could gradually recover some of his expended mental energy. Yet, with only one feathered arrow and no movement, the consequence was rapid health depletion, almost 2,000 health per second. With over 200,000 health, he could only endure for a mere few seconds. Unable to hold on any longer, Lin Tianhao unleashed another volley of 5 arrows, amplifying his health recovery to prolong his survival. Nevertheless, this effort was merely a drop in the bucket. Although the recovery was notably improved, it still failed to compensate for the extent of his health loss. Ultimately, after 3 arduous minutes, he succumbed, his level plummeting from 9 to 8. 30 seconds later, Lin Tianhao resurrected at the altar. They offered him no respite, continuing their onslaught of skills. His scalp tingled. In this life and the last, apart from a time he was betrayed by Wu Xiaodao, he had never felt so constrained. Yet, Lin Tianhao refused to succumb passively. He retaliated with all his might. His only desire was to ensure that the 9 Harmonies longbow and bloodthirsty necklace did not drop. Currently, the 3 most vital pieces of equipment in his possession were the 9 Harmonies longbow, bloodthirsty necklace, and purification jade pendant. The purification jade pendant was indestructible, but both the bloodthirsty necklace and 9 Harmonies longbow had a chance of being lost. Therefore, during this encounter, as he faced imminent defeat, Lin Tianhao stowed the 9 Harmonies longbow and bloodthirsty necklace in his backpack. The likelihood of equipment loss within his bag was considerably lower. Not only that, Lin Tianhao's backpack contained numerous items, and even if he were to lose some, the likelihood of dropping the 9 Harmony longbow or the bloodthirsty ring was exceedingly low. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao did not lose any equipment this time. However, he had already dropped to level 7. Moreover, he had spotted the old village chief returning. The battles he was about to face would be even more formidable. 30 seconds later, he resurrected. The old village chief gazed at Lin Tianhao with a cold stare. "Xue Di, do you now understand the consequences of offending me? I can torment you to the point where you cannot leave the novice village." The old chief's voice was laced with murderous intent. Lin Tianhao snorted disdainfully. "If you believe you can achieve that, feel free to try." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianhao took the initiative to attack. Despite having only lasted 3 minutes in the previous round, with the assistance of 5 arrows simultaneously fired, his health limit had increased by over 8,000. Although these NPCs were difficult to contend with, they also had their advantages. They did not succumb as easily as other wild monsters, allowing him to accumulate more health. In the renewed battle, Lin Tianhao's true damage increased by 150 points. However, this enhancement seemed insignificant against the NPCs, whose damage could easily surpass 1,000. This time, with the old village chief's involvement, Lin Tianhao fell after merely 1 minute. The reason was simple. The chief executed a powerful move that obliterated Lin Tianhao the moment his health dipped below 10%. Preventing him from triggering the passive effect of withering with reviving spring. Yet, in that fleeting minute, Lin Tianhao managed to accumulate an additional 2,000 health points. He could still maintain the 5 arrows simultaneously fired, with each basic attack restoring 15 health points. Additionally, with Lin Tianhao's current attack speed exceeding 4 points, he could accumulate 60 health points per second. Excluding factors such as control effects, he still managed to increase his health by 2,000 points during that minute. The benefits of this were evident, as the bloodthirsty necklace provided even more health regeneration, and the true damage inflicted by basic attacks increased by 60 points. While this seemed merely marginal, Lin Tianhao was undeterred. He was determined to accumulate small gains into significant ones. He could resurrect infinitely, but the old village chief and his companions could not. As for the possibility of the old chief destroying the resurrection altar, that was out of the question. If the altar were to be destroyed, the novice village would be ruined, rendering the village chief's existence meaningless. This was a major reason, but there was another. If the resurrection altar were destroyed, Lin Tianhao would respawn directly in the main city upon being killed. Observing the old village chief's demeanor, it was clear that he intended to ensure Lin Tianhao could not escape the novice village. If it were any other player, that character would likely be finished. But Lin Tianhao possessed the extraordinary talent of Divine Punishment's hand. He would not back down, nor would he concede defeat. He was ready to confront the challenge head-on. At the Floating Pagoda Club, Shield Mountain looked at his friend list and was taken aback upon seeing Xuedi's status. He realized that Xuedi had dropped a level. Moreover, after plummeting to level 9, within a mere 15 minutes, he descended further to level 6. This occurrence is evidently unscientific. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Lin Tianhao, yet instinctively sent him a voice call. However, Lin Tianhao was presently engaged in an intense battle and had no inclination to attend to any voice communication. This time, Lin Tianhao managed to endure for a minute and a half, accumulating over 3,000 health points. With the village elder's ultimate skill on cooldown, Lin Tianhao activated the skill Withered Tree Reborn. Utilizing this skill provided him with a moment of respite. If he were to tackle a dungeon, he would estimate that it would take a considerable effort to gain several thousand health points. Yet now, in merely 1 or 2 minutes, he was able to achieve the same. Futu Shield Mountain observed Lin Tianhao's further decline to level 5 and grew increasingly anxious. What on earth was happening? Shouldn't players resurrect at the resurrection altar upon death? Unless Futu Shield Mountain contemplated a terrifying possibility, the torturous spring. The Snow Emperor was being subjected to the torturous spring. Chapter 43. Counterattack, slaying the apothecary Amy. Yet in an instant, he found it quite improbable. With the strength of the Snow Emperor, who could possibly torment his fountain? Even if there were such individuals, who would dare? Whether in the novice village or the main city, the NPCs would never permit such torment of the fountain to occur. Killing in the novice village or the main city would directly result in a red name. To be precise, even slaying in the wild would lead to a red name, let alone in the main city. However, given Lin Tianhao's current predicament, the only explanation he could fathom was that he was being tormented at the fountain. With this thought, Futu Dunshan immediately contacted Futu Shunlang. President, do you think it's possible for a player to be tormented at the fountain at this stage? Futu Shunlang was momentarily taken aback. How could that be possible? Even if there were players capable of inflicting damage to the fountain, they could never actually torment it. Futu Dunshan hesitated for a moment, but then said, "But President, the Snow Emperor has lost 4 levels in less than 10 minutes. You're not joking, are you?" Futu Shunlang could scarcely believe his ears. What kind of person can drop 4 levels in 10 minutes? Even if they were intentionally seeking death, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve. I'm not joking, which is precisely why I suspect he is being tormented at the fountain. After a brief contemplation, Futu Shunlang replied, "It should not be a case of fountain torment. At this stage, no one possesses the capability to accomplish such a horrifying act." Then what could this situation be? Futu Dunshan inquired. Futu Shunlang remained silent for a considerable time before finally articulating, "I estimate there is only one possibility, a hidden map or a special secret realm. In such locations, it may be that death results in an inability to resurrect in the main city, which explains why the Snow Emperor has been losing levels in quick succession." Futu Dunshan understood. "Is there any way we can assist the Snow Emperor?" "We cannot help," Futu Shunlang responded with resoluteness. "We have no idea where such special secret realms are located. There is nothing we can do." Futu Dunshan sighed. "Very well, I will attempt to contact the Snow Emperor." Futu Shunlang hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Young master, I believe it would be unwise to focus your attention on the Snow Emperor. He is too far behind us now, and with his continuous loss of levels, the gap between us will only widen." Futu Dunshan frowned. "I understand. After ending the voice call, Fudu Dunshan attempted to reach Lin Tianhao through a voice call. However, it remained unanswered. At that moment, Lin Tianhao was deeply immersed in intense combat, with little inclination to concern himself with other matters. Meanwhile, his level continued to plummet beneath the relentless torment of the fountain. Level 5, Level 4, Level 3. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Tianhao had descended from Level 5 to Level 1. This was the limit. Should he be slain again, he would not drop further in levels. Snow Emperor, do you concede? The old village chief looked at Lin Tianhao with a mocking expression. He had reduced Lin Tianhao from Level 10 to Level 1, intending to convey a singular message. In this novice village, it was he who held the reins of power. Lin Tianhao let out a cold sneer. Submit? To hell with that. As his words fell, a feathered arrow soared through the air. He could no longer maintain the barrage of 5 arrows simultaneously. Yet even a single arrow would serve as his resistance. He had now firmly established his defiance against the old village chief who had tormented him. Lin Tianhao was determined to see who would ultimately prevail, even as their health points were stacked against him. The outcome remained uncertain. Very bold, the old village chief, grinning maliciously at Lin Tianhao's audacity to resist, engaged him once more. With just one feathered arrow, Lin Tianhao had managed to extend his survival from 1 minute and 30 seconds to 1 minute and 40 seconds, having gained over 10,000 health points during their recent confrontation. An increase in health points signified a corresponding rise in both damage and healing, thereby prolonging his endurance. The old village chief sensed that something was amiss, as Lin Tianhao's damage output seemed to be escalating. Although the current increase was not yet a threat to them, it was a troubling omen. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. Lin Tianhao's health points surged by another 50,000, bringing his total health to 320,000. With his health, a basic attack could inflict 9,600 points of true damage, and his ability to endure was steadily improving. The old village chief grew increasingly anxious. Lin Tianhao had reached the first level, with no further decline in rank possible. Yet his attributes were on the rise. This was an alarming development. Snow Emperor, shall we continue this battle? The old village chief inquired in a grave tone. Lin Tianhao regarded the old village chief with indifference. What? Are you afraid? The old village chief's face darkened, gritting his teeth. Snow Emperor, as an adventurer, your actions must be driven by purpose. What is it that you truly desire? Lin Tianhao could not reveal his genuine intentions to the old village chief. Thus, his only response was a chilling, feathered arrow. You seek your own demise. The battle erupted once more. An hour later, Lin Tianhao's health had increased by 120,000, surpassing 440,000 in total. Now, his basic attacks could deal over 13,000 damage, while he could also recover more than 4,000 health points. The old village chief trembled in fear. At last, Lin Tianhao was slain once again. A golden longbow tumbled to the ground. The old village chief's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Snow Emperor, the weapon you take pride in has dropped. What will you do next? Lin Tianhao's expression remained impassive as he directly retrieved the novice longbow. The novice longbow was indestructible, although its attributes were minimal. It was sufficient for Lin Tianhao. His attack speed was already 363. Without the Juha longbow, his attack speed would diminish slightly, and he would lose 5% of his lifesteal. It was a bit uncomfortable, yet Lin Tianhao remained unperturbed, as long as he continued to stack health points. Victory in this battle would ultimately belong to him. Having rested sufficiently, a cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. 5 arrows, simultaneously unleashed. Lin Tianhao once again employed his most formidable tactics. 5 arrows were unleashed simultaneously, each siphoning over 20,000 health points. Moreover, this barrage could inflict substantial damage exceeding 10,000 upon 5 NPCs at once. With a rapid regeneration rate, Lin Tianhao found himself in an almost invulnerable position. After all, he was recovering 22,000 health points per second, complemented by the revival altar's healing. Thus, these NPCs could only deplete a little over 20,000 of his health each second. Consequently, he would not be slain in the near term. In less than a minute, The 5 NPCs at the forefront could no longer withstand the onslaught. They retreated to recuperate, and a fresh set of 5 NPCs charged forth. Lin Tianhao did not pursue the retreating NPCs, but instead focused his assault on the newly emerged ones. Remarkably, within a minute, these 5 NPCs were left in a severely weakened state. The final 5 NPCs that approached were utterly helpless against Lin Tianhao's overwhelming damage. The elderly village chief wore an expression of sheer malice, as Lin Tianhao was directing all his firepower towards him. Armed with the Purification Jade Pendant, Lin Tianhao was unperturbed by this fighter's presence. In a desperate bid for survival, the village chief began summoning other NPCs to absorb the damage. However, those NPCs had yet to recover their health. Faced with Lin Tianhao's relentless assault, they simply could not endure. Ding! You have slain the apothecary Amy, gaining 652 experience points. Chapter 44. The Annihilation of the Novice Village. 1,000,000 red name points. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the alchemist Amy. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to conceal your name? Conceal. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a concealed nickname for completing the first kill of alchemist Amy. We hope all players will strive to excel further. The server-wide announcement resounded, but it no longer stirred any waves. This was because any casual first kill of a boss at level 10 or above would result in a similar announcement, and recently, numerous guilds had claimed their own first kills. However, when Futu Shunzhan saw this server-wide announcement, his attention was immediately captured. This announcement bore only one name, as the boss was slain singularly. Recently, there had been players who hunted bosses alone, yet most had not concealed their names. Naturally, if it were only this, he would not have been particularly perturbed. What truly astonished him was that in his friends' list, Shuedi's level had surged from 1 to 5 in an instant. This could only mean one thing. Lin Tianhao had defeated alchemist Amy and amassed a substantial amount of experience points, thus reaping such abundant rewards in one go. As for Lin Tianhao's reason for concealing his name, it stemmed from his uncertainty about the consequences of destroying the novice village. He feared not the players, but rather the NPCs within the realm of Twilight of the Gods. The NPCs in that world could not be judged by ordinary reasoning. One could never tell what might transpire once they learned of the destruction of the novice village and what wrathful deeds they could unleash thereafter. Ding! You have slain the tavern attendant. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to conceal your name? Ding! You have slain the novice village hunter. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to conceal your name? Ding! You have slain old lady Lou the seamstress. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to conceal your name? Conceal. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a concealed nickname for achieving the first kill of the tavern attendant. We hope all players will strive to excel further. The entire Dragon Kingdom region of Twilight of the Gods began to echo with a series of continuous server-wide announcements. Initially, few paid attention to Lin Tianhao's defeat of alchemist Amy. However, now, this relentless barrage of announcements had set the entire realm of Twilight of the Gods ablaze with excitement. What in the world is happening? Who is this godly figure? Is he slaughtering the novice village? I almost overlooked it. All the names in these announcements belong to NPCs from the novice village. Which deity possesses such prowess to wash the novice village in blood? This is something we had never dared to imagine. Futu Club. Futu Xuanshan's hands trembled with excitement. While others were unaware of the identity of this fierce slayer of the novice village, he knew. Shuedi. It could only be Shuedi. For now, Shuedi had returned to level 10. Such a coincidence was utterly improbable. Moreover, it is now comprehensible why the Snow Emperor would be subjected to torment at the hands of the new players, for it was not the players themselves, but rather the NPCs of the novice village who inflicted this suffering. Although the shield of the floating tower remained oblivious to how Lin Tianhao managed to massacre these NPCs, his excitement was unabated. In the novice village, the old village chief, witnessing his subordinates fall one by one, bellowed in exasperation. Snow Emperor, have you lost your mind? What is it that you truly desire? Lin Tianhao, with a visage of indifference, retorted, Did I not say before? I am here to escort the old village chief to his demise. The old chief's complexion shifted between shades of green and purple with rage. Snow Emperor, you have gone too far. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, I shall not allow you to succeed. Upon uttering these words, the old chief's aura surged with unrestrained ferocity. Rather than attacking Lin Tianhao directly, he directed his assault toward the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted alarmingly. This is bad. If the old chief were to destroy the resurrection altar and obtain another blue-gray talisman, all his efforts could be rendered futile. With a flurry of arrows, Lin Tianhao launched a relentless barrage aimed specifically at the old chief's vulnerabilities. Berserk! Rampage! The old chief roared, channeling his power to its utmost limits. Once again, Lin Tianhao struck, positioning himself within the resurrection altar to dismantle it first. The moment he shattered the altar, a cacophony of alarms reverberated throughout the realm of the gods. Alert! Alert! Malicious destruction of the novice village resurrection altar detected. The resurrection altar has been destroyed. All adventurers can no longer access the novice village and will respawn directly in the main city. Adventurers who perish in the novice village will likewise be resurrected in the main city. The incessant blaring of alarms left the players of the realm of the gods bewildered. It was the very same individual responsible for the massacre of the novice village NPCs who had obliterated the resurrection altar. What could he possibly be scheming? With the destruction of the resurrection altar, first-level players would now spawn in the main city, where the weakest creatures appeared to be level 10. How could they possibly survive? The players of the realm of the gods erupted in chaos, many cursing the ancestral lineage of the one who had destroyed the novice village resurrection altar. Following the destruction of the altar, Lin Tianhao launched a frenzied assault on the old village chief. Enraged, the chief yearned to rend Lin Tianhao to shreds. Yet, Lin Tianhao remained remarkably composed, having weathered countless grand spectacles in his past life. Such trivial matters held no terror for him. The old chief's tempestuous attacks rained down upon Lin Tianhao, depleting a significant portion of his health. However, the old chief's life force also plummeted. Due to the purifying jade pendant, he was unable to bring Lin Tianhao to his end, resulting in his own demise at the hands of Lin Tianhao's formidable output. Ding! You have slain the old village chief of the novice village. A server-wide announcement will soon occur. Do you wish to conceal your name? Hide it. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player with the hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of the village elder in the novice village. This notice serves to encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. Yet another server announcement. A wave of criticism has begun to assail Lin Tianhao, particularly from the players of the novice village. To escape the confines of the novice village, they must resort to self-destruction. For only through death can they be reborn in the main city. Ding! You have destroyed the novice village. Your notoriety increases by 1,000,000 points. Ding! You have completed the task of destroying the novice village. Your rewards include 50 free attribute points and a blessing from the gods. Lin Tianhao, upon witnessing his notoriety, was left utterly astonished. The act of slaying a single player usually grants merely 1 point of notoriety. Yet here he stood with an astounding 1,000,000. The higher one's notoriety, the graver the penalties upon death. Ordinarily, a single point of notoriety results in a loss of 1 level upon death, along with a 1 increase in drop rates. Furthermore, once notoriety exceeds 10 points, entry into the main city becomes impossible. Even if one were to respawn in the main city, they would be promptly expelled. In other words, it would be impossible to change jobs or accept quests in the main city. What a predicament! How long must I endure this notoriety? Chapter 45. The Blessing of the Gods, Cycle of Death. Players with a red name must eliminate their notoriety, which can be achieved by defeating monsters. Generally speaking, killing 100 ordinary wild creatures will diminish 1 point of notoriety, while taking down 100 elite monsters can eradicate 10 points. As for bosses, a Black Iron boss can also eliminate 10 points, but requires solo engagement. Moreover, the defeated foes must not be of a level lower than one's own. In the realm of Twilight of the Gods, battling creatures beneath one's level yields no rewards, thus rendering the eradication of notoriety unattainable. 1,000,000. Even with his formidable prowess, The journey to absolution appears daunting. Furthermore, he must not perish, for if he does, aside from his indestructible gear, everything else will be lost. And it is the kind of loss that leaves nothing behind. The question arises, how shall he depart from the novice village? In truth, the loss of other equipment is bearable. Even the golden tier 9-hole longbow would not deeply concern Lin Tianhao. However, the bloodthirsty necklace is akin to a divine artifact in his eyes. Should he lose the bloodthirsty necklace, he cannot fathom when he might acquire another piece of equipment of such extraordinary caliber. Must he cleanse his notoriety within the novice village before he can leave? Yet, with 1,000,000 points of notoriety, even exhaustive grinding in dungeons would prove futile. Ultimately, Lin Tianhao focused his gaze upon the blessing of the gods. Whether he could alter his fate hinged upon this divine boon. In the realm of Twilight of the Gods, the blessing of the gods is undoubtedly a remarkable gift. With great anticipation, Lin Tianhao activated the blessing. Ding! You have received the blessing of the gods. Due to your elevated notoriety, the blessing has been altered. Ding! You have received the blessing of the Earth Mother. A dark red beam of light descended from above, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have acquired the cycle of death. Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled as he promptly examined the details of the cycle of death. Cycle of death, 1 star. Effect: your basic attacks have a 0.5 chance to instantly slay enemy units. Cooldown: none. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 0/1000. Note: proficiency is gained by defeating wild creatures, NPCs, or adventurers at or above your level. Each unit slain grants 1 point of proficiency. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched. Truly, this is a blessing bestowed by the Earth Mother. A mere 1-star cycle of death with seemingly simple effects. Yet, such an effect is nothing short of extraordinary. A 0.5 chance may seem modest, but what if the star rating were to increase? The potential outcomes could become remarkable, especially in later stages when confronting world bosses. Could he even slay them in an instant? Just the thought made Lin Tianhao feel a surge of excitement. Regaining his composure, Lin Tianhao began to loot corpses. After all, there were 16 bosses awaiting his attention, particularly the old village chief. This is indeed the formidable boss of the novice village, and one can only wonder what valuable treasures it may yield. Equipment, skills, gold, various materials. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. Aside from the skills he could employ to enhance his proficiency with the skill revival of the withered, everything else held no significance for him. The reason was simple. With his current notoriety, should he leave the novice village, he would inevitably lose everything. At last, Lin Tianhao discovered something of use to him. The Guild Establishment Order. How splendid! In the early stages of the game, the Guild Establishment Order is even more valuable than the Lord's Heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianhao utilized the order, for if he refrained, upon his demise, he would only be left with losses. The critical point was that upon death, he would respawn in the main city, making it impossible to return and retrieve his belongings. Please name your guild. Lonely Snow Guild. Lin Tianhao immediately named it after the guild he had established in his previous life. Ding! You're the first player to establish a guild. An announcement will be made across the server. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for being the first to establish a guild. You are rewarded with a special guild item 1. We hope all players will strive to follow suit. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for being the first to establish a guild. You are rewarded with a special guild item 1. We hope all players will strive to follow suit. Establishing a guild. This is far more significant than a first kill of a boss. While many were still engrossed in discussions about the destruction of the novice village, the news of Lin Tianhao establishing a guild immediately captured their attention. What? Xuidi? Has the long silent Shwedi finally returned to the fray? What are the benefits of establishing a guild? Can someone enlighten us? The game introduction for Dusk of the Gods indicates that there seem to be special bonuses, such as a 1% increase in experience points for guild members, a 1% increase in damage, a 1% increase in movement speed, and so forth. Only 1%? That's not much, is it? This is a 1-star guild. The higher the guild level, the greater the bonuses. Voices discussing this matter echoed throughout Dusk of the Gods. In a level 15 dungeon, the player Dreaming Smoke and Snow heard the server announcement and furrowed her brow. You have refrained from rushing up just for this guild establishment order? She had been puzzled as to why Lin Tianhao's level had remained stagnant, but it now seemed to provide an explanation. He had prioritized obtaining the guild establishment order over leveling up, opting to complete storyline quests instead. However, without a large guild backing him, how would establishing a guild in the game benefit him? Not only Dreaming Smoke and Snow, but other guilds were also engaged in discussions. They all boasted the title of guild, but without a guild establishment order, they were not true game guilds, merely informal assemblies. While the outside world buzzed with chatter, Lin Tianhao began to assess the status of his guild. Name: Lonely Snow Guild. Level: 1 star. Guild Master: Xuidi. Vice Master: none. Administrator: none. Ordinary members: none. Wealth: 0. Warehouse: none. Achievement: 0-1000. Bonus: damage 1. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened as he eagerly deposited all his gold, equipment, and various materials into the guild. This way, upon his demise, he would not suffer any loss. It was as if a pillow had appeared just as he felt drowsy. Previously, Lin Tianhao had been apprehensive about leaving the novice village, worried that his equipment would be lost. However, with the establishment of the guild, he could securely store his belongings in the guild's warehouse, allowing him to carry everything with him. After founding the guild, he also received a special guild item. Special guild item: Bronze. Effect: upon use, guild members will receive a 10 critical strike bonus. Lin Tianhao was thrilled. This enhancement was remarkable. In the initial stages, the attributes provided by the guild were typically a mere 1, and now he was granted a substantial 10. Use. Ding. You have used the special item. Guild members gain 10 critical strike. Guild achievement 200. Chapter 46. Beneath the Cliff, an unwelcome presence. The elevation of a guild is contingent upon achievement points. Once these points reach their maximum, an automatic upgrade occurs. However, acquiring guild achievement points is quite a formidable task. They can only be obtained through significant contributions to the guild. For instance, when a guild member awakens their talents and gains a hidden class, or achieves a first clear on a dungeon or a first kill of a boss, they earn achievement points. In the later stages, powerful guilds are rewarded handsomely. At this moment, Lin Tianhao noticed a message from Floating Shield Mountain. From initial concern and worry, it evolved into inquiries about whether he required assistance. In his previous life, Floating Shield Mountain had perished too soon, and Lin Tianhao's understanding of him was insufficient. However, the fact that he continued to show concern despite Lin Tianhao's consecutive demotions indicated that he was a man of loyalty. Suddenly, a voice call came through. It was not Floating Shield Mountain, but rather another friend of Lin Tianhao's. Snow Emperor, our captain wishes to inquire if your guild is available for transfer. We are willing to offer 100 million. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. That was quite a generous offer. 100 million. Moreover, it was from Shadowkill. Under normal circumstances, he might have acquiesced. However, at this juncture, he would not yield. He sought power. Merely being strong on his own was utterly insufficient. He required a cadre of sufficiently formidable allies and the means to attract other skilled players. The guild was a critical element. What if Lin Tianhao could achieve a 100% increase in damage, critical hits, experience points, movement speed, and attack speed through the guild? At that time, he could not fathom how many experts would flock to him. I'm afraid I do not intend to transfer the guild, he stated. The price is negotiable. Shadowkill hastily replied. It is not a matter of price. Lin Tianhao paused momentarily. I have no need for money. However, if you possess special equipment, I may consider it. Shadowkill fell silent. Wait a moment. Let me check. Special equipment was of paramount importance. The purification pendant was such an item. It had enabled Lin Tianhao to triumph over the old village chief and his companions in the novice village. Snow Emperor, we currently do not have any special equipment. Can we negotiate the price? That is not possible, Lin Tianhao replied decisively. The quicker the guild was established, the sooner it could elevate in level. He could afford to lag behind in his personal level, as long as his attributes were enhanced. However, the guild's level could not afford to fall behind. This was particularly crucial. He ended the call. Floating Shield Mountain's voice call came through next. Snow Emperor, are you all right? Floating Shield Mountain expressed concern. I'm fine. Thank you for your care, Lin Tianhao replied. Floating Shield Mountain hesitated, then finally said, Snow Emperor, my father just contacted me. He wants to know if your guild can be transferred. The price is negotiable. Absolutely not, Lin Tianhao responded firmly. Floating Shield Mountain did not press further. All right then. Snow Emperor, remember to take me along when you arrive at the main city. The price is negotiable. Understood. He ended the call. Lin Tianhao began to ponder his second task. In ancient times, the son of the Yellow Emperor perished and transformed into a drought demon. He had fought valiantly for the Yellow Emperor against Qiyu, but was sealed beneath the novice village by Qiyu. The task's objective was to release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. The consequence of failure would be that all fire attribute attacks he received henceforth would deal double damage. The reward for completion remained unknown. From a first task scroll, he surmised that his assumptions were correct. Upon completion, divine blessings would be bestowed upon him. However, it was regrettable that the third task scroll he speculated about, which involved slaying the drought demon, had not appeared. Nonetheless, this task seemed manageable, particularly as he possessed the Ice Flame Demon, which would suffice to unlock the seal at the bottom of the cliff. Upon reaching the precipice, Lin Tianhao experienced a headache, for he was uncertain how to descend. Previous players who had leapt from the cliff had met their demise, and now the resurrection altar in the novice village had been destroyed. Should he fall, he would be expelled from the novice village and reborn in the main city. After circling the cliff's edge twice, Lin Tianhao found nothing of note. Drawing an arrow from his quiver, he loosed it into the depths below, only to receive no response. Following this, he crafted a makeshift incendiary bottle and hurled it downwards. The flames dwindled until they vanished entirely. Lin Tianhao felt a growing frustration. At this height, a jump would likely be fatal. Surely, there must be some hidden mechanism he had yet to uncover. After a brief contemplation, he resumed his wandering. If he had known earlier, he should have inquired with the old drunkard about the method to descend. Lin Tianhao began experimenting with arrows, convinced that there was something he had overlooked. Suddenly, he noticed a steel wire amidst the mist of the cliff. Without the eye of purity, he would not have discerned it. Enlightened, Lin Tianhao leapt upward, landing upon the first wire, then the second and the third. It was fortunate that he was Lin Tianhao. Had it been another player, they likely would not have been able to maintain their balance on the wire. After half an hour, Lin Tianhao finally reached the base of the cliff. There, he beheld a colossal yin-yang dual fish formation. Approaching the formation, he observed two grinding stones, each with a hole. One of the holes resembled the shape of the Ice Flame Demon, while the other hole corresponded to an item he possessed, the mysterious key obtained from the enraged yellow weasel. At that moment, Lin Tianhao pondered the purpose of this enigmatic key. Just as he prepared to unlock the seal, his gaze instinctively shifted toward the end of the canyon. There, a figure approached leisurely. Their steady gait and robust physique suggested strength. Due to the dense mist at the cliff's base and the considerable distance, Lin Tianhao could not clearly discern the identity of the approaching individual. As the figure drew nearer, Lin Tianhao finally discerned his features. However, upon recognizing his face, an expression of incredulity overtook Lin Tianhao. Shocked, he stumbled back 2 steps. How could this be? How could it be you? Lin Tianhao could hardly believe his eyes. Once an NPC in the novice village perished, they were irrevocably lost, with no possibility of resurrection. You were supposed to be dead. A mocking smile crept across the newcomer's face as he spoke leisurely. Who told you I was dead? What you killed was merely my brother. For the sake of this scheme, we have plotted for so long, and my brother's sacrifice was essential for its realization. With that, he glanced wistfully at the sky, lamenting, Brother, your death was not in vain. Our plan is on the verge of success. The blacksmith Wang is your brother? Who on earth are you? There is no one like you in the novice village. Chapter 47, Villager Wang, The Secret of the Novice Village. Lin Tianhao considered himself quite knowledgeable about the novice village. The NPCs within the village had perished, and he had never heard of a brother of Wang the blacksmith. Yet, This person bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Lin Tianhao was almost inclined to believe that this was the resurrected Wang the blacksmith. Who told you that Wang the blacksmith had no brother? He does. His brother was originally the village chief of Novice Village. Unfortunately, on the very first day of his tenure, the former village chief was reluctant to relinquish power, leading to a conflict that resulted in his brother being exiled to the wilderness to fend for himself. Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted sharply. The man continued, otherwise, do you think the title old village chief came from nowhere? Because he was the previous village chief of Novice Village, I should rightfully be the current village chief. At this moment, Lin Tianhao finally examined his attributes. Village Chief Wang, Silver level 20. Health, 5, 255, 505, 255, 500. Attack, 3, 999. Skills. Note, the village chief of Novice Village, brother of Wang the blacksmith, was exiled due to a conflict with the old village chief and, consumed by madness, became a wilderness boss. He has been plotting something exceedingly terrifying. Do not allow him to succeed, or the wrath of the gods will be upon you. Lin Tianhao's expression changed dramatically. This man was classified as a wilderness boss. Not only that, but he was also a silver-level wilderness boss. With 5 million health points and an attack power of 4,000, he was undeniably a formidable being at this stage. So, it is Village Chief Wang. However, I'm curious about what you're truly plotting. Destroying Novice Village seems to offer you no advantage. Under normal circumstances, Village Chief Wang should aspire to reclaim power. Yet, with Novice Village already in ruins, his existence as Village Chief has lost all significance. Who told you I wish to be the Village Chief of Novice Village? What I desire is to become the son-in-law of the Star Empire. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought of Princess Leona. She was the princess of the Star Kingdom, conveniently located in Novice Village. With Princess Leona in the Novice Village, you could pursue her directly without the need to destroy the village. Of course, it is necessary. Village Chief Wang's expression twisted with malice. How could Princess Leona look favorably upon a lowly commoner like me? To make her submit, she must have a reason to rely on me. Oh, Lin Tianhao felt a surge of interest, realizing he was likely on the brink of uncovering a new plotline. After being exiled from Novice Village, I took with me 2 divine blessings from the village. Upon my departure, I discovered the existence of Princess Leona and began my schemes. Lin Tianhao nodded. It seemed that the Star Kingdom had no prince. If you were to become the son-in-law, you might contend for the throne in the future. Indeed, Village Chief Wang grinned widely. I didn't expect you to know about the Star Kingdom. If Princess Leona were to be released, she would depart from the resurrection altar. Thus, the altar must be destroyed beyond repair, and, consequently, the old village chief and his companions must also perish. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes, a wild conjecture taking shape in his mind. You intend to use this as leverage to coerce Princess Leona into submission. Indeed, the village chief nodded. Both the Hydrocypress and the Yellow Weasel are my subordinates. The 2 mission scrolls were arranged by me in advance, awaiting a fateful individual to assist in eliminating the old village chief. Lin Tianhao chuckled, realizing that all of his endeavors had merely rendered him a pawn in another's game. So what is your purpose here? Shouldn't you be seeking out Princess Leona? Naturally, I am here to reclaim the mission scrolls. The village chief grinned broadly. The blessings of the gods, I too desire. Allowing you to receive a blessing from the gods, you ought to feel fortunate. Surrender the mission scrolls, and I shall allow you to depart. Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback by the deliberate opposition of the task, which made your plan utterly seamless. Quite right, the village chief nodded. Now that you are aware, hand over the items. Why should I relinquish them? Lin Tianhao smirked. After all, I intend to leave the Novice Village. In any case, death is inevitable, and being killed is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression darkened. Very well, it matters not. Given your current notoriety, should I slay you, all that you possess will surely be dropped. With that, the village chief transformed into a shadow, launching himself at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao responded in kind. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the air. Simultaneously, Lin Tianhao consumed 3 vials of potions in quick succession, enhancing his movement speed attack speed, and lifesteal. A colossal damage number appeared above the village chief's head, minus 13,358. Immediately following, a similar damage figure materialized above Lin Tianhao, minus 10,000. Lin Tianhao's eyelids twitched. Was it a rounding damage reflection? Rounding damage reflection refers to the mechanism whereby the maximum integer value of damage taken is used for counter damage. This effect typically reflects at least 50% of the damage. In instances where the damage dealt is precisely 100, the reflection would be a full 100%. Given his over 5 million health points, Lin Tianhao stood no chance against such a rounding damage reflection mechanism. Leaping into the air, Lin Tianhao landed upon the tightrope. Now, attempting to flee, does it not seem rather too late? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's instinct screamed alarm. Something was amiss. As anticipated from above the cliff, the stone wall shattered, and a vine lashed out towards Lin Tianhao. The Hydra Cypress. Lin Tianhao executed a backflip to evade the attack. Yet the wire was severed by the vine's strike. Before he could touch the ground, he heard a sound slicing through the air behind him. Swish! A claw scraped against Lin Tianhao's armor, igniting a cascade of sparks. Simultaneously, a damage number emerged above his head. Minus 1,580. The damage inflicted is not excessively outrageous. Lin Tianhao can still accept it. However, the current situation sends shivers down his spine. The Hydra Bow and the Yellow Skin are both extraordinarily formidable beings at this stage. In a one-on-one confrontation, Lin Tianhao harbors no fear. Even if they join forces, he is still capable of coping. Yet, the presence of a silver-tier village chief complicates matters for him. Lin Tianhao's expression grows grave as the steel wire snaps. It is no longer realistic for him to escape. Snow Emperor, there is no need to waste time. Hand over the items, and we can remain friends. Should I ascend to the throne of the Starry Kingdom, I can grant you the title of Count along with the corresponding Lord's heart. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, realizing he had no justifiable reason to refuse. Though the blessings of the gods are indeed splendid, the current predicament leaves him with little hope of success. Unless Lin Tianhao glanced toward the cliff above. Snowflakes began to drift down from the heights, and the temperature around him plummeted sharply. Ding! You are affected by the cold. Your movement speed is reduced by 12, and your attack speed is lower by 12. You have sustained frost damage and will continue to lose health. Minus 240. Minus 240. Chapter 48. Leona's choice. The expression on village Chief Wang's face shifted dramatically. He, along with the Hydra and the Yellow Weasel, found themselves in a state of continuous blood loss. Upon the precipice, a woman clad in exquisite garments approached with grace. With each step she took, seemingly treading on air, ice blossoms coalesced beneath her feet, securing her with an ethereal stability. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, each footfall manifested beauty, though the distance was considerable. Lin Tianhao had already discerned her identity. It was Princess Leona, in the current novice village. Only this princess from the Kingdom of Stars possessed such prowess. Honorable Princess Leona, you have arrived? Village Chief Wang, shedding his previous demeanor, greeted her with a benevolent smile. Princess Leona cast a cold glance at him, fully aware of his intentions. Upon hearing this, Wang was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, Princess Leona, since you are aware, you must also recognize my admiration for you. Why speak so insincerely? With a mocking smile, Princess Leona retorted, You believe everything is under your control. Have you considered that I could take your life? Wang's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, Great Princess Leona, indeed you could end my life. But have you contemplated how you would depart from here afterward? Your ambitions will not allow you to remain willingly trapped in this novice village. With a disdainful scoff, Princess Leona replied, That is not for you to ponder. I am well aware of my own affairs. As her words fell, an icy aura emanated from Princess Leona's form. Wang's complexion paled. Ravaging fury, Titan's form, dance of the broken wings. In an instant, Wang unleashed 3 skills simultaneously, manifesting a pair of tattered wings behind him. With a powerful flap, he soared toward the cliff's edge. Princess Leona raised her hand, and a colossal ice magic circle materialized above Wang's head. Following this, countless ice spikes rained down from the circle. Minus 15,928. Minus 15,929. A relentless stream of damage numbers appeared, as the mere magic circle inflicted over 1,000,000 points of health loss upon Wang. Such terror! Lin Tianhao had anticipated that Princess Leona might be formidable, yet her strength exceeded his expectations. No wonder Wang had fled without hesitation upon realizing she intended to strike. At that moment, in the sky, Wang altered his course and continued to flee. Both the Hydra and the Yellow Weasel launched their attacks, attempting to delay Princess Leona. Yet, in the blink of an eye, these two powerful bosses found themselves encased in ice. Princess Leona raised her hand, and an ice shield formed behind Wang, forcefully pinning him down. Once freed from the icy restraint, Wang ceased his flight, coldly gazing at Princess Leona. "Go on, kill me. If you can indeed end my life, I shall accept it." Princess Leona refrained from taking action, while Lin Tianhao swiftly grasped the underlying issue. Villager Wang was no longer merely an NPC. He had transformed into a formidable wilderness boss. A distinct characteristic of such bosses is their ability to respawn upon defeat, essentially indicating resurrection. Both the Hydra and the Yellow Weasel had previously fallen to Lin Tianhao's prowess, yet they continued to manifest in this realm. Resurrection indeed. How curious. If they are not to be vanquished, then allow me to share my thoughts. Villager Wang gradually regained his composure. "I wish to marry you and become the future king of the Star Kingdom." Princess Leona's demeanor shifted abruptly, her aura becoming tempestuous as the ambient temperature plummeted. "Do not be hasty in your anger. We merely seek mutual benefit. Having been away from the Star Kingdom for such an extended period, returning recklessly would leave you without allies. However, should you wed me, I could offer my assistance. I am both a wild creature and an NPC, and crucially, I have been bestowed with a divine blessing that allows me to grow and level up like an adventurer." Upon hearing the notion of growth and advancement, the typically unflappable Princess Leona exhibited a flicker of intrigue. Regardless of being an NPC or a wild creature, there exists a fundamental limitation: the inability to transcend current constraints and continue to strengthen. Lin Tianhao observed her shifting interest with alarm. Should Princess Leona acquiesce to his proposal, his second divine blessing would slip from his grasp. All his efforts had been aimed at securing such blessings. An ally capable of growth and infinite resurrection would undoubtedly provide considerable aid in her quest for the throne of the Star Kingdom, a fact she must surely comprehend. Rest assured, we can conduct a sham marriage that will pose no hindrance to you. Ultimately, our aim is to ascend as the rulers of the Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao reluctantly conceded that, from a purely pragmatic perspective, Villager Wang's proposition was exceedingly tempting. Alas, it seemed that opportunity had evaded him. With a silent sigh, he resigned himself to this reality. However, Princess Leona's subsequent words rekindled a glimmer of hope within Lin Tianhao. "I believe I have numerous potential partners for collaboration, such as the Snow Emperor." Villager Wang's pupils constricted as he replied gravely. After all, he is an adventurer, and whether he will remain steadfast in his allegiance is uncertain. "No," Princess Leona interjected, shaking her head. "I do not intend to marry him. Rather, I wish to assign him a task. Snow Emperor, would you support me in becoming the monarch of the Star Kingdom? If you enable my ascension, I shall construct a temple of worship for you, making you the war god of my realm." Lin Tianhao's expression morphed into one of incredulity. In the late stages of the twilight of the gods, mere physical prowess and magical strength had begun to pale in significance. The elite were all striving for divinity, and the first step towards achieving this lofty goal was to amass a substantial amount of spiritual power, commonly referred to as followers. The implications of Princess Leona's words were decidedly clear. She intends to establish a shrine to honor Lin Tianhao, allowing him to receive the spiritual power of their Star Kingdom. "Dinjin, Princess Leona has issued you a quest. Quest requirements: assist her in becoming the next ruler of the Star Kingdom. Quest penalty: unknown. Quest reward: she will bestow upon you the title of War God and construct 3,000 shrines in your honor. Except, Lin Tianhao had no reason to decline. In his past life, countless formidable beings had valiantly sought to attain divinity, yet all ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of spiritual power. Acquiring such power is exceedingly arduous. Princess Leona, even so, how do you plan to leave the novice village? Upon hearing this, Leona's gaze fell upon the yin-yang fish array. It is quite simple. By unleashing the drought demon, he will inevitably shatter the spatial barriers, and we shall take this opportunity to depart. Village Chief Wang, in a fit of exasperation, shouted, "Leona, you are utterly insane. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the consequences of unleashing the drought demon?" Chapter 49. Unleashing the Drought Demon, Shaking the 10 Directions. Princess Leona smiled non-committally, fully aware of the implications, yet she remained undeterred. As her words faded, she acted without hesitation, encasing an expanse of 100 miles in ice in the blink of an eye. The village chief stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, unable to move. Snow Empress, release the seal. Lin Tianhao nodded, storing his equipment in the guild's repository, then separately placing the ice flame magic ore and the mysterious key within. In the next instant, the earth trembled. Cracks began to form in the yin-yang fish pattern, with intense heat emanating from below. I cannot perish. I must leave. With a single step, Leona vanished from sight. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. If you are escaping through a spatial rift, take me with you. What is this? Leaving me behind? At that moment, a server-wide announcement blared. Alert, alert! The Seal Drought Demon has been released. The world boss Drought Demon is about to emerge. All adventurers are advised to exercise caution. The alarm echoed throughout the server, leaving many players dumbfounded. What is happening? Am I hearing things? You are not imagining it. A world boss? Surely the system must be malfunctioning. At this stage, we struggle against even a black iron boss. How can we confront a world boss? Indeed, while we may not know how to engage it, one thing is certain. The rewards for its defeat will be substantial. The Gods of Twilight were thrown into chaos. Various clubs, corporations, and government officials convened emergency meetings. The sudden appearance of a world boss posed a formidable challenge. Regardless of who it may be, the benefits of vanquishing this world boss would be immeasurable. From the government and the War Department, an elderly gentleman with graying temples entered the conference room. You are our nation's finest analysts. Our special operations team has encountered black iron, bronze, and even silver bosses. This time, we must prevail against the world boss. Hearing this, the lead analyst shook his head. Commander, based on our calculations, the world boss's health will not be less than 100 million, and its attributes will be exceedingly formidable. Even if our entire special operations team were to engage, the outcome would be negligible. Is there truly no alternative? The elder furrowed his brow. There is a possibility, albeit a slim one, a strategy of sheer numbers. In the core cities, players number in the millions. If over 10 million players were to besiege it, there might be a 1 in 10,000 chance of defeating the world boss. 1 in 10,000? The elder nearly believed he had misheard. With over 10 million players attacking, we would have only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Indeed, the analyst affirmed. And that calculation includes those with hidden classes and high-level talents. Without them, we would have no chance whatsoever. The elderly man's countenance appeared rather grim. The world boss represented a glimmer of hope, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. The War Department was at a complete loss, and the conclusions drawn by other clubs and guilds were similarly bleak. At this juncture, it seemed implausible for players to possess the strength to contend with the world boss. The emergence of the Drought Demon. Not only the players were stirred, but certain entities from the Twilight of the Gods were also affected. In the Star Kingdom, within the palace, Queen Fiadinia raised her head upon hearing the server-wide announcement, directing her gaze towards the novice village. After all these years, had it finally emerged? Beside the queen stood a stooped old woman clutching a skeletal staff, her voice sharp and raspy. Your Majesty, this may present an opportunity for us. Upon hearing this, a cold glimmer flickered in Fiadinia's eyes. The Star Kingdom had enjoyed an extended period of peace. Indeed, change was overdue. Make the necessary arrangements. The plan may commence. Not just within the palace, but others throughout the Star Kingdom began to mobilize. The appearance of a world boss has the potential to entirely alter the current landscape. Lin Tianhao was oblivious to these developments. He stood adjacent to the Yin-Yang Pisces formation, the searing heat scorching his skin. Ding! You have sustained burn damage, and your health will continue to deplete. Minus 4,000. Minus 4,000. Lin Tianhao felt numb. It had not even fully broken the seal. Yet it was already so formidable. It should be noted that Lin Tianhao's purification amulet could immunize him against 80% of negative effects. Burning was indeed a negative effect. This meant that without the amulet's immunity, he would lose 20,000 health per second. In his previous life, he had never engaged with the drought demon, and thus his understanding of its strength was limited. However, he was beginning to form a clearer picture. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the earth shook violently, and Lin Tianhao was flung away. Minus 99,999. The damage was so severe that it caused a significant drop in his health bar. Yet, Lin Tianhao was unconcerned. He had sought death. Upon perishing, he would resurrect in the main city. Soon after, a figure engulfed in flames soared into the sky. Everywhere his gaze fell, flames ignited with fervor. However, when his eyes landed on Lin Tianhao, the flames dissipated, and he approached Lin Tianhao slowly. Lin Tianhao began to assess the situation. Health. Attack. Skills. Lin Tianhao. What level must this be for even its name to be a question mark? Are you the one who released me? A voice, magnetic and resonant, echoed, soft yet firm, defying identification of gender. Moreover, the figure's grotesque visage made discerning its gender from appearance equally impossible. According to the prior task prompt, before Lin Tianhao stood what appeared to be the son of the Yellow Emperor. However, he recalled from myth and legend that it was actually the daughter of the Yellow Emperor who had transformed into the Drought Demon. The task prompt of Ragnarok might not be entirely accurate. Thus, Lin Tianhao chose to withhold his opinion. The Drought Demon glanced at Lin Tianhao and scoffed. Have you never considered that releasing me could lead to the devastation of countless lives? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao replied, I do not believe that would be the case. You were once a good person, and I still trust in that. Good person? The Drought Demon chuckled ambiguously. Indeed, I was once virtuous. I aided many. Even as the Drought Demon, I continued to assist others. Yet, because of my current form, I have been met with scorn and threats of annihilation. Were it not for my indestructible essence, I would have faced not merely sealing but utter obliteration. At this, the Drought Demon suddenly seized Lin Tianhao by the throat, declaring, I no longer wish to be a good person. I aspire to be the greatest of all villains, the supreme fiend of this world. Chapter 50, A Calamity. Twice tormented in one day, Lin Tianhao fixed his gaze upon the Drought Demon, gritting his teeth and stating, No, you still possess some semblance of conscience. If you were truly consumed by darkness, you would not converse with me, but would instead strike me down without hesitation. Upon hearing these words, a glint of coldness flickered in the Drought Demon's eyes. The only reason I have not killed you immediately is that I have not spoken to anyone in such a long time. With that, the Drought Demon struck Lin Tianhao's chest with a powerful blow. Instantly, Lin Tianhao's health was depleted to nothing. Subsequently, he found himself resurrected in the city of Black Wind within the Star Kingdom. Following death, there is a period of revival, and Lin Tianhao was now awaiting his resurrection. An announcement echoed throughout the city. A notorious criminal had entered Black Wind, prompting the city lord to issue an urgent task: hunt down the malevolent individual. All players in Black Wind were suddenly presented with a new quest. Quest: hunt down the malevolent individual. Requirements: eliminate the criminal who has entered Black Wind. Adventurers with a notoriety exceeding 10,100 times. Current progress: 0-100. Penalty: none. Reward: each kill would yield a piece of bronze equipment and 10 points of free attributes. What? As the players in Black Wind accepted this quest, their faces were etched with disbelief. What am I witnessing? A bounty quest? Quick, find out who this player with over 10,000 notoriety is. Let me slay him 100 times. Each kill would grant 10 attribute points, amassing 1,000 points for 100 kills, along with 100 pieces of bronze equipment. If I could single-handedly eliminate him 100 times, I would soar to new heights. Please calm down. We don't even know what this individual did to accumulate such a high notoriety. Discussions erupted throughout Black Wind. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao was at a loss, feeling utterly bemused by the unwarranted bounty placed upon him. As he observed the countdown to his resurrection, he began contemplating his escape. Should he fight his way out? It seemed there were no better alternatives. After all, notoriety is glaringly apparent, emblazoned above one's head in bold crimson digits. In this predicament, attempting a stealthy escape seemed rather unrealistic. Thus, the only option left was to charge forth. Equipped with the 9-harmony longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace, and ready with potions for speed and shielding, Lin Tianhao prepared to make his move. Here, he felt compelled to express gratitude towards the kind souls in the novice village, as death had yielded a plethora of useful items. Just as Lin Tianhao was resurrecting, another announcement reverberated across the nation. A national proclamation declared that a notorious criminal had entered the Star Kingdom, prompting the king to issue an urgent task: hunt down the malevolent individual. Lin Tianhao. He was utterly dumbfounded. What had he done to provoke such scrutiny? Not only have the players of Blackwind City been stirred, but the entire community of the Star Kingdom is also ablaze with excitement. In other words, every player in the Dragon region is exhilarated. Before the second-class transition, all Dragon Kingdom players could only reside within the Star Kingdom. The rewards bestowed by the King of the Star Kingdom are exceedingly generous, directly doubling those of Blackwind City. How delightful! Ha ha ha! That infamous red-named adventurer should willingly face his demise. There is no escaping his fate. Transforming into our gear and free attribute points is indeed a privilege for him. Previously, a multitude would hunt for wild bosses. Now, the focus has shifted to red-named players. However, I am genuinely curious about how this red-named player accumulated such a high notoriety. The players of the Dragon region are in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao has finally revived. Level 1. Indeed, he is currently at level 1. His notoriety is exceedingly high. Upon death, all levels and experience points are reset to 0. The moment he emerges from the resurrection altar in Blackwind City, Lin Tianhao dashes towards the city's outskirts with full speed. Yet, the glaring 1 million notoriety above his head makes him conspicuous. There he is. Who is that red-named player? Damn, his notoriety is 1 million. Quickly kill him. In the main city, red-named players are unprotected, allowing other players to attack him. Lin Tianhao cannot afford to consider anything else. He cannot retaliate. Should he do so, it would not be mere players pursuing him, but the city guards of Blackwind City. Killing a player within the main city results in capture and imprisonment by the guards, with sentencing based on notoriety. The higher the notoriety, the longer the sentence. With his notoriety, if captured, he might as well forego playing altogether. As for confronting the city guards directly, that is out of the question. Should they intervene, he would be annihilated in an instant due to his lack of defenses. Thus, before leaving Blackwind City, Lin Tianhao has no choice but to flee. At level 1, his selection of capable weapons is severely limited. He possesses the Purifying Pendant, a no-level requirement 9-harmony longbow, and the Bloodthirsty Necklace. However, neither of these items offers any resistance. These few pieces of equipment share a common characteristic. None augment his defenses. The attacks from the players strike Lin Tianhao, effectively dealing true damage. Minus 512. Minus 198. Minus 299. A cascade of damage numbers floats above his head. Behind Lin Tianhao, tens of thousands of players pursue him. Although his movement speed is swift, he is soon cornered within the confines of Blackwind City. Damn it, they are providing absolutely no opportunity. Lin Tianhao leaps, using their shoulders to propel himself forward. Yet, as he reaches the next point, a barrage of skills rains down upon him. Even if the damage from individual skills is not excessively high, inflicting only a few hundred or even just over 100 points, the sheer number of attackers is overwhelming. Tens of thousands. The reason for the overwhelming crowd is evident. If hundreds of thousands were to converge upon him, he would stand no chance and could be eliminated in an instant. Indeed, in the current circumstances, He was losing health at an alarming rate of over 100,000 per second. For the first time, Lin Tianhao felt the considerable distance from the resurrection altar in Blackwind City to the city gates. His expression turned grim to the extreme. In that fleeting moment before his demise, he stored all his equipment in the guild warehouse. He had fallen, despite his desperate struggle. With over 440,000 health points, he managed to endure for a full 9 seconds. The only reason he lasted that long was due to his sudden appearance, which caught many players off guard. As he watched the countdown to resurrection and then the throngs of players gathered outside the altar, Lin Tianhao was left dumbfounded. There was absolutely no opportunity for escape. None at all. Curse it, he thought bitterly. As a proud reborn, to be subjected to this humiliation twice in a single day. What kind of justice is this? His mind seethed with resentment. Yet, gazing at the hundreds of thousands blocking the resurrection altar, along with the continuous influx of players arriving from outside Blackwind City, he relinquished any hope of resistance. His health, exceeding 40,000, was merely a single attack away from obliteration. As expected, the moment Lin Tianhao revived, another barrage of attacks descended upon him, and he perished once more. Lin Tianhao, this is utterly pointless, truly devoid of meaning. He opted to log off from the game, thinking, feel free to torment my character. As long as I'm not online, you may slay me 1,000 times, yet it shall not dampen my spirits. Chapter 51. A good brother undergoes torment once again. In the realm of Twilight of the Gods, players remain immersed in the game even after logging off. This is precisely why Lin Tianhao opted to return to the novice village after defeating Shadow-Kill. He feared being discovered and subsequently slain while lacking control. As long as he was offline, he was safe from the torment of being revived. A subtle smile graced Lin Tianhao's lips as he logged off. With dawn barely breaking, it was still too early for breakfast. He navigated to the forum for Twilight of the Gods, not the official one, but rather a community forum established by dedicated enthusiasts encompassing major servers worldwide. He first entered the Dragon Nation section, which was bustling with activity, predominantly discussing various game strategies. The novice village of the Dragon Nation had fallen into disarray, and most novice players were engaged in discussions about how level 1 players could farm monsters in the main city. Naturally, there was no shortage of comments directed at the player responsible for the destruction of the novice village. One thread, in particular, gained substantial traction, detailing a strategy for leveling up in Blackwind City without relying on monster hunting. In Twilight of the Gods, advancement was not solely dependent on combating foes. Tasks such as delivering messages, becoming an apprentice alchemist, or a blacksmith apprentice could also yield experience points. Furthermore, working in taverns could provide experience rewards as well. Lin Tianhao scanned the thread briefly, and perhaps due to a sense of guilt, he felt compelled to reply. In the east city of Blackwind, they are repairing the walls. Those who apply can earn 300 experience points per hour, and if one possesses some skills in masonry or carpentry, they could even secure 500 plus experience points hourly. This task seems to be in high demand, offers generous rewards, and is suitable for most novice players. One can gain substantial experience by simply hauling bricks without the need to fight. Wow, is this for real? I'm intrigued, I must give it a try. As Lin Tianhao submitted his response, it caught the attention of an observant individual. Exiting the thread, he noticed another post rapidly gaining popularity. A truly magnificent Good Samaritan has emerged in our Dragon Nation section. Slaying him grants 20 free attribute points and 2 bronze equipment pieces. The eye-catching title immediately drew considerable interest. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, instinctively clicking on it. As he suspected, he was indeed the so-called truly magnificent Good Samaritan. The individual had posted the bounty tasks from Blackwind City and the Kingdom of Stars, along with a video of him being cornered at the resurrection altar by a multitude of players, subjected to relentless torment. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched in disbelief. It was utterly absurd. To exploit one's own experience farming and attribute points, and then broadcast it publicly, was outrageous. How could any reincarnated player endure such humiliation? After exiting the thread, Lin Tianhao decided to grab a bite to eat and visit the hospital to check on his sister's condition. Although he had hired someone to care for her, he felt it necessary to personally oversee her situation from time to time. At the hospital, Lin Tianhao remained in her bed, yet her complexion had improved significantly. "Doctor, how is my sister doing now?" Lin Tianhao approached the on-duty physician. The doctor picked up the latest examination report and replied, "Your sister's condition is improving. However, as of now, there is no immediate threat to her life. Yet she is likely to remain in a vegetative state." Lin Tianhao nodded, acknowledging that as long as she could maintain her current state, it was a positive sign. After all, a person in a vegetative state could still participate in the game, and for everything else, time would reveal the answers. "Doctor, when can my sister expect to be discharged?" he inquired. "She has undergone a craniotomy. It will likely take about another 2 weeks, the doctor estimated." Lin Tianhao sighed. 2 weeks would set Lin Tianhao back significantly. However, this was not a major concern. Once she entered the game, he could assist her. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao was struck by a terrifying thought. He seemingly had no means to help Lin Tianhao level up, as she was in a vegetative state. They could not communicate offline. Thus, even if she entered the game through the gaming device, he knew nothing of her class, nickname, or the city she would spawn in. How could he possibly contact her? This presented an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, there was the server-wide announcement. Perhaps this could serve as a means to locate Lin Tianhao. With no time to lose, Lin Tianhao decided he would think of a way to reach her once she was in the game. He had 2 weeks. He needed to establish an advantage during this time. Upon returning from the hospital, Lin Tianhao brought breakfast for Zhou Xiaopeng. "Buddy, I'm logging off to eat." However, Zhou Xiaopeng did not log off, seemingly busy with something. Lin Tianhao was not anxious. The 2 bounties required him to be killed 200 times. It would likely be a while before he could conclude this, so he reopened the forum. The post about the unparalleled hero in the Dragon Nation region had already taken the top spot in trending topics. Players from other countries also took notice of this post. "This is unfair. Why doesn't our great stick empire, have anyone like this? What? I seriously suspect the players in the Dragon Nation are cheating. How could a player with 1,000,000 red name points emerge at this stage? Oh God, please bless us with a player from the Rice Empire with tens of millions of red name points." Players across various servers were envious. At this stage, even black iron weapons were quite formidable. The rewards were 2 pieces of bronze equipment, along with 20 free attribute points. Even a single kill could create a significant gap between ordinary players. After browsing the forum for a while, Zhou Xiaopeng excitedly ran over. "Brother Hao, the Welfare Bureau, are you in Blackwind City? It's amazing. Killing that red name player rewards 2 pieces of bronze gear and 20 free attribute points. I managed to get a kill by luck with double slash. With your prowess, it shouldn't be a problem for you to secure several kills." Seeing Zhou Xiaopeng so animated, Lin Tianhao cleared his throat. "Have those 2 bounty tasks concluded?" "Not yet, but it is approaching. I have already been defeated over 100 times." Lin Tianhao sighed, questioning the sluggishness of these individuals. They are not slow. It is merely that the larger guilds have arrived, each one cunning and calculating, reserving their skills to claim the final blow. Everyone is fixated on securing the kill, which inadvertently slows the process. Lin Tianhao rubbed his temples, realizing that they truly perceive him as a mere source of experience points. Strangely enough, it remains a mystery what this player did to incur such widespread animosity, accumulating a staggering 1,000,000 notoriety points. Perhaps he annihilated the novice village, Lin Tianhao mused. "Goodness, your suggestion does seem plausible. Only the destruction of a novice village could warrant such a high notoriety score." Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively. "All right then, I shall log into the game now." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianhao retrieved his phone and quietly composed a post. "The notorious player is a benevolent soul. Let him be after completing his quest." With a compelling title in mind, Lin Tianhao began to write fervently. Chapter 52. The Dimensional Reduction of the Book of Life and Death. The emergence of this notorious player has positioned our Dragon Nation ahead of the global competition, granting us an additional 300 pieces of bronze equipment and 3,000 free attribute points. His greatness is beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. I fervently recommend that upon the completion of his task, he be permitted to leave the city, for he may yet bestow further blessings upon us. In tribute to our esteemed red-named player, having polished the content, Lin Tianhao sent it forth. There was little choice. The concern over some overly zealous players apprehending him and embarking on a rampage was indeed troubling. However, unbeknownst to Lin Tianhao, urgent meetings were convened by various clubs, consortiums, and government officials. It is evident that this red-named player possesses over 400,000 health points. At this stage, even our shield warriors clad in bronze armor from the Special Operations Team boast just over 50,000 health points. Moreover, his million red name value suggests he has committed heinous acts, such as annihilating the novice village and slaying its NPCs. The likelihood of this is considerable. His resistance is nearly non-existent, and the ability to eliminate novice village NPCs indicates he possesses exceptionally high damage output. With high health and damage potential, his capacity is immense. Once this task concludes, he must be drawn into our ranks. The consensus among the various factions echoed this sentiment. Lin Tianhao's potential is vast, warranting an effort to recruit him. However, this is not an absolute. Some factions believe that his current red name value, prior to his second or even third-class advancement, will be exceedingly difficult to diminish. In the future, should he perish even once, he would inevitably regress to level 1, losing all his equipment, rendering his efforts futile. As time progresses, the path to leveling becomes increasingly arduous. A single death with a red name value results in a level loss, and the ramifications of a million red name value are unfathomable. Within the rented room, Lin Tianhao, after posting, chose to go online. Upon logging in, he paid no heed to the players surrounding him. Let them kill him, as it bore no substantial impact on him. Furthermore, their success in slaying him could grant these players rewards, thereby strengthening the Dragon Nation, which he found acceptable. His intention for this online session was to submit a task. Ding! You have completed the task. Release the Drought Demon. Task reward: free attribute points 50, Blessing of the Gods 1. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath and invoked the Blessing of the Gods. The previous cycle of death had undoubtedly been a celestial level blessing. Ding! You have received the Blessing of the Gods due to your excessively high red name value. The blessing has undergone a transformation. Ding! You have received the Blessing of Lady Hutu as before. A dark red beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Tianhao within its embrace. Ding! You have acquired the Book of Life and Death. Lin Tianhao. The Book of Life and Death? This could be an incredibly powerful artifact. Every citizen of the Dragon Nation is aware of the formidable nature of the Book of Life and Death. Yet, it remains uncertain how this version compares to the legendary Tome of Myth. The Book of Life and Death, Divine Equipment. Wearing requirements, exclusively for the Snow Emperor. Cannot be dropped, gifted, transferred, or traded. Effect: you may inscribe the name of any existing individual, limited to one, in the Book of Life and Death. The person whose name is inscribed will suffer real damage of 10,000 points plus 1% of their maximum health every second, lasting until their demise. Durability: indestructible. Indeed, this is merely a weakened version of the Book of Life and Death. However, it is undeniably formidable. As long as one knows the name, they can launch a remote attack. The base damage dealt every second is 10,000, augmented by an additional 1% of health. While this enhancement may seem negligible to other players, for Lin Tianhao, it is entirely different. With over 400,000 health points, 1% equates to over 4,000. Furthermore, he can continuously increase his maximum health in the future. For other players, this equipment holds only moderate utility due to a significant limitation. It requires the inscription of a name. As a reborn individual, Lin Tianhao possesses knowledge of most bosses' names from his past life. This implies that he can hunt these bosses from a distance. In particular, Lin Tianhao contemplated some intriguing strategies, a mischievous smile gracing his face. While Lin Tianhao was engrossed in his thoughts, the bounty quest finally concluded, and players began to depart one by one. A few, however, remained. One approached and said calmly, "Hello, I am Shou Luo Iza from the Shura Guild. I wonder if you would be interested in joining us? The benefits are negotiable." As his voice faded, another chimed in, "Hey there, Join our Jinghong Guild. We have an abundance of beautiful ladies. Step aside, young brother. Our Mad Warrior Guild is your best choice. Join us, and we'll help you clear your notoriety. The group began to bicker animatedly. Lin Tianhao rolled his eyes. You showed no mercy when you killed me just now. The others chuckled awkwardly. Brother, it's not our fault. When you logged off to eat, we gained so much equipment and free attribute points. You didn't come out empty-handed, did you? Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively. All right, I had matters to attend to offline. Consider my death a contribution to the Dragon Kingdom players. However, I do not wish to join a guild. Farewell. He had no desire to squander time with them, for he had pressing matters to attend to, supporting Princess Leona in her ascent to the throne of the Star Kingdom. This was of paramount importance. His future divinity was intricately tied to this endeavor. The sooner he aided Princess Leona in becoming the monarch of the Star Kingdom, the sooner he would acquire the power of incense. If he could obtain this power early in the game, when the Cataclysm strikes and the Elite Star system launches its attack, he would possess greater strength. The power of incense differs from attribute power. Its level surpasses that of attribute power significantly during the time of the Cataclysm. Lin Tianhao had encountered a formidable warrior from the Elite Star system, one who wielded the power of incense to slay 3 formidable adversaries of the 9th transformation with a single stroke. Such prowess was indeed alarming. Upon exiting the Black Wind City, Lin Tianhao made his way toward a less populated area. His notoriety, marked by a crimson name value, rendered him conspicuous wherever he roamed. It was not until he reached the territory of the level 20 wild creature, the green venom spider, that he finally came to a halt. As he paused, the temperature around him plummeted abruptly. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Princess Leona, you have finally arrived. Do you find amusement in witnessing my suffering? Princess Leona offered a non-committal smile and replied, What else would you expect? Is there any assistance I can provide? Should I choose to aid you, the kingdom's ministers would undoubtedly label me as an accomplice to malevolence. How then could I aspire to compete for the throne? Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively and said, Speak freely. What is it that you seek from me? Chapter 53. A decision that risks the path ahead. Do you remember our agreement? I have just returned, lacking any achievements, and to garner the support of ministers and nobles, I must first earn my merits. Speak plainly, Lin Tianhao urged. Princess Leona replied with gravity. In our Star Kingdom lies the Black Wind Mountain, home to a band of ruthless brigands. I implore you to assist me in their eradication. Ding! Princess Leona has issued you a quest. Quest requirement: annihilate the Black Wind stronghold. Quest penalty: unknown. Quest reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The Black Wind stronghold is a level 30 area. With your prowess, you should have a chance, shouldn't you? Lin Tianhao shook his head. Leona's expression shifted. Is there a problem? Indeed, to slay a level 30 stronghold is mere child's play. It cannot be deemed a significant achievement. Others would merely regard you as a jester, seeking attention. Lin Tianhao's candid remarks rendered Leona's countenance somewhat displeased. I am fully aware of that. Yet given your current circumstances, annihilating the Black Wind stronghold should be your utmost limit. Lin Tianhao shook his head once more. Who told you that annihilating the Black Wind stronghold is the limit? What if I told you that I could slay the sealed Demon King's son, Greyloren's son? That is impossible, Leona instinctively retorted. Greyloren's son remains sealed. How do you intend to kill him? Break the seal? No one would permit you to do so. Lin Tianhao maintained his smile. Indeed, he is in a sealed state. But I am aware that the seal is beginning to crack, and the nocturnal creatures of the abyss are poised to rescue Greyloren's senator upon hearing this. Leona's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Snow Emperor, how do you know such things? Lin Tianhao chuckled. Does it really matter? Leona took a deep breath, refraining from further inquiries, and stated earnestly, You claim you can kill Greyloren's son without breaking the seal. Is that true? Indeed. You may return now to inform the king and those ministers that you can slay Greyloren's son without disrupting the seal. Do not endanger me. Leona expressed her concern. Primarily, Lin Tianhao's assertions were far too extraordinary. If it were possible to slay Greyloren's son without breaking the seal, the Star Kingdom would have acted long ago. not waiting until today. I am an adventurer. What benefit would harming you bring me? Of course, if you do not believe me, consider it as though I never spoke. Lin Tianhao remained indifferent. Should Leona continue to doubt, he could easily support another princess's ascent. I believe you. After a momentary hesitation, Leona's gaze grew resolute. Snow Emperor, you are unlike other adventurers. I trust in your abilities. I shall return now to inform my father and mother, as well as the ministers and nobles. A satisfied smile graced Lin Tianhao's face. You have made the right decision. Leona's breath caught. Unbeknownst to her, an intense sensation washed over her. It seemed that should she dare to question Lin Tianhao once more, she would inevitably forfeit her claim to the throne. After bidding farewell to Leona, Lin Tianhao resolved to level up first. Even a slight reduction in his notoriety would be beneficial. Green Venom Spider, Common Health, 2450-2450. Attack, 108. Skills, Webbind. Venom Arrow. The common monsters of Twilight of the Gods were relatively amicable, with attributes that were generally modest. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and released an arrow. Minus 2450. Ding. You have slain the Green Venom Spider. Experience points 400. Ding. You have reached level 2. The rewards for defeating monsters beyond his level were indeed substantial. A single common creature could yield 400 experience points. Lin Tianhao swiftly loosed another arrow. The lightning jump punishment struck, affecting all 18 surrounding Green Venom Spiders. With over 2,000 health points, they were no match for Lin Tianhao's assault and were annihilated in an instant. Ding. You have reached level 3. Ding. You have reached level 4. Once the lost levels were regained, one could no longer obtain additional attribute points. It was merely a matter of leveling up. Lin Tianhao continued to grind here. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Starry Kingdom, Princess Leona voiced her thoughts, which immediately provoked a chorus of laughter. Leona, my dear sister, has the drought spirit singed your brain in the novice village? What nonsense are you spouting? Qing Fuyun, the second princess of the Starry Kingdom, mocked her. Having long cultivated her own influence within the kingdom and being a formidable contender for the throne, Princess Leona, shouldn't you consider the feasibility of your words? Is it possible to slay Greyloren's son without breaking the seal? Chancellor Casenlo sneered, showing no regard for the newly returned princess. From the throne, the aged King Abelard raised his hand, silencing those who were prepared to deride Leona. Leona, as members of the royal family, we must weigh our words and actions against our capabilities. Have you contemplated the consequences should you fail? Leona inhaled deeply, having anticipated such a scenario upon her arrival. Since she had chosen to come here, it was a testament to her unwavering trust in Lin Tianhao. Father, mother, I assure you that my words are backed by confidence. As soon as Leona concluded her statement, Qing Fuyun interjected, Third sister, what if you do not succeed? What then? King Abelard also turned his gaze towards Leona. Indeed, there ought to be a consequence. Otherwise, anyone could waltz into the hall and speak recklessly. What of our royal dignity? Leona gritted her teeth, knowing that the arrow was already nocked and could not be unshot. If I fail, I shall voluntarily relinquish my claim to the throne. Ultimately, she uttered those words, aware that without a clear resolution, these individuals would not relent. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Qing Fuyun's face. Losing a rival was certainly to her advantage. As for whether Leona can truly eliminate Greylo Linson without shattering the seal, is such a feat conceivable? Absolutely not. If such a method existed, Greylo Linson would have already met his demise. Within the court, each individual harbors their own motives, yet the majority revel in the prospect of one less disruptor. Their positions become decidedly more tenable. However, atop the throne, Abelard appears somewhat astonished. His thoughts align closely with those of King Fuyun, though his contemplation delves deeper. Would Leona dare to utter such claims if she possessed no certainty? Moreover, she invokes her status as a candidate for the throne as a guarantee. Consequently, Abelard surmises that Leona must indeed hold a hidden card. Very well, Leona, I eagerly await your triumph over Greylo Linson. Should you succeed in this endeavor, the Star Chamber of our Star Kingdom shall be entrusted to your stewardship. Chapter 54. The Palace Coup, the Nightwalker Strikes. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those in the grand hall turned to astonishment, especially the second princess, Qing Fuyun, whose countenance darkened immediately. The Starry Merchants Guild, the economic backbone of the Starry Kingdom, accounts for over 1/3 of the kingdom's fiscal revenue, which speaks volumes. However, in an instant, Qing Fuyun regained her composure. The promise made by Leona was utterly unattainable. What good would it do if her father were to grant such benefits? Could Leona truly obtain them? Absolutely not. On the contrary, Leona would likely lose her status as a candidate for the throne as a result. Yes, father, your daughter shall not disappoint you, Leona said with a respectful bow. Qing Fuyun smirked. Sister, allow me to congratulate you in advance on becoming the president of the Starry Merchants Guild. Despite her words, the mockery in Qing Fuyun's tone was unmistakable. Thank you, Leona replied, not even glancing at Qing Fuyun, and offered another bow to the throne where Abella sat. Father, I shall begin my preparations at once. Go ahead, Abella replied. Leona departed hastily, making her way directly to the spawn point of the green poison spider. Upon arrival, she beheld Lin Tianhao effortlessly evading the venomous attacks of the green poison spider king with deft movements. He then fired an arrow that pierced through the beast's maw, striking it down. Ding! You have achieved a level up by defeating the green poison spider king, gaining 17,658 experience points. The Lonely Snow Guild earns 200 achievements. Ding! You have reached level 12, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have accomplished the first kill of the green poison spider king. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the green poison spider king. We encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. As the announcement echoed through the realm, Lin Tianhao had grown accustomed to it. While looting the corpse, he inquired, so, what did she say? She was succinct, and I guaranteed that if I fail, I relinquish my claim to the throne, Leona replied. In one day. What do you mean by one day? Leona was momentarily taken aback. Within a day, the son of the demon lord, Greller Linson, would meet his demise, and the news of his death would reverberate throughout the Starry Kingdom. Lin Tianhao's tone remained calm. Leona's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her face. In one day, to slay the sealed Greller Linson? She increasingly felt that Lin Tianhao was deliberately toying with her, yet she could not fathom his motives. Well, if you can accomplish this, I will receive a substantial reward. Similarly, you will also reap great benefits. Return now and await the sound of Greller Linson's death echoing through the Starry Kingdom. Lin Tianhao urged. Leona nodded. During her time in the novice village, she had chosen Lin Tianhao over the village chief. In this outrageous endeavor, she chose to place her trust in Lin Tianhao once more, betting everything on him. At this moment, she finds herself with no path of retreat. To contend for the throne after lingering in the novice village for so long, she must gamble everything. Once Leona departed, Lin Tianhao quietly retrieved the Book of Life and Death, inscribing the name of Greller Linson within its pages. Beneath the Star Kingdom lies the Shattered Star Well, where the son of the Demon King, Greller Linson, is sealed. The seal now bears cracks, and 2 elder men in white robes guard this place. They are the foremost array masters of the Star Kingdom, tirelessly reinforcing the seal to no avail. The primordial magic, birthed from the bloodline of the Demon King, continues to erode the seal. Their ability to persist until this day is commendable. After parting ways with Lin Tianhao, Leona arrived here to witness how he would confront the sealed Greller Linson. Just as she arrived, Qing Fuyun was also present nearby. Noticing Leona's approach, Qing Fuyun walked over with a smile. Sister, you've come. I truly wish to see how you intend to slay Greller Linson. Then keep your eyes wide open, Leona replied, settling down beside her and closing her eyes to rest. Observing this, Qing Fuyun snorted softly and also sat cross-legged in the distance. In the shadows, pairs of eyes were fixated on this scene. Greller Linson loomed like a sword hanging over the Star Kingdom, and moreover, this incident was intricately linked to the contest for the throne. Anyone with a modicum of sense would realize that Leona would not foolishly choose to sabotage her own chances in the royal election. Thus, she must possess some assurance. Yet, Even King Abella could not fathom what means Leona might employ to eliminate the sealed Grello Linson. Consequently, they all awaited, curious to see what strategy Leona would unveil. Suddenly, the expressions of the two elder men in white shifted dramatically as the formation of the seal began to tremble. An enraged voice emanated from beneath the shattered starwell. Damn it, what have you done to me? Why is this happening? Grello Linson, already in a weakened state, had less than a third of his peak health. While sealed, he could not utilize his skills, nor could his passive healing activate. Initially, he believed that by waiting for his primordial magic to erode the sealing array, he could break free and unleash havoc. However, now he found himself losing health instead. Minus 14,654. Minus 14,654. The loss was remarkably steady, with over 14,000 damage per second. Within a minute, that amounted to over 800,000, and in an hour, it would reach 50 million. With his current health, he would succumb in less than half an hour. Ah, who is it? Come out. I will tear you to shreds. Grello Linson bellowed in fury, yet in his sealed state, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as his health dwindled. Many around were taken aback, their gazes converging upon Leona. Shock, disbelief, and indignation filled the air. Among those seized by anger were individuals embroiled in a conflict of interests with Leona, such as Qing Fuyun. Furthermore, lurking within the palace were the Night Stalkers. Upon hearing the furious roar of the Demon Lord's progeny, they too were engulfed in a tempest of rage and astonishment. Yet, at the epicenter of this tumult, Leona maintained a facade of composure, projecting an air of control over the situation. In truth, however, her heart was a maelstrom of turmoil. She could scarcely fathom how Lin Tianhao had accomplished such a feat. Meanwhile, Gray Lawrenson, after unleashing his roar, began to succumb to panic. He was furious yet powerless, his health steadily depleting. Damn it, what are you all doing? Act now. If this continues, I shall perish. Gray Lawrenson could no longer contain himself, erupting into a frantic bellow. Within the palace, the Night Stalkers, upon hearing his voice, cast aside their disguises and commenced their assault. Not far away, a soldier suddenly thrust his sword into the kidneys of his comrade from behind, the blade entering cleanly and exiting drenched in crimson. The wounded soldier's eyes widened in shock, the unexpected betrayal leaving him utterly astounded. Yet in that moment of disbelief, the soldiers swiftly severed his head with a single stroke. Chapter 55. Each with their own agenda, a swift kill. This was merely a scene unfolding here. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Nightwalkers revealed themselves simultaneously, charging toward the shattered starwell. They were nearly frenzied, unafraid of death, moving with remarkable speed and formidable strength. In an instant, they had approached the shattered starwell. Upon witnessing this, Leona's eyes flashed with a chilling light. How audacious, to dare make a move within the royal palace. As her voice fell, she stepped forward and frost instantly enveloped the area. The foremost Nightwalkers were instantly encased in ice, only to shatter violently moments later, resulting in several deaths on the spot. King Fuyin was not to be outdone. A staff appeared in her hand. She waved the staff while murmuring an arcane incantation. Subsequently, those Nightwalkers rushing forward began to explode, not into blood, but into shards of ice. The palace guards quickly regained their composure, rallying together to mount a defense. At that moment, a lithe woman among the Nightwalkers darted out, transforming into a blur. With a swift motion, she hurled a green glowing flying dagger, clearly laced with poison. The dagger split in midair, multiplying into 9, then further into 81. The palace guards struck by the daggers did not perish immediately. Instead, they were turned into stone statues, Medusa's poison. King Fuyin's expression changed dramatically as she waved her staff once more. 18 crystalline chains of ice emerged from all directions, aiming to restrain the female assassin. Yet, the assassin's speed was so remarkable that she was nearly imperceptible, appearing almost instantaneously behind King Fuyin. King Fuyin was struck with terror as she exploded into snowflakes, drifting away. Moments later, she reformed her visage, though beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead. Had her reaction been even a fraction slower, she might have faced petrification. The assassin's attack missed its mark, but Leona's strike was already upon her. A massive ice magic array materialized above the assassin, and countless ice spikes began to rain down. The assassin attempted to flee, but her legs were already beginning to freeze. With a resounding thud, the assassin slammed her palm against the ground, shattering the ice, and transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging toward Leona. Leona's expression shifted. Such mages feared high-output assassins the most, especially with no one to guard her. In a manner akin to before, the assassin appeared behind her in an instant, a poisoned dagger aimed at her. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the dagger struck an ice shield, which immediately cracked and then shattered. Once the ice shield disintegrated, Leona had vanished. After forcing Leona back, the assassin did not pursue further, but instead transformed into a shadow, darting toward the shattered starwell. Her objective was not to kill, but to break the seal of the shattered starwell. "Stop her!" Leona shouted. In the distance, King Fuyin raised her staff, preparing to act. Yet, as if recalling something, her raised hand faltered. Previously, Grello Linsen's reaction had already demonstrated that Leona must have employed some method to inflict harm upon him. If she were to eliminate these Night Stalkers, it would indeed be a boon for the Star Kingdom if Leona succeeded in slaying Grello Linsen. However, for Qing Fuyun, it would spell disaster. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qing Fuyun deliberately slowed her pace, feigning the casting of a grand spell. At this juncture, Leona could afford no distractions. She was acutely aware of the implications at stake. Thus, she had to thwart this female assassin. From her back, a pair of ice wings emerged, transforming into fleeting shadows as they surged toward the assassin. Yet, just as she advanced a few steps, a jet-black tentacle ensnared her in an instant. Dark magic. Leona seethed with fury. The elemental ice surrounding her erupted, freeing her from the clutches of the shadowy tendril. However, the assassin had already reached the two elderly men in white robes. The dagger sliced through the air. The two elders remained unfazed, and as the dagger drew perilously close, it abruptly came to a halt. Following that, the female assassin suddenly knelt, an array materializing above her head, and she felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon her, rendering her immobile. Just as she was being subdued, another figure erupted from the ranks of the Night Stalkers, shrouded in a veil of darkness, its form wavering as it raced toward the shattered starwell. Leona bellowed. "Frost!" The call of the Ice Maiden. She raised both hands above her head, and in an instant, snow began to swirl through the air. When the snow fell, all Night Stalkers were encased in ice. Even the elusive shadow was frozen. "Sister, strike now," Leona urged. She had immobilized the shadow, creating an opportunity for Qing Fuyun to unleash her ultimate move. Qing Fuyun's expression turned grim. She had not anticipated Leona's reckless expenditure of her primal power. Yet, if she refrained from acting now, her performance would seem disingenuous. Boom! A vortex of ice and snow appeared beneath the feet of the female assassin, engulfing her. Leona's countenance darkened. The assassin was already constrained by the two array masters. At this moment, attacking the shadow was the most prudent choice. However, she had no opportunity for contemplation, for the shadow had broken free from its icy prison and surged toward the shattered starwell. Leona found herself unable to continue her assault, and the two array masters had not anticipated that Qing Fuyun would target the female assassin at such a distance. They were unable to conjure a powerful array to subdue the shadow in time. Leona clenched her fists, aware that powerful figures from the Star Kingdom lurked in the shadows. Yet they remained inactive, choosing not to intervene. They could easily feign absence when the moment called for it. After all, many shared Qing Fuyun's sentiments. Before Leona's return, factions within the Star Kingdom had already begun to take distinct shapes. Should Leona rise to prominence, these individuals would once again face the dilemma of allegiance. Thus, the most effective course of action was to prevent Leona's ascendance, ensuring that the political landscape of the Star Kingdom would not undergo significant upheaval. Leona's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. She had already begun to speculate. Was it time to reveal her trump card? A formidable power began to awaken deep within her dantian. as long as no one intervened at the critical moment, even if she had to expose her hidden strength. She must block the shadow. How audacious! At that moment, a furious shout echoed through the air, and soon after, a female general clad in ice armor, wielding an icy sword, descended from the heavens. The instant she landed, a wave of frigid air surged outward in all directions. Ordinary night walkers, caught in the grip of the cold, were instantly frozen and subsequently shattered into icy fragments. The shadow, upon witnessing the newcomer, fled in a frenzy, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. However, the female general swung her icy sword, unleashing a blade of frost that cleaved the shadow in two, transforming it into two ice sculptures. With a swift thrust of her sword, both sculptures exploded simultaneously. After accomplishing this, the general cast a sweeping glance over Leona and Qing Fuyan. All day long, they had been embroiled in power struggles. Yet what had become of their strength? Chapter 56. The King's Trial, Black Wind Stronghold. Qing Fuyan and Leona found themselves chastised by the female general, instinctively bowing their heads in submission. Eldest sister, I shall strive even harder, Qing Fuyan declared. Di Shuejian let out a cold huff. Qing Fuyan, what was that grand attack against the female assassin just now? With such a clamor, are you engaging in power struggles and intrigues? I shall certainly report this to father. You would do well to reflect on your actions. With that, Di Shuejian turned to leave. Seeing her sister depart, Qing Fuyan felt an urgent pang. Eldest sister, I understand my mistake. However, Di Shuejian did not afford her the chance to explain and walked away resolutely. Once she was gone, Qing Fuyan clenched her teeth and muttered, "What a charade! Seeking to eliminate me as a rival under the guise of righteousness. It baffles me. Why resort to violence when one could simply oust the third sister without lifting a finger?" Though her voice was scarcely above a whisper, the resentment in her eyes was unmistakable. Just as her words faded, a soft voice echoed behind her, "Yinner, you are being foolish." Startled, Qing Fuyan turned around, "Mother." Queen Fei Udenyu sighed. "Yinner, this is the royal palace. Even if you refrain from engaging, what turmoil could these night stalkers possibly incite?" Qing Fuyan's expression shifted dramatically as she grasped the underlying issue. The royal palace is teeming with masters. Yet, when a night stalker struck, why did none of the palace's experts intervene? Were they unwilling to act, or were they instructed not to? It was evidently the latter. Even if some might hesitate, her father's trusted aides would surely have intervened. Yet they did not. The reason was all too clear. This was her father's test of loyalty. The roar of Grey Lorenzen filled Qing Fuyan with dread, fearing that Leona might truly slay him. In her moment of panic, she had lost sight of the most critical matter. Her grand attack targeted the female assassin, not the shadowy figure. The intent was glaringly obvious. "Mother, what should we do now?" Qing Fuyan inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Her eldest sister Di Shuejian was already in a position of great power within the kingdom. If Leona were to rise further, compounded by her performance today, Qing Fuyan would be all but forsaken from the throne. "Gulme, there is some truth in what your eldest sister has said. You are far too weak, indeed, excessively so." As she spoke, Fei Udenyu's gaze settled upon Leona, her eyes deep and penetrating, as if she could see right through her. "Mother," Leona forced a smile. The other woman was not her biological mother, and her departure was intricately linked to Fei Udenyu. Were it not for their current presence in the royal palace, they might have already clashed openly. "My dear daughter, you have endured much hardship these years. Do visit my Listening Rain Pavilion when you have the time." Leona bowed respectfully. "Once I finish my tasks, I shall certainly come." With their conversation concluded, Fei Udenyu took Qing Fuyan and departed. Leona let out a slight sigh of relief. The pressure she faced in the presence of this queen was immense, even more so than when confronting her own father. Outside the Black Wind stronghold, Lin Tianhao finally arrived at his destination, having accepted the task assigned by Leona. However, there was another reason for his visit. Within this stronghold lay a hidden quest, one that promised a reward of the elusive luck attribute. Luck remained an obscure status, often overlooked by players in the early to mid-game phases. Yet Lin Tianhao was acutely aware of its significance. The luck attribute was crucial influencing critical hits, critical rates, and probabilistic skills such as Thunder Leap and Death Reincarnation. As one's luck increased, so too did these aspects, albeit without a direct reflection in the attribute panel. This was why many players in the earlier stages neglected the luck attribute, unaware of its importance. Moreover, certain special quests could only be triggered with a requisite level of luck. Without it, even with a guide, one would be unable to initiate the task. The Black Wind Bandit, Common Health, 3680-3680 attack, 251 skills, Chain Slash, Uppercut, Lin Tianhao side. These attributes were incredibly weak. He released an arrow. Ding! You have defeated the Black Wind Bandit beyond your level. Experience gained, 476. Ding! You have defeated the Black Wind Bandit beyond your level. Experience gained, 476. With a single arrow, he triggered Thunder Leap, annihilating all 6 Black Wind Bandits that stood before the stronghold. By vanquishing these 6 foes, he had accumulated 3 points of health. While the speed of slaying monsters was commendable, the rate of health accumulation felt somewhat sluggish. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The second in command of the Black Wind Stronghold was a tanky boss with substantial health, ideal for replenishing his own life. After dispatching the 6 bandits, the main gate of the stronghold swiftly closed, and no further bandits appeared. As humanoid creatures, these bandits were remarkably astute. Judging by the damage Lin Tianhao had just displayed, they quickly deduced that engaging him would be unwise. Who goes there? State your name. A head protruded from a gate, questioning loudly. I am your ancestor, Lin Tianhao retorted, releasing another arrow into the void. Bang! The formidable force of his shot created a gaping hole in the gate of the Black Wind Stronghold. Observing this, the bandit atop the gate hesitantly remarked, Little brother, we bear no grievances and have no past enmity. Must you be so aggressive? Whoosh! The response came in the form of a cold, feathered arrow. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Holes continued to mar the stronghold's gate. How dare you? You insolent brat. Do you truly believe that Black Wind Stronghold is without defenders? As the words fell, several bandits emerged from the gate, armed with bows and arrows, aiming their attacks at Lin Tianhao. A counterattack? Lin Tianhao smirked. With over 400,000 in health, he was least afraid of a skirmish. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, 4 arrows. In merely 4 shots, within the span of a single second, all the bandits of the Black Wind Stronghold at the gate were vanquished by Lin Tianhao. The reason was simple. Lin Tianhao had activated the Thunderous Leap twice. After dispatching the bandits above, he continued his assault on the gate. Before the gate could be breached by his efforts, it was forcefully kicked open from within. You little rascal! Instead of taking the path to heaven, you dare to invade the gates of hell. Today, you shall witness the might of our Black Wind Stronghold. As the voice resonated, a bald, muscular man charged forth, accompanied by over 100 bandits from the Black Wind Stronghold. Black Wind Stronghold's third in command, Black Iron level 30. Health points, 375, 000, 375, 000. Attack, 1, 998. Skills, Whirlwind slash, Fivefold slash, Frenzy, Dual Blades, Invulnerability, Berserk, Instant slash. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Behind this third in command, there trailed more than a dozen elite bandits, along with nearly 100 ordinary ones. Yet, Lin Tianhao felt no fear. Their attributes were simply too weak. Whoosh! The feathered arrow was released, and a colossal damage number appeared above the head of the Black Wind Stronghold's third in command. Critical hit, -28, 384. Chapter 57, Slaying Greylorn. Immense experience points. Lin Tianhao, now at level 12, has re-equipped the Qingfeng set. Coupled with the enhancement from the 9 Union longbow, he is now capable of unleashing 7 arrows per second. Under Lin Tianhao's precise strikes, nearly every arrow strikes critically. The formidable level 30 Black Iron boss fell before him in less than 3 seconds. Not a single skill was utilized, nor was there even a basic attack executed. Moreover, due to the effects of the Thunder Leap, many of the bandits accompanying this third in command have already perished. Ding! You have achieved a level-up kill against the third in command of the Black Wind Stronghold, earning 56, 580 experience points, and 300 guild achievement points. To defeat a level 30 boss at level 12 is an extraordinary feat indeed. Having just recently attained level 12, Lin Tianhao found his experience bar surging by a third after vanquishing this third-in-command. Ding! You have slain the third-in-command of the Blackwind Stronghold. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for achieving the first kill of the third-in-command of the Blackwind Stronghold. We encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. The resounding announcement echoed throughout the Kingdom of Stars, leaving many astonished. Wow, Shwedi has risen with the might of thunder. Achieving the first kill of a level 30 Black Iron boss. Is the third-in-command of the Blackwind Stronghold truly a level 30 Black Iron boss? I was unaware. ISNT the highest level on the leaderboard, only 19? Who would venture into a level 30 map? Huh. Those major guilds have long sent assassins to scout the map and have already compiled strategies. With a bit of coin, one can acquire these guides. However, shouldn't the game master come forth to clarify? Shwedi is online, making waves. The whispers of speculation were incessant. Achieving the first kill of a level 30 Black Iron boss at this stage carries significant prestige. In Blackwind City, the game master, currently engaged in battling level 15 goblins, also heard the server announcement. His expression shifted slightly. He knew that negative comments about him would soon surface online. Yet, he remained unfazed. He had completed a hidden quest, acquiring a talent awakening stone, which had awakened a fixed star level Earth tier talent, granting him 5 times the free attribute points. While others receive 5 free attribute points upon leveling up, he gains 25, equivalent to others leveling up 5 times. Shwedi, just wait until I level up and harness these free attribute points to forge formidable stats. I will surely surpass you. The game master was resolutely confident, for this was an Earth tier talent, unmatched by ordinary players. Unbeknownst to Lin Tianhao, within the Blackwind Stronghold the bandits had fled. Lin Tianhao. He was aware that the humanoid creatures of the Twilight of the Gods possessed considerable intelligence. But what was this? Had they abandoned their stronghold? Lin Tianhao ventured deep into the bandits' lair, only to discover that the chief, the second-in-command, and the bandit minions had all fled in disarray. It was a hasty retreat. Indeed, as Lin Tianhao pursued them, he had already collected over 20 pieces of equipment. Was this the notorious bandit gang? Was this all they had to offer? Disappointment crept in. They seemed excessively cowardly. Behind the Blackwind Stronghold lay a continuous range of mountains, making it challenging to track them down, which would only waste precious time. However, given their hasty escape, it was certain that the Blackwind Stronghold housed numerous valuable items. Casting a glance around, Lin Tianhao pinpointed the location of the storeroom. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find thousands of standardized weapons. Standardized weapons. They are uniformly crafted with consistent attributes, typically equipped to regular armies with basic stats. Why would the Blackwind Stronghold produce such a vast array of standard equipment? Puzzled, Lin Tianhao decided to store all these weapons in the guild's warehouse. Could it be that the Blackwind Stronghold was in collusion with a prominent figure from the Starry Kingdom? On the surface, it appeared to be a bandit hideout, but in reality, perhaps it served as the private militia of some influential individual. This was entirely plausible. Lin Tianhao proceeded to explore other rooms, but found nothing of value there. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a letter at the entrance of the chief's chamber, seemingly left behind in haste. Curiously, he picked it up and instinctively opened it. The letter read, "Today, the king tested the 3 princesses. Qing Fuyun, being naive, failed to see through the essence of the matter and has already incurred the king's displeasure. You must expedite the creation of 3,000 long spears for unforeseen circumstances." The letter bore no signature, but concluded with a dark red rose seal, likely a symbol of identity. Before Lin Tianhao could ponder further, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! You have defeated the Demon King's son, Greylorn's son, exceeding your level. Experience gained, 2300,000. Guild achievement points, 180,000. Ding! You have leveled up to level 13. gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have leveled up to level 14, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have leveled up to level 19, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have leveled up to level 20, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have met the conditions for job change. You cannot continue to gain experience until the job change is completed. Please proceed with the job change as soon as possible. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. Although he was aware that he could not continue to accrue experience before the job change, he nonetheless felt a profound sense of loss. Just as the level-up notification subsided, another alert regarding the guild's advancement sounded. Ding! Your guild has risen to 2 stars, increasing all members' attack power by 20. Ding! Your guild has risen to 3 stars, increasing all members' movement speed by 3. Ding! Your guild has risen to 4 stars, increasing all members' attack speed by 1. Ding! Your guild has risen to 5 stars, increasing all members' health by 10. 0, 0, 0. The higher the guild level, the greater the bonuses acquired. However, upon observing the attributes conferred by his guild, Lin Tianhao felt a sense of satisfaction. The enhancements to his movement speed, attack speed, and health were undeniably beneficial. The guild's rapid ascension to 5 stars was indeed impressive. Defeating high-quality bosses beyond his level yielded substantial rewards. Regrettably, the spoils of the victory were not his to claim. Otherwise, the benefits would have been even greater. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the Demon King's son, Greylorn's son, and an announcement for the entire server is about to be made. Would you like to conceal your name? Conceal it. Although Lin Tianhao was unperturbed by the prospect of other players knowing about his accomplishment, he was considerably more cautious regarding NPCs. He wished to keep his identity hidden from both the citizens of the Star Kingdom and those aligned with the Demon King. The server-wide announcement read, "Congratulations to the player who has concealed their name for achieving the first kill of the Demon King's son, Greylorn Sr. We encourage all players to continue striving for excellence." Chapter 58. The Bounty of the Demon King Grevrot. In the royal palace, at the star-shattering well, Leona's face lit up with an exhilarating smile upon hearing the announcement echoing across the Star Kingdom. It has come to fruition. In the Hall of Tranquil Rain, King Abelar raised his gaze towards the direction of the star-shattering well, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Leona, after your prolonged absence, you return to bestow upon me such a tremendous surprise." In the Hall of Listening Rain, Qing Fuyun's countenance grew increasingly grim. "Mother, Greel Lawrenson has perished." "I'm aware," replied Fuyun, taking a deep breath. "From this moment, you shall remain here in the Hall of Listening Rain and refrain from wandering about." "But there is no competition for the throne?" "No competition? No, the throne is solely yours." Fuyun cast a disapproving glare at Qing Fuyun, urging her to think more critically before acting. Di Shujin is already at the pinnacle. With Leona having slain Greel Lawrenson, she will undoubtedly be favored. What you must do now is to diminish your presence and allow them to engage in a life-and-death struggle. A spark of realization ignited in Qing Fuyun's eyes. "Mother, your wisdom is unparalleled." Deep within the ice and snow great forest, within a magnificent palace, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. "Who dares to slay my son? I shall rend you limb from limb." An aura of dark magic surged into the sky, forming a colossal mark above. The mark coalesced, shrinking into a black rune. Bloodline resonance, a pursuit across 1,000 miles. The magical rune shot forth in an instant. After vanquishing the Demon King's progeny, Lin Tianhao quietly opened his attribute page to assess his current status. Nickname: Snow Emperor. Level: 20, pending job change. Class: Archer. HP: 462,589 462 589. Mippe: Osuta Osuta. Attack: 2129. Magic Strength: 5. Armor: 3. Magic Resistance: 1. Attack Speed: 8, 12. Movement Speed: 14, 25. Physical Penetration: 0. Magic Penetration: 0. Special Attributes: Lifesteal 5, Critical Hit 55. Free Attributes: 100. Luck Hidden. Guild: Solitary Snow Guild, 5 stars. Talent: Divine Punishment Hand, Super God level. Skills: Rapid Fire, 4 stars. Basic Attack Amplification, 4 stars. Lightning Leap, 4 stars. Renewal of Withered Wood, 4 stars. Revival, 4 stars. Invincible Body, 1 star. Death Reincarnation, 1 star. Equipment: 9 Union Longbow, Golden. Gentle Breeze Set, Bronze. Bloodthirsty Necklace, Special. Purifying Jade Pendant, Special. Pure Eye, Special. Book of Life and Death, Divine Gift. Compared to before, his overall attributes had undergone a monumental transformation. At that moment, Lin Tianhao felt an ominous premonition rise within him as he gazed towards the heavens. He beheld a mark radiating dark magic hurtling towards him from afar. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly stored all his equipped items into the guild warehouse. Should he be instantly vanquished by this sudden mark, he would not lose his equipment. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced apart resonated as the runes swiftly surged into Lin Tianhao's body. Ding! You have been marked by the demon Lord Grevelot. Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted, cursing under his breath. As expected, a grand voice reverberated throughout the entire Star Kingdom. National announcement. The demon Lord Grevelot has placed a bounty on the marked adventurer. We urge all players to bravely hunt down the marked adventurer. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. Yet another nation-wide bounty mission. However, in that fleeting moment, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Within the main city, he remained obedient and compliant. Yet outside its walls, should anyone dare to trouble him, they would regret their actions. He would send them back to the spring for a bath. Given his current attributes, unless those with divine-level talents awakened their abilities, who could contend with him in the wild? The demon Lord Grevelot, you say? Once I depart the Star Kingdom, I shall certainly seek you out for a little game. Just when I was pondering whom to engage in restoring my health. Your timing is impeccable. A flicker of coldness passed through Lin Tianhao's gaze. Recollecting his thoughts, he withdrew a jade vial. This was the corpse gas collection bottle he had received in the novice village. The description stated that upon collecting sufficient corpse gas, a special quest would be triggered. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully gathered enough corpse gas, triggering the special quest, Footsteps of the Snow Corpse. Quest requirements. Before the second job transfer, locate the hidden dungeon, Footsteps of the Snow Corpse, and clear it. The higher the difficulty of the first clear, the more generous the rewards. If cleared at held difficulty, there's a chance to trigger subsequent quests. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow, as he had never heard of this dungeon before. It was completely unfamiliar. The answer was singular. This dungeon had not been discovered in his previous life. This was not surprising, as the hidden dungeons and quests of the Twilight of the Gods have specific triggering conditions. It is entirely possible that it had not been activated. Setting aside thoughts of the quest for now, Lin Tianhao's immediate priority was the job transfer. Without it, he could not continue to level up. He was aware of 4 divine-level hidden classes for archers, yet only knew the strategies for 2. After all, not everyone would share their strategies for obtaining hidden classes. However, Lin Tianhao was aware that one of the divine-level hidden classes for archers was located in the capital city, Tianqing City of the Star Kingdom. Given his current notoriety, the city guards would never allow him entry, preventing him from triggering the job transfer quest for that divine-level hidden class. As for the other option, it lay outside the Star Kingdom, which he could not access at this moment. By slaying the Demon Lord's son, Gralalinson, Lin Tianhao's notoriety decreased by 20,000. Yet, he still bore over 900,000 notoriety points. Since there is currently no way to break the impasse, it is best to accumulate health points for the time being. Lin Tianhao maintains an admirable mindset. His innate talent is the key. As long as he stacks his health, even at just level 20, he can still sweep away all foes. In the Starry Kingdom, most ordinary wild creatures cannot withstand Lin Tianhao's assaults. However, there is a particular location teeming with formidable beasts, the level 45 bloodback Xiangui. With its substantial health pool and innate regeneration, it is perfectly suited for health farming. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao is aware of how to activate the dungeon for the bloodback Xiangui. By commencing the dungeon at hellish difficulty, accumulating health becomes even more manageable. With a plan in mind, Lin Tianhao hastens towards the spawn point of the bloodback Xiangui. In Tianjin City, within an unremarkable courtyard, the leader of the Black Wind Gang, Xuanfeng, stands nervously in the small courtyard, cautiously addressing the direction of the room. My lord, that adventurer is simply too formidable. The door swings open, and a resounding slap echoes through the air as a figure within the room strikes Xuanfeng across the face. Do not make excuses for yourself. If news of your dealings with the standard weaponry reaches the king, no one will be able to save you. Chapter 59. Excessive harm is also a form of sorrow. Upon hearing these words, the black whirlwind trembled, collapsing to his knees with a thud. My lord, you must protect me. All my actions were in your service. The individuals in the room wave their hands. What is the situation with that adventurer? How could he force you to abandon your armor? My lord, it is that notorious red-name player. His attack speed and damage are terrifying, and his strikes unleash bolts of lightning, killing swathes of foes with a single arrow. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room turned increasingly icy. So it is him, bearing such a notorious reputation, yet daring to disrupt our endeavors. The Black Whirlwind hastily replied, Indeed, that scoundrel is far too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. I shall request the Queen to issue a decree, instructing the captain of the guards to capture him, detaining him for a fortnight. We shall deal with him after the throne contest concludes. Your wisdom is unmatched, my lord. I take my leave. Lin Tianhao was unaware of these machinations. At that moment, he had already located the spawn point of the level 45 bloodback Xiangui. It was beside a small lake, its waters a deep, ominous black, evoking a sense of descent into the abyss. Lin Tianhao observed the area, where clusters of blood-red stones were scattered along the shore. These are not mere stones, but rather slumbering bloodback Xiangui. Bloodback Xiangui, normal level 45. Health, 6,850-6850. Attack, 518. Skills, Bloodthirsty Shell, Water Sphere Technique. As always, the ordinary monsters in the Twilight of the Gods were rather lackluster. Even as a level 45 tank-type creature, its attributes were not particularly formidable. Before Lin Tianhao, the ordinary bloodback Xiangui fell to a single arrow, and due to the bouncing lightning, he could dispatch a dozen with one shot. His intention for choosing this location was naturally to hunt the elite and black iron-grade bloodback Xiangui. With his swift hunting prowess, in less than 15 minutes, he had summoned forth the elite variant. Bloodback Xiangui, elite level 45. Health, 51,375, 51375. Attack, 928. Skills, Bloodthirsty Shell, Water Sphere Technique. Water Arrow Technique, Magical Water Shield. With just over 50,000 health, it could withstand more of Lin Tianhao's basic attacks. Given his current damage output, while intentionally avoiding critical strikes, this bloodback Xiangui could endure 5 hits. The reason for this was the creature's formidable passive healing and the Bloodthirsty Shell skill. Bloodthirsty Shell. After sustaining damage, it can absorb a portion of the harm to heal itself. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao's attack speed had already surpassed 8, and with the enhancement of the Clear Wind set, his basic attacks increased both speed and mobility. Once stacked, his attack speed easily breached 10. Even the elite bloodback Xiangui could not withstand even a second against him. This is precisely why Lin Tianhao was unconcerned about leveling up. As long as his attributes improved, leveling would be a trivial matter for him. Ding! Due to your extensive extermination of the bloodback Xian turtle, you have incited the displeasure of the blood-eyed dragon turtle, which has dispatched numerous blood-eyed Xian turtles to hunt you down. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Finally, they have arrived. The blood-eyed Xian turtle, a black iron-level boss. However, in this area populated by level 45 monsters, even black iron-level bosses are merely pawns, unlike those in the novice village, where they are often the sovereigns among wild creatures. One by one, the blood-eyed Xian turtles, their eyes of vivid crimson, emerge from the lake. Blood-eyed Xian turtle, black iron level 45. Health points, 1, 284, 375, 1, 284, 375, attack, 5, 680. Skills, Bloodthirsty Xian Armor, Chain Water Sphere, Chain Water Arrow, Blood Poison Technique, Water Dragon Technique, Water Column Impact, Berserk, Invincible Body. Among black iron level bosses under level 50, it is rare to encounter one with health exceeding 1,000,000 outside of dungeons and secret realms. Lin Tianhao raised his hand. Feather arrow flew through the air. -14, 298. The damage was substantial. However, due to the bloodthirsty Xian armor, numbers indicating health recovery appeared above the blood-eyed Xian turtle's head. 2, 859, 500. One was the healing from bloodthirsty Xian armor, and the other stemmed from a basic passive ability. Lin Tianhao paid little heed. The longer the blood-eyed Xian turtle resisted, the more advantageous it would be for him. 10 arrows per second, dealing damage exceeding 100,000 per second. The blood-eyed Xian turtle succumbed in less than 12 seconds. Ding! You have completed the first kill of the blood-eyed Xian turtle. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the blood-eyed Xian turtle. This is a formal announcement, encouraging players to strive further. The server-wide announcement echoed throughout the Starry Kingdom, alerting a few astute players to the unfolding situation. Let us investigate Blackwater Lake. I suspect it was Snow Emperor who defeated Greylorinson, the discerning, dreaming Snow, after the Demon King Greylaflong had issued a bounty, dispatched more than 10 assassins to seek out this sought-after player. With the Demon King's mark, they could confirm the identity of the player upon nearing them. Not only Dreaming Snow, but several other clubs also began to suspect Lin Tianhao. After all, at this stage, the only one capable of defeating the Demon King's son, aside from Snow Emperor, was hard to fathom. Naturally, there was also that notorious red-name player. However, many had speculated that this red-name player was indeed Snow Emperor. After vanquishing the first blood-eyed Xian turtle, Lin Tianhao commenced his assault on the second. As the vanguard, the blood-eyed Xian turtles in Blackwater Lake always spawned in groups of 5. 5 blood-eyed Xian turtles emerged in just a minute. Dull. Lin Tianhao sighed. These 5 blood-eyed Xian turtles had only augmented his health by less than 2,000 points. It seemed the only way to gain health was to summon the dragon turtle and utilize it to stack health points. Lin Tianhao sat aside, clearing his spoils while pondering what other locations might be worthy of his health augmentation. The answer was none. Before his class transition, he was unable to venture into areas inhabited by monsters above level 50. Thus, within the confines of level 50, this location is indeed the most opportune. At present, the most prudent course of action for him is to first conquer the blood-backed Xian turtle dungeon in Blackwater Lake. Once the dungeon is cleared, the hellish difficulty level encounters will present foes with significantly greater health than those found in the wilderness, all of which are enhanced versions. Moreover, Lin Tianhao was anticipating the arrival of Leona. Having vanquished Greylorin's son, it seemed only fitting that the rewards should now be bestowed upon him. At that moment, Lin Tianhao noticed a group approaching him. The Royal Guard. He raised an eyebrow, observing their determined strides directed towards him. As they drew nearer, a smile crept onto his lips. The entourage consisted of 21 members of the Royal Guard, 20 of whom were bronze sentinels at level 50, while their leader was a silver sentinel, also at level 50. Chapter 60. The arrival of the court envoy, the silver commander. Generally speaking, these palace guards seldom depart from the royal palace. Where there is an unusual occurrence, there must be a hidden motive. Lin Tianhao approached directly, pondering the possibility. Could it be that you are here to trouble me? If so, that would indeed be splendid. I was just lamenting the absence of formidable wild beasts to accumulate my health points. This suspicion arose from a letter Lin Tianhao had previously found in Black Wind Stronghold, which revealed that Black Wind was working for a prominent figure in the Starry Kingdom. The arrival of the palace guards likely pertained to matters concerning Black Wind. Criminal, you have committed heinous acts, harming the populace. I have come by royal decree to apprehend you. Surrender peacefully to avoid pain and suffering. Indeed, the words of the guard captain confirmed Lin Tianhao's conjecture. Apprehend me by royal decree? Whose decree? Lin Tianhao retorted. That is of no concern to you. The guard captain coldly huffed. Surrendering now is your best option. Surrender? Lin Tianhao smirked playfully. You may attempt to make a move, should you dare. I shall not hesitate to eliminate you all. The guard captain's brow furrowed, and with a swift motion, his spear lunged towards Lin Tianhao's throat. Lin Tianhao sidestepped, allowing the spear to strike his shoulder instead. Minus 54,982. A colossal damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. As a level 50 silver guard and captain of the palace guards, his output was considerable among silver tier bosses. Ding! You have suffered a malicious attack. You may retaliate. A smile crept upon Lin Tianhao's lips. This was precisely what he desired. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao quickly retreated while simultaneously launching a volley of arrows. All at once, the guard captain had not underestimated the situation. Prior to their departure, the queen had instructed them that this mission allowed for no failure, only success. Furthermore, as palace guards, their strength lay not in solitary combat, but in coordinated efforts. 20 bronze guards surrounded Lin Tianhao. Without hesitation, he unleashed 5 arrows simultaneously, fully exerting himself. With a speed exceeding 14, he was a match for the bronze guards. Dragon-trapping spear. At the captain's command, the guards immediately hurled their spears. Lin Tianhao adeptly maneuvered, only to realize that these spears were not aimed at him, but rather designed to block his retreat. Each spear was angled with precision. A moment's delay in his reaction could result in being ensnared by them. To think that such a tactic could capture me is but a foolish dream. Lin Tianhao planted his foot on one of the spears and leaped into the air, simultaneously turning to unleash another volley of 5 arrows. Daring to leap before me? You are oblivious to your impending doom. A glint of cold light flashed in the guard captain's eyes as he swiftly moved beneath Lin Tianhao, thrusting his spear upward towards him. The shimmering spear surged forward, and Lin Tianhao executed a 360-degree turn in midair, narrowly avoiding the spear as it grazed his armor. After Lin Tianhao landed, he swiftly released another arrow. The silver commander deflected Lin Tianhao's arrow with a powerful thrust of his spear, which was once again aimed at him. A phantom of a roaring tiger materialized atop the spear. Lin Tianhao sensed the looming danger and, while simultaneously launching 5 arrows, allocated all of his accumulated 100 free attribute points to enhance his speed. Once his speed surpassed 10, each additional point only contributed a mere 0.05 to his velocity. However, the full allocation of 100 points granted him a substantial 5 points of speed. As his speed crossed 19, Lin Tianhao performed a swift maneuver, yet he could not entirely evade the silver commander's attack range. A staggering damage number of minus 87,958 appeared above him. It was evident that even the slightest contact resulted in significant loss of health. Nevertheless, at this moment, the effects of his Qing Feng set had accumulated, elevating his speed beyond 20 and his attack speed beyond 10, allowing him to utilize lifesteal from his strikes, with 5 arrows released simultaneously. While the silver commander was capable of deflecting Lin Tianhao's arrows with his spear, the other bronze guards were not nearly as formidable, particularly given Lin Tianhao's remarkable attack speed. Their reaction times could not keep pace. The 4 arrows inflicted over 50,000 points of damage, simultaneously restoring Lin Tianhao's health by just over 20,000 points, thanks to the lifesteal effect of his bloodthirsty necklace, which granted 1% of his maximum health, and a 9-fold longbow, which provided 5% lifesteal. All of these factors significantly bolstered Lin Tianhao's capabilities. Once his speed surpassed 20, Lin Tianhao finally managed to maneuver around the bronze guards. However, the silver commander charged at him once more. He transformed into an afterimage, passing through Lin Tianhao's form. A colossal damage figure of minus 125,820 erupted above Lin Tianhao's head. He gasped in shock, yet his hands did not falter. With a rapid succession of 5 arrows released 10 times per second, each volley restored just over 20,000 health points, allowing him to recuperate over 200,000 health points in a single second. Consequently, despite the Silver Commander's formidable damage output, Lin Tianhao could still sustain himself. Lock Dragon Claw commanded the Silver Commander, prompting the Bronze Guards to swiftly switch their weapons to claw-like implements adorned with iron chains. They readied their attacks. The Silver Commander's spear emitted a resonant hum as he charged once more. As he approached Lin Tianhao, he executed a swift dash, appearing behind him in an instant. Lin Tianhao promptly rolled to the side. Although his reflexes were notably quick, the level 50 Silver Commander was even faster. His rolling maneuver had commenced. Yet he was still impaled by the Silver Commander's spear. In the moment the Silver Commander launched Lin Tianhao into the air, the flying claws hurtled towards him with great speed. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted as he seized the opportunity presented by being airborne. Under normal circumstances, evasion would have been nearly impossible. However, he possessed the purifying jade pendant, which granted him an 80% immunity to knockback effects. Thus, he merely experienced a brief pause in midair before descending. The flying claws naturally missed their target. Upon landing, the Silver Commander appeared momentarily stunned. Lin Tianhao seized this fleeting opportunity to distance himself as much as possible. As the Silver Commander regained his composure, he leapt into action, his spear poised with precision. In an instant, a brilliant flash of spear light surged forth. Lin Tianhao, sensing the imminent attack, attempted to evade at the very moment the Silver Commander struck. Yet, the speed of the spear was overwhelming, and he was still struck. A soft thud echoed as the shoulder guard on Lin Tianhao's left shoulder shattered instantaneously, having reached its limit of durability, rendered utterly useless. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. The Qingfeng armor had a remarkable compatibility with him, yet now, he had lost a piece so easily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The feathered arrows sliced through the air relentlessly. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tianhao contemplated invoking the Book of Life and Death, but ultimately chose to forego it. He intended to utilize the adversaries to replenish his vitality. Using the book would squander this splendid opportunity. Moreover, such an intense battle would serve to hone Lin Tianhao's combat skills. Should he falter now, he could merely return to the living altar. However, in the wake of a cataclysm, a single misstep might lead to irreversible consequences. Dragon binding chains. The Silver Commander bellowed once more, prompting the Bronze Sentinels to swiftly change their weapons. Chapter 61. A difficult struggle, triggering the cycle of death. The dragon binding chains were a series of iron links, each entwined with sharp barbs. They were stretched taut, poised to encircle Lin Tianhao. Once ensnared by these barbed chains, his escape would be rendered impossible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao continued to exert himself, unleashing a torrent of arrows. He could not allow himself to fall into the encirclement. Otherwise, the situation would take a dire turn. Under his relentless assault, for Bronze Guardians had already been reduced to a critical state. They promptly repositioned themselves, engaging in a wheel-like maneuver to wear him down. Lin Tianhao remained unfazed. The longer they endured, the more he could replenish his health. However, the threat posed by the Silver Commander was still considerable. Once again, the Silver Commander charged forth. As he drew near Lin Tianhao, his form astonishingly split into three, launching an attack from three distinct directions. Shadow Clone Technique. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow, immediately sidestepping to evade. Yet, the Silver Commander possessed a displacement skill, and upon closing the distance, his spear locked onto Lin Tianhao, with all three clones striking his chest in an instant. Minus 57,681. Minus 57,002. Minus 57,568. Three colossal damage figures materialized. Following this, a resounding explosion echoed as the armor on Lin Tianhao's chest shattered. The second piece of the Clear Wind set was destroyed. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. The Silver Commander's damage was indeed formidable. As arrows were released, Lin Tianhao deftly stepped upon the spear, executing a backflip to create distance. Simultaneously, he loosed another volley of 5 arrows. Since he could not strike the Silver Commander, he chose instead to target the Bronze Guardians. Infuriated by being disregarded, the Silver Commander thrust his spear forward, and the three clones surged toward Lin Tianhao once more. Lin Tianhao quickly consumed 2 potions to enhance his speed and lifesteal. He also possessed potions to increase his resistances, but against a level 50 Silver Commander, they offered little more than a negligible benefit. With the lifesteal potion S effect, Lin Tianhao's health began to recover swiftly. Yet, the Silver Commander remained patient. Although Lin Tianhao's damage output was high as palace guards, they were equipped with formidable resources. Silver Moon Sweep. The three clones of the Silver Commander charged forth, unleashing a sweeping attack that sent Lin Tianhao flying. This strike not only depleted over 100,000 of his health points, but also shattered another piece of his equipment. At level 10, Bronze Gray gear was woefully inadequate in the hands of the Silver Commander. With the Clear Wind set now reduced to fewer than 10 pieces, its set bonuses were rendered null. Moreover, each piece of the Clear Wind set had contributed to increasing his attack speed. With the loss of 3 pieces, Lin Tianhao's attack speed had diminished by 1. 2. This reduction in attack speed had a significant impact on Lin Tianhao. The passive stacking of set effect had reduced his attack speed by 3. 0. And the equipment bonus was down by 1. 2. Resulting in a staggering decrease of 4. 2 in his attack speed. Indeed, the consequences were dire. The Silver Commander wore a mocking smile, eager to witness the next move. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. He had initially intended to refrain from utilizing the Book of Life and Death. However, given the current circumstances, failing to act could indeed lead to his demise. Lin Tianhao swiftly distanced himself while inscribing the Silver Commander's name in the Book of Life and Death. Minus 14,666. Minus 14,666. Damage numbers cascaded above the Silver Commander's head, startling him. How did you accomplish this? The Commander, both astonished and furious, felt the weight of his high health dwindle as he lost over 10,000 health points in a mere second, sending chills down his spine. Lin Tianhao offered no explanation, continuing his relentless assault. With a fierce roar, the Silver Commander leaped into the air, proclaiming, "Silver Moon, flames of war." As soon as the words left his lips, he became engulfed in flames, transforming into a streak of light that charged directly at Lin Tianhao. Invincible Body. This was undoubtedly the Silver Commander's ultimate move, and Lin Tianhao was uncertain whether he could withstand such a formidable attack. Employing the Invincible Body was the safest option. With a mere 0.5 seconds of invulnerability, if he timed his attack correctly, he could completely evade the damage from the Commander's ultimate strike. Boom! Lin Tianhao emerged unscathed. The Silver Commander, having anticipated that Lin Tianhao would surely be gravely injured, was left dumbfounded to see him with no loss of health. How? How is this possible? Lin Tianhao remained silent. Speaking during combat was exceedingly foolish. Thus, he preferred silence unless absolutely necessary. An arrow sliced through the air. Whoosh! One of the bronze guards fell. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. Not only had he depleted the opponent's health bar, but he had also triggered the cycle of death. A 0.5 chance of an instant kill had, against all odds, activated. Ding! You have slain a bronze guard, achieving the first kill of the bronze guard. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to conceal your name? Conceal. A server-wide announcement echoed. Congratulations to the player with a concealed nickname for achieving the first kill of the bronze guard. We urge all players to continue their efforts. The announcement reverberated, yet Lin Tianhao did not pause in his assault. Instead, he swiftly adjusted his target. The Silver Commander, taken aback by the sudden demise of his subordinate, exclaimed, "Forget the capture. Everyone, attack with all your might." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's expression changed dramatically. The level 50 bronze guards undoubtedly possessed lock-on skills. He could not afford to hesitate and immediately switched his gear to the Hydra set. A robust tank armor he had repeatedly farmed from the Hydra boss, enhancing his health and resistances. Though he risked being overwhelmed, Lin Tianhao had no time for second thoughts. Having equipped himself, he promptly retreated and launched an attack. The simultaneous assault of 5 arrows exacted a tremendous toll on Lin Tianhao's mental fortitude. Yet, he dare not falter. With his spear thrusting forward, he responded to the command of the Silver Commander, witnessing a notable surge in the speed of all bronze guards. Had he been clad in the Qingfeng set, he might have managed to create some distance. However, having now donned the Hydra set, the prospect of evasion seemed utterly fantastical. Undeterred, Lin Tianhao consumed 3 vials of potions, steeling himself for a desperate fight. Charge! The 19 bronze guards surged towards him in unison. In this precarious moment, Lin Tianhao activated the Golden Light Talisman, an artifact he had acquired in the novice village. To ensure prudence, he stowed away his bloodthirsty necklace and the 9-comb bow, retaining only the complete Hydra set. His rationale was simple. Should he be slain, the loss of the Hydra set would be inconsequential. However, the destruction of his 9-comb bow and bloodthirsty necklace would indeed leave him with profound regret. Minus 5,128. Minus 5,329. Minus 5,222. Damage figures began to materialize. The protection afforded by the Golden Light Talisman, combined with the potions and the Hydra set, significantly mitigated the damage inflicted upon Lin Tianhao. The 19 bronze guards managed to deplete merely a fraction of his health, reducing it to just over 100,000. Yet, before Lin Tianhao could mount any form of resistance, the guards executed a seamless series of launches. Indeed, they did not unleash their strikes simultaneously. Rather, they synchronized their attacks to perfection, establishing an impeccable chain of control. Chapter 62. The Pinnacle Collision Beyond Level 30. Despite Lin Tianhao possessing the Purification Jade Pendant, he found himself suspended in mid-air, confronted by the relentless assault of 19 Bronze Guardians. Silver Moon. Exploding Dragon pierces the heart. The Silver Commander descended, gathering power as a radiant aura coalesced around his spear. Whoosh! In an instant, the Silver Commander transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Lin Tianhao. Harnessing all his strength, Lin Tianhao executed a complete rotation in mid-air, skillfully evading his vulnerabilities. Boom! 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 A series of 3 explosive sounds rang out as 3 pieces of his Hydra armor were shattered by that single strike. Even the 10th tier bronze equipment paled in comparison to the might of a level 50 silver boss's ultimate move. Minus 156,695. A colossal damage number erupted above Lin Tianhao's head. Coupled with the health points depleted by the 19 bronze guardians, Lin Tianhao's life force now hovered below half. Fire gun. 9 consecutive strikes. The Silver Commander unleashed a frantic barrage of thrusts with his spear, intent on capitalizing on this opportunity to eliminate Lin Tianhao. Understanding the Commander's intentions, Lin Tianhao was determined not to allow such a fate. As the 11th Bronze Guardian attempted to launch him again, he swung his 9-headed shield, utilizing the recoil to execute a backflip. Swiftly switching to his 9-combined longbow, he unleashed 5 arrows in rapid succession. Upon landing, Lin Tianhao immediately created distance. But the Silver Commander's 9 consecutive strikes were already upon him. He hastily switched his main weapon back to defend. Minus 51,982. Minus 52,350. Minus 51,956. Boom! Before Lin Tianhao could fully guard against the barrage, his shield shattered. Simultaneously, his life points plummeted below 10%. The Withering would revived effect triggered, rapidly restoring 40% of his health, bringing him back to half. In that moment, Lin Tianhao drew his 9-combined longbow once more, unleashing another furious volley of 5 arrows. In less than a second, his health was restored to full. The Silver Commander, now perturbed, recognized the formidable nature of Lin Tianhao's healing abilities. Little did he know, Lin Tianhao himself breathed a sigh of relief. Without the revival effect, he would have certainly succumbed to the latter strikes of the fire gun's consecutive attacks. Moreover, he was fortunate enough to react swiftly, engaging in life-stealing attacks. Otherwise, he would have already perished beneath the Commander's onslaught. Retreat. Do not grant him the opportunity to recover. The Silver Commander discerned the root of the issue. His subordinates, in the presence of Lin Tianhao, were more hindrance than help, merely serving as vessels for Lin Tianhao's recuperative prowess. The 19 Bronze Guardians promptly withdrew, clearing the field for a one-on-one confrontation between Lin Tianhao and the Silver Commander. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Lacking the support of the Bronze Guard siphoning abilities, and with the skills revitalizing Spring and Invincible Body, still on cooldown. Lin Tianhao found himself at a significant disadvantage should he confront the Silver Commander directly. While his minions could flee, the bloodback tortoises were not so nimble. Lin Tianhao sidestepped to create distance, aware that the Silver Commander could deflect his arrows, rendering even his attacks futile. It was more prudent to maintain distance and target the bloodback tortoises, utilizing the effects of the Death Ledger to deplete the Silver Commander's health. The Silver Commander perceived Lin Tianhao's strategy, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "Let us see how much these bloodback tortoises can restore you," he declared ominously. With that, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he charged once more at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao retreated while engaging in combat. Each strike from the Silver Commander could strip away tens of thousands of his health points, with his ultimate attack capable of inflicting over 100,000 damage. Yet, Lin Tianhao unleashed a volley of 5 arrows at the bloodback tortoises, restoring his health to full. After dispatching the ordinary bloodback tortoises, he turned to the elite ones, and then to the black iron-level blood-eye tortoises. They allowed him to siphon health continuously, compounding his vitality. As long as he could prolong the encounter, the Silver Commander would continue to lose health. With over 10,000 health points lost each second, even the Silver Commander's inherent passive healing seemed woefully inadequate. "You coward! Have the audacity to face me directly." After eliminating the last blood-eye tortoise, Lin Tianhao's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Very well, if you desire a direct confrontation, I shall oblige." As he spoke, Lin Tianhao executed the twisted string arrow technique. This method not only possessed formidable impact, but also a critical ability to curve, allowing him to strike his opponent from unexpected angles. Even the Silver Commander could not confidently claim he could intercept every curved arrow. However, this alone would not alleviate Lin Tianhao's pressing predicament. Following the twisted string arrow, he immediately unleashed a simultaneous 5-arrow attack, focusing solely on the Silver Commander, aiming at his limbs and head. This dispersed assault, combined with the preceding technique, left the level 50 Silver Commander somewhat beleaguered. Flamlance. The Silver Commander surged forward once more, his spear colliding forcefully with Lin Tianhao. Frenzy. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. It appeared the Silver Commander was intent on a swift conclusion. Minus 85,925. Minus 85,699. The staggering damage caused Lin Tianhao's scalp to tingle. In a frenzied state, the Silver Commander managed to inflict a staggering 17,000 health points in just 2 strikes. Lin Tianhao retaliated with the twisted string arrow, the overwhelming force pushing the Silver Commander back as he again distanced himself, fighting while retreating. To secure victory, he needed a stall. Body of domination. The Silver Commander bellowed, activating his dominant body skill, nullifying the knockback effect of Lin Tianhao's twisted string arrow. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao consumed 8 potions of various hues, boosting his attributes significantly. He also replaced his shattered Hydra equipment with gear dropped by the level 20 Green Venom Spider King. The enhancement of attributes is indeed a subtle affair. Continuously maneuvering, the Silver Commander's assault fell once more. Lin Tianhao, undeterred, unleashed a volley of 5 arrows. However, the damage sustained by his Qing Feng set adversely affected his attack speed, which had now plummeted to 5.63. Such a pace, even with 5 arrows flying simultaneously, combined with the vampiric effects of a 9 Harmony longbow and bloodthirsty necklace, alongside the restorative elixirs, allowed him to recover a mere over 200,000 health points per second. Yet, faced with the rampaging Silver Commander, Lin Tianhao could only barely withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. The Silver Commander, in his fervor, had succumbed to a decline in cognitive ability. In his fervent desire to vanquish Lin Tianhao, he overlooked a grave concern: the terrifying rate at which his health was depleting. Fully committed to offense, he had forsaken defense. Lin Tianhao was capable of inflicting damage upwards of 120,000 per second. Coupled with the damage from the Book of Life and Death, he could reduce the Silver Commander's life points by over 130,000 in a single second. As this battle unfolded, the Silver Commander had already lost more than 1 million health points. As a level 50 silver boss, despite possessing over 8 million health points, he could not withstand such formidable output from Lin Tianhao. Should he fail to eliminate Lin Tianhao in his berserk state, annihilation would inevitably await him. Silver Moon, Fiery Cloud Strike. The Silver Commander leaped into the air, engulfed in flames, prepared to unleash his might. If Lin Tianhao could withstand this strike, the Commander's fury would dissipate, thus concluding this battle. However, with the ultimate attack in a berserk state, combined with the 30-level disparity obliterating Lin Tianhao, who still had over 400,000 health points, would be a trivial matter. Unless Lin Tianhao could mitigate this impending assault or perhaps trigger a cycle of death, leading to an instantaneous defeat of his foe. Chapter 63. Slaying the Silver Commander Valchun. However, among the two choices presented, the latter appeared rather dubious. In such a perilous moment, to gamble on a meager 0.5 chance of a one-hit kill seemed reckless. Observing the proficiency of the Death Rebirth skill, it was merely 7 points away from leveling up. Nearby lay a resurrected bloodback Xian turtle. Could he utilize his attack speed of 5.63 to vanquish 7 bloodback Xian turtles, then level up Death Rebirth, and subsequently assault the Silver Commander? It seemed feasible. Yet, Lin Tianhao understood all too well that this was an extreme gamble with his life. Thus, he opted for a third approach. Run. Simply fleeing would not suffice. Lin Tianhao leaped into the depths of the Blackwater Lake. The lake was fathomless, and he stowed his equipment, diving with all his might. At that moment, the Silver Commander had already charged his ultimate ability, launching an attack towards Lin Tianhao. Bang! The spear struck the water's surface, creating a colossal splash that soared dozens of meters high, while the spear continued to hurtle towards Lin Tianhao at an astonishing speed. Lin Tianhao swiftly equipped a shield to withstand the onslaught of the Silver Commander. Minus 349,580. A terrifying damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. He exhaled in relief. He had not been instantly killed, which meant he still had a chance. He swam desperately towards the shore. Upon surfacing, his immediate instinct was to attack the bloodback Xian turtle, replenishing his health while elevating Death Rebirth to 2 stars. Death Rebirth, 2 stars. Effect: your attacks possess a 1 chance to instantly slay enemy units. Cooldown: none. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 310,000. Note: this proficiency is gained by defeating creatures, NPCs, or adventurers of equal or higher level. Each kill grants 1 point of proficiency. Having just slain 10 bloodback Xian turtles in one breath, Lin Tianhao had a surplus of proficiency. However, he had no time to ponder, as the Silver Commander was hot on his heels. He burst forth from the water, the spear enshrouded in flames, aimed directly at Lin Tianhao's face. Lin Tianhao swiftly turned and released 5 arrows in rapid succession, continuing to evade. With the frenzied Silver Commander now subdued, the threat he posed to Lin Tianhao was negligible. The damage inflicted by the commander was something Lin Tianhao could easily recover from. Yet, as a silver-tier boss and the head of the royal guards of the Star Kingdom, he was not oblivious to this. Especially after having ventured into the Blackwater Lake, he had regained his composure. Summon the furious berserkers. Unleash all our might, commanded the Silver Commander. As 19 bronze guards charged forward, the berserkers, in a frenzy, barreled towards Lin Tianhao. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Lin Tianhao immediately retreated while unleashing 5 arrows. Bang! A glimmer of hope illuminated Lin Tianhao's face as he beheld the unexpected. The Silver Commander had fallen. Ding! You have slain Silver Commander Valchun. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to conceal your name? Conceal. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player who concealed their nickname for achieving the first kill of Silver Commander Valchun. We encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with the hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Silver Commander Valchun. This notice is issued in hopes that all players will strive for further accomplishments. Following the ascension of the death cycle, the probability of instant kills has remarkably increased. With the demise of the Silver Commander, the remaining bronze guards appear rather inadequate. Even though they simultaneously activate their berserk and bodyguard abilities, Lin Tianhao remains utterly unperturbed. The death of the Silver Commander has thrown them into disarray, causing their attacks to lack the previous orderliness. Their control and coordination are also somewhat lacking, resulting in their inevitable defeat at the hands of Lin Tianhao, one by one. As the last bronze guard falls, a satisfied smile graces Lin Tianhao's face. He can finally loot the corpses. At the same time, in the rain-listening hall of the royal palace in the Star Kingdom, Queen Phio Dingyu's expression darkens. How could Varkson have perished? At this stage, there should be no adventurer capable of slaying him. Upon hearing the server-wide announcement about the bronze guards being defeated, she sensed something amiss. Now, with the death of Silver Commander Varkson, she realizes the gravity of the situation. Could it be that red-named adventurer? Behind Phio Dingyu, an old crone wielding a skeletal staff ominously remarks. Phio Dingyu shakes her head. Varkson's strength is such that adventurer could never be his match. However, ever since the descent of divine power, only the deaths of adventurers warrant server-wide announcements. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Let's not forget, among the adventurers, divine envoys have already emerged. The slumbering deities may wish to reclaim control over our Star Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked crone's expression becomes grim. Currently, only traces of the divine envoys' activities have been discovered, and their identities remain uncertain. Yet this red-named adventurer is almost certainly the Snow Emperor. He is not a divine envoy, yet possesses immense strength. Is there a possibility he could be swayed to our side? It is not impossible, though I am uncertain whether he is aware that I am the one who dispatched individuals to capture him. If he knows, it may complicate matters. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I did not disclose your decree to Varkson, precisely to avoid complications. The Snow Emperor will remain oblivious. The hunchback crone chuckles ominously. As for swaying him, I could certainly attempt to make contact. Very well, proceed. You may offer him generous incentives. With the throne contention approaching, we are in dire need of experts like him. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Lin Tianhao is currently assessing his rewards. Level 50 equipment, level 50 skill books, along with a selection of potions and materials. To him, these are negligible. The weapons and skills of the spear-wielding warriors are of no use to him. The only notable gain from their defeat is the 45,000 guild achievement points. However, as 5-star guilds require 10 million achievement points to ascend to 6 stars. This amount is but a drop in the bucket. After securing the items they dropped, Lin Tianhao prepares to continue hunting. Suddenly, he casts his gaze towards the rear. Approximately 50 meters away from him, there lurked an assassin, shrouded in stealth. However, Lin Tianhao possessed the purity eye, enabling him to discern the assassin's position with clarity. President, I've confirmed that the individual responsible for the bounty issued by the Demon King Greyloth is indeed the same notorious red-named player. It is, without a doubt, the Snow Emperor. Presently, he is engaged in farming the blood-backed Xian turtle, dealing substantial damage, making him a formidable adversary. Understood, Dreaming Snow responded calmly. Wait for me. I shall gather my team and come immediately. The bounty on the Demon King Greyloth will be mine. Lin Tianhao took note of the assassin, yet he remained unperturbed. Numerous guilds employed dedicated explorers, assassins who ventured daily to investigate the distribution of wild monsters across various regions, searching for any unique mechanics. As for leveling up, it sufficed to have skilled players guide them for a couple of hours, utilizing a 90 to 10 experience distribution method. Their levels typically lag behind those of ordinary players. But for the purpose of map exploration, it was more than adequate. While Lin Tianhao continued to grind monsters, the assassin merely observed from a distance, neither approaching nor retreating. After Lin Tianhao had completed 2 rounds of farming the blood-backed Xian turtle, the assassin could no longer contain his curiosity and directed his gaze toward Lin Tianhao. What's the matter? Are you waiting for your guild members to arrive? Chapter 64. The Annihilation of the Dream Pursuit Guild. The assassin felt a sudden jolt of panic. How could he have seen me? It was impossible. They were separated by a distance of 50 meters, and he was in a state of stealth. How could he possibly be detected? Lin Tianhao found it somewhat amusing to see the other party standing still, pretending to be dead. If not for the slightest movement of his body, He would have thought the fellow had logged off in the wild. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow beside the assassin player's feet. Still pretending to be dead, the expression of the Dream Pursuit Guild's assassin suddenly changed. How did you see me? Lin Tianhao did not offer an explanation. Instead, he stated, I do not know which guild you belong to, but tell your guild leader not to provoke me. Otherwise, I would not mind accumulating more notoriety. This assassin, like him, had concealed his nickname, making it impossible to determine which guild he hailed from. Shuidi, you certainly have a grandiose attitude. Just then, a chilling voice rang out, and soon, Dream Pursuit Yinxue arrived, accompanied by over 100 elite members of her guild. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat offended. Indeed, he felt slighted. It was not merely that a guild sought to trouble him, nor was it that Dream Pursuit Yinxue herself was the source of the trouble. Rather, they dared to bring over 100 people. What did that imply? Did they look down upon him? So, the elite members behind Yinxue were not to be underestimated. Most were around level 14 or 15, fully equipped. Some even possessed complete sets of gear. You are here for the bounty on the Demon King Greyfulong, aren't you? However, I suggest you refrain from foolish actions. Otherwise, you will only cause your Dream Pursuit guild to lose levels. Upon hearing this, a mage beside Dream Pursuit Yinxue became quite displeased. To speak so arrogantly when death is imminent. With that, he swung his staff, launching a fireball that struck Lin Tianhao directly. -98. Lin Tianhao was now equipped with Hydra gear and several pieces dropped by the Green Venom Spider King. So his resistances were not comparable to when he was at level 1. Ding! You have received a malicious attack. You may retaliate normally. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and shot an arrow. Whoosh! A shield warrior immediately stepped up behind the mage, blocking Lin Tianhao's arrow with his shield. -15,429. A colossal damage number appeared, and Lin Tianhao was somewhat astonished that his shot had not slain the level 15 shield warrior. Before class advancement, a shield warrior, even with maximum health points, would only reach around 1,500 health at level 15. In other words, this shield warrior had managed to exceed 14,000 health points through external factors. The shield warrior was equally surprised. He had completed a hidden quest in the novice village, gaining a special skill called Brutal Growth. This skill provided an additional 10% health boost, and each time he leveled up, his health would increase by 100 points. Coupled with his level 15 tank gear, he had amassed nearly 16,000 health. Yet, Lin Tianhao's arrow had almost felled him instantly. As the dreamer, Yinyue's expression darkened, yet she did not dwell on it excessively. With unwavering determination, she launched her assault, aiming to incapacitate him utterly. There were over 100 players involved. If even one player managed to control Lin Tianhao for half a second, the cumulative control time would exceed 50 seconds. Such an extensive duration of control could, regardless of Lin Tianhao's high health, ultimately lead to his demise. The battle was poised to erupt, but it was not a combat class that initiated the fray. It was a priest. The priest player brandished their staff, summoning a column of silence to descend. Should it strike, it would induce a brief silence, rendering the target unable to cast skills. The duration of this silence depended on the skill star rating, as well as the resilience and special equipment of the recipient that could mitigate or enhance control effects. However, this attack was far too languid for Lin Tianhao. With a slight shift in position, he deftly evaded the column of silence. As Lin Tianhao maneuvered, a warrior unleashed a savage charge towards him, employing a familiar combo: Savage Charge, Taunt, and Shatter Strike. But then whoosh, an arrow flew. The charging warrior fell midway through his assault. Providing distant support, Yinyue commanded, simultaneously waving her golden staff, summoning 6 goblins wielding spiked clubs. These 6 level 10 black iron bosses possessed health just over 100,000. At this stage, employing them to combat monsters was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, when faced with Lin Tianhao, it was akin to child's play. Control skills from range classes began to fly towards Lin Tianhao. Concurrently, the 6 black iron bosses charged forward, with warrior players trailing behind. This strategy appeared sound. Range classes providing cover, while black iron bosses absorbed damage for the warriors. However, The success of this plan hinged on their ability to strike Lin Tianhao and the Black Iron Boss's capacity to withstand his onslaught. What followed was a vivid demonstration of what it meant to dance on the edge of a blade. Despite the plethora of ranged skills from her elite team, not a single one struck Lin Tianhao as he artfully maneuvered to evade them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 arrows were released in unison. In under 2 seconds, all 6 Black Iron Bosses lay defeated. Lightning leaps combined with disjointed attacks maximized the efficacy of Lin Tianhao's strikes. This effectiveness was something most players at this stage failed to recognize, often resulting in a plethora of ineffective attacks. Had Lin Tianhao not performed disjointed attacks, taking down the 6 Black Iron Bosses would have taken at least 2 seconds. However, he reduced this time by nearly half a second. This seemingly insignificant 0.5 seconds was monumental. At Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, it allowed him to unleash 2 additional basic attacks, translated into 5 arrows. That equated to over 100,000 extra damage. It was during this precious half-second that Lin Tianhao eliminated all the warrior players hiding behind the 6 Black Iron Bosses. The devastating output, coupled with the damage from Thunder Leap, was utterly terrifying. Retreat. Yinhua was left in a state of disbelief. She had contemplated that Lin Tianhao might possess considerable strength, yet she could never have imagined that he would be formidable to such an extent. Now, contemplating an escape, is it not a tad too late? At this juncture, Lin Tianhao's movement speed is unparalleled among players. Consequently, he need only persist in his onslaught, and members of the Dream Pursuit Guild swiftly succumb. As for the ranged classes positioned at the back, they cannot withstand even a single arrow from Lin Tianhao, let alone the damage inflicted by his lightning leap. Within mere seconds, every member of the Dream Pursuit Guild has fallen. In Black Wind City, at the Resurrection Altar, what do I behold? Members of the Dream Pursuit Guild are resurrecting en masse. Observing their levels, they are all elite members of the guild. What heinous deeds have they committed to warrant such a fate, resulting in the annihilation of even their elite team? Look at his Dreamy Snow, who has also returned to life. Have they ventured to challenge the level 25 boss? Numerous players have taken note of the mass resurrection of the Dream Pursuit Guild members. In the distance, scouts from other guilds promptly relay the information. President, our assessments were accurate. The Snow Empress is indeed powerful. Dreamy Snow and her team have all been sent back to the Resurrection Altar. Chapter 65. The Hunched Crone, the Clinfifth Bird. This is merely a scene. Other guilds have also reported on the circumstances here. The Snow Emperor's ability to single-handedly slay the level 45 blood-backed tortoise renders our chances of defeating him at this stage exceedingly low. Even if we were to succeed, the cost incurred may not outweigh the reward. In the Floating Pagoda Club, the Divine Wolf of the Pagoda voiced his judgment. However, the one seated at the head of the table was not the pagoda's shield mountain, but a strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring charm. The reward from the Demon Lord Grailerenson is undoubtedly substantial. At this juncture, it is imperative for us to widen the gap with other guilds. And this reward is crucial for our advancement. She is none other than the sister of the pagoda's shield mountain, possessing considerable influence within the Floating Pagoda Guild. It is fair to assert that she is the true power behind the Floating Pagoda Club, rather than her brother. This is indeed a challenging situation. The Dream-Chasing Snow has a golden staff, and the over 100 who participated were elite members. Yet, the outcome was a complete disaster. All fell level. The gaze of the pagoda's Hongwen fell upon Shield Mountain. Brother, I recall your rapport with the Snow Emperor. Perhaps you might negotiate with him. We could offer a certain price to persuade him to remain still for us to strike. Shield Mountain's expression changed. Sister, do not jest. My acquaintance with the Snow Emperor is merely superficial. Moreover, he is currently at level 20. With his notoriety, should he perish, he would drop back to level 1. His prowess allows him to easily return to level 20. You could approach him directly. 1 death for 5 million. I believe he would not refuse. With a sigh, Shield Mountain declared, I will not go. Brother, do not be so obstinate. The Twilight of the Gods is unlike other games, regardless of the Snow Emperor's agreement. You must inquire. I have stated my refusal. I shall not go. Do as you will, but do not involve me. Shield Mountain, visibly angered, slammed his hand on the table and exited the conference room. Hongwen's demeanor shifted to one of subtle malice. Divine Wolf, send someone to discuss with the Snow Emperor. I am confident that as long as the price is right, he will not reject a single death, nor have any reason to do so. Understood. The Divine Wolf sighed internally. He believed that Hongwen was being excessively obstinate. After all, would Lin Tianhao truly lack funds? Unthinkable. With Lin Tianhao's current combat prowess, he could easily amass wealth by selling skill books and equipment. However, it was apparent that Hongwen was currently fueled by anger. Discussing such matters would only lead to rebuke. From a certain perspective, he found himself in agreement with Shield Mountain's stance. In the present situation, the Snow Emperor was someone to be courted, not provoked. Unfortunately, Hongwen had grown accustomed to wielding wealth as a weapon, believing that money could grant her unfettered power, neglecting a vital truth. Some individuals, even in want of riches, may choose to refuse based on their mood. Moreover, the Snow Emperor was certainly not in want of funds. Meanwhile, at the Bloodback Tortoise, Lin Tianhao continued to engage in his relentless monster hunting. At last, someone approached. What approached was not the long-awaited Leona, but rather a hunchbacked old crone. Lin Tianhao cast his gaze upon her. The figure before him bore the name of Clinfith Bird. Life points. Attack. Skills. Note, her origins are formidable. Should one manage to undertake a quest from her, unexpected benefits may ensue. However, caution is paramount. One must never provoke her, for she delights in tasting blood. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. Beyond her name, he could discern nothing, and the myriad of question marks surrounding her made it clear that he was likely no match for her. Greetings, how may I assist you? Lin Tianhao offered a faint smile, employing the customary language of adventurers addressing NPCs. Clinfith Bird chuckled, revealing her jagged, discolored teeth. Snow Emperor, she uttered Lin Tianhao's name. You are the most formidable adventurer I have encountered. You should not languish in obscurity. You ought to ascend to nobility, count, marquis, or even duke, should it be your desire. Such flattery would likely astonish other players, but Lin Tianhao remained acutely aware that there was something amiss. The presence of such an unfathomable powerhouse, seeking him out and lavishing him with praise, was anything but ordinary. Esteemed one, if you have a matter to discuss, please feel free to speak candidly, Lin Tianhao stated directly. In response, Clinfith Bird nodded. Someone has slain the Demon King's son, Greylorn Sr. The king is exceedingly pleased and wishes to reward Princess Leona. Oh, do you require me to procure some game for the feast? Lin Tianhao deliberately shifted the topic. Clinfith Bird shook her head. No, I wish for you to go to the royal palace and openly confess that you were the one who killed Greylorn Sr. Lin Tianhao's heart raced. How did she know that he was the slayer of Greylorn's son? Wait, it was not that she knew it was him. Rather, she desired it to be so. With Greylorn Sin's demise, Leona would undoubtedly receive accolades. However, what if the one who aided her in slaying Greylorn's son was a notorious figure burdened with over 900,000 points of infamy? The implications would be drastically different. You wish for me to frame Princess Leona? Lin Tianhao exclaimed incredulously. Clinfith Bird nodded. Precisely, you are quite astute. I can assist you, but what if the king does not believe you? Lin Tianhao inquired. How could I have killed Greylorn's son while in a sealed state? Fear not, I have devised a solution for that, she replied, producing a copper mirror from her hand, an ancient, incomplete artifact capable of opening a portal, allowing one to traverse space and enter other realms. Oh, Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, recognizing the value of such an item. And what am I infamy? If I am captured, shall I not languish in prison for eternity? The Clinfith Bird shook her head, asserting that this was not the case. One would not be apprehended for murder in the main city, at most facing expulsion. You might be unaware, she continued, but there was a group that once sought to arrest me. Is that so? Clinfith Bird feigned astonishment, fully aware that the Silver Commander and his associates were agents dispatched by the Queen, yet she concealed this knowledge. Fear not, my benefactor is Queen feuding you. As long as you provide false testimony, you shall not be arrested. In fact, due to your act of slaying Greylorn, you will be granted clemency, allowing you to roam freely within the main city. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened at this prospect. His inability to change classes was largely due to his notoriety, as entering the main city would result in immediate expulsion. Gaining the right to traverse the main city would be immensely advantageous for him. What benefits shall I receive? He inquired. I am risking much to assist you. What can you offer in return? After a moment of contemplation, Clintfist Bird replied slowly, once my objectives are achieved, I can transform Princess Leona into your servant. Not only will you be able to command her in battle, but she will also fulfill any of your desires. Remember, any desire at all. Chapter 66. The Reward of Princess Leona. Lin Tianhao feigned a sense of excitement. It seemed rather appealing upon reflection. However, he turned to the Clintfist Bird and inquired, when will you fulfill this promise? Once Princess Qingfuyan ascends to the throne and becomes the new monarch. Lin Tianhao shook his head resolutely. According to your words, how long must I wait? Upon hearing this, the Clintfist Bird pondered briefly, stating, Princess Leona is the ultimate reward. If you take action this time, I can bestow upon you a set of bronze-level equipment suitable for archers. Is that all? Do I not have a fight for it? Lin Tianhao retorted. The Clintfist Bird paused, realizing that there was some truth to this notion. Given Lin Tianhao's current abilities, acquiring a set of level 20 bronze equipment was indeed not a formidable challenge. What do you desire then? Free attribute points? Lin Tianhao grinned widely. I seek a teleportation skill, special equipment, and unique abilities. Teleportation skill. The Clintfist Bird reflected for a moment before responding. Very well, provided you assist me. I shall grant you the skill Spatial Blink, which has no casting time and can be released instantaneously, allowing a maximum displacement of 5 meters with 1 star. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The skill sounded promising. And an additional 200 free attribute points, he added. The Clintfist Bird frowned. This is merely a task. It offers you no detriment, and the Spatial Blink is already a rare gift. Then I shall continue hunting monsters. Lin Tianhao interjected sharply, refusing to entertain further discussion. Wait. The Clintfist Bird contemplated for a moment. 100 free attribute points along with Spatial Blink. 200. 120. 200. 150. Then there's nothing more to discuss, Lin Tianhao declared. The Clintfist Bird's expression darkened. Very well, we shall cease negotiations. I shall send you back to the altar for cleansing. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from the Clintfist Bird. Lin Tianhao's instinct was to stow his equipment. Then he smiled at the Clintfist Bird. Let us converse amicably. There is no need for violence. Does this imply you agree? The Clintfist Bird queried. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, what I mean is 300 free attribute points, not a single one less. You are courting death. The Clintfist Bird's gaze was sharp, akin to a demon poised to devour Lin Tianhao. Unfazed, Lin Tianhao held the Clintfist Bird's gaze coolly. You may slay me, however. Should I perish here, I assure you, the Queen's dealings with the Underworld clan will reverberate across the entire Starry Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the Clintfist Bird's expression shifted abruptly, though its menacing aura remained, growing even more chilling. Who would believe the words of a wicked individual like you? Lin Tianhao shrugged nonchalantly. I do not know. In any case, I am not short of gold. I can ensure it rings thrice each day. Are you not afraid of being permanently imprisoned? The Griffin, Clintfist, thundered. Do you dare? Lin Tianhao, with a dismissive air, pushed Clintfist aside. I have never taken a life in the main city. Such slander would result in, at most, a few days of confinement. However, if the king were to hear of it, I shudder to think of what fate might befall your queen. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, it was your esteemed queen who dispatched the Silver Commander, Valkson, to eliminate me. With that, Lin Tianhao shifted the conversation. Without the matter of the Silver Commander, I would be amenable to granting you 150 free attribute points. Yet, because of this very incident, I demand 300 attribute points, no less. Lin Tianhao employed both threats and allure. His aim was not to frighten Clintfist away, but rather to extract substantial benefits from him. What say you, esteemed Clintfist? Clintfist inhaled deeply and finally nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. A notification rang out. Clintfist has assigned you the task. Frame Princess Leona. Do you accept? Task requirements. Inform the king that it was you who aided Princess Leona in slaying the Demon King's son, Grellerin. Task penalty, none. Task reward, space flicker, and 300 free attribute points. Accepted, Lin Tianhao affirmed, inquiring, when shall we commence? Tonight. I shall notify you at the appropriate time. Understood. After bidding farewell to Clinfith, Lin Tianhao exhaled a sigh of relief. Negotiating with such a formidable figure was indeed perilous, but the outcome was favorable. He had successfully coerced Clinfith into submission by leveraging the Queen's entanglement with the Underworld clan. Shortly after Clinfith's departure, a graceful figure approached. Princess Leona, you have finally arrived. I have been here for some time. It appears you have struck some accord with Clinfith, Leona remarked, her tone grave. Lin Tianhao unabashedly stated, what of my reward for assisting you in eliminating the Demon King's son, Grellerin? First, tell me what Clinfith sought from you. Refusal? Then I shall inform the king that you conspired with me, a notorious criminal, to slay Grellerin. Leona's expression darkened. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Lin Tianhao grinned. Hand it over. Leona produced a scroll, a skill book, and a talisman. Is this all? Each item has been meticulously chosen and is exceedingly suitable for you, Leona retorted. Exasperated. Eternal Binding Scroll. Special, a one-time use item. Effect. Enchants a piece of equipment, binding it irrevocably to the user, rendering it indestructible, unstealable, and incapable of dropping. Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This Eternal Binding Scroll could undoubtedly be deemed an auxiliary artifact. During gameplay, treasured equipment could inadvertently be lost upon defeat. This scroll would effectively avert such a calamity. Furthermore, the Eternal Scroll possesses the remarkable ability to render equipment indestructible. Lin Tianhao immediately thought of the bloodthirsty necklace, for it resonated profoundly with him. As for the prospect of acquiring a superior necklace later on, based on Lin Tianhao's decade of experience in his previous life, such an occurrence seemed nearly impossible. Equipment that restores a percentage of maximum health is exceedingly formidable at any stage. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao remained composed as he examined the second item. The Xianbing Wings, 1 star. Effect. It can conjure a pair of Xianbing Wings, allowing for a brief flight of 5 minutes. Consumption, 300. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Proficiency, 0-100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a flight ability was exceptionally extraordinary. Within the level 50 bracket, encountering flying monsters was a rarity, and even in the later stages of the game, flying creatures were few and far between. With a flying skill at his disposal, he could swiftly disengage from the battlefield if overwhelmed. It was undoubtedly a commendable skill. Lastly, there remained the Talisman Chapter 67, the struggle for the throne, emphasis on strategy. Spatial Teleportation Talisman, special, a one-time use item. Effect, upon use. It randomly teleports the user to another location, but may be interrupted by spatial attacks. In simpler terms, it is a random teleportation talisman. Regarding this reward, one might argue its inadequacy. However, when linked to the defeat of the Demon King's son, Grellerin, it seems rather insufficient. Lin Tianhao inquired, is this all? I assisted you in vanquishing Grellerin, yet this meager reward feels rather unjust. Leona rolled her eyes. You still haven't informed me why the Clinthia's bird sought you out. I've already stated it, didn't I? If you grant me my reward, I shall divulge the information. No more dilly-dallying. Hurry up, Lin Tianhao pressed. Leona retrieved a pale blue crystal from her bosom. This is the ultimate reward for this endeavor. As Lin Tianhao accepted the crystal, his eyes gleamed with interest. Tears of the Goddess of Life. Special. Requirements for wearing, none. Effect 1. Increases your maximum health by 20. Effect 2. You regain 10,000 health points per second. Durability, 100. Note, cannot be stolen or dropped. Lin Tianhao was captivated. Initially, he intended to allocate the Eternal Scroll to the bloodthirsty necklace. However, he now hesitated. The Tears of the Goddess of Life appeared quite formidable. Although these tears possessed the qualities of being unstealable and indestructible, they lacked one crucial characteristic, the ability to be destroyed, which is superior, a 20 increase in maximum health or a 1 lifesteal effect. Lin Tianhao evidently valued the former more. Lifesteal could be addressed later with the acquisition of lifesteal equipment, which would alleviate any concerns. Yet, a 20 boost to maximum health, combined with his demigod-level talents, would be exceedingly beneficial. Moreover, the ability to recover 10,000 health points per second was remarkable. Now, can we discuss why the Clinthia's bird sought you? Leona asked. Lin Tianhao grinned. Haven T, I already mentioned it. What did you say? Leona was momentarily confused. But in the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, Are you implying that the Clinthia's bird knows you were the one who helped me defeat Grellarinson? Lin Tianhao smiled broadly. No, she merely hopes that I am the one who aided you. She approached me to conspire against you before the king. Upon hearing this, Leona's expression shifted, uncertainty clouding her features. You promised to support me, so you didn't agree to her, did you? Lin Tianhao shook his head. I did agree. Leona's countenance changed dramatically, an aura of coldness radiating from her, freezing the surrounding flora. Have you forgotten what you promised me? You are to assist the Clinthia's bird while deceiving me for a reward. Hold on, am I deceiving you? Lin Tianhao spoke with righteous conviction. I eliminated Grellarinson for you. That is a fact. Shall I not receive my reward? You. Leona gritted her teeth in fury. I will kill you. Wherever you go, I shall pursue you. Coughing lightly twice, Lin Tianhao replied, There is no need for such agitation. I have made a promise to Clintfifth, yet I am assisting you. Assisting me? Leona scoffed. If my father and the noble lords learn that it is you, a notorious criminal, who aided me, how would they perceive me? The opportunity to eliminate Grellarinson would be utterly squandered. On the contrary, it is precisely my need to frame you that will ultimately save you. Lin Tianhao asserted with a serious demeanor. You, King Fuyan and Tixuagen, whom do you believe has the greatest chance of becoming the new monarch? I do not know, Leona replied coldly. But after this assassination of Grellarinson, my chances of becoming the new ruler will undoubtedly increase significantly. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, you're mistaken. Not only have you not improved your standing, but you have also made yourself a target. In the Kingdom of Stars, you lack a foundation. Killing Grellarinson will only thrust you into the limelight. Consequently, both King Fuyan and Tixuagen will inevitably conspire against you. Who do you think can withstand that? Leona retorted angrily. But that does not justify your betrayal. Tixuagen possesses profound connections, while King Fuyan has Queen Fireliden supporting her. And you? What power do you have to contend against them after merely eliminating Grellarinson? Leona clenched her teeth. Since you are aware of this, why do you still choose to assist me in killing Grellarinson? To allow the noble lords to witness your capabilities, thereby granting you a chance for clandestine development. Lin Tianhao explained. Having experienced much in his past life, he understood well that in the struggle for the throne, any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Consider this. By eliminating Grellarinson, you showcase your prowess. I will frame you, and at worst, it will balance out publicly. But the noble lords will recognize your ability to eliminate Grellarinson. Having just returned, your goal should not be to achieve great feats, but rather to demonstrate your capabilities without threatening the other two princesses. With such ability, you could discreetly garner the support of the nobility. As Leona absorbed Lin Tianhao's words, her emotions gradually stabilized, for she suddenly realized the logic in his reasoning. And then, what is your plan? Leona inquired. Assist King Fuyan in defeating Tixuagen. Lin Tianhao's gaze was sharp. If the truth about the queen is exposed, King Fuyan cannot ascend to the throne. Once Tixuagen falls, Leona will stand a substantial chance of becoming the new monarch. And then, how shall we contend with King Fuyan, who has the queen's support? As long as Tixuagen is brought down, I can dismantle the queen, Lin Tianhao stated. Leona was somewhat taken aback. She could not fathom why Lin Tianhao held such unwavering confidence. Yet, she chose to trust him. Very well, you have ensnared me this time. How shall I cooperate? I shall feign ignorance and vehemently refute any allegations. Thus, I shall leave the rest to you. However, what if they inquire about how I dispatched Grellarinson? Leona suddenly realized a crucial concern. At that juncture, one need only state that one has nothing to divulge. Leona inhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, eliminating Grellarinson was a significant achievement. Yet, in the end, she acquiesced. Indeed, I shall perform my role splendidly. With that, Leona took her leave. In the royal palace, within the listening rain hall, after the return of the nightingale, she promptly sought out Queen Phaedinia. Your Majesty, the Snow Empress has consented to assist us in framing Leona. Phaedinia nodded in satisfaction, recognizing her astuteness. But what is it? Phaedinia inquired. The nightingale replied with gravity. The Snow Empress is aware of your dealings with the Nether clan. Upon hearing this, Phaedinia's expression changed drastically. Chapter 68. The Talent of Zhou Xiaopeng. The Snow Emperor. How'd he come to know? The griffin shook its head, uncertain, yet this was ultimately a calamity. Should we? At this point, the griffin made a gesture across its throat. Kill. Can adventurers truly be slain? If he dies, he can be revived. Imprisonment? Futile. Phaedin's eyes darkened, and suddenly, a meaningful smile graced her lips. I know what must be done. Lin Tianhao remained oblivious to these matters. After bidding farewell to Leona, he resumed his hunt for the bloodback Xiangdui. According to the memories of his past life, he needed to eliminate the bloodback Xiangdui 18 times consecutively for the blood-eyed dragon tortoise to emerge. Defeating the blood-eyed dragon tortoise would grant access to the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Twice, Lin Tianhao diligently continued his efforts. His notoriety slowly diminished, and his health gradually improved. To maximize his health gain, he refrained from equipping the tears of the goddess of life. An additional 20% of health would render even the elite bloodback Xiangdui incapable of withstanding a few blows. As time passed, a warrior came running excitedly. Brother Hao, I'm here. It was none other than Zhou Xiaopeng. He had concealed his name, yet Lin Tianhao still recognized him. I'll add you to the guild. Lin Tianhao invited Zhou Xiaopeng into the solitary snow guild. Zhou Xiaopeng, astonished, exclaimed, Brother Hao, you're incredible. To be honest, I had no idea you were a red name player. As he continued to explain, he suddenly noticed the changes in his attributes, leaving him utterly speechless. Wow, Brother Hao, this is extraordinary. Currently, Lin Tianhao's Solitary Snow Guild boasted a 5-star rating, bestowing its members with enhancements of 1 damage increase, 10 critical hit rate, 20 attack power, 3 movement speed, 1 attack speed, and 10,000 health points. These 6 attributes were undeniably formidable at this stage. Furthermore, due to the guild's characteristics, all members enjoyed these enhancements, which was the most astonishing aspect. An individual receiving such boosts could be considered decent. However, if 1,000 or even 10,000 individuals were to benefit from such enhancements, their combat prowess would be significantly amplified. Especially with the future introduction of the guild power rankings and national wars, such advantages would become exceedingly crucial. Calm down. Take this divine talent, Awakening Stone, and awaken your talent. Zhou Xiaopeng's eyes widened. Divine? Brother Hao, you're just giving this to me? I saw someone on the forum sell a talent Awakening Stone for 5 million. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Just take it. Having a strong ally makes all the difference. Zhou Xiaopeng accepted the talent Awakening Stone and began the awakening process. In Lin Tianhao's previous life, he was already aware of Zhou Xiaopeng's exceptional talent. It was a divine grade talent, Soul Binding. Soul Binding, Level 1. Effect 1. You can bind a friendly unit with Soul Binding, acquiring all enhancements to its health, armor, and magic resistance. Effect 2. The teammate you bind will receive a 10% increase in health, armor, and magic resistance. Proficiency, 0-10. Note, this proficiency is determined by the number of bosses defeated by you and your bound teammates that are not lower than your own level. With each star increase in this talent, an additional friendly unit can be bound. At maximum level, up to 10 friendly units can be bound simultaneously. In other words, this results in an 11-fold enhancement. If Zhou Xiaopeng could find 10 powerful allies, he would soar to new heights. Upon seeing his talent, Zhou Xiaopeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Brother Hao, why do I feel like I've been ganked by the system? Is this truly a divine grade talent? Lin Tianhao grinned. You have yet to grasp the true power of this talent. Go ahead and buy me for a test. Ding. Player Shinpeng invincible request to establish a soul binding. Do you agree? Agree. This soul binding has no detrimental effects on the bound individual. Rather, it amplifies their health and magic resistance. Lin Tianhao's armor and magic resistance were negligible, so a 10% increase was not substantial. However, his health was impressively high. A 10% increase meant several thousands. And as time progressed, it would yield even more. Upon binding with Lin Tianhao, Zhou Xiaoping was momentarily stunned. He watched as his health skyrocketed from over 10,000 to an astonishing 500,000. Wow, Brother Hao, your attributes are astonishing, even surpassing that of an ordinary boss. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, glancing at the time. Let us start leveling you up. Allocate points to your attack power. And soon you'll be ready to take me down. Zhou Xiaoping paused. Take you down? Yes. The bounty on the Demon King Grievelin is better suited for you than for others. Is that appropriate? If you die with your notoriety, won't you drop to level 1? Let it be. Leveling up is easy for me. Lin Tianhao was indifferent. This was not a matter of vanity for him. For him, leveling up was indeed quite simple. He sent Zhou Xiaoping a team invitation, with experience points distributed as 91-9 in favor of Zhou Xiaoping. After all, Lin Tianhao could no longer level up, so it would be a waste to keep them. After a round of defeating 5 blood-eyed Xian turtles, and after 2 rounds, Zhou Xiaoping's talent leveled up. Upon reaching 2 stars, he could bind 2 friendly units. Brother Hao, this is truly incredible. Lin Tianhao maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Stay calm. Also, do not consider a class below the divine level. If it's a hidden god-level profession, transition directly. Understood. Zhou Xiaoping nodded. Lin Tianhao was also familiar with some strategies regarding the hidden profession of warriors. However, while there are many advanced classes, there exists but a singular divine class, and it is not found within the Star Kingdom. If all else fails, one may opt for a conventional profession, relinquishing the pursuit of a hidden vocation. For upon transitioning to a standard class, one retains the opportunity to later pursue a concealed career. However, even if one were to choose a yellow-grade hidden profession, without special items, it becomes nearly impossible to transition to another hidden vocation. Thus, it becomes clear. Zhou Xiaoping nodded, sensing Lin Tianhao's profound familiarity with the game, though the extent of this familiarity eluded him. Furthermore, I have appointed you as the vice president of the guild, enabling you to recruit some skilled players. Very well. As they spoke, Lin Tianhao remained alongside Zhou Xiaoping, engaging in monster hunting. Before long, Zhou Xiaoping reached level 20, but could only continue leveling by completing the advancement quest. You may first journey to the main city to transition into a standard profession, and then return to me just in time. The Clintfist bird mentioned that he would be available tonight. Calculating the time, once he defeats the blood-eyed dragon turtle and clears the Blackwater Lake dungeon. It should align perfectly. Very well. Chapter 69. The Blood-Eyed Dragon Tortoise. After bidding farewell to Zhou Xiaoping, Lin Tianhao resumed his monster hunting endeavors. He had vanquished the blood-backed mysterious tortoise 12 times already, with just 6 more required to summon the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. Given Lin Tianhao's current output capabilities, all that remained was to await the respawn of the blood-backed mysterious tortoise. In the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. Ding! Due to your defeat of numerous blood-backed mysterious tortoises, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise, long slumbering in the Blackwater Lake, has awakened. Please evacuate immediately. Evacuate? That was out of the question. His objective was none other than to hunt the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. Ahead, the waters of the Blackwater Lake rippled, revealing a shell as large as a basketball court rising to the surface. Blood-eyed dragon tortoise, bronze level 45. Health, 6, 850, 0006, 850, 000. Attack, 17, 590. Skills, Pearl Water Cannon, Healing Body, Dragon-S Roar Tsunami, 9-Pillar Impact, Black Water Vortex, Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, Water Arrow Array, Blood-Eyed Poison Fog, Invulnerability, Rage. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. With nearly 7 million health points and over 17,000 in attack power, not to mention the unseen magical strength, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise was indeed a formidable foe. As a magical creature, its magical prowess would undoubtedly eclipse its physical attack. However, Lin Tianhao felt no fear. Even without donning the tier of the Goddess of Life, his health had surpassed 530,000. Engaging in a tug-of-war was still a considerable possibility. Whoosh! The feathered arrow was unleashed. -16, 369. A colossal damage figure materialized above the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's head. Simultaneously, two conspicuous healing notifications appeared. 5, 258. 3, 000. The bloodthirsty dragon armor's life steal, combined with the inherent healing ability of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise, sent a chill down Lin Tianhao's spine. He knew the healing capacity of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise was formidable, but he had not anticipated it to this extent. For an ordinary level 45 player, the damage dealt would likely be outstripped by the creature's self-healing. Naturally, this consideration disregarded the effects of wounds. Generally, by level 30, players would begin to wield weapons or skills that inflict wound effects. With such wound suppression, the boss's healing would be significantly hampered. This thought sparked an intriguing idea in Lin Tianhao's mind. Could he perhaps consider acquiring some wound-inducing equipment? This would enable him to remotely gank those world bosses. The self-healing of world bosses was indeed terrifying. The damage from the Book of Life and Death was often overshadowed by their passive healing, rendering the attacks nearly inconsequential. Yet, what if he possessed equipment with a substantial wound effect? Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. The property of inflicting wounds was a special attribute, increasingly difficult to stack as one progressed. Prior to the second-class advancement, managing to stack wounds to 30 or 40% would be quite remarkable. However, such a minor wound effect would offer little assistance to Lin Tianhao. While his mind wandered, the battle showed no signs of abating. Lin Tianhao continued to unleash feathered arrows, refraining from recklessly approaching the Blackwater Lake. Instead, he utilized the extended range of his basic attacks to engage from a distance. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise let out a thunderous roar, causing the waters of Blackwater Lake to churn violently, sending towering waves crashing toward Lin Tianhao. This was a wide-area skill. Although Lin Tianhao was remarkably swift, evading such a massive onslaught of water was nearly impossible. -19,859. A colossal damage figure materialized above Lin Tianhao's head, and, simultaneously, he was hurled backward by the force of the waves. The sheer extent of this skill, coupled with its devastating damage, was indeed a source of great frustration. After a brief moment of being airborne, Lin Tianhao landed, only to discover a ring of water marks forming beneath his feet. This was dire. He leaped away just in time, as a column of water surged upward from the ground behind him. Had he been even slightly slower, he would have been swept away by the torrent. The moment he touched down, another water column erupted beneath him. Lin Tianhao performed a backflip, narrowly evading the second column. Supporting himself with one hand, he remained in an inverted position and noticed yet another water mark appearing below him. With a resounding crash, a massive column of water struck him, propelling him into the air while simultaneously depleting a significant portion of his health. -18,850. Again, nearly 20,000 points of damage. Utilizing Lin Tianhao's airborne state, a fourth water column surged toward him. Judging by the skill's name, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise could unleash 9 such columns. As he spun in a full 360-degree rotation, Lin Tianhao narrowly evaded the fourth column. Upon landing, he quickly retreated. His speed allowed him to dodge and advance, rendering the remaining water columns ineffectual against him. In fact, Lin Tianhao seized the opportunity to launch feathered arrows at the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows flew forth, inflicting considerable damage, while the blood-eyed dragon tortoise also exhibited impressive healing capabilities. Moreover, the area surrounding Blackwater Lake was firmly within its domain. The range of its skills was nearly on par with Lin Tianhao's enhanced attack range. Surviving the water column strikes, Lin Tianhao began to unleash a torrent of attacks, striving to inflict as much damage as possible. -16,398. -16,407. Lin Tianhao's damage output was formidable. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise's healing was substantial, yet its passive restoration was calculated per second, whereas Lin Tianhao's attack speed remained above 5, with over 80,000 damage dealt in a second. The tortoise's passive healing was rendered insignificant. Its primary healing stemmed from the effects of the bloodthirsty dragon armor. However, in the face of Lin Tianhao's overwhelming output, it was but a drop in the bucket. Having acquired a measure of intelligence, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise recognized the futility of its current battle strategy. To Lin Tianhao's astonishment, the tortoise retracted its limbs and head into its shell. In the next instant, the shell, floating upon Blackwater Lake, transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao barely had time to roll to the side, yet the shell, approximately the size of a basketball court, struck him unexpectedly, sending him flying. Minus 19,999. Lin Tianhao's health bar diminished significantly. Upon landing, Lin Tianhao continued his assault. The blood-eyed dragon turtle possessed a vast attack range, yet its damage output was not as formidable as Lin Tianhao had anticipated. Subsequently, Lin Tianhao comprehended the reason behind the creature's charge. It halted and delivered a resounding slap to Lin Tianhao's forehead. 34,980 damage, a critical hit. The force of the blood-eyed dragon turtle's strike left Lin Tianhao's head buzzing. However, he did not falter and promptly retreated. Simultaneously, he unleashed a flurry of arrows, striving to maintain distance. Close combat would be exceedingly disadvantageous for him. Yet, despite the blood-eyed dragon turtle's seemingly sluggish pace, its massive stature allowed it to close the gap with just a single step, effectively negating Lin Tianhao's attempts to create space. Since you wish to engage in close quarters, then allow me to indulge you, Lin Tianhao scoffed, abandoning his retreat. Instead, he surged towards the side of the blood-eyed dragon turtle, leveraging its enormous form to obscure his visibility. Chapter 70. The first kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. When confronting such a colossal and relatively sluggish boss, employing the strategy of manipulating its line of sight proves to be the most effective approach. Due to its massive size, even with a slower movement speed, the distance it can cover with each step should not be underestimated. Therefore, utilizing the boss's own immense physique to position oneself becomes crucial. In the distance, the floating pagoda divine wolf had been dispatched to this location. To be precise, when Lin Tianhao commenced his assault on the blood-eyed dragon turtle, he had already arrived, albeit without approaching too closely to avoid any misconceptions of attempting to steal the boss. Apart from the blood-eyed dragon turtle, there was another individual lurking in the shadows. This person was none other than talent+Kill, who shared a similar objective with the floating pagoda divine wolf. Lin Tianhao had already noticed their presence but chose to disregard them. Feather arrows continuously rained down upon the blood-eyed dragon turtle, causing its health to plummet. It turned several times, but failed to catch sight of Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao skillfully maximized his evasive maneuvers, consistently positioning himself within the creature's blind spots. Shadow Step. talent+Kill raised an eyebrow. He recognized the technique Lin Tianhao employed, claiming with confidence that his own shadow step surpassed Lin Tianhao's. However, his mastery of the technique had been honed through countless battles and assassination missions. While Lin Tianhao's version might not be as refined, it was certainly not lacking. In that fleeting moment, talent+Kill pondered deeply. He did not believe that Lin Tianhao had only recently acquired such skills. He must have possessed them prior to entering the game. The floating pagoda divine wolf, witnessing Lin Tianhao's extraordinary evasion and damage output, felt a chill run down his spine. He now understood why the elite team, led by dream-chasing Smoke and Snow, had been so effortlessly annihilated by Lin Tianhao. With high damage and outrageous positioning, Lin Tianhao's movements transcended mere strength. They were nothing short of extraordinary. In any other game, he might have even suspected the use of hacks. Lin Tianhao, however, remained indifferent to their perceptions. His movement speed, attack speed, and reflexes were all maximized. Many ordinary archers, even in the late stages of the game, still exhibited clumsy positioning that hindered their basic attacks. In other words, with a theoretical attack speed of 5.0, their actual output might only reflect a paltry 3.0, or even lower due to poor movement. Additionally, accuracy suffered from many archers while maneuvering. Of course, when targeting a creature as massive as the blood-eyed dragon turtle, such issues were not immediately apparent. However, merely observing Lin Tianhao's movements led the floating pagoda divine wolf to realize that he was not someone to provoke. Roar! The blood-eyed dragon turtle let out a furious bellow, releasing a noxious mist from its shell. -648. -648. One by one, damage numbers materialized above Lin Tianhao's head. The purifying jade pendant proved to be remarkably effective, significantly mitigating the poison damage he endured. The impact of this toxic mist skill became almost negligible. At that moment, the blood-eyed dragon turtle let out a furious roar, its body enveloped in a flashing crimson light, signifying its entry into a state of rage. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened as he suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap, for the blood-eyed dragon turtle had anticipated his movements. Its immediate activation of rage was aimed directly at his annihilation, as a black water vortex emerged beneath his feet, pulling him mercilessly into its depths. This vortex, spanning over 20 meters in diameter, relentlessly drew Lin Tianhao towards its center, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Simultaneously, a formation appeared above Lin Tianhao, unleashing a barrage of water arrows. -6,785, -6,789, -6,782. Each damage figure manifested upon him. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao donned the tier of the goddess of life, initiating a fervente offensive. His health surged by 20%, while he simultaneously regained 10,000 life points every second. This boon not only elevated his damage output, but also enhanced his recovery. The floating god wolf, acutely sensitive to attributes, discerned the changes in Lin Tianhao's stats in an instant. While he could not gauge Lin Tianhao's health, he could assess the increases in attack power and recovery based on his own knowledge. Skill? Talent? The floating god wolf was somewhat uncertain, but suspected it to be a type of damage amplification skill. Lin Tianhao's damage had indeed risen, approximately by 20%, complemented by the blessing of an automatic recovery of 10,000 life points per second. Such an increase was formidable at this stage. The floating god wolf had experienced similar amplification skills before and had witnessed others benefiting from them as well. However, the maximum amplification he had encountered was 10%. Lin Tianhao's 20% increase, alongside an automatic recovery of 10,000, was a first for him. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Lin Tianhao bore the relentless assault of the water arrows, averaging 10 arrows striking him each second, inflicting over 80,000 damage. He sought to break free from the black water vortex, but the blood-eyed dragon turtle was not inclined to grant him such a reprieve. It opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a volley of water orbs. -10,890, -10,893, -10,888. Once again, a series of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao. Each water orb also inflicted a knockback effect upon him. Yet, Lin Tianhao remained unperturbed. The damage dealt by the blood-eyed dragon turtle was not particularly high in his eyes, primarily due to its plethora of area damage skills lacking explosive potency. As long as the explosive damage is insufficient to eliminate Lin Tianhao in one strike, and the control chain is inadequate, the combined restorative effects of the goddess of life's tier, the bloodthirsty necklace, the 9-union longbow, and the revitalization skill render the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's damage incapable of toppling Lin Tianhao. Whoosh! The arrows slice through the air, and the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's health begins to plummet. It attempts to retaliate against Lin Tianhao, but its output pales in comparison to Lin Tianhao's substantial recovery. At this juncture, the demise of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise is merely a matter of time. With its defeat, the astute floating pagoda divine wolf analyzes the battlefield with precision. The battle is far from over, yet he already possesses the answer in his mind. The outcome holds no suspense. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise, and a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. This is an official notice, encouraging all players to strive for further accomplishments. The announcement resonates throughout the server as Floating Pagoda, Divine Wolf, and Shadow Kill approach simultaneously. Shadow Kill, with swifter speed, reaches Lin Tianhao first. Snow Emperor. Our captain wishes to discuss a matter with you. Chapter 71. The chief family of Tiangong Mountain. Lin Tianhao paid no heed to Yingsha, instead commencing his examination of the corpses. Ding. You have acquired a skill book 3. Ding. You have obtained equipment 4. Ding. You have earned gold 598. Ding. You have gained free attribute points 50. Ding. You have received Dragon Gallbladder 1. Ding. You have obtained the Blackwater Lake Dungeon Key 1. A series of system notifications echoed in the air. Lin Tianhao first scrutinized the skill book. To his delight, he discovered a skill for Berserk Body. Berserk Body, 1 star. Effect. You will be immune to all forms of control, including knockbacks, for the next 5 seconds. Cost, 50 MP cooldown, 30 minutes. Proficiency, 0-100. Note, this skill is exclusively learnable by warriors, fighters, and other melee professions. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, finding this unsurprising. Regardless of whether one is an archer or a mage, they are limited to learning only purification-type skills. Obtaining continuous control immune skills like Berserk Body is exceedingly rare. Some priests may possess blessing skills that offer similar effects. The remaining 2 skill books held no value for him. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor is also restricted to warriors and fighters. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, 1 star. Effect. 5 of the damage you receive will be converted into healing, restoring your health. Cost none. Cooldown none. Proficiency 0-1000. Both this skill and Berserk Body are exceptionally suitable for Zhou Xiaobang. It seems he is merely working for Zhou Xiaobang. As for the 3rd skill book, the Blackwater Whirlpool, it is applicable only to mages, rendering it irrelevant to him. The equipment was even less pertinent. At level 45, Lin Tianhao could not yet don such tank gear. After collecting the equipment, Lin Tianhao cast a glance at the Floating Pagoda, Divine Wolf. Floating Pagoda, Divine Wolf? You aren't here to kill me like Dreaming Snow, are you? The Floating Pagoda, Divine Wolf, hastily waved its hand. Not exactly, but yes. I wish to discuss the possibility of compensating you with some monetary reward for your demise at our hands. Perhaps 5 million? Lin Tianhao regarded the Floating Pagoda, Divine Wolf, with an expression of incredulity. Do you truly believe that if I sought to make money, I will be concerned about your 5 million? The Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf was not surprised by Lin Tianhao's response. In fact, he had anticipated such an answer. Very well. I apologize for the intrusion. The Floating Pagoda, Divine Wolf, spoke respectfully. However, should the esteemed Snow Emperor have any equipment or skill books to sell, our Floating Pagoda Guild would be open to negotiation. Understood. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, his gaze shifting to Yingsha in the distance. Yingsha, if your intentions mirror those of the Floating Pagoda, Divine Wolf, you may take your leave as well. Yingsha emerged from stealth. Very well. But I must inform you that someone has set their sights on you. They are formidable and not to be trifled with. Lin Tianhao chuckled nonchalantly, indifferent. Is he truly afraid of player targeting? Not in the slightest. At this stage, even players endowed with divine talent find it nearly impossible to confront him. Very well. Do take care of yourself. As Yingsha departed, the Floating God Wolf accompanied him. Once they had left, Lin Tianhao retrieved the dungeon key, preparing to unlock the Blackwater Lake instance. However, before he could do so, he instinctively sidestepped. An arrow grazed his shoulder, narrowly missing its mark. At this moment, it was astonishing that someone dared to strike at him. As Lin Tianhao pondered this, arrows continued to pierce the air ahead. It was a level 15 archer, fully equipped, with a rapid attack speed that matched Lin Tianhao's own. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened, and he immediately retaliated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows sliced through the air. In the next instant, Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted in shock. His arrows were intercepted by those of the mysterious archer. Both were energy arrows. Despite the swift flight of the arrows, the opponent had accurately countered Lin Tianhao's arrows with their own, neutralizing his attack. Such precision sounded simple in theory, but Lin Tianhao understood that even during the cataclysm, such skill was a rare phenomenon. His opponent was indeed a master. Employing the twisting string archery technique without hesitation, Lin Tianhao aimed to launch his arrows in a curve, hoping to evade the opposing arrows and ensure his attack remained unimpeded. Yet, as soon as his arrows were released, the opponent's arrows also curved, employing the same twisting string archery technique. This maneuver was terrifying. 5 arrows were loosed simultaneously. Lin Tianhao altered his attack strategy once more. The opponent mirrored his actions, unleashing 5 arrows that could also counter Lin Tianhao's. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Tianhao speculated, "Are you a practitioner of ancient martial arts? A member of the chief family from Tiangong Mountain?" In his previous life, a group of ancient martial artists had risen dramatically in the game. During the cataclysm, these practitioners served as the backbone against the threat from the Alethea galaxy. Their formidable combat skills allowed them to snowball in the game, capable of inflicting substantial damage as long as their talent and class were not overly deficient. The archer regarded Lin Tianhao with surprise. "Your mastery of twisting string archery and the rapid succession of arrows indicates a high level of skill. You even know of our chief family from Tiangong Mountain. Might I inquire as to your identity? Why inquire about real identities in a game? Are you suggesting that if you cannot prevail in the game, you wish to confront me offline?" The archer shook his head. "We, the chief family, are above such uncouth tactics. However, I would like to propose that our chief family from Tiangong Mountain be affiliated with your solitary snow guild." "Oh," Lin Tianhao replied, somewhat surprised. He had considered recruiting a group of ancient martial artists when establishing this guild. He had not anticipated that someone would proactively seek to join him, particularly a member of the renowned chief family from his previous life. The individuals from the Tiangong Mountain chief family are truly remarkable, and I find myself lacking any grounds for refusal. However, I still wish to inquire, what advantages would I gain by joining your guild?" The archer presented a skill book. "I have observed your combat videos. Your resilience is commendable, yet you are not immune to control effects, nor do you possess any skills for purging control effects. This skill book should serve as a significant enhancement for you." Lin Tianhao accepted the skill book, his eyes brightening with interest. Starry Moon Purification, 1 star. Effect 1. Removes control effects, slowdowns, and negative buffs from a user. This purification is ineffective against knockbacks and curses. Effect 2. For 10 seconds after use, you will gain a 5 boost to resilience. Cost, 50 MP cooldown, 10 minutes. Proficiency, 0-1000. Note, this proficiency can only be increased when used in the context of being controlled, slowed, or afflicted by negative buffs. It cannot be accumulated through casual use. Chapter 72, Blackwater Lake, Dragon Tortoise. The purification skills indeed serve as a formidable enhancement. Alas, the Star Moon Purification cannot dispel knockback or curses. For him, its utility is somewhat limited. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao would not hesitate to include them in his guild, even without the Star Moon Purification. This decision is motivated not only by the fact that the chief family of Tiangong Mountain is an ancient martial arts lineage, but more importantly, after the great calamity in his previous life, the chief family unreservedly made their arcane archery manual public, allowing all archers to learn from it. The analysis by the high-level players of the Dream Chasing Club was indeed accurate. Under normal circumstances, even with deliberate practice, one would struggle to grasp the floating arrow technique in less than 5 years. Lin Tianhao, blessed with extraordinary talent and tempered by life and death experiences. Yet even so, these factors alone do not account for his rapid mastery of numerous archery techniques. The crux of the matter lies in the chief family's revelation of their accumulated knowledge over a millennium, which afforded him the opportunity to learn the intricacies contained within. Such a venerable martial arts family is one that Lin Tianhao cannot refuse. The archer revealed his ID, and Lin Tianhao added him as a friend and promptly invited him to join the Guxue Guild. Shattering the Heavens, a name imbued with a hint of youthful bravado. Yet, Lin Tianhao found himself taken aback, for Shattering the Heavens was a renowned figure in his past life. His innate talent, while not excessively extraordinary, offered no boost to damage. movement speed, or attack speed. None of his attributes were enhanced. Although his talent was classified as holy level, many jested that it was inferior to the heavenly level, or even the earthly level. However, it was through this holy level talent that he maximized the manipulation of the archer class. Lin Tianhao still recalls the details of his talent. Absolute Deceleration, level 1 star. Effect 1. Your basic attacks reduce the target's movement speed by 5 for 5 seconds, non-stacking. This effect is absolute, unaffected by tenacity, invulnerability, purification, or any immunity to control effects. Effect 2. Your basic attacks reduce the target's attack speed by 5. If the target is a magical entity, it will additionally increase their skill cooldown and casting time by 5 for 5 seconds, non-stacking. This effect is also absolute, unaffected by tenacity, invulnerability, purification, or any immunity to control effects. Mastery, 0-1000. This talent is indeed holy level. When it was first revealed, countless individuals mocked it. Yet, sometimes, talent truly reflects the individual. In the hands of an average player, it is rather lackluster. However, shattering the heavens, despite wielding what appeared to be an inferior talent, achieved performances of a godly caliber during the era of the calamity. This is also linked to one's understanding of the game. They perceived only the 5%, neglecting that this talent could be upgraded and that its effects were unassailable and could not be interrupted. Once this talent reaches the pinnacle of 10 stars, it results in a staggering 50% reduction in movement speed and attack speed. Furthermore, it extends the casting time for spellcasting entities and increases cooldown periods. This is truly terrifying. Regrettably, the prodigy known as Piercing the Firmament ultimately faced the 10 foremost generals of the Elite Star system alone during a battle meant to cover the retreat of the human forces. One individual, after all, cannot contend with 10 masters. In the end, despite managing to eliminate 3 foes, he was slain, marking a significant loss for the Dragon Kingdom Warzone. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tianhao contemplated much. Piercing the Firmament is undeniably deserving of respect. I grant you the status of administrator. You may invite all members of your clan into the guild. Instinctively, Piercing the Firmament nodded, astonished by the enhancements bestowed upon him by Lin Tianhao's guild. These attributes would provide immense assistance to their clan. In the early stages, when free attribute points are woefully insufficient, archers typically possess very low health. Some extreme archers might only have their health equivalent to the meager bonuses provided by their equipment. However, Lin Tianhao's guild directly adds 10,000 health points. In addition, it enhances attack speed, movement speed, critical hit rate, and damage. Each attribute proves invaluable to them as archers. Snow Empress. I initially sought merely a modest boost to my attributes, never imagining the extent of your guild's enhancements. Piercing the Firmament gazed at Lin Tianhao with gratitude. Though he had not played extensively as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he understood well the significance of such attribute enhancements in combat. It's nothing. Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively and then produced the key to the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Use. Ding. You have used the Blackwater Lake dungeon key. The dungeon is now open. Ding. You have successfully opened the Blackwater Lake dungeon. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to conceal your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Empress for successfully opening the Blackwater Lake Dragon Tortoise dungeon. Special rewards. 20 free attribute points, 50 gold. This announcement serves to encourage all players to strive further. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Empress for successfully opening the Blackwater Lake Dragon Tortoise dungeon. Special rewards. 20 free attribute points, 50 gold. This announcement serves to encourage all players to strive further. Until we meet again in the martial realm, I must delve into the dungeon now. Lin Tianhao stepped forward, entering the luminous portal of the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Upon entry, Lin Tianhao promptly allocated all 70 free attribute points to his mana, elevating his initial 100 points to 450. While still somewhat inadequate, it would suffice. Hell, difficulty. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao, true to his usual approach, opted for the Hell difficulty level. Ding! Your level is too low. This dungeon's hell difficulty cannot be entered solo. Lin Tianhao. In his previous life, he had never attempted to tackle a hell difficulty dungeon meant for level 45 players at merely level 20. Thus, he was unaware of this limitation. Nightmare difficulty. Ding! It has been detected that your level is too low. You cannot enter this nightmare level dungeon alone. Lin Tianhao felt a tinge of frustration. Was it truly impossible for him to solo such a high-level dungeon? This would thwart his intentions of utilizing the hell-level dungeons to farm for health points. Difficulty level. Lin Tianhao lowered the difficulty once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. Easy level. Yet, there was still no alteration. Must he form a party to gain entry into this dungeon? Lin Tianhao sent a private message to Zhou Xiaopei. Fatty, have you completed your class transfer quest? Come join me for a dungeon run. Not yet. Should I come over first? No need, Lin Tianhao replied, then messaged Shipitsangxiong, have you left yet? If not, accompany me for a dungeon run. I'm right at the dungeon entrance. Lin Tianhao exited the dungeon, sent a party invitation to Shipitsangxiong, and re-entered the dungeon. Once inside, Lin Tianhao unhesitatingly selected the hell-level difficulty. Shipitsangxiong raised an eyebrow, displaying little surprise. Upon entering, they found themselves in a dimly lit cave. The atmosphere damp and occasionally punctuated by the sound of dripping water. Chapter 73. No one can enter alone. Ahead, Lin Tianhao beheld over a dozen bloodback Xiangui. Bloodback Xiangui, elite level 45. Health, 99, 375 99, 375. Attack, 1, 598. Skills, Bloodthirsty Xiangui Shell, Water Sphere Technique, Water Arrow Technique, Magical Water Shield. The difficulty of this hellish dungeon was daunting, devoid of ordinary monsters, commencing instead with elite-level foes. Moreover, their attributes surpassed those outside the dungeon significantly. The health points alone had nearly doubled, and their attack power had increased substantially. Whoosh! The feathered arrow sliced through the air. Lin Tianhao commenced his slaughter. At his side, Shipakong also joined the fray. Minus 19, 150. Minus 1. The first damage was dealt by Lin Tianhao, the second by Shipakong. Observing his own damage in comparison to Lin Tianhao's, Shipakong felt somewhat numbed. Was this still human? His attacks on the bloodback Xiangui barely inflicted any meaningful damage, while Lin Tianhao's arrows wrought terrifying devastation. As the bloodback Xiangui were assaulted, a multitude surged forth from behind. A veritable tide of bloodback Xiangui charging towards Lin Tianhao and Shipakong. 5 arrows unleashed. Lin Tianhao maximized his output, and with the chain damage from his lightning leaps, the bloodback Xiangui began to fall in droves. Even the formidable foes boasting over 90,000 health points were obliterated in mere seconds by Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have reached level 16. Free attribute points 5. Before the first wave of monsters had been fully vanquished, Shipakong had already leveled up. Throughout the ordeal, he merely observed as Lin Tianhao relentlessly dispatched the bloodback Xiangui, which continued to collapse before him. In less than 2 minutes, the first wave of bloodback Xiangui had been entirely eradicated. Next came the second wave, mirroring the layout of the previous hellish dungeon. Here, the bloodback Xiangui commander appeared, boasting attributes approximately 5 times that of a regular bloodback Xiangui. Regrettably, under Lin Tianhao's tempestuous onslaught, it too met its demise. Ding! You have reached level 17. Free attribute points 5. Ding! You have reached level 18. Free attribute points 5. Shipakong had done nothing yet witnessed his level escalating wildly. On the leaderboard, he had surged from a relatively low position into the top 5, continuing to rise. The third wave presented an even greater challenge. Here, the dominant foes were no longer the elite bloodback Xiangui, but rather the commander-level bloodback Xiangui, alongside black iron-level blood-eye Xiangui. The overall combat power had escalated to new heights. Were it not for Lin Tianhao's prowess, even a 12-man team of level 45 players would find it nearly impossible to conquer this dungeon at its hellish difficulty. It would likely require 12 exceptionally skilled players, each with heavenly talents, full equipment, and special items to successfully navigate this challenge. Yet, Lin Tianhao now engaged in a solitary massacre. 5 arrows unleashed, damage maximized. Occasionally, he triggered the effect of Death's Rebirth, instantly annihilating the monsters before him. The third challenge presented a slight pressure, yet it remained utterly inconsequential to Lin Tianhao. Instead, it was the character piercing the heavens that succumbed. Indeed, while Lin Tianhao pressed forward, he fell. The cause was simple. He was merely grazed by a wide-area skill from the blood-eyed Xian turtle, resulting in a complete depletion of his health. The build of piercing the heavens was extremely focused, primarily enhancing attack and movement speed, while possessing alarmingly low health and resistance. Had it not been for a complete set of level 15 equipment, he would have certainly met his demise. Nevertheless, his demise in the third challenge bore no impact on Lin Tianhao as he stepped into the fourth challenge. Here lay the location of the ultimate boss. Blood-eyed dragon turtle. Bronze health, 16, 850, 00016, 850, 000. Attack, 27, 590. Skills, rapid water cannon, healing body, dragoness roar tsunami, 9-pillar impact, black water whirlpool, bloodthirsty dragon armor, water arrow formation, blood-eyed toxic mist, invulnerability, frenzy. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened, as he had anticipated within the hellish dungeon. The attributes of the blood-eyed dragon turtle had received a substantial enhancement. Moreover, within the confines of the dungeon, the limited environment rendered it impractical to maneuver freely. Lin Tianhao could only endeavor to avoid control skills as much as possible. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao initiated his assault. -19, 285. 9, 849. 2, 000. Lin Tianhao. This recovery ability was somewhat grotesque. His true damage inflicted over 10,000 health points in recovery. Yet Lin Tianhao did not succumb to despair. He unleashed a furious barrage of attacks. Whoosh! Feathers of arrows soared in succession. Due to the high recovery rate of the blood-eyed dragon turtle, Lin Tianhao found his damage per arrow limited to just over 7,000. Considering the turtle's health exceeding 16 million, it would require more than 2,000 arrows to fell the beast. Currently, each arrow allowed him to accumulate 3 points of health. Thus, over 2,000 arrows would yield an increase of 7 to 8,000 health points. By such calculations, it was evident that only by engaging in these high-intensity hellish dungeons could he rapidly accumulate health. In contrast, slaying ordinary wild monsters would necessitate 2,000 to 3,000 kills to achieve a similar health boost. However, the challenges of quantity and distribution among ordinary monsters required movement and waiting for respawns, thus wasting considerable time. As the blood-eyed dragon turtle approached, it lunged a massive claw towards Lin Tianhao. He narrowly evaded and continued his assault. The turtle, not overly hurried, continued its relentless strikes. Its size surpassed that of the previously defeated blood-eyed dragon turtle, with claws of even greater magnitude. Additionally, Lin Tianhao discerned that its speed exceeded that of its predecessor by more than double. Once more, he distanced himself, narrowly escaping another strike. Yet, just as he repositioned, a watermark appeared beneath his feet. A sense of dread washed over Lin Tianhao. He recognized this as the blood-eyed dragon turtle predicting his movement, prompting the early release of its skill, 9-pillar impact. Moreover, its 9-column impact extends even further than that of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. Boom! A column of water surged skyward. With the wings of profound ice, Lin Tianhao was aware that his star moon purification could not negate the effect of being struck airborne. Thus he unhesitatingly utilized the wings to create distance. Ascending into the air, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise became Lin Tianhao's living target. Although the tortoise still possessed 8 remaining columns of impact capable of reaching the altitude at which Lin Tianhao soared, it proved futile. Lin Tianhao's aerial maneuvering was equally exceptional. The 9-column impacts were characterized by delay. First, a watermark would appear, followed by the actual impact, granting Lin Tianhao ample time to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In midair, Lin Tianhao unleashed a flurry of feathered arrows, each piercing through the air with devastating force. continuously depleting the health of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. Realizing that its water column attacks could not reach Lin Tianhao, the tortoise let out a furious roar, opening its gaping maw to channel energy for a new skill, the successive water cannon. Chapter 74. First Encounter, Blackwater Lake, Blood-Eye Turtle. The charging time for the water cannon is relatively brief, and its attack speed is remarkably swift. Yet, Lin Tianhao deftly evades all assaults amidst his nimble maneuvers. The trajectory of the water cannon, expelled from the mouth of the blood-eye turtle, is predictable. As the water cannon emerges, Lin Tianhao is already repositioning himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While skillfully dodging the attacks, Lin Tianhao continues to unleash a relentless barrage, showing no mercy. His arrows pierce the air incessantly, gradually depleting the blood-eye turtle's health. Roar! The blood-eye turtle lets out a furious roar, realizing that it is powerless against Lin Tianhao, who hovers in midair. Lin Tianhao's arrow strikes are executed effortlessly. With a rate of 5 arrows per second, he inflicts approximately 40,000 damage, amounting to 240 million damage within a minute. In 5 minutes, it is more than sufficient for Lin Tianhao to whittle down over 10 million of the blood-eye turtle's health. At last, when the blood-eye turtle's health dwindles to just over 4 million, the duration of Lin Tianhao's Ice Wing comes to an end. Upon landing, he persists in his assault. However, the subsequent actions of the blood-eye turtle leave Lin Tianhao astounded. It activates its berserk mode, yet refrains from immediate attack. Instead, it employs the skill Healing Body. In no time, Lin Tianhao witnesses the blood-eye turtle's health rapidly regenerating, and within moments, it has recovered to over 11 million. One skill restored over 6 million health. Truly absurd. Lin Tianhao cannot help but mutter a sarcastic remark. It is not merely that the blood-eye turtle is formidable. It is the hellish difficulty of the blood-eye turtle that renders it so. Once the blood-eye turtle's health is restored, it transforms into a streak of light, charging towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao furrows his brow. Such a collision from a shell larger than a basketball court is beyond his current evasion capabilities. Bang! Minus 51, 290. A colossal damage figure appears above Lin Tianhao's head. He feels a jolt of dread as his health plummets drastically. Smack! After landing, the blood-eye turtle raises its claw and strikes Lin Tianhao squarely on the forehead. Critical hit. Minus 55, 895. Another massive damage figure emerges. Lin Tianhao immediately sidesteps, employing his previous combat strategy to manipulate visibility. Yet, the blood-eye turtle's speed and attack rate are evidently heightened. In a swift turn, another claw descends. Lin Tianhao narrowly dodges while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of arrows. The battle between man and turtle intensifies. Relying on his agile movements, Lin Tianhao manages to evade the majority of the blood-eye turtle's attacks. The blood-eye turtle, recognizing that this approach is ineffective, realizes that while its healing ability is formidable, Lin Tianhao's recovery is equally terrifying. Roar! The blood-eye turtle bellows in fury. In the next instant, waves ripple, and a torrent of water surges over 10 meters high, rushing towards Lin Tianhao. His gaze sharpens as he anticipates the blood-eye turtle's intentions. The dragon's roar, coupled with a tsunami-like wave, sets off a chain of control leading into the Blackwater vortex, preparing for a continued onslaught. Minus 29, 850. A colossal figure representing damage materialized above Lin Tianhao's head. Before he could even touch the ground, a swirling vortex of black water had already manifested beneath him. Upon landing, Lin Tianhao found himself directly atop this ominous whirlpool. Observing this, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise immediately summoned a barrage of water arrows above Lin Tianhao. This combination of attacks would prove formidable, even for a level 45 tank. Lin Tianhao's health was not particularly extraordinary either. However, the moment he landed on the Blackwater vortex, he promptly activated Star Moon Purification, creating distance and escaping the vortex's grasp. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise, frustrated by its failed assault, let out a furious roar. Yet, Lin Tianhao paid no heed to the creature's enraged outburst. He continued to unleash his attacks, striving to maximize his damage output. As the feathered arrows soared through the air, Lin Tianhao's health began to rise, and his damage output exhibited a slight enhancement. For every incremental increase of 1,000 health points, his basic attack's true damage would elevate by 30 points. While this may seem insignificant, at a rate of 5 arrows per second, the improvement was indeed substantial. With the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's skills having missed their mark, the threat it posed to Lin Tianhao became negligible. Bolstered by a surge of furious attributes, the tortoise struck Lin Tianhao with its claws twice more, inflicting some damage. But that was the extent of its success. Without a series of consecutive skills landing, it was virtually impossible for the tortoise to pose a real threat to Lin Tianhao. After all, Lin Tianhao's vampiric abilities were truly terrifying. With a 5% lifesteal from the 9 Harmony longbow, each arrow could restore around 1,000 health. 5 arrows per second translated to approximately 5,000 health restored, complemented by the bow's inherent trait of regenerating 100 health per second, culminating in a total of 5,001 per second. The Bloodthirsty Necklace granted an additional 1% lifesteal based on maximum health. With the Tears of the Goddess of Life and the 10% boost from the passive talent of Xiaopeng, Lin Tianhao's health had surpassed 640,000. Thus, 1% equated to 6,400 health restored per arrow, leading to a staggering 32,000 health regained in a second. Furthermore, the Resurrection skill, upon reaching 4 stars, could restore 500 health per second, with the Tears of the Goddess of Life contributing 10,000. Lin Tianhao's total health restoration per second amounted to an impressive 47,600. In essence, as long as the blood-eyed dragon tortoise could not incapacitate Lin Tianhao or deliver an overwhelmingly high burst of damage, the threat it posed was inconsequential. The tortoise's abilities predominantly consisted of continuous or widespread attacks, which often bore the flaw of inadequate burst damage. However, it was not to say that the blood-eyed dragon tortoise lacked the capacity for brief yet powerful bursts. For instance, the earlier Black Water Vortex. Had Lin Tianhao not possessed purification, he would have faced the subsequent Water Arrow Barrage and the 9 Pillars Impact, which could have proven overwhelming, even for elite players of level 45. In other words, it could have resulted in the instant demise of any player of the same level. Yet, there were no hypotheticals here. Lin Tianhao wielded purification and possessed remarkable recovery capabilities, allowing him to systematically wear down the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. The outcome unfolded without any suspense, as Lin Tianhao successfully vanquished the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. Ding! Your team has accomplished the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise and is on the verge of an announcement to the entire server. Should the name be concealed? No. Announcement to the entire server. Congratulations to the player Shui Di, whose concealed nickname has successfully completed the Blackwater Lake Dragon Tortoise First Clear. Shui Di is awarded 80 free attribute points, while the concealed nickname receives 10 free attribute points. This announcement is made with the hope that all players will continue to strive for excellence. The announcement resonates across the server, a sound that Lin Tianhao has grown accustomed to. However, the name of Shi Po Tsang Qiong remains undisclosed. Furthermore, due to Shi Po Tsang Qiong's minimal contribution to the completion of this dungeon, the free attribute points awarded are merely 1/8 of Lin Tianhao's. Additionally, as he has perished and is no longer within the dungeon, he is ineligible for the rewards associated with its completion. Chapter 75, The Gank from Ancient Warriors. Next comes the tally of the first completion rewards. Ding! You have received 42 skill books. Ding! You have acquired 65 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have gained 2,200 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained Dragon's Gallbladder 1. Ding! You have received. A continuous series of system notifications echoed. For Lin Tianhao, it was yet another bountiful harvest. However, with equipment levels insufficient, he dismissed those considerations. After pondering over the skill books, Lin Tianhao found himself at a loss. Upon returning to the main city, skills and equipment began to be categorized, with the requirements for equipping and learning far more stringent than those in the novice village. Nevertheless, as the first to complete this dungeon, he was granted special privileges. For instance, The bloodthirsty dragon armor, originally exclusive to warriors, now seemed accessible to him due to his accomplishment in the dungeon. He could learn this skill. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao learned the bloodthirsty dragon armor. Bloodthirsty dragon armor, 1 star. Effect: 5 of the damage you receive will be converted into healing, restoring your health. Consumption: none. Cooldown: none. Proficiency: 0/1000. Note: this proficiency represents 1/10 of the value of health restored using this skill. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was splendid, and leveling up would be remarkably swift. After all, in his current battles against bosses, he often endured damage exceeding 10,000. Even 5 of that amounted to 500, and 1/10 of that was 50. In other words, leveling up was merely a matter of participation. However, for other players, this would not be as straightforward. Even for the tankiest players, the majority of those at levels 10 to 15 had health ranging only from 5,000 to 10,000, with only a rare few reaching 20,000. Such players, enduring damage while attempting to heal, would find it nearly impossible to withstand such high damage. Even if they had their 15,000 health depleted, the proficiency gain would be less than 100. Clearing his thoughts, Lin Tianhao stored all his items in the guild warehouse. The 5-star guild's warehouse was more than capable of accommodating his belongings. After exiting the dungeon, Lin Tianhao glanced at the time, estimating that Zhou Xiaopeng would be arriving soon. Just then, a figure appeared instantaneously behind him. It was a displacement skill. Launch: -295. The damage was not particularly high. As the assailant executed their skill, they followed up with a 3-part thrust, sending Lin Tianhao's body airborne into a state of rigidity. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, wondering who this was that dared to ambush him. Before he could ponder further, another person appeared. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to land, this newcomer seized his neck. Choke, followed by a powerful punch that sent Lin Tianhao flying once again. Remarkable resilience. The player employing the punch was somewhat surprised, as the knockback effect of this attack was unlike his usual capabilities. Yet he did not pause for a moment and launched into another series of strikes. Sequential explosive punch, -315, -312, -314. A series of damage numbers materialized above Lin Tianhao's head. Just as he was about to land, a fiery pillar surged from beneath his feet, sending him soaring once more. This was the Flame Impact, a skill that elemental mages could only learn after reaching level 30. Lin Tianhao was somewhat astonished. What manner of mage was that in the distance, capable of mastering a level 30 skill even before completing their first job advancement? The player before Lin Tianhao unleashed a stone palm, propelling him backward midair. A nearby warrior, wielding a long sword, coordinated with him, managing to inflict a floating effect upon Lin Tianhao. An ancient martial artist, Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. This technique of floating and repulsion bore a striking resemblance to his own floating arrow technique. Unlike the simplistic combat mechanics found in the game Dusk of the Gods, this was a pure display of martial prowess. Close-range floating combos were inherently easier to execute than their ranged counterparts, yet they remained unattainable for ordinary players. To be precise, even the top-tier experts from various clubs would struggle to achieve this level of skill at this stage. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, feeling no urgency to activate his Star Moon purification. After all, Zhou Xiaopeng had yet to arrive, and utilizing these players to enhance his proficiency with the bloodthirsty dragon armor was quite beneficial. Before Lin Tianhao could even touch the ground, a 4th individual appeared. Together, the 4 of them managed to keep him airborne, racking up a staggering combo count of 100 in a brief span. The more floating attacks they executed, the greater their damage became. Initially, their normal attacks inflicted around 300 points of damage, but as the combo count rose, each strike began to whittle away over 500 of Lin Tianhao's health. To maintain the floating effect, they did not strike simultaneously. Hence, Lin Tianhao endured merely over 1,000 damage per second. However, with the Tears of the Goddess of Life restoring 10,000 health each second, this damage was inconsequential in comparison. The 4 players recognized this dilemma, yet they remained unfazed. If 100 combos were insufficient, then they would aim for 1,000. As long as Lin Tianhao lacked a purification skill, they were confident in their ability to defeat him through relentless chaining. At that moment, Lin Tianhao was observing their attack patterns, attempting to discern the martial arts faction they belonged to. Suddenly, a realization struck him. In his previous life, there existed a notorious guild known as the Dominance Guild. Its members were renowned for their impeccable coordination, capable of unleashing infinite combos and frequently targeting top players to loot their gear. Under normal circumstances, whether or not purification skills were available, it was exceedingly difficult to interrupt their attacks in a solo scenario. Goodness, this player is utterly monstrous, one of the participants lamented, as their combo count surpassed 500. Their collective damage output had exceeded 5,000 per second. But was it meaningful? Absolutely not. What on earth were they doing? Just then, Zhou Xiaoping arrived. Upon witnessing Lin Tianhao under attack, he charged forward with a barbaric charge, targeting the player nearest to Lin Tianhao. As Zhou Xiaoping charged forward, the mage's expression shifted dramatically. "Hold on, I shall deal with this warrior," she declared. With that, she brandished her staff, and a circle of flames surged forth from her being. Flame Barrier. This skill, superior to his barbaric charge, effectively interrupted Zhou Xiaoping's advance. As his momentum was thwarted, he witnessed 3 fireballs hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he attempted to sidestep, yet his speed was insufficient. Furthermore, the mage had anticipated his position the moment she activated the flame barrier, allowing the fireballs to connect seamlessly. -288, -289, -291. A series of damage figures materialized above Zhou Xiaoping's head, yet his health bar only diminished imperceptibly. How could this be? Chapter 76. The Emergence of the Dominant Guild. They recognized Lin Tianhao's formidable strength, yet they could scarcely fathom the terrifying prowess of the warrior at his side. Retreat. The other 3, though reluctant, heard Qi's insistence. "With my 500-hit combo, we still have a chance." "I said retreat," the mage reiterated firmly, brandishing his staff to conjure flames at Lin Tianhao's feet. These flames were intended to slow him down, providing an opportunity for their escape. However, their assumptions were overly simplistic. As Lin Tianhao landed, he swiftly released a single arrow. In that instant, their entire squad was annihilated, the result of triggering a lightning jump. Even the splash damage was insurmountable for them. "Brother Hao, who are they?" Zhou Xiaoping inquired, bewildered. Lin Tianhao shook his head, uncertain. "They likely came for the bounty on the demon King Grievulent." As he spoke, Lin Tianhao collected the equipment dropped by the fallen foes. "This bounty is a burden I now bear. Let us see if you can kill me." He said this because he was unsure of the damage Zhou Xiaoping could inflict at present. "By the way, these 3 skill books are suitable for you." He handed Zhou Xiaoping 3 books: Body Dominance, Berserk, and Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, all acquired from the blood-eyed dragon turtle. "Brother Hao, this is too intense," Zhou Xiaoping exclaimed. Lin Tianhao merely smiled, unfastening all his equipment. "It's necessary. While wearing gear, you could hardly hope to defeat me. Let us go." Zhou Xiaoping showed no hesitation. He had completed his job change, opting for the path of the Berserker rather than the Shield Warrior. He believed that, after binding with Lin Tianhao, his health had reached impressive heights, making the Berserker route the wisest choice to compensate for his previous lack of damage, especially with his 3 passive skills that could potentially secure his victory. With a single strike, Zhou Xiaoping dealt -918 damage, a commendable figure, thanks to the rewards from his quest with the blacksmith. After also defeating Lin Tianhao once, he had received a bounty from the Star Kingdom, coupled with his accumulated equipment. His attack power had become quite formidable. Yet, as soon as he dealt damage, Lin Tianhao summoned healing numbers above his head, 46, 500, due to the effects of the Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor and the Revitalization skill. There was no way around it. While Lin Tianhao could remove his gear, he could not relinquish his skills. "Hold on, this is too slow." Lin Tianhao proceeded to dispatch ordinary bloodback turtles, only pausing after defeating 5 of the blood-eyed turtles. The 5 began to assault Lin Tianhao fiercely. As a level 45 Black Iron boss, they managed to deplete a third of his health in a short span, while he refrained from retaliating. Just as his health dwindled to over 10,000, Lin Tianhao made his escape. After disengaging from combat, Zhou Xiaopeng was fully prepared to unleash a torrent of attacks upon Lin Tianhao. Minus 919. Shattering Stone Slash. Minus 1,258. Minus 1,258. This skill had triggered the passive ability Double Slash, resulting in the skill dealing damage twice. This was the reason Zhou Xiaopeng could establish an early advantage. Under the relentless barrage of Zhou Xiaopeng's output, Lin Tianhao was swiftly vanquished. Due to his excessively high notoriety, he inevitably dropped to level 1. Upon resurrecting at the altar, Lin Tianhao's infamous status immediately drew the attention of many players, only for them to discover a significant issue. The bounty on Gravel Dragant had vanished, as Lin Tianhao had already been eliminated. As the saying goes, no profit, no early riser. With no bounty on Lin Tianhao, pursuing him further would merely be a waste of time. However, the players' reluctance to trouble him did not mean that the city guards would abstain. Shortly after Lin Tianhao's resurrection, a squad of city guards surged forth. Our Blackwind City does not welcome the most heinous of criminals. You must leave at once. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The prospect of being expelled from the main city was entirely within his expectations. But at that moment, an aged voice rang out. Step aside. Upon hearing the voice, the captain of the city guards frowned. City guards are enforcing the law. Can the idle not quickly make way? In response, Clinfifth Bird produced a token from within his garments. At the sight of the token, the guards immediately bowed respectfully, greeting him as my lord. This person is to be taken with me, Clinfifth Bird stated coolly before leading Lin Tianhao away. Many players surrounding the scene were taken aback. For the majority, the city guards held a position of considerable authority within the main city, capable of managing numerous affairs. Yet today, the guards collectively bowed to another and subsequently escorted Lin Tianhao away. What could have transpired for the Snow Emperor to be led away like this? Was it due to his excessive notoriety, leading to a severe punishment? It didn't seem likely. Based on my experience, the Snow Emperor likely triggered some hidden reward. Players buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao followed Clinfifth Bird into the palace. Snow Emperor, you are a wise individual. You should understand how to address the king upon our meeting shortly. Understood, Lin Tianhao replied with a nod. Clinfifth Bird brought him to the exterior of a palace, from within which the sounds of merriment could be heard. Occasional praises for Princess Leona drifted out. Princess Leona, truly remarkable. So young, yet blessed with noble allies. Soon after, someone inquired, Princess Leona, may I ask who your benefactor is? Could you possibly share a hint? The NPCs of the Twilight of the Gods were exceedingly astute, discerning from the server-wide announcement that the one who had slain Greyroll Linson was not one of their own. According to the rules of this world, only adventurers or the leaders of their teams can receive a server-wide announcement upon defeating a boss. Your Excellency, I must keep the identity of this noble individual confidential. I hope for your understanding, Leona politely declined. At that moment, Chancellor Kelsenro grinned and remarked, I have heard that a certain adventurer named the Snow Emperor has recently emerged in our Star Kingdom, gaining considerable fame and monopolizing numerous server announcements. Unfortunately, he is a notorious figure with a red name value in the millions. Otherwise, he could have been taken under my wing for cultivation. With this, Chancellor Kelsenro paused momentarily before inadvertently stating, Princess Leona, it is not the infamous Snow Emperor who assisted you in slaying Greylorin, is it? Upon hearing this, Leona's expression darkened. Chancellor, you are well versed in the ways of politics. It is unwise to make unfounded speculations about uncertain matters. Chapter 77 The Confrontation in the Great Hall. As Leona's words echoed in the air, the voice of Queen Theodinia suddenly resonated. It is indeed inappropriate for the Chancellor to make unwarranted conjectures. However, my associates recently encountered the Snow Emperor, and he mentioned that it was he who assisted you in slaying the Demon King's son, Grellerin. The Queen's declaration was like a stone cast into a still pond, creating ripples of astonishment. Upon the throne, King Abelar gazed at Leona with keen interest. Leona, is what the Queen said true? Leona's expression darkened. She was acutely aware that the truth would soon be unveiled. This was precisely the arrangement she had made with Lin Tianhao. To deny it outright now would amount to deceiving the crown. Father, mother, the individual I sought assistance from indeed promised confidentiality. If you possess evidence, mother, do present it, Leona stated, her words not as an act of treachery, but rather as an expression of loyalty. Yet, this very statement alerted them to the underlying discrepancies. If it were not the Snow Emperor, a mere denial would suffice, eliminating the need for such elaborate discourse. Yet, Leona chose to elaborate, which only served to raise suspicions. Queen Fiadinia smiled and proposed, "How fortuitous! My people have brought the Snow Emperor. The truth of the matter can be unveiled by summoning him for a confrontation. Shall we?" Upon hearing this, Leona's countenance darkened further. Although she was already aware, the performance must be executed thoroughly. King Abelar raised an eyebrow. In that case, let us summon the Snow Emperor for direct confrontation. The Griffin, accompanied by Lin Tianhao, entered the Grand Hall. The arrival of Lin Tianhao drew many curious glances. For a bounty of 100,000 red names had not graced the Star Kingdom in many years. Those who had previously held such a notorious status were invariably malevolent figures, and Lin Tianhao was no exception in their eyes. Snow Emperor, the Queen claims you are responsible for the demise of Grelorin. Is this true? King Abelar inquired. Lin Tianhao nodded. Indeed, I was the one who slayed Grelorin. Upon hearing this, Leona immediately retorted, Snow Emperor, you should consider your words carefully before making such claims. King Abelar raised his hand, signaling Leona to cease. Snow Emperor, you assert that you killed Grelorin. Could you elaborate on how you achieved this? Lin Tianhao produced a treasure that the Griffin had prepared for him. This artifact enabled me to bypass the formations and enter the shattered star abyss. At this revelation, King Abelar's gaze fixated on the artifact in Lin Tianhao's possession. Lin Tianhao did not conceal its attributes, rendering them visible to all present. Even so, do you possess sufficient damage output to have slain Grelorin? King Abelar continued his questioning. Given your current level, to put it bluntly, you wouldn't even breach Grelorin's defenses. Lin Tianhao, brimming with confidence, replied, What if my damage is true damage? Abelar narrowed his eyes, bring him forth. With that command, a general clad in golden armor stepped forward. Try striking him with your true damage. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao raised his hand and released an arrow. Minus 20,598. A colossal damage figure materialized. Abraham appeared slightly astonished. Yet, Leona retorted, Father, this only serves to demonstrate that the Snow Emperor possesses the capability to slay Grelorin, but it does not prove that the one who killed Grelorin is indeed he. Leona's rebuttal was both logical and well-founded, seemingly without flaw. However, the subsequent words of Queen Fiadinia transformed Leona's expression into one of great distress. Your Majesty, if Leona's collaborator is not the Snow Emperor, then who exactly is it that she needs to go to such lengths to conceal? King Abraham similarly turned his gaze toward Leona. Leona, at this juncture, the only way to clear your name is to reveal the identity of the person who assisted you in slaying Grelorin. Upon hearing this, Leona fell silent. After a brief pause, she sighed, Father, I have promised that adventurer not to disclose his identity. If that is the case, I shall revoke your reward for slaying Grelorin. Do you have any objections? Leona's heart ached. The identity coveted by the helm of the starry commerce, Qing Fian and Ti Shuejian, now slipped from her grasp. Father, Iarbo Nogriabansas, as the princess of the starry kingdom, if I cannot uphold this modicum of integrity, how can I command the respect of others? Leona's declaration resonated with conviction, prompting several nobles present to regard her with newfound respect. To abandon the starry commerce in order to honor her commitment is a rare quality indeed. However, some believe that Princess Leona was merely evading responsibility, claiming the Snow Emperor was the one who aided in slaying Grelorin, and that her current actions were merely excuses to escape culpability. Furthermore, some discerned that this was an entrapment orchestrated by Queen Fiadinia. Regardless, within the court, a small faction began to gravitate towards Princess Leona. This was precisely the outcome Lin Tianhao sought to achieve with his scheme. He turned the tables to his advantage, gaining benefits while simultaneously earning the trust of Queen Theodonia, a double triumph. Although Princess Leona appeared to have lost the starry commerce, she garnered the approval of several ministers. As for the starry commerce, there would be other opportunities to contend for it later. Snow Emperor, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your collaboration with Princess Leona? Lin Tianhao shook his head. The current outcome was already optimal. No, for Leona only provided me with a verbal promise and no tangible benefits. King Abraham's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Lin Tianhao. Snow Emperor, you are a wicked individual. Do you not fear my arrest? Your Majesty, I have not taken a life within the main city. You may expel me. Abraham scoffed coldly. I am the king of the Starry Kingdom. In addition to expulsion, I can imprison you for half a month. You adventurers seem to be racing against time to enhance your strength. If I were to confine you for that duration, it should significantly hinder your progress, yes? Lin Tianhao remained silent, patiently awaiting Queen Fei Udinyu's response. His audacity to be present in this place suggested he feared neither confinement nor consequence, for the queen was obligated to protect him. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to drag her down with him. Queen Fei Udinyu was undoubtedly aware of this precarious situation. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke, Your Majesty, he is under my charge. As evidenced by the significant decline of his notoriety score by 100,000, it is clear he is striving for redemption. Why not grant him a chance to reform? Oh, Abala turned his gaze towards Queen Fei Udinyu, inquiring, What sort of opportunity does the queen intend to offer him? Perhaps we could initiate a quest for him, Footsteps of the Snow Corpse. If he successfully completes this challenge, his notoriety score would surely diminish even further. Chapter 78. The Remnants of the Snow Corpse. Upon hearing the words of Queen Theodonia, the nobles and dignitaries in the Grand Hall exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions. It was evident that they were all familiar with the quest related to the traces of the Snow Corpse. Lin Tianhao was equally astonished, for after gathering the essence of corpses, he had received the task to navigate the Snow Corpse quest. However, despite possessing memories from his previous life, he remained oblivious to the origins of the Snow Corpse traces. Now, clarity dawned upon him. It required the intervention of King Abelar to unlock this quest, which explained his prior ignorance. Moreover, he observed the nuanced changes in the expressions of the surrounding nobles. Their demeanor indicated that the Snow Corpse traces were no ordinary matter. Snow Emperor, since the queen has already interceded on your behalf, you may choose your path, endure confinement for half a month, or venture into the remnants of the Snow Corpse. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's countenance grew serious. He found himself devoid of options. The Queen Theodonia had ensnared him. The Snow Corpse traces were undoubtedly fraught with peril, possibly even linked to the legendary phenomenon of resurrection within the same location or at designated points within the quest. In his previous life, he had encountered enigmatic realms where, upon death, players would not resurrect in the main city, but rather within the quest itself, either reviving at their last location or returning to the initial stage of the quest. In essence, survival hinged upon successfully completing the quest. There were instances of teams of players trapped in such quests, unable to escape until they meticulously studied the quest mechanics and employed a rotating strategy to conquer it. Typically, quests exhibit a characteristic whereby, until completed, the wilderness monsters within do not respawn. For example, if Lin Tianhao succeeded in the first stage and advanced to the second, no matter how long he lingered in the latter, the former would remain unchanged. Thus, the players had resorted to a rotating strategy, ensuring that they never faced total annihilation. Should one player perish, another would immediately rush from the first stage to continue the battle. Such quests were a calamity for most players, yet for Lin Tianhao, it presented an unexpected boon. Indeed, he thought to himself, is there truly such an opportunity? For he could infinitely accumulate health points, and the higher the difficulty of the quest, the better. It was a veritable paradise for enhancing his vitality. Furthermore, he had an existing task that required him to enter the Snow Corpse traces. To him, it was a fortuitous dual benefit. Very well, Your Majesty. I choose to enter the Snow Corpse traces. Upon hearing these words, Queen Theodonia exhaled in relief, and King Abelar nodded with a smile. Excellent, Snow Emperor. I eagerly await your success in the snow corpse traces. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the clintfish bird, which understood his intent. Ding! You have completed the task for the clintfish bird. Task reward: 300 free attribute points. Skill space flicker 1. Space flicker, 1 star. Effect: flicker 5 meters in any direction. Capable of passing through obstacles. Consumption: none. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Proficiency: 0-1000. Lin Tianhao was slightly astonished, as this was beyond his expectations. This skill not only allowed him to traverse obstacles, but also did not consume any mana. Should the star rating ascend, the benefits would undoubtedly be exceptional. Snow Empress, I am about to initiate the instance. Footprints of the snow corpses. Are you prepared? Lin Tianhao nodded. I am ready. King Abelard gestured with his hands, reciting intricate runes. Immediately, a luminous portal materialized before Lin Tianhao. Indeed, this instance could only be unlocked by King Abelard. Lin Tianhao stepped forward, entering the instance. There were no level indicators for this instance, though the difficulty options remained uniform. Hell level. As was his custom, Lin Tianhao directly selected the hell level difficulty. Beep. Friendly reminder. This instance is a special one. If you fail to complete it upon entry, you shall not be able to exit. Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a warning for this instance. Entering, he realized there was no retreat. He was eager to discover what made this instance unique. In the next moment, Lin Tianhao found himself before a dilapidated village. The landscape was engulfed in a frozen wasteland, with pristine white snow blanketing everything. In the late stages of his previous life game, he had ventured into similar small world instances, which bore a resemblance to this one. Upon entry, merely observing the exterior revealed no apparent issues. It seemed identical to the outside world. However, in truth, this place was a self-contained little world. Beep. You are affected by the snow and ice. Your movement speed is reduced by 5, and your attack speed is reduced by 5. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He paid it little heed and advanced into the village, covered in deep snow. Here, Lin Tianhao encountered desolation. The monsters he had anticipated were absent. Suddenly, one of the village's windows was flung open by the howling wind and snow. A woman, her expression fraught with panic, quickly shut the window. Yet at that moment, a creature emerged from the snowdrift, charging towards the center of the snowfield. Instantly, Lin Tianhao drew his bow and released an arrow. In his previous life, he had undertaken quests to protect the natives. Should the villagers fall to wild beasts, it would result in a failed quest or a reduction in completion rating. Thus, the moment the creature made its move, his arrow had already been loosed. Whoosh! Twisting bout technique. The powerful impact struck the airborne creature with precision. As the creature plummeted, Lin Tianhao finally discerned its attributes. Ice and Snow Werewolf, Black Iron level 50. Health, 90000009000000. Attack, 3,999. Skills. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It appeared this instance was genuinely intriguing. His recent shot had clearly dealt over 20,000 points of damage to the Ice and Snow Werewolf. However, upon landing on the snow, the Frostwolf's vitality was instantly replenished. Could it be that within this snowy terrain, as long as one remains upon its surface, one could achieve boundless regeneration? In this moment, Lin Tianhao came to realize the true challenge posed by this dungeon. The real adversaries were not the creatures lurking within, but rather this peculiar effect. Yet, was this not precisely in alignment with Lin Tianhao's intentions? Previously, he had thought the monsters were feeble, unable to contribute significantly to his health pool. But now it appeared that this dungeon was tailor-made for him. With infinite healing, Lin Tianhao could not be vanquished, allowing him to continuously accumulate vitality. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao's feathered arrows sliced through the air. As he had anticipated, the Frostwolf could indeed regenerate endlessly upon the snow, which brought him great joy. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each infused with a certain repelling force, employing his twirling arrow technique. The Frostwolf roared in fury, yet it was perpetually unable to close the distance to Lin Tianhao. Vitality 3. Vitality 3. Chapter 79. Attribute Reset. Lin Tianhao was joyfully stacking his attributes. However, at that moment, a second ice wolf appeared, charging towards him. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. He had been enjoying a one-on-one battle. But the arrival of this second ice wolf altered the dynamics of the confrontation. He continued to unleash his arrow techniques while preparing to test whether his lifesteal ability could withstand the damage from the other ice wolf. Swish! The second ice wolf lunged and struck Lin Tianhao with 2 claws. Minus 3,999. Minus 3,999. True damage. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. Minus 599. Minus 599. Bleeding. His pupils dilated in shock. The ordinary attack from the ice wolf had inflicted a bleeding effect, a rare occurrence under normal circumstances. Nevertheless, his lifesteal could still sustain him, so he remained unafraid. He continued to fire arrows furiously, gradually replenishing his health. However, it was not long before the third ice wolf appeared. Lin Tianhao realized he could no longer endure. The ice wolf's attacks dealt true damage and carried a bleeding effect. He could withstand one ice wolf's assault, but facing more was proving to be overwhelming. As expected, his health bar began to dwindle rapidly. Relying solely on lifesteal was no longer sufficient. His attack speed was swift, but the ice wolves matched him in speed, and with the added bleeding and occasional skill strikes, they made it impossible for Lin Tianhao to maintain his distance. Yet Lin Tianhao remained unfazed, as his health continued to rise steadily. He was merely at level 1. Death would not significantly impact him. After accumulating over 5,000 health points, he finally succumbed, falling beneath the claws of the ice wolves. Just as he perished, Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly widened in astonishment. He had discovered something utterly outrageous. His attributes had been reset. They returned to what they had been upon entering this dungeon. All the health he had painstakingly accumulated was gone. This was terrifying. Lin Tianhao gasped. His talent was of divine caliber, although it had not fully awakened. It should not have been easily reset by a dungeon. Time reversal? Lin Tianhao shook his head. Such a probability was unlikely. Time reversal was too extraordinary, something even deities might struggle to achieve. Thus, there could only be one answer. This dungeon was either semi-divine or even pseudo-divine, or perhaps the work of a true deity. A divine dungeon capable of resetting his attributes was certainly not surprising. One should not presume that his extraordinary talent was unbeatable. No matter how exceptional, it was still merely talent. According to the wisdom of his past life, divine talent only hinted at the potential for ascension to godhood, which paled in comparison to actual deities. He had underestimated this dungeon significantly. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao also realized that his death had not triggered the cycle of reincarnation even once. As for the reasons, Lin Tianhao was aware that it was likely due to the suppression from the divine realm and, furthermore, a suppression of levels. In the twilight of the gods, level suppression does not manifest overtly in attribute values. However, Lin Tianhao understood that such suppression would be reflected in probabilistic outcomes. For instance, his death reincarnation had a value of 1%, yet when he faced a level 50 boss while being 49 levels below, the actual probability of triggering that value might be less than 0.01. Coupled with his relatively low luck attribute, this probability would diminish even further. Additionally, disparities in rank would also impose constraints, further lowering the chances of success. If this were indeed the case, he had no choice but to eliminate the ice snow wolf. Alternatively, there might be other strategies to conquer this dungeon, such as leveraging the strength of the local inhabitants. Regardless of the approach, it left Lin Tianhao feeling somewhat apprehensive. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Tianhao resurrected and placed his equipment into the guild warehouse before messaging Zhou Xiaoping. "Buddy, take some gear from the warehouse and sell it for funds. We need to upgrade our nutrient chamber." The nutrient chamber was significantly more expensive than the standard game storage, costing over 100,000. Furthermore, it required regular injections of nutrient fluid, allowing players to remain offline for approximately 2 weeks. The cost of a nutrient fluid was also considerable, with a 2-week supply nearing 10,000, a sum beyond the means of an ordinary household. However, Lin Tianhao was unconcerned. Without upgrading to Nutrient Chamber, he would struggle during the later stages of the game when tackling such minor world dungeons, as prolonged gaming sessions without sustenance would be untenable. As for whether Zhou Xiaopeng would sell the weapons Lin Tianhao needed, that was out of the question. Access to the guild warehouse was granted solely by the guild leader, allowing only certain individuals to retrieve items, while others could only observe. After assigning the task to Zhou Xiaopeng, Lin Tianhao logged off to have a meal. He needed to ensure he was well-fed before tackling the dungeon, as hunger midway would necessitate a complete restart, resulting in a significant waste of time. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Lin Tianhao re-entered the game. He knew that the forthcoming battle would be rather challenging and that he must remain fully focused to maximize his gains. Upon re-entering the game, he found himself still within the dungeon. Just as before, he entered the village, and the storyline remained unchanged. The window of a certain house was blown open, and a woman hurriedly rushed over to close it. The ice snow wolf appeared, charging towards the woman with alarming speed. Lin Tianhao acted the moment the ice snow wolf leaped into the air, releasing his feathered arrows. He employed the twisting bout technique once more. As he interrupted the ice snow wolf, he began to execute the floating arrow technique. Indeed, as long as it was a dungeon, there would invariably be a way to break the challenge. It could not be an insurmountable task. In a state of levitation, the ice snow wolf did not regain health. It could only recover upon landing in the snow. With this knowledge, the situation became significantly more manageable. Lin Tianhao's current attack speed made it even easier to keep the ice snow wolf airborne than before. In the frigid expanse, the ice snow werewolf plummeted from the sky. Its health diminished by over 5 million points due to Lin Tianhao's assault. With a ferocious roar, the ice snow werewolf activated its invulnerability, dispelling its levitation and crashing onto the snowy ground. Lin Tianhao observed keenly. The werewolf was not instantly restored to full health, regenerating at a rate of 100,000 per second. In other words, Lin Tianhao's damage could effectively suppress its healing. He merely needed to endure until the invulnerability wore off, allowing him to launch it into the air once more. Upon landing, the ice snow werewolf transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Lin Tianhao. He deftly rolled to the side, evading the attack while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of strikes. Previously, he could withstand the werewolf's onslaught. Now, it posed no challenge. As the invulnerability faded, Lin Tianhao relentlessly employed his aerial arrow technique to send the werewolf soaring once again. This time, without the safeguard of invulnerability, the werewolf could merely emit a futile roar before succumbing to Lin Tianhao's might. Ding! You have slain the ice snow werewolf. Experience points 0. Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted in disbelief. How absurd! This dungeon was unlike any he had encountered before. Defeating monsters yielded no experience points. Thus, for ordinary players hoping to enhance their combat prowess through leveling up, their aspirations were utterly futile. Lin Tianhao now comprehended the changing expressions of the nobles in the Star Kingdom and understood why Queen Fudenyu had recommended him to this place. As long as he remained trapped here, no one would uncover her collusion with the Nether clan. Yet, had she overlooked a grave issue? Adventurers could communicate with one another. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence now. His interest in this Snow Corpse Footprints dungeon intensified. With no experience rewards and such formidable difficulty, what might he gain upon completion? However, Lin Tianhao had little time for contemplation, for the second ice snow werewolf had emerged. Following the same strategy, he sent it airborne, executing an uninterrupted barrage of attacks. Even after the invulnerability subsided, the werewolf could do no more than endure Lin Tianhao's relentless onslaught. As the invulnerability concluded, the ice snow werewolf was met with another aerial assault. Presently, Lin Tianhao dealt over 20,000 points of true damage per arrow, while the werewolf possessed 9 million health points, necessitating over 400 arrows for its defeat. Considering the duration of the invulnerability, it would take Lin Tianhao approximately 600 arrows to vanquish a single ice snow werewolf, yielding a remarkable 2,000 health points for him. Chapter 80. The Command of Ice and Frost. Following this, Lin Tianhao seemed to have ignited a frenzy of life point accumulation. He swiftly vanquished 9 snow wolves, augmenting his life points by over 17,000. With the 10% bonus from Zhou Xiaopong's innate talent and the 20% boost from the Tears of the Goddess of Life, this substantial life point gain effectively provided him with more than 22,000 life points. However, such a modest increase was still far from sufficient for Lin Tianhao. Soon, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Upon encountering the 10th snow wolf, it was not a solitary beast that emerged, but 2. Was this the true essence of a hellish difficulty dungeon? Lin Tianhao's gaze grew serious. Employing his usual strategy, he suspended one foe in the air while deftly maneuvering to engage the other. The life points surged to over 22,000, accompanied by a boost of over 600 to his basic attack damage. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, his damage output exceeded 3,000 per second. This level of damage, while impressive, still posed a challenge against the 9 million health points of the snow wolves. Yet, Lin Tianhao remained undaunted, launching his assaults with remarkable ferocity, maximizing his limited output. Faced with 2 snow wolves, Lin Tianhao maintained a sense of ease. He could withstand their onslaught, replenishing his lost life points through vampiric abilities. After dispatching the first snow wolf, he swiftly turned his attention to the second. The strategy remained unchanged, and no issues arose. On this occasion, Lin Tianhao dispatched a total of 18 snow wolves in one go. The thought crossed his mind. Would 3 snow wolves appear next? Although defeating these 18 foes granted him an additional 40,000 life points, enduring the simultaneous attacks of 2 snow wolves still presented a formidable challenge for him at this juncture. However, Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief as no further snow wolves materialized. It was still the same humble abode from before. A woman within cautiously opened a window, and upon realizing the absence of snow wolves outside, she boldly unlocked the door. "Brave adventurer, we are immensely grateful to you. Without your intervention, this winter would have been unbearable for us." Lin Tianhao turned his gaze towards the speaker. Villager Chun Shaner, level 50, health points 1,000,000,1,000,000. Attack 985, skills. Note: she is a villager residing here. Perhaps she could offer you unexpected rewards. Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback, not by Chun Shaner's health or attack stats, but by her name. With 5 years of gaming experience from his previous life, Lin Tianhao was well aware that in the Kingdom of Stars, there were scarcely any NPCs bearing names characteristic of the Dragon Kingdom. To be blunt, he had never encountered an NPC of this nature before. In his past life, others had criticized this aspect, as servers from other nations typically featured some semblance of their country's attributes. Yet the Dragon Kingdom, aside from the deities and certain entities associated with them that retain the characteristics of the Dragon Kingdom, everything else is predominantly westernized. In this realm, Lin Tianhao unexpectedly encountered names that resonated with Eastern culture, which stirred a sense of excitement and familiarity within him. As the saying goes, when one witnesses injustice, one must draw their sword to assist. "This is my duty," Lin Tianhao chuckled. "Regardless, you have been of great assistance to me. To express my gratitude, allow me to prepare a sumptuous dinner for you, if you would be so kind." Lin Tianhao was still somewhat uncertain about the mechanics of this realm, opting to take one step at a time. "Very well," Lin Tianhao replied as he entered the humble abode of Aunt Shun. The simplicity of her home was evident. Hanging in the kitchen were over a dozen pieces of cured meat, which looked quite appetizing, reminiscent of authentic Sichuan-style cured pork. She busied herself in the kitchen, requesting Lin Tianhao to wait for a moment. However, this moment extended to over half an hour. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Tianhao's patience exceeded that of the average person, and he remained quietly in anticipation, curious about what kind of narrative might unfold. Before long, 3 dishes and a soup were served: cured meat, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, egg soup, and sweet and sour ribs. Quite a decent spread. Care to try? My culinary skills are rather average, if it doesn't please your palate. I hope you can be forgiving, Anshin said. Lin Tianhao smiled and waved his hand. The meal looked delightful, and in the midst of this icy weather, The warmth of a hot meal was already a blessing. He picked up a piece of cured meat and took a bite. Ding! Attack power 5. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. Food granting attributes? He sampled a bite of the shredded potatoes. Ding! Attack speed 0. 02. Lin Tianhao's spirits lifted. This was astonishing. To verify the effects of these dishes, he tasted the egg soup and the sweet and sour ribs. Sweet and sour ribs. Ding! Critical hit 1. Egg soup. Ding! Movement speed 0. 1. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of excitement. With critical hits and attack power secured, he believed that attack speed and movement speed were most advantageous for him. He began to indulge heartily. However, he soon regretted his earlier decision to dine before tackling this realm. Initially, he feared facing the quest on an empty stomach, yet now he found himself overwhelmed. Although the food in the game did not genuinely replenish energy, the sensation of fullness was undeniably real. Lin Tianhao continued to eat as much as he could. He polished off the shredded potatoes, which had enhanced his attack speed. Yet, when it came to the egg soup, despite his best efforts, he could only manage to drink half. Any more, and he feared he might feel ill. Consequently, his movement speed increased by 3 points. As for the remaining dishes, he simply could not consume any more and had to concede defeat. It was a pity, otherwise his movement speed could have improved further. However, due to his movement speed already surpassing 10 points, the enhancement was halved, effectively resulting in an increase of only 5 points. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Lin Tianhao said politely as he wiped his mouth. You are truly a benevolent adventurer, leaving me with such an abundance of meat. What can I say? Aunt Shun felt somewhat embarrassed, seemingly compelled to express her gratitude towards Lin Tianhao. After rummaging through her belongings for a considerable time, she eventually emerged, holding a token in her hand. Young man, you are quite impressive. This is a memento left to me by a formidable adventurer I once sheltered. I hope it proves useful to you. Lin Tianhao instinctively accepted the token. Token of ice, special equipment. Wearing requirement, none. Effect, your attacks can reduce enemy units' attack speed and movement speed by 20 for a duration of 5 seconds. Durability, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This was indeed a valuable item. However, he soon became acutely aware of a significant issue. In this particular dungeon, it appeared that he could not utilize it at all. The reason was simple. What he truly needed was a knockback effect or attributes that inflict severe injuries, or perhaps a substantial increase in health. A slowing effect? It was of little use. Chapter 81. The Ancient Eastern Kingdom, slumbering here. However, in this place, it proves to be of little use. If taken outside, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. The reduction of either attack speed or movement speed alone is already powerful, but to diminish both simultaneously is truly monstrous. This is especially true for certain warrior classes, whose inherent attack and movement speeds are not particularly swift. A mere 20% reduction transforms them into easy targets. The same principle applies to wild creatures. Yet, the text did not clarify if this effect is mandatory, suggesting it is likely dispellable through purification. Nevertheless, such a measure would be futile, as basic attacks can trigger the effect, and Lin Tianhao need only to persist with his regular strikes. Whether others utilize purification or not becomes irrelevant. Regaining his focus, Lin Tianhao heard a knock at Aunt Shen's door, followed by a frail voice from outside. Aunt Shen, is the adventurer here? Yes, village chief, Aunt Shen replied, opening the door to reveal a diminutive old man with hair as white as snow. Village chiefly. Health, attack, skills. All stats appeared as question marks. Upon seeing this, Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. Brave adventurer, I am truly grateful to you. However, slaying those ice wolves alone is merely a fraction of what must be done. This land was once serene, yet a deity from the west passed through, bringing with it a deluge of snow that persisted for a full 6 months. Since then, our village has been shrouded in ice and snow for half of each year. And dreadfully, monsters have begun to emerge with the frost. Lin Tianhao realized he had triggered a quest in this narrative. Village chief, how may I assist you? We yearn for the return of our village to its former state. If you can eradicate the traces left by the snow corpses and restore peace to our home, We shall offer our most cherished treasures in gratitude. Ding. Village Chief, Li has issued you a quest. Do you accept? Quest requirements. Eradicate the traces of the snow corpses and restore peace to the village. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, weapon evolution scroll 1. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This is undoubtedly a valuable item. The weapon evolution scroll has the potential to enhance a weapon. Just imagine the transformation if the Death Ledger were to evolve once. What extraordinary changes might occur? The mere thought filled him with an uncontrollable excitement, as this was a delightful surprise for him. Rest assured, Village Chief, I shall give my utmost effort. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Village Chief Li's face. Brave adventurer, may you succeed. Lin Tianhao nodded and stepped out of Aunt Shen's home. With that, I shall take my leave. He was determined to continue his quest. As he traversed the village, many inhabitants peered through their windows to observe him, yet none dared to emerge. They merely watched from a distance, seemingly apprehensive of the potential reemergence of monsters. As he walked forward, the endless expanse of white snow stretched out before him, obscuring any sense of direction. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao's foot struck something. He kicked away the surrounding snowdrifts and uncovered a stone tablet. Lin Tianhao swept away the thick blanket of snow covering the stone tablet and revealed the inscription above. The ancient Eastern nation lies in eternal slumber. A mere 8 characters, yet they evoked a myriad of thoughts within him. It was only natural for players from the Dragon Nation to arrive in this ancient Eastern realm upon entering the twilight of the gods. However, for reasons unknown, this Eastern nation remained in a state of deep repose. This circumstance elucidated why players from the Dragon Nation found themselves in the westernized Kingdom of Stars. As he pressed onward, Lin Tianhao inexplicably felt a sense of oppression, as if an unseen force weighed heavily upon his heart, causing his pulse to quicken. This was divine might. Even in his previous life, he had rarely experienced such a sensation. Yet here he was feeling the divine presence within this instance. Ding! You are affected by divine might. All attributes decreased by 10%. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically. Cracks had appeared on his purification amulet. In an instant, he swiftly stowed the amulet away. Purification amulet. Special equipment. Wearing requirements. Only those who voluntarily transfer it may wear it. It cannot be dropped or absorbed, and cannot be worn by others unless given willingly. Effect: immunity to 80% of control, slow, curse, poison, burn, freeze, paralysis, and other negative buffs. Durability: 80. Despite Lin Tianhao's impressive reflexes, the durability of the purification amulet had plummeted by 20. As a special piece of equipment, it was typically resistant to damage. Yet, the divine might had inflicted harm upon it. Ding! You are affected by divine might. All attributes decreased by an additional 50%. Ding! You are affected by ice and snow. Movement speed and attack speed decreased by an additional 25%. Lin Tianhao gasped in shock. Indeed, without the purification amulet, his attributes were severely compromised. His original attack speed of 673 had plummeted to a mere 168. This was outrageous. A 75% decline was utterly absurd. He felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, as his movement speed and health points also suffered significant detriment. In other words, his damage output would be drastically reduced. This was truly terrifying. The difficulty of this instance was already formidable, and now he was faced with such dire consequences. It seemed that his previous ease had emboldened him, but the hellish difficulty of this instance was far more daunting than he had anticipated. Bearing the weight of divine might, Lin Tianhao continued his advance. Abruptly, he sensed something moving beneath the snow. Before he could react, a massive, icy serpent burst forth from the ground, opening its gaping maw to strike at him. Instinctively, Lin Tianhao rolled aside, releasing his feathered arrow in the process. Icy Serpent, Bronze 50. Health 30 000 000 30 000 000. Attack 10 010. Skills: a bronze boss, and a serpent at that. It was well known that serpents possessed sleek bodies, making it exceedingly difficult to elevate one into a suspended state. If the attack speed remained unaffected, Lin Tianhao would still be capable of achieving this. However, with an attack speed of 168, accomplishing such a feat is akin to scaling the heavens. At this moment, Lin Tianhao possesses 380 free attribute points, and if he were to allocate them all to attack speed, it could reach a staggering 15. Yet this figure represents an unaffected attack speed. When considering the detrimental impact of a 75% reduction, his effective attack speed would plummet to a mere 303, extremely low. Nevertheless, with careful management of his attack rhythm, the possibility of achieving infinite knockups is not entirely out of reach. After a brief contemplation, Lin Tianhao decided to invest all 380 free attribute points into attack speed, thereby elevating it to 15, which translates to an effective 303. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao continuously maneuvered, unleashing his twisting arrow technique with relentless precision. Minus 11,023. Minus 11,024. Due to the 50% reduction across all attributes, the damage output Lin Tianhao currently inflicts has significantly diminished. Chapter 82. The Ice and Snow Serpent, Extreme Tug of War. Yet Lin Tianhao remained undeterred. Upon recognizing the formidable challenge posed by this dungeon, he did not even contemplate a single successful run. Instead, he resolved to explore it as a means of familiarizing himself with its mechanics. From his prior encounters with the ice-snow werewolves, he noted that by adjusting his pace, he could potentially accumulate an additional 50 to 100,000 health points. Such an enhancement would elevate both his normal attack damage and health cap. Though the immediate gains may appear modest, particularly under the influence of divine might, even the slenderest of gains can accumulate into something substantial. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air as Lin Tianhao finally managed to send the ice-snow serpent flying. The difficulty of this feat was exponentially greater than that of dispatching ordinary wild creatures, exacting a tremendous toll on Lin Tianhao's mental fortitude. Yet, he had no choice but to withstand the pressure. Otherwise, he would face impending disaster. With 30 million health points to deplete, Lin Tianhao could only inflict over 30,000 damage per second, totaling a mere 190,000 in a minute. If the ice-snow serpent were to unleash its invulnerability and plummet to the ground, what might ensue? A swift regeneration of health, no doubt. In other words, at his current damage output, it would take nearly 40 minutes to slay a single ice-snow serpent, assuming no mistakes were made and that a second serpent did not appear. Merely contemplating this made Lin Tianhao's scalp prickle with apprehension. However, viewing the situation from a different perspective offered some solace. By accumulating 9 health points per second, he could amass 540 health points in a minute, culminating in 21,600 over the span of 40 minutes. Thus, by vanquishing one ice-snow serpent, he could stack such a considerable amount of health, which would correspondingly elevate his damage output. Of course, these calculations were merely theoretical, and the potential for unforeseen events remained a mystery. Yet, sometimes, unforeseen circumstances strike with alarming suddenness. After tugging at the ice-snow serpent for half an hour, just as success seemed imminent, a second serpent emerged. Damn it, this was troublesome. Lin Tianhao's movement speed was severely hampered, rendering evasive maneuvers nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he had one last tactic at his disposal: the twin dragons playing with pearls. This technique involved launching 2 arrows simultaneously, utilizing a twisting string method that imparted a certain repelling effect. However, even with Lin Tianhao's expertise, he could not manage to send both ice-snow serpents flying at once. Perhaps against ordinary creatures it would suffice, but the conditions for launching serpent-type foes were far too stringent. Nonetheless, if he could send one serpent flying while managing the other, it was certainly achievable. True to his predictions, after 41 minutes, the first ice-snow serpent succumbed to defeat. Following swiftly was the second serpent, and the routine continued, launching and connecting. Yet this time, after merely 20 minutes, the third ice-snow serpent appeared. Lin Tianhao had begun to grasp the unfolding situation. The ice snow serpent manifests every half hour. He can only continue to struggle. The previous serpent accumulated an additional 22,000 health points, and, combined with the second serpent that appeared 11 minutes early, Lin Tianhao gained a total of 28,000 health points. With the tears of the goddess of life and the augmentation from Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, the total health points surged to over 36,000. However, due to the halving of all attributes, the actual amount was merely over 18,000. In other words, only this 18,000 could inflict damage. Each basic attack dealt an increase of more than 500, and the damage per second rose by more than 1,600. This enhancement, in the face of the 30 million health points of the ice snow serpent, seemed rather insufficient. In the blink of an eye, after the second ice snow serpent was slain, 20 minutes had passed before the third serpent would appear. This meant there were still 10 minutes until the fourth ice snow serpent emerged. For now, he could still endure. But what if he had to face 3 ice snow serpents simultaneously? Lin Tianhao felt a shiver run down his spine, as confronting 3 serpents meant he would have to withstand the damage from one of them. This posed a significant strain on him, yet there was no turning back. Lin Tianhao could only take it one step at a time. After defeating the second ice snow serpent, his basic attack damage per second increased by over 1,900, adding the 1,600 damage increase from slaying the first serpent. His total damage had risen by over 3,500. More than 3,500 per second translates to 210,000 over 10 minutes. This damage increase, when compared to the health of the ice snow serpent, was still rather meager. With all his might unleashed, Lin Tianhao finally defeated the third ice snow serpent. Yet, the real calamity was about to unfold. Facing 3 ice snow serpents at once, Lin Tianhao, undeterred, continued his dual tactics, though with his skills he could simultaneously unleash 3 feathered arrows in a twisting shot. However, this would prevent him from launching the serpents into the air, rendering him incapable of achieving that effect. Now, he could only hope to withstand the damage from 1 ice snow serpent. Minus 10,000. Minus 9,998. Lin Tianhao began to endure the damage, which he could still manage at the moment. Although the ice snow serpent's attack power was high, its attack speed was slightly lower than that of the ice snow wolf, and it lacked a bleeding effect. However, he was uncertain if the ice snow serpent possessed any particularly outrageous skills. As Lin Tianhao continued to engage, the airborne ice snow serpent initiated its invulnerability and descended. At that moment, Lin Tianhao decisively chose to unleash a simultaneous 3-arrow shot, managing to pull 3 ice snow serpents at once. This tactic significantly reduced the damage he had to take. At this juncture, the 20% slow from the ice command was proving beneficial. In this tug of war, while Lin Tianhao's movement speed was compromised, their speed was equally hampered. Moreover, with the addition of a 1-to-3 strategy, Lin Tianhao need not concern himself with being knocked back, thus simplifying the confrontation significantly. As long as he employs the string-twisting arrow technique in a rhythmic manner to repel his foes, he can secure a position of invincibility. However, after a brief contemplation, Lin Tianhao dismissed this approach. He propelled another ice serpent into the air, continuing his assault to maximize his damage output. Once the invulnerability phase of the ice serpent concluded, he resumed his onslaught, ultimately vanquishing the beast. He then turned his attention to the 5th ice serpent, which had recently sustained a considerable amount of damage. Due to the restorative properties of the snowy terrain, its health had recovered significantly, though it remained incomplete. This sentiment underscored the necessity of maximizing damage. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could lead to his own downfall. Currently, against 3 ice serpents, he could still manage to hold his ground under extreme tension. However, should a 4th serpent enter the fray, as per Lin Tianhao's calculations, while it would not be impossible to manage, the toll on his mental fortitude would be exceedingly daunting. Chapter 83. A fresh start, a new strategy. However, according to Lin Tianhao's output progress, he is still able to endure. Moreover, due to simultaneously battling 3 frost serpents, his health regeneration rate is accelerating significantly, accumulating 27 points of health per second. Even with the incorporation of the twisting arrow technique, he still manages to regenerate 15 points of health per second. Over the course of a minute, this amounts to 900 points. His damage output is gradually increasing. Although not overwhelmingly high, it is steady. Upon vanquishing the 7th Frost Serpent, Lin Tianhao suddenly found himself confronted by 4 of these formidable foes. The pressure began to mount. He could foresee that the ensuing battle would be exceedingly unfavorable. The reason was evident. The Frost Serpents had begun to respawn 2 at a time. Much like the Frost Werewolves, after 9 had been defeated, they now appeared in pairs. At this juncture, Lin Tianhao's damage output was woefully insufficient to swiftly eliminate the Frost Serpents, and persisting in battle would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, he decided to sheath his weapon and await his demise, for he had already conceived a plan for a breakthrough. The Frost Werewolves represented his greatest opportunity. If utilized effectively, they could potentially alter his fate. There was even a possibility that, by leveraging the unique characteristics of this dungeon, he could amplify his health to an astonishing degree. In the absence of resistance, even with the vampiric absorption ability of the bloodthirsty dragon armor, he was still swiftly defeated. After all, they were all level 50 bronze bosses, and their damage output was indisputable. Following his demise, Lin Tianhao returned to the initial location where he had entered the dungeon. Everything had been reset. The ice command he had acquired vanished. His accumulated health reverted to its original state, and the attributes gained from foraging were lost. Even the freely allocated attribute points returned to 380, reflecting the state before any points had been assigned. Notably, the damage purification amulet had its wear restored to 100, effectively repaired. This was a reset of time. Initially, Lin Tianhao had assumed that death resulted in an attribute reset. It now appeared to be a temporal reset. With this revelation, he could proceed with his recently devised plan. Lin Tianhao allocated all his free attribute points to attack speed, elevating it from 573 to 1165. The ensuing events unfolded unchanged. The first Frost Werewolf emerged. Lin Tianhao executed the twisting arrow technique, striking the airborne Frost Werewolf down. This time, however, he refrained from employing the floating arrow technique as he had previously, nor did he equip the tear of the Goddess of Life, opting instead to directly damage the Frost Werewolf. The Frost Werewolf regenerated 100,000 health per second on the snowy terrain, and with Lin Tianhao's attack speed exceeding 11, he could inflict 18,000 damage per second, even without the tear of the Goddess of Life. Consequently, he deliberately slowed his attack speed slightly, ensuring the first Frost Werewolf would not be swiftly diminished. Next came the second, and then the third. Lin Tianhao unleashed a barrage of arrows, striking with dual and then triple shots. However, he refrained from slaying the Ice Wolves. It was not until the 5th Ice Wolf emerged that Lin Tianhao commenced his assault on the first one. Presently, firing 5 arrows simultaneously was the pinnacle of his capabilities. A subtle smile graced Lin Tianhao's lips as everything unfolded according to his envisioned plan. Upon the demise of the first Ice Wolf, the 6th one appeared, resulting in a total of 5 Ice Wolves in the arena once more. Lin Tianhao continued to unleash 5 arrows, maximizing the efficiency of his accumulated health points. Timing his actions meticulously, he planned to selectively eliminate one Ice Wolf just as the next would appear. This strategy proved exceedingly gratifying. This ingenious exploitation of the game mechanics enabled Lin Tianhao to rapidly augment his health. With 5 arrows launched at once, he could achieve a gain of 15 health points. Even while he controlled his output, he averaged over 6 basic attacks per second. Thus, he amassed 90 health points every second. In a minute, that amounted to 5,400, and in an hour, a staggering 324,000 health points. Although the increase in Lin Tianhao's health also escalated his damage output, which in turn affected the rate at which he accumulated health, he remained unperturbed by this consequence. When 2 more wolves refreshed later on, Lin Tianhao maintained his previous strategy, ensuring that 5 Ice Wolves remained in the arena at all times. As for the final 5, he chose not to eliminate them. Instead, he activated his mode of relentless health accumulation. The icy terrain provided him with infinite health regeneration. translating to limitless health enhancement for Lin Tianhao. Despite the considerable mental strain of firing 5 arrows simultaneously, and the diminishing returns on health accumulation as time progressed and his damage increased, Lin Tianhao remained resolute in his approach. To avoid accidentally slaying the ice wolves due to his increased damage, he had to temper his attack frequency. Thus, he persevered for over 7 hours, reaching the limits of his endurance. During this time, Lin Tianhao managed to accumulate just over 1.5 million health points. When factoring in the blessings from the tears of the goddess of life and the passive abilities from Zhou Xiaoping, his actual health augmentation soared to 2 million. With an additional 2 million health points, even under the influence of divine power, which have his attributes, he still retained 1 million health points. One basic attack could yield an extra 30,000 in true damage. Even with a reduced attack speed of 3.0, he would still deal an additional 90,000 damage per second, an astounding figure. Moreover, Lin Tianhao contemplated whether there were opportunities within the village to acquire more resources. As he pondered these matters, a villager named Aunt Shun made her appearance. Having traversed this storyline before, Lin Tianhao felt completely at ease. However, while dining, he sighed and remarked, "These creatures recover far too swiftly in the snow. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly find it exceedingly easy to vanquish them." Upon hearing Lin Tianhao's words, villager Aunt Shun replied, "Indeed. However, our village possesses a traveling doctor who seems to have devised a method to counteract the creature's ability to regenerate." Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened with hope. Surely, this village held additional rewards yet to be unveiled. "Very well, Aunt Shun, could you kindly introduce me to this Dr. Liu?" Aunt Shun nodded affirmatively, saying, "Of course, there is no problem at all. You are the hero of our village, and I believe Dr. Liu will certainly be able to assist you." Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback, for after triggering Dr. Liu, village chief Li had not made an appearance. Could it be that only 2 rewards could be activated in the novice village? Yet for the time being, it remained uncertain. The reward mechanism within such quests required thorough exploration. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao had formulated a hypothesis. The most valuable assets in the novice village should be those capable of combating divine threats. Thus, Lin Tianhao resolved to embark on a new approach. Chapter 84. Life points exceeding 1 million. At the moment of encountering the formidable deity, he unhesitatingly returned to seek assistance. Within the village, there existed a significant probability that someone could withstand the might of this divine being. Otherwise, given the hellish difficulty posed by such a deity, he would not prevail, nor would any other players. Prior to the second-class transfer, even players with exceptional divine talents would find it nearly impossible to conquer this dungeon. Thus, the means to counter the divine being became paramount, likely representing the finest hidden reward in the novice village. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lin Tianhao soon laid eyes upon Dr. Liu. The doctor was a robust elder, standing over 6 feet tall, with graying hair and a long beard that lent him an appearance more reminiscent of a village chief than a physician. "Dr. Liu," Lin Tianhao began, "this adventurer has assisted us in vanquishing the ice wolf, and he intends to delve deeper. However, the ice monsters possess a formidable healing ability in the snow. I seek your counsel on how to mitigate their regeneration." Dr. Liu lifted his gaze to Lin Tianhao and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "Brave adventurer, your valor surpasses my expectations, yet I harbor doubts regarding your capacity to dispatch those vile ice monsters. Unless you can proceed to slay a number of ice serpents, I shall reward you based on the quantity you defeat." Ding! Dr. Liu has issued you a quest. Will you accept? Quest requirements: slay ice serpents. The more, the better. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: for every ice serpent slain, receive a vial of severe injury potion. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, sensing an intriguing opportunity. He realized that he need not eradicate all the ice serpents to retreat. In simpler terms, there was no need to engage in a futile struggle against the ice serpents. If this were the case, then the ice serpents must possess a range of aggro, akin to the divine being's influence. As long as he exited the divine being's domain, would the ice serpents cease their pursuit? Given the current circumstances, this possibility appeared quite plausible. Rest assured, Dr. Liu, I shall exert every effort to slay as many ice serpents as possible, Lin Tianhao assured him before taking his leave. Due to the previous battle, Lin Tianhao had consumed all the dishes that increased his attack speed. Consequently, he gained an impressive boost of 1 to attack speed and 6 to movement speed. This enhancement was undeniably remarkable. He approached the stone tablet, still shrouded in snow. Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Resting here, Lin Tianhao paid little heed to it and stepped past the tablet, continuing onward. The divine presence descended. Yet Lin Tianhao remained unfazed until the first ice serpent made its appearance. He began to strike while retreating, and once he exited the confines of the stone tablet, the divine presence dissipated, and the ice serpent vanished as well. It appears my assumption was correct. The ice serpents here likely possess a reset ability. As long as he withdrew, everything within would reset. Lin Tianhao discovered that the health he had inflicted upon the ice serpent vanished upon leaving the stone tablet's boundary. Yet another reset. The recent reset differs from the previous ones. This time, it merely altered the attributes of the attacking ice and snow serpent. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianhao refrained from advancing further and instead turned to seek out Aunt Shun. Aunt Shun, the area ahead, is shrouded in divine might, and upon my entry, all my attributes will diminish by 50%, significantly impacting my forthcoming battle. Is there any means to counteract this divine presence? Aunt Shun shook her head repeatedly, explaining that divine might is a vestige of the gods, and mere mortals like them could hardly resist it. Undeterred, Lin Tianhao approached Dr. Liu, who offered a similar response, outright rejecting the possibility of opposing divine might. Lin Tianhao remained skeptical. He suspected that the key to counteracting divine might lay with the village elder or others, but his current approach failed to engage this pivotal figure. At that moment, a message from Zhou Xiaoping arrived, indicating that the nutrient pod was ready. With a smile, Lin Tianhao logged off to switch to the nutrient pod, which contained a nourishing solution capable of sustaining him for up to half a month without food or water. Upon logging in with the nutrient pod, Lin Tianhao felt a surge of confidence, believing he could conquer this dungeon within the allotted time. As he crossed the boundary marked by the stone tablet, the effects of divine might took hold, compounded by the absence of the purifying jade pendant, causing a drastic decrease in all his attributes. Notably, his attack and movement speeds plummeted by 75%, a staggering decline at any stage of the game. When the first ice and snow serpent appeared, Lin Tianhao chose not to initiate an attack with his feathered arrows, but rather to employ the Book of Life and Death. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he realized that, as he had anticipated, this uniformly named monster could still be targeted by the Book of Life and Death. As long as it was within his line of sight, he could utilize the book to inflict continuous damage. In this altered state, with his attributes halved, Lin Tianhao still managed to deal over 23,000 damage per second, as the fixed damage of 10,000 remained unaffected by divine might. He proceeded with a sustained assault, launching his attacks to send the serpent flying, followed by continuous damage output. The enhanced health he accumulated from the ice and snow werewolf further amplified his damage. His normal attack damage consistently hovered around 40,000, yielding a total of 1,200,000 damage per second, combined with the 23,000 from the Book of Life and Death, bringing his total damage output to an astonishing 143,000 per second. In a minute, his damage output soared to 8,580,000, and in a state of flinging the serpent, he could inflict 30 million damage within 4 minutes. Even accounting for health regeneration during his invincible state, he could eliminate an ice and snow serpent within 5 minutes. This level of damage output was nothing short of terrifying, compared to the previous 40 minutes spent defeating a single ice and snow serpent. The time required had now been reduced to merely 1/8 of that. Moreover, the actual time taken was even faster than Lin Tianhao had anticipated. Within just 4.5 minutes, the ice and snow serpent was on the verge of defeat. Nonetheless, this ignited a mischievous thought within Lin Tianhao. He no longer felt the urgency to eliminate the icy serpent. Let it touch the ground. This could prove to be quite intriguing. Once the icy serpent descended, Lin Tianhao unleashed his full assault, accumulating 9 points of health per second, which amounted to 540 points over the span of a minute. The uncertainties of what lay ahead were unclear to him. However, one fact remained unwavering. The higher his health accumulation, the more advantageous it would be for him. As the second icy serpent emerged, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but furrow his brows. The exhaustive strain from over 7 hours of relentless 5-arrow volleys had taken a significant toll on his mental fortitude. Presently, even launching a dual-arrow shot felt somewhat beyond his capacity. There was no alternative. Lin Tianhao could only focus on vanquishing the first icy serpent before turning his attention to the second. Chapter 85, The Healing Elixir. In pursuit of maximizing his health, Lin Tianhao meticulously timed his attacks, waiting half an hour at the respawn point before vanquishing the formidable ice serpent before him. On this occasion, he refrained from utilizing the Death Ledger to mitigate damage and enhance his output frequency. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao's damage output remained an impressive 12,000 per second. Even as the ice serpent regenerated 10,000 health points each second in the snowy terrain, Lin Tianhao still managed to inflict over 2,000 points of damage. In the span of 1 minute, he could deal more than 120,000 damage, amounting to an astounding 3,600,000 damage over half an hour. Consequently, Lin Tianhao decided to remove the Goddess of Life's tier, which would reduce his damage by 20%, allowing for a more balanced strategy. By interspersing critical strikes with his attacks during this period, he could effectively time his onslaught against these creatures. With his current attack speed, he could accumulate 9 points of health per second, 540 points in a minute, and a total of 16,200 points in half an hour. Thus, defeating a single ice serpent would augment his health by this amount. Furthermore, as Lin Tianhao's damage increased, so too would the health he could accumulate. Even against the 8th and 9th ice serpents, he still managed to accumulate around 15,500 health points per serpent. After vanquishing the first 9 ice serpents, they began respawning in pairs. Lin Tianhao attempted to unleash a dual arrow strike, which he could barely manage, but deemed it unnecessary. He needed to recuperate his previously expended mental energy for the forthcoming battles. Once he donned the Goddess of Life's tear again, Lin Tianhao resumed his standard output strategy. He even employed the Death Ledger, aiming to eliminate an ice serpent within approximately 15 minutes. The floating arrow technique also consumed mental stamina, so Lin Tianhao opted for a more relaxed approach, allowing himself time to recover. With an initial damage output exceeding 12,000, and after defeating the previous 9 ice serpents, he accrued an additional 14,200 damage. Coupled with the benefits from the Goddess of Life's tier and the passive abilities from his companion, the actual health points he gained were around 18,500. Even with a 50% reduction due to Divine Might, he still achieved over 92,000 health points. Each basic attack could yield an additional 2,700 true damage, translating to over 8,000 true damage per second. With the added benefit from the Death Ledger's 1% of maximum health, Lin Tianhao's damage per second had now approached an astonishing 15,200. When unleashing his full power against an ice serpent, even without launching it into the air, he could still inflict over 52,000 points of damage, deducting the 10,000 health points the ice serpent recovered each second. In a minute, he could deal over 310,000 damage, allowing him to defeat an ice serpent in under 10 minutes. However, he maintained his strategy of maximizing health accumulation, timing his first kill to approximately 15 minutes, with the second following suit after another quarter of an hour. Through this combat methodology, Lin Tianhao could rapidly accumulate health points, even while deliberately controlling his output. The defeat of 2 ice serpents still allowed him to gain around 15,000 health points. There are a total of 9 groups capable of allowing Lin Tianhao to accumulate over 130,000 in health points. When faced with the last ice snow serpent, Lin Tianhao hesitated. He removed the tier of the Goddess of Life, but chose not to utilize the Book of Life and Death. This decision reduced his basic attack damage to over 37,000, with a critical damage output exceeding 110,000. Thus, if he were to exert high-intensity damage, the Ice Snow Serpent would still sustain over 10,000 damage per second. if he intended to continue utilizing the last ice snow serpent to replenish his health points. He not only had to avoid launching it into the air and refrain from delivering critical hits, but also needed to carefully manage his attack frequency. After a brief contemplation, Lin Tianhao resolved to pause and continue farming for a while longer, striving to accumulate additional health points. Under his meticulous control, he was able to amass approximately 28,000 health points in an hour. Although this number was modest, it required little exertion in terms of mental energy, as he relied solely on basic attacks. Consequently, Lin Tianhao persevered for over 3 hours before ceasing his efforts, resulting in nearly 90,000 health points accumulated. Thus, upon defeating the Ice Snow Serpent, his base health points had increased by approximately 460,000. When factoring in the enhancements from the Goddess of Life and the talents of Xiao Xiaoping, the actual health points he gained soared to an astounding 600,000. At this juncture, his total health points had surpassed 3 million. Despite the challenges posed by this dungeon, the potential for health point accumulation was indeed remarkable. At this rate, by the time he completed the dungeon, his health points might very well exceed 10 million. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Lin Tianhao retreated. As he had anticipated, upon defeating these ice snow serpents, returning to the village did not reset the timer. This aspect was quite commendable. After a moment of silence, upon his return, Lin Tianhao sought out Dr. Liu to submit his quest. Adventurer, you are indeed formidable, having defeated all the ice snow serpents. Here is the reward I have prepared for you, Dr. Liu stated as he placed a series of vials before Lin Tianhao, a total of 27 in all. Severe Injury Potion, Special. Effect. Upon use, any damage you inflict on enemy units will reduce their health recovery by 50% for 5 seconds, lasting for 1 hour. Note, this potion is a one-time use item. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. This severe injury potion was even more potent than he had anticipated. A 50% injury effect, lasting for an entire hour. At this stage, conventional severe injury attributes rarely exceeded 20%. If it were a potion-type item, its duration would likely not surpass 15 minutes. The severe injury potions before him, boasting a 50% effect, not only provided a substantial advantage, but also maintained its efficacy for a full hour. However, upon receiving the severe injury potions, Lin Tianhao did not feel entirely satisfied, as he desired more, specifically, a means to counteract the effects of divine might. Currently, the influence of divine might severely impaired his combat capabilities. Thus, Lin Tianhao inquired of Dr. Liu, "Do you know where the village chief is located?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Liu nodded, "Brave adventurer. If you wish to find the old village chief, I can guide you there." No sooner had he finished speaking than a middle-aged man entered, pushing the door open. This man was none other than village chief Li. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao, a look of excitement illuminated his face. "Brave adventurer, your prowess truly exceeds my expectations. You managed to vanquish those ice serpents without the use of heavy injury potions. In you, I see the hope for our village's salvation." Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. Had he triggered a hidden mechanism? "Greetings, village chief. If I can assist the village, I would be more than willing." Upon hearing this, village chief Li's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Indeed, you are commendable. However, the perils that lie ahead may be more numerous than you anticipate, especially that formidable presence, which is truly daunting." Chapter 86. The Mark of the God Slayer. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. "Indeed, within this village lies a method to counter divine might. Village chief Li, you are absolutely correct. The influence of divine might is truly terrifying. Were it not for this, I could easily vanquish those ice serpents." The old village chief nodded, recalling. "Once, a God-slayer adventurer graced our village, slaying the ice goddess with his mortal form. This act, however, enraged the gods, prompting the Western deities to seal our ancient Eastern realm beneath this endless blanket of snow." Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted suddenly. If that were the case, then the spectral footprints in this instance must belong to the ice goddess. After the adventurer's act of god-slaying, he left behind the mark of the God-Slayer in the village. "I can bestow this mark upon you. Once bound, it is indelible, and you shall incur the wrath of the Western deities." Lin Tianhao felt a surge of tension within him. The divine might, even in his previous life spanning a decade, had been an insurmountable force. Despite the impending animosity from the Western gods, what did it matter? In his past life, nearly two-thirds of the Western deities had aligned with the Elite Star system. Village Chief, what are the deities of our Eastern realm? Will they not intervene? Many had pondered this in his former life, as numerous gods emerged from the West. Yet, no deities appeared from the East. Had it not been for a few players receiving blessings from Eastern deities, one might question their very existence. Are deities? The village chief sighed, I am uncertain. It is said that eons ago, an unprecedented civil war erupted among our gods, causing cataclysms and distorting time itself. The continent we inhabit now is but a fraction of the world that once was. Lin Tianhao narrowed his gaze. Village chief, are you referring to the calamity of the witch and demon during the primordial age? This is an ancient tale from Eastern mythology. Whether it is that calamity, I cannot say, but our world was certainly known as the primordial world in ages past. Lin Tianhao gasped sharply. If this were true, the multitude of divine beings from the primordial world descending upon them would render the Elite Star system and the Western gods as mere insects in comparison. I understand now, village chief. I am willing to accept the mark of the God Slayer. Becoming a deity is arduous, but slaying one is even more formidable. If those before me could achieve this as mere mortals, I, Lin Tianhao too, shall rise to the challenge. Very well, the village chief said gravely, observing Lin Tianhao with earnest eyes. Brave adventurer, may you bring a prosperous future to our village. With a gentle touch, the village chief pressed his fingers to Lin Tianhao's forehead, leaving a crimson mark that soon vanished. Ding! You have acquired the mark of the God Slayer. Mark of the God Slayer, divine level. Effect 1. You shall be immune to divine might. Effect 2. For every deity you slay, you may deprive them of one of their powers. At present, the divine Slayer mark, goddess of ice and snow, immunity to ice and snow damage and negative effects, left Lin Tianhao momentarily stunned upon witnessing its level. Particularly, he was taken aback once more when he beheld the second effect of the divine Slayer mark. Immunity to ice and snow damage and negative effects? This was more exhilarating than utilizing cheats. It is noteworthy that Leona is a master of ice and snow magic. Even with Lin Tianhao's current attributes, overcoming Leona would be exceedingly arduous, bordering on the impossible. However, with this newfound trait, defeating Leona would not merely be a trivial endeavor. It would be at least moderately attainable. Yes, moderately attainable. That is indeed a generous assessment from Lin Tianhao. Brave adventurer, press on. I possess nothing of worth. Yet the sealed ancient Eastern kingdom harbors many remarkable figures, and they wield an abundance of valuable treasures. Lin Tianhao nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall take a moment to recuperate before embarking on my journey. It is essential to restore my mental fortitude, for reaching this stage has not been easy. Should intense battles await me ahead, I must be adequately prepared. He exited the game. Lin Tianhao reclined comfortably on his bed, opened the Forum of Twilight of the Gods, and began to peruse the discussions. The popularity of Twilight of the Gods had reached staggering heights, with the global player count surpassing 2.5 billion. A third of the population was engaged in this game, a testament to its overwhelming allure. Although there were still conversations surrounding his character, the focus had shifted predominantly to talents and class changes. Players were now steadily progressing to level 20, at which point they could undergo their first class change. After the transition, one could learn fundamental skills. However, Lin Tianhao lamented that his class change to summoner only allowed him to summon a single ordinary level 20 skeleton, with attributes slightly superior to those of a typical level 20 creature. That's because you haven't chosen hidden class. I transitioned to the advanced hidden class of Ice Summoner, and my first skill is summoning an Ice Bird, an elite level 25 creature with exceptional attributes. Lin Tianhao found himself in awe. The Shield Warrior truly is a simpleton, with damage output far too low, making solo efficiency painfully slow. Discussions about classes naturally led to conversations about talents. It was rumored that a player from the Rice Empire had emerged with a holy level talent, boasting an astonishing doubling of attack speed and a remarkable enhancement of 1 star. Wow, we in the Dragon Kingdom have yet to hear of any holy level talents, though several heavenly level talents have already surfaced, and their effects are indeed monstrous. Hee. I am but a humble player who awakened an advanced level talent, granting me an attack power increase of 500 per star. I believe it is quite formidable. Currently, there was little information available. Some individuals may prefer to remain discreet. Yet that does not necessarily indicate weakness. Perhaps they are quietly amassing great wealth. Lin Tianhao recalled a figure from his previous life who possessed a divine-level talent of dual counterattack. The dual reflection of damage, whether from physical or magical attacks, allows him to rebound 10 of his armor and magic resistance as true damage even at the 1st star. This reflection does not depend on the damage endured, but rather on his own armor and magic resistance. For instance, if he possesses 100 points of magic resistance and receives a magical attack, he reflects 10 of his magic resistance, resulting in 10 points of damage. The same principle applies to armor, though it necessitates the absorption of physical damage to trigger the reflection. As a divine talent, his abilities extend beyond mere retaliation. With each physical monster he slays, he permanently enhances his armor by 1 point. Similarly, each magical beast he defeats grants him a permanent increase in magic resistance by 1 point. Curiously, this individual chose to remain in the novice village, persistently hunting low-level monsters to amass armor and magic resistance. Remarkably, he did not find this tedious. He lingered in the novice village for an entire year before finally emerging. Chapter 87. The Ice and Snow Giant, Ascending to Divinity. The moment he appeared, he brought with him an aura of invincibility. It was indeed a force to be reckoned with, capable of obliterating any foe in its path, be they human or deity. Regardless of whether one employed physical or magical attacks, a mere brush against him would spell doom. This was not merely a matter of how much damage he could absorb. Rather, it depended on his armor and magic resistance. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao was struck by an alarming thought. What if this enigmatic figure, known as Go Lao Lu, were be bound to Zhou Xiaopeng? The mere contemplation sent shivers down his spine. Given Go Lao Lu's health, combined with Zhou Xiaopeng as formidable armor and magic resistance, who could possibly challenge him in the later stages of the game, barring true damage? The critical factor was that Zhou Xiaopeng possessed the bloodthirsty dragon armor, a passive skill that allowed him to recover health as he endured damage. This was truly an overwhelming prospect. However, Lin Tianhao then recalled an awkward detail. The promotional video promised rewards in the form of divine talent awakening stones, which were revealed by Go Lao Lu during the later stages of the game. Unfortunately, Lin Tianhao had already seized the opportunity to claim the divine talent awakening stones from the promotional video. Therefore, it was likely that Go Lao Lu had not acquired the divine talent awakening stones. At this moment, his talents remained unawakened. With this in mind, Lin Tianhao promptly sent a message to Zhou Xiaopeng. Buddy, please add a player named Go Dao Wangu and invite him to our guild. Lin Tianhao had some understanding of Go Lao Lu. His character was generally sound, albeit excessively cautious. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he was often found in some obscure corner, grinding for armor and magic resistance. In his belief, as long as his armor and magic resistance were sufficiently high, he would be invincible. This notion was not entirely misguided, for armor and magic resistance could be stacked without limit. Moreover, his reflection damage was quite peculiar, not contingent upon the damage he sustained. In the later stages of the game, talents or skills that relied on damage absorption were less effective, as even warriors possessed commendable lifesteal attributes. If one reflected 30% of damage while the opponent regained 30% of their health, the mechanics of reflection and lifesteal would become futile. However, Go Dao Wangu's reflection did not depend on damage taken. Even if he absorbed minimal damage, he would still reflect a certain percentage of true damage based on his armor or magic resistance. This implied that his reflection could potentially exceed the damage he received. Zhou Xiaopeng quickly replied, confirming that there was no issue. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao encountered some disheartening comments on the forum. primarily centered around an obsession with foreign cultures. The root of this sentiment stemmed from the fact that the Kingdom of Stars, birthed by players from their homeland, was perceived as a westernized nation, venerating Western deities. This led many to extol the virtues of Western countries, particularly the Rice Empire. Lin Tianhao observed numerous comments that nearly deified the Rice Empire. As for those who idolized foreign cultures, Lin Tianhao merely chuckled to himself, realizing that he could not engage in earnest debate with such individuals. After perusing the forum for a while and completing a set of elementary school calisthenics, Lin Tianhao re-entered the game, once again finding himself in the village. Lin Tianhao once again stood before the stone tablet inscribed with the words "The Ancient Eastern Kingdom, resting here." As he passed through the tablet, he felt the descent of divine might once more. However, this time, the divine presence exerted no influence over him. Even the attack and movement speed of the ice, diminishing amidst the snow, had vanished without a trace. The icy serpent did not manifest. Lin Tianhao continued onward, where he encountered a withered tree, barren of leaves, save for a few sturdy branches that remained. Approaching the tree, he noticed something obscured beneath the snow. Clearing the snow away, he discovered a chessboard. Was this Go? Although Lin Tianhao was not well versed in the game, he had watched every episode of the Go player, thus recognizing it with relative ease. Yet, the pieces and the board had frozen into ice sculptures. Beside the chessboard, there were inscribed words: "Heaven creates the board, stars create the pieces, sealing the heavens to become a deity." Lin Tianhao's fingers rested upon the ice-sculpted chessboard, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Such a phrase was undeniably imposing. Sealing the heavens to become a deity. This seemed to pertain to a method of attaining divinity. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao was aware of the more mainstream paths to divinity, which included the paths of faith and virtue. Faith relies on the veneration of others, while virtue stems from one's own good deeds. However, compared to faith, virtue was far more challenging, as the assessment of good deeds could be exceedingly difficult. For instance, saving a person might not increase one's virtue, as that individual could very well be malevolent. In contrast, faith did not discriminate. As long as one was revered, one could harness the power of faith. Naturally, aside from the paths of faith and virtue, Lin Tianhao was also familiar with the path of enlightenment. Enlightenment was, quite literally, the understanding of a particular path to its utmost extent, thereby giving rise to a corresponding divine persona. This was akin to the ice goddess, the previous incarnation of the snow corpse, who likely achieved divinity through the path of ice and snow. The notion of sealing the heavens to become a deity was new to Lin Tianhao. The phrase "heaven creates the board, stars create the pieces" was indeed grandiose. Yet, he wondered whether this grandeur was genuine or merely a facade. As in his previous life, he encountered many who spoke grandly but were ultimately weak in substance. Nevertheless, ahead lay the resting place of the ancient Eastern Kingdom, and Lin Tianhao felt a tinge of anticipation. What if he could unlock a new path to divinity? Furthermore, he was eager to uncover the identity of the individual who had slain a god in mortal form and how they had achieved such a feat. The phrase "mortal slaying a god" was deceptively simple, yet Lin Tianhao was acutely aware of the immense difficulty behind it. Deities resided in lofty realms, possessing unparalleled strength. When divine might was unleashed, the pressure was truly formidable. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had also heard tales of mortals slaying gods. Yet those instances invariably involved beings of extraordinary power, often aided by divine artifacts. It was akin to the Godslayer's mark that Lin Tianhao had obtained, which was unequivocally classified as divine level. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Tianhao understood that he must press onward. Based on his previous experiences, traversing a notable landmark would inevitably lead to fresh perils. This instance proved no exception. Upon crossing the chessboard, the snow beneath him began to tremble, as if some colossal entity were poised to emerge from the earth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. The snow ahead erupted as a massive fist hurtled toward Lin Tianhao's forehead. This fist, as large as a grinding stone, approached with astonishing speed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. However, Lin Tianhao was well prepared. As the ground quaked, he had already readied himself to evade. Thus, before the fist could reach him, he deftly rolled aside. Upon landing, he unleashed an arrow, 97315. A monumental damage figure materialized. With a single arrow, Lin Tianhao had inflicted nearly 100,000 points of damage upon the creature. Simultaneously, he beheld its attributes: Frost Giant, Silver level 50. Health, 84. 900, 000, 85, 000, 000. Attack, 33, 359. Skills. Chapter 88. Vanquishing the Frost Giant. With a staggering 85 million health points and an attack power exceeding 30,000, this creature possesses attributes that could easily overwhelm any player. One might only compare it to a formidable entity like Goat Dao Wanggu, whose armor and magic resistance have reached terrifying levels, or to someone like Lin Tianhao, who boasts a substantial health pool and high damage output. Otherwise, attempting to conquer this Frost Giant would be a daunting challenge. As the Frost Giant missed its attack, it let out a furious roar directed at Lin Tianhao, unleashing a sonic wave that caused him to lose health rapidly. Minus 25, 803, minus 25, 799. The sonic attack dealt considerable damage, though it was still less than Lin Tianhao's regular attack, which could be likened to a mere drizzle in comparison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao's arrows sliced through the air, each basic attack inflicting substantial damage, a truly terrifying spectacle. Not affected by divine might, he unleashed 12 strikes per second. The damage dealt in just 1 second amounted to over 1 million. Even after accounting for the 100,000 health he regained each second, the net damage inflicted still exceeded 1 million. In a mere minute, he could deplete over 60 million health points from the Frost Giant. This creature would not survive even 2 minutes against Lin Tianhao's onslaught. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao's lips twitched as he realized the Frost Giant fell, without enduring even a second of his assault. The death cycle, which had eluded him throughout his arduous battles, was triggered this time. The 1% activation probability did not guarantee that 1 out of every 100 arrows would trigger it. In fact, it was possible that even 10,000 arrows might not yield a single activation. Each arrow had a mere 1% chance, rendering the probability exceedingly low. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence now. He needed to await the respawn of the second Frost Giant. If his calculations were correct, it would respawn in approximately half an hour, which meant a considerable wait ahead. Contemplating this, Lin Tianhao settled down to gather his thoughts on his next steps. Reflecting on his journey thus far, he felt he had been rather fortunate, acquiring nearly everything he desired: special skills, equipment, and blessings from the gods. Most importantly, he had amassed a significant number of free attribute points that had allowed his attack speed to exceed 10 and his movement speed to surpass 14, all without a set of gear that enhanced those attributes. Should he acquire such equipment, his power would become truly formidable. In fact, upon obtaining his transcendent level talent, Lin Tianhao briefly considered emulating Goat Dao Wanggu. However, while farming the red-eyed rabbit, he realized that such a strategy was impractical. With a rate of 1 arrow per rabbit, despite their quick respawn as common prey for novice players, his attack speed and basic strike frequency were too low. Furthermore, defeating a single red-eyed rabbit only granted a minuscule increase in health points, rendering the endeavor inefficient. Casting aside these thoughts, Lin Tianhao reflected upon his current circumstances. With his current attributes, he is fully confident in his ability to conquer the Snow Corpse Ruins dungeon. However, he must also contemplate how to support Leona in her quest to become the sovereign of the Starry Kingdom. In his past life, Lin Tianhao possessed a certain understanding of the political affairs of the Starry Kingdom. Within the court, there are primarily 3 factions: the Chancellor, the Grand Marshal, and the Director of the Demon Suppression Department. These 3 powers are in constant equilibrium. The Chancellor and the Grand Marshal are particularly at odds, often engaging in both overt and covert struggles. Although the Demon Suppression Department rarely intervenes in these conflicts, they are known for their cunning battles against the Night Stalkers from the Abyss. Each faction wields considerable influence, maintaining a delicate balance of power. Furthermore, among the royal family, the three princesses are undoubtedly key figures, with the future throne likely to emerge from one of them. As for Queen Fuyinyu, she indeed aligns herself with Qing Fuyun, but her support merely bolsters a puppet. Additionally, the king has a brother, the only prince of the Starry Kingdom, who, despite his seemingly idle demeanor, should not be underestimated. This encapsulates Lin Tianhao's understanding of the political landscape within the Starry Kingdom. Currently, it appears quite challenging for the three factions among the officials to simultaneously win over both the Chancellor and the Grand Marshal. The most prudent course of action would be to align with the Demon Suppression Department and the Grand Marshal, thereby securing support from two factions. However, what Lin Tianhao can conceive, others can also deduce. Thus, the most vital alliance would likely be with Prince Sanyun. Few are aware of Prince Sanyun's true strength. Were it not for his reincarnation, Lin Tianhao too might have underestimated him. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. Prince Sanyun possesses the power to incite rebellion. Regarding the Queen and Qing Fuyun, Lin Tianhao holds leverage over them, alleviating his concerns. Her intent in summoning him here was likely to ensnare him. But regrettably for her, that will not come to pass. By forging an alliance with Prince Sanyun and dismantling Di Shuijian, he would then turn his attention to the Queen and Qing Fuyun. Lin Tianhao swiftly reached a resolution. Half an hour later, the second ice giant emerged. Lin Tianhao began to attack with a nonchalant demeanor. He could not unleash his full strength, as doing so would lead to the ice giant's swift demise. Therefore, he had to temper his attack speed, drawing out the battle to maximize the half-hour refresh mechanism and accrue his health points. Consequently, defeating an ice giant allowed him to accumulate health exceeding 8,000. Thus, Lin Tianhao removed the tears of the goddess of life to lower his health, enabling him to gain over 10,000 health points from slaying an ice giant. The ensuing battles became considerably more manageable. One ice giant after another fell before Lin Tianhao. Thanks to his immunity to ice damage, coupled with the life-stealing capabilities of his bloodthirsty necklace, he could disregard the giant's assaults. The remaining ice giants did not trigger the cycle of death for him, allowing him to successfully amass health exceeding 10,000. Following the simultaneous emergence of two colossal ice giants, the outcome was hardly surprising. Lin Tianhao effortlessly manipulated them within his grasp. Moreover, due to the restoration of his mental fortitude, he was now able to unleash a dual-arrow barrage with remarkable ease. By vanquishing the two ice giants, he accumulated just over 20,000 health points. Although the potential health gain diminished with increasing damage, this had little impact on Lin Tianhao. Even in later encounters, he could still amass over 19,000 health points. Upon the demise of the final two ice giants, Lin Tianhao secured a total of 240,000 health points, having swiftly dispatched the subsequent pair. With the enhancement from Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, which granted an additional 10%, this amounted to an astonishing total of over 260,000. When factoring in the amplification from the tears of the goddess of life, Lin Tianhao's health had soared to a staggering 3,500,000. At this juncture, it is safe to say that, aside from bosses in secret realms or hellish difficulty settings, no player below level 20 could possibly boast such a formidable health pool. Chapter 89. The Hall of Mortals, Goddess of Ice and Snow. Continuing onward, the landscape remained draped in pristine white snow. However, Lin Tianhao soon beheld a distant palace ahead. This structure, dilapidated and worn, bore no resemblance to the grand castles of the West. Rather, it resembled an ancient temple from the era of the Great Xia dynasty, albeit far more majestic than an ordinary temple. As he approached the palace, Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the plaque at its entrance, where two powerful traditional characters were inscribed. Hall of Mortals. The name struck him as peculiar, lacking the grandeur typically associated with the palaces of the Great Xia, which often bore three character names. As Lin Tianhao stepped before the Hall of Mortals, a unique force rippled through the air, dispelling the divine aura that had enveloped him. Although the mark of the God Slayer shielded him from the influence of divine power, it did not imply its absence. Yet now, standing in this place, he could distinctly sense that the divine might have been repelled. After a moment of contemplation, he entered the Hall of Mortals. Upon crossing the threshold, Lin Tianhao noticed a modest statue at the center of the hall. It depicted a figure clad in armor, exuding the imposing presence of an ancient general from the Great Xia. His gaze fixed upon the long sword grasped by the general, which appeared broader than any he had encountered before. Had it not been for its considerable length, Lin Tianhao might have mistaken it for a shield. Flanking the ancient general were two stone pillars, each inscribed with a line of text. No way for the gods. No virtue for the immortals. Mortals suffer. Battle the heavens. Slay the gods. Forge the immortal. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, realizing that this ancient general was indeed the warrior who had slain deities. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of the general's name. Curiously, it seemed there was no immediate danger here. Given this, he surmised that traversing this hall would lead him to impending peril, and his intuition hinted that since this was the palace of the Godslayer general, what lay ahead would be significant. With that thought, Lin Tianhao strode through the Hall of Mortals. Beyond it, the endless expanse of snow was replaced by magma. A sea of scorching lava stretched out before him. Lin Tianhao stood in awe, confronted by the stark contrast between the glistening white snow and the seemingly infinite, fiery magma, an utterly terrifying sight. Amidst the lava, a path emerged, stretching into the abyss. He stepped onto this dark road, adorned with blood-red patterns, uncertain of what awaited him. Most likely, he would encounter some monstrous entity. The life force of the ice giants had already reached a staggering 85 million. If there were indeed more creatures lurking here, one could only imagine the magnitude of their vitality. A smile crept upon Lin Tianhao's lips as he anticipated the potential for further life force accumulation. However, fate had something else in store for him. After nearly 10 minutes of walking, he found himself. No monsters have appeared yet. It seems as though this place is devoid of any creatures. Just then, Lin Tianhao suddenly felt a chilling presence enveloping him. Has it come? Rather than fear, Lin Tianhao felt a sense of anticipation. After all, it is exceedingly rare for a scenario like this to accumulate health points so wildly before the second transition. In Lin Tianhao's memory, such an occurrence is unparalleled. A woman clad in ice emerged from the molten rock ahead. A spirit? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixated upon her. Health. Attack. Skills.